Zhou Ze had a dream. In the dream he was trapped in a self-contained world from which there was no escape. In that world a plot of untilled land floated in the void beside a pool of crystal-clear spring water bright enough to mirror a reflection. By the spring lay a hoe, 2 sacks of rice grain and several small packets of vegetable seeds. Yet as he stood beside the clear spring he could not see his own reflection at all. Just as he picked up the hoe intending to examine it more closely, it began to rain. Bean-sized raindrops splattered against his face and slid down his cheeks into his mouth. Salty. Husband, wake up. If you die, how am I supposed to go on living? A woman's sobbing voice pierced into his ears. Along with the sobs, someone seemed to be shaking his body. When he slowly opened his eyes, a filthy face appeared within his field of vision. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were nothing but patches sewn atop patches, some holes not even fully mended. Her face was so grimy that her true features were hard to discern. Judging by her figure, she could not be very old. Where is this and who are you? Zhou Ze suddenly spoke, startling the girl. The girl released Zhou Ze at once and shrank back to the side. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. What was going on? Why was this woman so terrified of him? Only when he noticed her cowering did Zhou Ze realize that he was still holding a hoe in his hand. Given that he was standing there brandishing a hoe, it would have been strange if she were not afraid. Yet this hoe was exactly the same as the one in that otherworldly realm from his dream. Had the dream become reality? No. Had he not just been in a hotel pushed down by a beautiful rich woman who mistook him for a male escort? Where was the sensation? Where was the process? How had he opened his eyes only to find himself in this wretched place? Questions surged through his mind, making his head throb as if it would split apart. Letting go of the hoe, he wrapped his hands around his bleeding head and rolled on the ground. Several times the woman wanted to approach him, yet cowed by Zhou Ze's former tyranny, she could only hold herself back. Only after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn did Zhou Ze stop convulsing and slowly climb to his feet. At last he accepted a single fact. He had transmigrated. The beggar-like woman before him was his wife Song Jiner. Because Song Jiner's family was poor, she had married Zhou Ze, a notorious idler. Not only was he greedy for food and lazy in work, he often beat and cursed her. This time, because there was no food left at home, Zhou Ze had flown into a rage and attacked her with fists and kicks. His foot had slipped, he fell and smashed his head against the corner of the table, and his life had ended there. Don't be afraid, I won't hit you, he now said. While sifting through memories that did not belong to him, Zhou Ze walked toward Song Jiner with the hoe in hand. The more he advanced, the more terrified she became. She kept retreating until Zhou Ze had forced her into a corner against the wall. Seeing her trembling so violently, he could only stop and step back from her. His stomach growled loudly and his whole body was so weak that a gust of wind could have knocked him over. Merely holding the hoe aloft for a short while made his arms ache with fatigue. In this body he could not even bring out half of the strength he should have possessed. In his previous life he had trained; at the very least he had been stronger than an ordinary man. Now, however, Zhou Ze collapsed onto the ground and began to ponder his path forward. This was the Great Zhou dynasty in the border region of Longxi, in a place called Xuanhuan village. Longxi had been suffering from severe drought for 3 consecutive years. There had been no good harvest. The common folk could barely fill their bellies, yet still had to worry about paying taxes. According to the laws of Great Zhou, women at 16 and men at 18 were required to marry. There was even a strict rule that a child must be born by the following year. If this standard was not met, the household tax would increase by 20%. Song Jiner had originally been a villager of neighboring Shiliu village. In an era when people could not even feed themselves, no one dared marry her, no matter how beautiful she might be. Thus she had fallen cheaply to Zhou Ze. Yet Zhou Ze had suffered an injury in his youth. Even after marrying, he could not perform his conjugal duties, adding yet another blow to an already desolate household. What kind of heaven-shattering opening was this? Zhou Ze was on the verge of losing his mind. Other people who transmigrated became princes or rich young masters surrounded by maids. With a little knowledge from their former lives, they could live as carefree young lords, and the truly blessed might even receive some sort of system. But him. He was a gluttonous idle wastrel living in a bare empty house. Even with a wife, he could not fulfill a husband's role. To live such a life was worse than death. Perhaps if he died, he might even return to his previous world. He slowly raised the hoe in his hand and swung it toward his own neck several times, yet could not bring himself to strike. A hoe. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, as if he had grasped something crucial. This hoe before him had been brought out from his dream. That meant his golden cheat might be that otherworldly realm itself. Grasping at this possibility, he could no longer hold back and began testing it on the spot. In that pocket world there were 2 sacks of rice grain, enough to relieve his immediate crisis. Song Jiner meanwhile had cried herself out. She curled up, kneeling in the corner by the wall, and watched helplessly as her husband kept waving the hoe about, laughing to himself and muttering under his breath. Anyone who did not know better would have thought he had gone mad. Had he damaged his head and turned foolish? Just as she was at a loss for how to handle the scene before her, the hoe in Zhou Ze's hand suddenly vanished. In its place appeared a bundle of unhulled rice grain. "Gina, we have food now. We won't have to go hungry anymore," he exclaimed, suddenly rising and heading toward the inner room. In this utterly impoverished household, even the inner room did not have a single intact quilt. The table inside was nothing more than a few planks thrown together. The house itself leaked wind from every side. When he emerged again, he was clutching a tattered bedsheet in his arms. Wrapped inside the sheet was that bundle of unhulled rice. "Gina, turn this into something we can eat. Today we don't have to starve," he said. "What are you still standing there for? Go on." Seeing Song Jiner still cowering in the corner, Zhou Ze raised his voice in impatience. Startled by his tone, she hurriedly scrambled to her feet. She took the rice and began to prepare it. Watching how frightened she still was, Zhou Ze could not help but sigh inwardly. Speaking gently and reasoning with her meant nothing here. Only beatings and curses had ever been effective. The education of this world was backward and twisted. While Song Jiner cooked, Zhou Ze turned his attention to studying his golden sheet. That pocket world contained a plot of land and 2 sacks of rice grain. He had already taken out a portion of those 2 sacks, and the remainder naturally could not be squandered. No matter what, he had to make good use of them. As a transmigrator, he would be a fool to exhaust all his trump cards at once. In the time it took to cook a single meal, he had already planted the rice grain and some of the vegetable seeds in that small field and watered them with the spring. Just as he was manipulating everything within the space, a fragrant aroma of rice porridge drifted over. Before he could savor his delight, an urgent knocking sounded from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Ace opened the door quickly. "I know you're in there. If you don't pay your taxes today, I'll have someone take you away." Hearing the familiar voice outside, Zhou Ze slapped his own thigh. "It's over," he muttered. The man shouting outside the door was none other than the village head of Shanghai village, Zhang Xiaoqian, a wiry old fellow well past his 50s. In the Great Zhou dynasty, a village head was mainly responsible for household registration, tax collection, and mediating security and disputes within the village. This was far from the first time Zhang Xiaoqian had come to his house. Strictly speaking, Song Jiner had been forcibly foisted onto Zhou Ze by him. If not for this arrangement, Zhou Ze would likely have been dragged away long ago by the conscription officers. According to the laws of Great Zhou, once a man took a wife, he was at least granted 1 year's reprieve. Coming, please wait a moment." Zhou Ze hurried into the kitchen hut, lifted the lid of the pot, and began ladling out the rice porridge. He had to admit Song Jiner truly knew how to manage a household. The hulled rice he had given her was enough to boil a pot of thick, hearty porridge. Yet at this moment there was hardly any grain to be scooped from the pot. Song Jiner stood off to the side, silently watching Zhou Ze ladle the porridge, swallowing her saliva over and over. Only after he finally managed to fill a single bowl did Zhou Ze stop. He thrust it directly into Song Jiner's hands. "Take it back to the inner room and finish it quickly. Whatever you do, don't let Zhang Xiaoqian see it." "But husband, you..." "No buts. If you dawdle and we get caught, neither of us will have enough to eat." Seeing her still hesitate, Zhou Ze grew anxious and gave her a light swat on the backside. "I'm telling you to eat, so just go. Do you not even listen to your husband anymore?" Song Jiner bit her lip lightly, finally steeling herself. Holding the bowl, she ran into the inner room. Out in the courtyard, Zhang Xiaoqian's voice grew ever more urgent. "Zhou Ze, if you still don't open this door, I'll break it down. When the authorities come to arrest you, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Ignoring the shouting outside, Zhou Ze hastily gulped down a few mouthfuls of the thin rice soup, then hurried to the courtyard gate. The gate creaked open. A small wizened old man stood there staring at Zhou Ze with open displeasure. "You brat, everyone else is out there scrounging for food. What are you doing hiding at home in broad daylight?" Though he spoke thus, the old man's nose twitched. "Well now, Zhou Ze, you can't even pay your taxes yet you've learned to feast in secret, have you?" As he spoke, he was already striding toward the kitchen hut. Seeing this, Zhou Ze tried to block his way. "Village head, it's not what you think. There really is no surplus grain in the house. What we have was traded yesterday in town for picking up horse dung." As he spoke, he planted himself in the kitchen doorway. "Out of my way." Zhang Xiaoqian gave Zhou Ze a hard shove and stepped up to the stove. Seeing the pot full of nothing but thin, clear soup, he suddenly fell silent, words dying in his throat. Is this what Jiner eats every day since she married you?" Zhou Ze looked somewhat embarrassed and replied awkwardly, This is what I eat." "And Jiner?" "Oh, she's lying on the bed. That way she can ease her hunger." "Ease her hunger?" Zhang Xiaoqian's face darkened almost to black. "Tell her to come out." "Village head, she's a woman and she has no proper clothes. How can she see anyone?" Nonsense." With a cold snort, Zhang Xiaoqian turned on his heel and strode away. At the doorway, as though suddenly recalling something, he halted and looked back at Zhou Ze. "Tomorrow a great benefactor will be distributing porridge in town. Get up early and go, perhaps you can get a share. I found you a wife not for you to torment her. Zhou Ze wore a smile on his face yet said, village head, you might as well have someone arrest me. I truly can't pay these taxes and I can't afford to feed myself let alone her. Keep dreaming. Zhang Xiaoqian flicked his sleeve and said, if they lock you up they'll have to feed you. Do you really think the county yamen can't do that arithmetic? If they won't arrest me and I still can't pay, what am I supposed to do? If you can't pay, then owe it first. When you have something later, pay it off slowly. Remember this, if Gina isn't pregnant in half a year you'll owe an additional 20% in tax. Zhang Xiaoqian left. Watching his retreating back, the corners of Zhou Ze's mouth lifted slightly. Zhang Xiaoqian was in truth someone with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. If not for him, who knew where the present Zhou Ze would have died. He was not originally from Xuanhuan village, he had merely lost his former memories and had been rescued and brought back by Zhang Xiaoqian. The old man had even helped him register his household and settle permanently in the village. All of Longxi consisted of people whose ancestors had committed crimes and been exiled here, forbidden to leave without cause. Thus Zhou Ze was certainly a man bearing a criminal brand as well. There was only one path if he wished to leave this place: join the army and earn military merit. What's the point of thinking about all that? Zhou Ze shook his head hard. Right now the most important thing is to live each day well and keep myself alive first. With that he took a few more gulps of rice soup. Without even bothering to wipe his mouth, he dashed into the inner room. The moment he stepped inside he was stunned. Song Jiner was lying on the bed, covered only by a thin sheet, clutching the bowl of porridge tightly to her chest. Why haven't you eaten it? Zhou Ze's tone held a trace of displeasure. I was saving it for husband. Zhou Ze drew in a long breath. If you don't eat, how are you going to help me with the work? There's still so much to do at home. Are you planning to leave it all to me? Eat up. Left with no choice, Song Jiner sat up holding the bowl. Tears streamed down her face as she ate. Before finishing the bowl she put her spoon down. What is it now? Zhou Ze glared at her, his tone filled entirely with dissatisfaction. I'm full. Song Jiner held out the bowl to him. There was grievance in her eyes and a hint of fear. Full, truly. Zhou Ze was no fool, how could he not understand what she meant? This time Zhou Ze did not argue with her. Looking at the half bowl of porridge that remained, he picked it up and headed toward the kitchen hut. At the pot he added 2 more scoops of rice soup. In an instant that half bowl of porridge became a full one again. In the span of a mere dozen breaths the bowl of porridge was gone into his stomach. Not far away Song Jiner was hiding behind the door, peeking at him in secret. She suddenly felt a strange illusion: her husband seemed somehow different from before. After eating, some of his strength returned. Song Jiner, who had barely rested, picked up a bucket and prepared to leave. Zhou Ze clearly froze for a moment and asked, where are you going? To look for water. Song Jiner did not dare raise her head to meet his gaze. Her timidity was such that Zhou Ze could not even stay angry. She stuttered over every word, never daring to look at his face. He had never truly considered what kind of torment Song Jiner had endured before he came to this world. I'll handle this sort of thing. As a woman you should just stay at home. With that Zhou Ze snatched the bucket from her hands and strode out. Song Jiner stood in the courtyard, dazed, unable to recover herself for a long while. All of Xuanhuan village held barely a dozen households. Many were dead, many crippled. In truth, there were not many people left living there at all. Carrying the bucket, Zhou Ze had only just left the village when he immediately felt at a loss. Where was he supposed to find water again? 3 years of drought had left nothing but desolation in every direction. Even digging for wild vegetables required walking several li away. Where nearby could there still be any water source? Yet at this moment Zhou Ze did not truly worry over this. Within his spatial world there was a clear spring. It was more than enough for the two of them to live on. Having thought this through, he casually found a shady spot, leaned back against a rock and once more examined his inner space. This time, however, what he saw left him dumbfounded. Within the space on that patch of land, the rice and vegetables he had just planted had already sprouted. From the moment the seed was sown until now, it has barely been the time for a meal. At this rate, won't fresh vegetables be ready to eat by tomorrow morning? In 10 days or half a month will he be able to enjoy fragrant rice? If that is truly the case, what is there for him to fear in this world? As long as he works daily, he can live without worries about food and clothing. Home. With this thought, he had no mood to care about anything else. When he returned to his doorstep with an empty bucket, the sun had yet to set. The yard gate was ajar and the sound of chopping wood echoed from within. Zhou Ze did not dare to be careless. He immediately took a bucket of water and pushed open his yard gate. Husband. Song Jiner paused her actions, quickly dropped the axe in her hand and rushed toward Zhou Ze. Where did you get this water, husband? Seeing the clear water in Zhou Ze's hands, Song Jiner revealed a hint of surprise. In recent years of drought, aside from water for meals, they didn't even dare to wash clothes, let alone take a bath. Even the water for cooking came from muddy puddles left at home for a long time before it could be consumed. Zhou Ze had brought back a bucket of clear water. How could she not be astonished? I was lucky to find a well that hasn't dried up. Zhou Ze casually told a small lie, adding, just keep this to yourself and don't let others know. Song Jiner nodded vigorously. Alright, it's getting dark, let's start cooking. After we finish we'll wash up and then sleep. Wash. Sleep. Song Jiner's face flushed and she dared not respond. In this era having a bucket of clear water was already a luxury. How could she afford to waste it? Watching Song Jiner go to the kitchen to cook, Zhou Ze took over her task and began chopping wood. Song Jiner had realized early on that her husband had changed. At this moment her thoughts were further confirmed. Her husband in the past wouldn't even lift a finger to fetch water or chop wood. He was too lazy even to put on clothes. He would rather lie there all the time waiting for heaven to feed him. Now, however, first he found rice, then he found a water source. Now he was chopping wood in the yard. Could it be that the impact from that collision fixed his mind? She had heard about it before she got married. This husband had come to Xuanhuan village 3 years ago and something had gone wrong with his head. Aside from his name, he had lost all his memories. Now it seemed very likely that the previous collision had restored him to normal. Yes, it must be that. At this moment Song Jiner looked at her husband in the yard and the long-lost smile finally appeared on her face. At the same time she was filled with anticipation for the future. That night under Zhou Ze's request Song Jiner cooked a little more rice porridge. After eating her fill her courage had increased significantly. Using the remaining water from today she helped Zhou Ze wipe his body. Zhou Ze had never received such treatment before. He quickly snatched the old towel from her hand, retreating to the inner room to clean himself. It was merely a subconscious reaction, but it frightened Song Jiner. When Zhou Ze came out of the room she was still crouching on the ground crying. What happened? Zhou Ze asked, confused. Did someone wrong you? Song Jiner with tearful eyes softly asked, does husband dislike me? No way. Zhou Ze quickly shook his head. Then why won't you let Jiner take care of you? Is that why you're upset? Zhou Ze finally understood. It turned out that she feared he disliked her for refusing her service. However, being able to express it was a sign of progress. Before he had traveled to this world this girl would not have dared to ask such questions. He patted her shoulder and said, don't think too much, go wash yourself up first. Remember, we may be poor but we must not neglect ourselves. Always stay clean, it not only leaves a good impression but also helps prevent illness. After saying this he headed to the inner room. Understood, husband. Song Jiner lowered her head and replied. Get ready and then come back to sleep. The voice of Zhou Ze came from within. Song Jiner began to tidy up. From time to time she would glance toward the inner room, her heart racing. Zhou Ze lay on the bed not thinking too much. Ever since Song Jiner married into his family the inner room had been exclusively his. At night when it came time to sleep, how could Song Jiner take the bed? Today. She actually took the initiative to invite him. This was very unusual. Song Jiner did not make Zhou Ze wait too long. When she appeared again her dirty face was gone and the foul smell had also vanished. Standing by the bed looking at Zhou Ze there was even a hint of shyness. Husband. Previously, due to the lack of water, Song Jiner had given off a dirty impression and her lack of grooming had made others somewhat disdainful. However, today Zhou Ze stared at her for quite a while. Cough cough. Zhou Ze cleared his throat to ease his embarrassment, turned his gaze aside and said, alright, let's sleep. On an old bed the sheets were in such poor condition that they couldn't cover the two of them. Looking at her husband lying sideways on the bed, Song Jiner gathered her courage and gently lay down beside him. Moreover, she nudged closer to Zhou Ze. The scene Song Jiner had been expecting did not occur. This husband was still the same as before, showing no inappropriate behavior towards her. If he doesn't act with her she could never have children. If she couldn't conceive she would have to pay an additional 20 in taxes next year. What to do? Zhou Ze calmed his mind and set aside that issue, carefully studying his mysterious space. The rapid growth of vegetables and rice made him engrossed, unable to extricate himself. Gradually he fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by the sound of crying. The sniffling near his ear disturbed his peace. What's going on at this late hour? He suddenly sat up, startling Song Jiner, who had been crying, causing her to instantly stop. She curled up beside him in fear, not daring to speak. Phew. Zhou Ze took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. He asked in the calmest tone possible, what happened? Song Jiner shook her head repeatedly, saying nothing. Then why are you hiding things from your husband? Jiner wouldn't dare. Since you wouldn't dare, why not say it? Song Jiner stuttered, finally revealing the truth. You first wouldn't let Jiner serve you and now you haven't touched her at all. You must dislike me. Mother said that as a woman if one cannot serve her husband well she would be scorned by others. What is this? Zhou Ze finally understood. This woman cried in the middle of the night simply because he remained chaste and did not perform the marital duties. Looking at her petite frame, Zhou Ze stepped forward and hugged her. She was so thin that there was hardly any flesh. Holding her felt uncomfortable. What are you thinking, girl? Zhou Ze pinched her cheek and said, it's not that I don't touch you, but your body is too weak right now. If you don't gain some weight and if you were to get pregnant, your body wouldn't be able to handle it. Is what husband said true? Song Jiner looked up, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhou Ze. Of course it's true. After Zhou Ze finished speaking, he immediately noticed something unusual. Just that one embrace caused him to react. Wasn't his previous self incapable of such things? Why was he now? Could it be that his travel had cured his physical ailment? That night Song Jiner slept soundly. When she opened her eyes, the commotion in the yard caught her attention. Husband, why are you up so early? Standing at the door and watching Zhou Ze busying himself in the yard, Song Jiner was taken aback. Not only were there 2 barrels of water added to their home, but there was also a bowl of vegetables. The 2 barrels of water could be understood as Zhou Ze going out early to fetch them, but what about the wild vegetables? Oh, Jiner is awake. Zhou Ze paused his actions and immediately brought the bowl of vegetables to Song Jiner. There wasn't much for breakfast, so I just found some vegetables to make do. You eat, husband. Don't worry about me, I've already eaten. As he spoke, Zhou Ze licked his lips. Holding the bowl of vegetables, Song Jiner took small bites, tears falling into the bowl. You eat first, I need to go out for a bit. Husband, are you going out? As you heard yesterday, there is a kind-hearted person in the town distributing porridge. I must go and ask for some food. I want to go too. As she spoke, Song Jiner immediately went to put down her bowl and chopsticks. But Zhou Ze pressed her down. He reached out to wipe away her tears and said, remember, in the Zhou family the man works outside and the woman manages the home. You stay at home and manage everything well while I take care of making money. Saying this, he already held a large worn-out bowl and walked outside. The moment he stepped out of the yard, a glint of determination flashed in Zhou Ze's eyes. This time he was not going out for a bowl of charity porridge. He was going out to make money. A bowl of porridge would not solve their problems, but earning money would make a difference. The town was not far from Xuanhuan village, only a few kilometers away. The population was small, and with the drought in recent years, not many people here could afford to eat their fill. Even this so-called kind-hearted person distributing porridge was probably just doing it for his own interests. Either he was putting on a show for others or had other motives. When Zhou Ze set off, it seemed that the surrounding villages had received the news. One by one, people with bowls were rushing over. Oh, I said, Zhou Ze, how could a lazy bum like you afford to come out? I see you're just too hungry to stay in. If you want to quarrel, do it at home. Everyone here is just full of energy without a place to use it right. Although Zhou Ze had only been in Xuanhuan village for 3 years, he was quite well known. People from the surrounding villages seemed to recognize him. However, there weren't many who harbored goodwill towards him. Poof. Just as everyone was mocking him, a voice of disdain sounded nearby. You worthless piece of trash, utterly useless. Following the voice, Zhou Ze's expression immediately soured. He naturally recognized this person. It was his father-in-law xuanhuan, who had always looked down on him. If others said such things, he could retort. But as for xuanhuan, he had 2 daughters. The elder one lost her husband on their wedding night and was still living at home, unable to marry out. The second daughter was Song Jiner, who rather than marrying Zhou Ze was more like a half-purchase, half-gift. You can't talk about ice with summer insects. I have nothing to say to you people. Holding the bowl, Zhou Ze quickened his pace. His face showed no signs of embarrassment or breathlessness at this moment. He didn't look hungry at all. Those who were truly hungry would be exhausted just walking like the villagers around him. Those who could speak were all somewhat well off. The rest were truly skin and bones. Hey, what's up with this kid today? He seems like a different person. Alright, let's stop talking, save some energy, we still have to hurry on our way. Zhou Ze ignored these people and followed his memory, heading towards the town. Before he even reached the town, the line for porridge had already stretched over 100 meters. However, there wasn't even a porridge stall at the end. He knew something was off about this. Who gives away porridge and notifies all the villages in advance? Unless it was relief grain allocated by the government. He pulled his bowl back into the space and began to wander around the town. Although the town was poor, there were still shops selling goods. He mainly visited various miscellaneous shops. For instance, some daily necessities, some food and tools used for work. He only asked for prices and did not buy anything. After a round, he had roughly understood the situation. He casually found a deserted spot, filled a small half bag with vegetables, carried it on his back, and stepped into a grocery store. Boss, I want to make a deal with you. Zhou Ze had entered this grocery store for the second time. The first time, the boss had been very friendly upon seeing him. This time, however, he was clearly neglected. He showed no interest at all and said, if you want to buy then buy, if not then leave. What business do we have with each other? Zhou Ze was not angry. He cheerfully approached the other party and opened the bag. The boss, curious, took a quick glance and immediately became interested. In times of famine, the price of vegetables was several times higher than usual. Just this half bag, if taken to the market, could fetch 200 to 300 won. There might even be a price without a market. What do you think? Seeing the boss' interest piqued, Zhou Ze knew this deal was secure. How much do you want to sell it for? I don't want money, I want to exchange for some things in your shop. What do you want to exchange for? A bow plus 10 arrows. Zhou Ze had already walked over to where the bows and arrows were displayed as he spoke. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there were still certain restrictions on the sale of bows and arrows. Ordinary bows and arrows used by hunters could be freely bought and sold as long as the bow's strength did not exceed the requirements. Once it exceeded and met military standards, sale was prohibited. Little brother, you are asking for quite a lot here. If it were just a bow it would be fine, but adding 10 arrows? That would be a bit. Seeing the boss hesitating, Zhou Ze immediately slung the bag back over his shoulder and turned to leave. Don't be in a hurry, we can still negotiate. The boss quickly stopped Zhou Ze upon seeing this. Zhou Ze stubbornly held his ground. In the end, the two successfully made the deal. The boss was quite astute and did not inquire about the origin of Zhou Ze's vegetables. Moreover, when Zhou Ze left, he even tried to be friendly. Little brother, if you hunt anything good in the future, you can bring it here. The price won't be lower than others. With a bow in hand and arrows on his back, Zhou Ze moved swiftly, weaving through the mountains and forests. At this moment, he truly had the essence of a hunter. Everything was prepared, but he overlooked one serious issue. With the severe drought in Longxi, even wild vegetables were hard to come by, let alone game. But Zhou Ze had to do this. To nourish his current body, he truly needed a lot of meat. To get meat, hunting was the fastest way he could think of right now. Perhaps he could use the vegetables and rice in his space to exchange for money to buy meat. However, the rice would not mature so quickly and there weren't many vegetables to begin with. He needed to save some for himself. How could he sell everything? After walking for a while, the sun was already high overhead and he hadn't seen a shadow of any living creature. Just as he was wondering whether to hurry back, there finally was some movement not far away. Gulu. Zhou Ze knocked an arrow and slowly approached the source of the movement. Although his body was weak, his archery skills remained. Moreover, the hunting bow in his hand did not require much strength. Whoosh! An arrow flew out. The bushes rustled, breaking the silence in the forest. In the small town, the porridge stall was already set up. Under the blazing sun, a queue of nearly 1,000 people formed two lines. As Zhou Ze passed by, many had already succumbed to hunger, collapsing in the line. Among these people there were quite a few familiar faces. Zhou Ze, are you giving up already? Someone called out to him from a distance, instinctively thinking he couldn't wait any longer and was going home early. Clearly these people weren't hungry enough, otherwise how could they still have the energy to shout at him? If we wait any longer, it's just a bowl of porridge. We might as well go out and forage for some wild vegetables. Zhou Ze did not look back and walked down the path he had come. With empty hands, even that broken bowl was nowhere to be seen. A loser like you, Jiner, marrying you is such a waste. Old man Xuanhuan glanced at Zhou Ze and muttered under his breath. However, his growling stomach quickly brought him back to reality. Something's off. Weren't we supposed to have porridge today? Half the day has gone by and not even a shadow has appeared. If this continues with nothing to eat, we'll have to take risks and flee. If we're dead, what rules matter? Look, there's some movement. It seems to be soldiers from Qingyang County. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. A small team of about 100 approached, kicking up clouds of dust along the way. Zhou Ze was naturally unaware of what was happening in the town. At this moment he had already returned to Shangha village. Jiner opened the door. Look what I brought for you. Zhou Ze, with his bow slung over his back, carried 2 rabbits, his smile unwavering. However, when he pushed open the courtyard door, he didn't see Song Jiner. The yard was small with no one in the house. Where could she have gone? Could she have gone to forage for wild vegetables? Zhou Ze initially didn't pay much attention, as it was a habit of the village women. To find something to eat, they dared not venture deep into the mountains and could only look for wild vegetables at the foot of the nearby hills. Just as Zhou Ze finished processing the 2 rabbits, an anxious voice came from outside. Something's happened. Your Jiner has been beaten. Where is she? At the village entrance, blocked by Ergo's wife trying to steal her wild vegetables. The person was Zhang Xiaohu, the son of the village chief Zhang Xiaoqian. He was short and looked a bit thin. Without a moment's thought, Zhou Ze grabbed the hoe at home and ran outside. As Zhou Ze left, Zhang Xiaohu followed closely behind, saying to Zhou Ze, you can't blame Jiner for this. You must not hit anyone later. Hit someone. Zhou Ze instantly understood. Zhang Xiaohu was worried he would hit Song Jiner. At the village entrance several women were gathered arguing about something. From a distance he could hear Song Jiner's voice. Sister-in-law, these wild vegetables are for my husband to nourish his health. If you take them all, how are we supposed to live? Her voice carried an endless sense of grievance. Even though surrounded by several people, Song Jiner did not shed a tear. This was not at all in line with her image of crying at the slightest provocation yesterday. You little wretch, Zhou Ze owes my family a meal. What's wrong with you taking these wild vegetables as compensation? A meal in exchange for this little bit of wild vegetables. We're losing out here. Last time I already returned it to you. Why do you want it again this time? That little bit last time wasn't enough. You're not keeping your word. Slap. A palm struck Song Jiner's face. 5 swollen fingerprints clearly appeared. You jinxed, not only did you cause your mother's death, but now you want to ride on our heads. Tears welled up in her eyes, but Song Jiner held back her cries and glared fiercely at the woman in front of her. The 5 people present all looked on with glee, showing no intention of helping. As the woman reached out to strike again, Zhou Ze arrived. He kicked out, targeting her abdomen. No matter how weak his body was, the opponent was just a woman. How could she withstand such a kick? You dogborn, you dare to hit my woman. Don't you want to live? Nobody expected Zhou Ze to appear at this moment and even strike someone. With his shout, everyone took several steps back. The woman let out a cry and began to sob. Good job, Zhou Ze, you actually hit someone. Zhou Ze raised the hoe ready to strike the opponent, but was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu, who had just arrived. Ace, you can't hit this person. Meanwhile, Song Jiner rushed over and grabbed Zhou Ze. It was only at this moment that Zhou Ze realized. Hitting someone might be okay, but injuring them could lead to legal trouble. Right now he had no power or influence and was still hoping to live a carefree life in the future. If he ended up in jail over this minor incident, it wouldn't be worth it. Jiner, let's go. Song Jiner nodded vigorously. At the moment Zhou Ze appeared, she almost cried. According to the usual plot development, her husband would first scold her for causing trouble and then drag her back for a beating. But today the situation had changed. Not only did her husband not scold her, but he also directed his fist at someone else. As Zhou Ze pulled her away, she was still in a daze, unsure of what to do. Even so, she didn't forget to take the wild vegetables she had dug up. Just as the two of them left, several onlookers began to chat. Have you noticed? Zhou Ze seems to have changed. Yes, he seems to look better than before and is quite responsible now. No matter what he hit Alon, Ergo won't let him off the hook when he comes back. Zhou Ze was naturally oblivious to these matters. As long as Chen Ergo didn't come, it would be fine. If he did come looking for him, he would settle the score with him then. At this moment he held Song Jiner's hand and had just returned home. He reached out to touch the swelling marks on her face, feeling a bit distressed. You silly girl, are you out of your mind? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, you should have just given her the wild vegetables. Why conflict with her? There were so many of them, how could you possibly be their match? Song Jiner with red eyes dared not respond. Up until now she still could not believe that Zhou Ze had not hit her. Alright, you rest for a while. I'll go cook. Seeing her so weak, Zhou Ze sighed slightly. It was only at this moment that Song Jiner finally reacted and asked, did my husband manage to get food for lunch? Food? Zhou Ze snorted lightly and said, that's just a fool, don't mind him. Today we're having rabbit meat. As he spoke, he had already reached the kitchen. Song Jiner cautiously followed behind. When she saw Zhou Ze carrying 2 prepared rabbit meats, her mouth dropped open in disbelief. In a year of famine, even oil and grease were hard to come by, yet Zhou Ze had managed to get 2 wild game. Husband. What are these? Zhou Ze, knowing what she meant, smiled and said, don't worry, these were hunted from the mountains. As your husband said, you will eat and drink well in the future. Within just a quarter of an hour, the aroma of meat wafted through the air above his home, gradually enveloping the entire Xuanhuan village. The women in the village, who were already hungry, all perked up. Following the scent, they made their way to Zhou Ze's home. On this night, while others in the small town were waiting for the kind-hearted person to distribute porridge, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through Xuanhuan village. Although only 1 wild rabbit was eaten, it was enough to satisfy Song Jiner when paired with rice porridge. This was the best meal she had ever had in her life. Just as she was finishing her meal, a noise at the door caught her attention. Xiaohu. Song Jiner looked at the unfinished meat in her bowl, then at the person standing at the door, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze scooped a bowl of porridge, added a few pieces of rabbit meat and brought it to her. He said, thanks for today. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the bowl of porridge, then at the pieces of rabbit meat. Unable to contain himself any longer, he took it in his hands and began to eat heartily. Seeing his appearance, Song Jiner wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Zhou Ze, however, smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohu, come inside, close the door and don't let anyone see. Zhang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. He finished the bowl of porridge in just a few bites. But the pieces of meat were chewed and chewed as if he wished to swallow the bones whole. Ze, can I go hunting with you tomorrow? By status Zhang Xiaohu was the son of the village chief Zhang Xiaoquan, so he held some standing. However, this guy was chatting with Zhou Ze in such a casual manner. Will your father agree? Zhou Ze said cheerfully as he put away the bowls and chopsticks. Meanwhile, Song Jiner immediately walked over, took the bowls and ran to the kitchen to wash them. He can't disagree with the things he has gathered, they won't fill our stomachs at all. Zhou Ze walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, as long as you want to bring your tools tomorrow and we'll go together. Zhang Xiaohu nodded vigorously and left Zhou Ze's house. Today he had enjoyed a hearty meal and his mood was bright. Walking through the village, everything felt different from before. Xiaohu, I think I just smelled meat. Someone stopped Zhang Xiaohu. No, you must be imagining things. Where is their meat? Zhang Xiaohu certainly wouldn't admit it. My nose can't be wrong, isn't it? Zhou Ze's house. I told you there isn't any, definitely not. Zhang Xiaohu huffed lightly, with your time you might as well think about how to fill your own belly. Just as he finished speaking, someone came running back from the village entrance shouting, there's porridge to eat today, the government opened the granary and everyone gets a share. The woman who had been talking to Zhang Xiaohu could no longer hold back and ran toward the village entrance. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at the village entrance, huffed lightly and turned to leave. After all the effort to get a bowl of porridge, he had just eaten a few pieces of meat. In this year of famine, being able to eat oily meat was something he could brag about for days. I need to prepare for hunting with Ze tomorrow. As he spoke, he was already heading home. He had completely forgotten about his father's trip to get porridge. In the dead of night, a full moon illuminated the entire Xuanhuan village as bright as day. Zhou Ze, with a straw in his mouth, reclined in the yard gazing up at the starry sky. Husband, it's so late, aren't you going to rest? Song Jiner's voice sounded behind him. Zhou Ze did not turn around but replied lightly, you go back inside, I'll sit here for a while longer. This time Song Jiner did not obey his command but bravely approached him. Her thin clothing felt a bit chilly in the night air. Song Jiner looked at Zhou Ze's profile, feeling a little moved, and said, does husband have something on his mind? Zhou Ze turned to look at the thin woman slowly getting up and pulling her into his embrace. Song Jiner leaned against his shoulder. I was just thinking about where to hunt tomorrow, and after the hunt if I could trade for some money to buy a few clothes for my family. Jiner. Hearing Zhou Ze's words, Song Jiner was momentarily dazed. Husband need not worry, Jiner is already very content. Song Jiner grew bolder and wrapped her arms around Zhou Ze. You may be content but I am not. Zhou Ze chuckled, saying, I said I would raise you to be plump and fair, this is just the beginning. Wait, I now have bows and arrows and in the future we'll have endless meat to eat. Saying this he swept Song Jiner up in his arms and walked into their drafty house. Song Jiner gasped and tightly wrapped her arms around Zhou Ze's neck. She had thought that tonight her husband would take her. What surprised Song Jiner was that he simply held her and fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams Zhou Ze entered that space. It was like a floating small island with fertile land. In just one day the vegetables planted in the ground were already ready to eat. The few wild chickens he had caught had even built nests here and laid eggs. With such speed, what could he possibly worry about? In this world during this year of famine, possessing such a precious land, even if offered a position as emperor, he wouldn't trade it. Rice was secondary, the growth of vegetables and fruits was truly gratifying. So much so that he couldn't help but directly pluck a raw chili pepper and eat it in the middle of the night. Just one bite made his mouth feel like it was on fire, almost causing him to jump up. After drinking several mouthfuls of water, he finally stopped. That night Song Jiner had a good sleep. When she woke up the next day, she was full of energy, as if she had become a different person. After washing up, Song Jiner and Zhou Ze's eyes looked completely different from yesterday. Ze, are you awake? Just as the two were getting out of bed, Zhang Xiaohu's familiar voice came in. Song Jiner was startled, thinking he was here to collect taxes again. Don't worry, Xiaohu invited me to go hunting with him. Zhou Ze comforted her. Song Jiner took Zhou Ze's hand and asked worriedly, where are we going? Will it be dangerous? Don't worry. We're just going for a stroll in the mountains. There aren't many forests left where wild beasts roam. It's not dangerous at all. As he spoke, he had already reached the gate and opened it. When he saw who was at the gate, he suddenly frowned. Because at the gate besides Zhang Xiaohu there was also his village chief father Zhang Xiaoquan. Perhaps sensing Zhou Ze's thoughts, Zhang Xiaohu quickly said, Ze, my father found out about yesterday's events and he insists on coming along today. By the way, he also said that my sister-in-law could come to my house since Chen Ergo wouldn't dare to cause trouble at my place. Zhang Xiaoquan chimed in, Ze, I know what you are worried about. You can rest assured that although I am older, I won't be a burden to you. I just hope to have a bite to eat. Zhou Ze wasn't afraid of trouble, he was worried that there wouldn't be enough game to share today. Did he really have to bring out what was in his space? If you're coming along, you must follow my lead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoquan immediately said, as long as you can find food, I can help you with the tax issue. The two quickly reached an agreement. Zhou Ze immediately reassured Song Jiner. However, he didn't let Song Jiner go to Zhang Xiaoquan's house but instead had Zhang Xiaoquan's wife come to their home. Zhou Ze immediately reassured Song Jiner. However, he didn't let Song Jiner go to Zhang Xiaoquan's house but instead had Zhang Xiaoquan's wife come to their home. Zhou Ze held a Bao Zhang Xiu who gripped a homemade spear and Zhang Xiaoqian carried a stick. However, all three had a machete tucked at their waists. Though the family was poor, a machete was something every household possessed. Where are we going today? Overnight, the opinions of the father and son regarding Zhou Ze had completely changed. Zhang Xiaohu had tasted the sweetness of success. Zhang Xiaoqian completely believed his son's words. Tiandong Mountain. Zhou Ze did not look back. Tiandong Mountain. Zhang Xiaoqian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Dad, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaohu frowned, unsure of what was going on. You young ones don't understand the dangers of Tiandong Mountain. Zhang Xiaoqian planted his stick firmly into the ground and said even experienced old hunters wouldn't dare to enter these mountains. Zhang Xiaohu also stopped and looked at his father, unable to believe his ears. Is it really that terrifying? You're my son, would I lie to you? Zhang Xiaohu called out to Zhou Ze. Have you heard the saying? Zhou Ze turned around, revealing a harmless smile. Fortune favors the bold. It's precisely because no one goes to Tiandong Mountain that there is prey lurking there. Zhang Xiaohu nodded vigorously. Dad is right, that's exactly the point. Seeing Zhang Xiaoqian hesitating, Zhou Ze didn't push him and advised, village chief, you're getting older, you can't run fast anymore. It's better if you go back. You stay back to guard against Chen Ergu and his wife bullying others. Leave the hunting to me and Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu chimed in, Dad is right, I'm not a child anymore. It's time for me to seek a living. You just wait at home today, I promise that you, mom, and my sister will all have meat to eat. Zhang Xiaoqian with his aging limbs was reluctant to admit it, but the truth was undeniable. Having done hard labor since childhood and suffering in his youth, he had long since lost the ability to run. Hunting. It was more likely to be chased by prey. Then. Should I just go back? Just having stepped out of the village, Zhang Xiaoqian felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Go back, you are the village chief, guard our village and don't cause chaos. Village chief. Zhang Xiaoqian chuckled bitterly, our Xuanhuan village is about to turn into a village of daughters. With that, he turned and left. At that moment, his silhouette appeared somewhat lonely, as if he aged several years in an instant. Watching him leave, Zhou Ze let out a deep sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaohu could still be helpful, but if Zhang Xiaoqian truly followed them, he would undoubtedly become a burden. Therefore, as they set off, Zhou Ze was already thinking of how to shake him off. Without Zhang Xiaoqian following them, even Zhang Zaya, his pace quickened significantly. He walked alongside Zhou Ze and asked a question. Do you know why my dad insists on coming hunting with us today? Why? Zhou Ze turned back and engaged in conversation. The long road from here to Tiandong Mountain would take at least half an hour. If they didn't talk along the way, wouldn't it be very boring? Yesterday they went to the town to enlist. Zhang Xiaohu explained. Enlisting was something that happened frequently in their area. However, Dezhou had strict regulations. Those who enlisted must be adult males and leave heirs at home. At the very least, their wives should be pregnant. I heard from my dad that the enlistment requirements have changed this time. Changed to what? Zhou Ze's heart stirred and a bad premonition arose within him. This time there are no restrictions, any man over 14 can enlist. As long as you enlist, you can receive some money to help your family. Furthermore, if there is someone from your family serving, you can exempt 2 head taxes. Is it really that simple? Zhou Ze's expression slightly changed. My dad also said that once the enlistment requirements are announced, our Xuanhuan village will lose more people. Zhang Xiaohu clenched his fists, feeling discontent. Today was his last chance. If he couldn't catch any prey with Zhou Ze, he'd have to go to the town to enlist tomorrow. Not for anything else, but just to ensure he could have enough to eat so his family could live a little better. But Zhang Xiaohu had not yet married. He had never even tasted what a woman was like. Thinking of this, his expression turned a bit off, clearly showing that he had something on his mind. Zhou Ze couldn't help but notice his thoughts. Deliberately slowing down, he patted Zhang Zaya's shoulder and said, don't worry, tough times will pass. Disastrous years last no more than 3. After 3 years of drought, it's about time we enjoy some good days. Zhang Xiaohu nodded vigorously. Today a group from the village would go to the town to register. Tomorrow would be the last day. Zhang Xiaohu did not have much time left. From Xuanhuan village to Tiandong Mountain, the two hurried along and took half an hour. Along the way they passed several villages. In these villages many people were heading toward the town. They chatted and laughed as if going to enlist was a wonderful thing. However, only Zhou Ze felt that something was amiss. The court suddenly changing a system that had been in place for hundreds of years in Dezhou indicated that there would be a war. Moreover, it would be a tough battle. Wars lead to death. How many of those going could return? Xiaohu up ahead is Tiandong Mountain. Follow closely behind me and listen to my orders. Let's first set some traps and then look for some big game. The closer they got to the mountains, the fewer the villages. By now they hadn't seen a single person. And this was still just at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Ze had been here before and was somewhat familiar with the area. Understood. Just tell me what to do and I will follow your lead. Zhang Xiuhu gripped his spear, his gaze turning to the bow in Zhou Ze's hand with a hint of envy. He could also make one, but what he crafted might not even kill a rabbit. Just as they stepped into Tiandong Mountain, the roar of beasts caught their attention. Zhang Xiuhu, who had been full of confidence, suddenly stopped in his tracks. As I heard that there are often big creatures lurking in Tiandong Mountain. Are you scared? Is there anything more terrifying than starving to death? Zhou Ze laughed heartily, gripping his longbow and nocking an arrow. He slowly made his way into the mountain. At the entrance of Xuanhuan village, more than 10 men carrying their belongings were bidding farewell to their families. These men had registered in the town yesterday. They had already received their money and were officially registered to enlist today. As for the others, they just hadn't discussed it properly with their families. Song Jiner held onto an older woman's arm, watching from afar as tears streamed down her face involuntarily. The thought of her husband also embarking on this path made her heart ache. Now she hadn't even performed the rites of marriage with him yet. If he truly enlisted, wouldn't that mean? As she thought about it, she began to cry out loud. She didn't cry before, but once she did, the older woman beside her also reddened her eyes. Because she thought of her own son and recalled the conversation from yesterday at home. A's, be careful. At Tiandang Mountain, amidst the dense forest, Zhang Xiuhu thrust his spear towards a spotted tiger, attempting to rescue Zhou Ze, who had been knocked to the ground. The tiger was already pierced by 3 arrows. 2 of them struck its eyes. Yet it still managed to survive. Fortunately, it was heavily injured, otherwise with its size Zhou Ze would have been unable to withstand such a charge. Thud. The spear pierced into the tiger's body. However, the force was too weak and the spearhead only sank a few inches into its flesh. At that moment, Zhou Ze suddenly drew the machete from his waist and struck directly at the tiger's abdomen. The already exhausted tiger fell to the ground completely under this strike. A's. Zhang Xiuhu was nearly in tears, rushing forward to help Zhou Ze up. Seeing that Zhou Ze was not in mortal danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, let's drag this beast down the mountain. Zhou Ze did not dare to be careless. The air was filled with the scent of blood. If they moved too slowly and attracted another beast of this size, they would have no chance of survival. This time, if it weren't for Zhang Xiuhu's company, Zhou Ze would have never been able to take down the tiger alone. They wasted an entire afternoon dealing with this formidable creature. Both of them were already exhausted, and now dragging a several 100-pound beast was nothing short of a challenge. Fortunately, they made it to the foot of the mountain without further incident. Zhou Ze said to Zhang Xiuhu, "You go back and call for help and try to find an ox cart." Although there were no oxen in the village, they still had carts. Zhang Xiuhu glanced back at the mountain with lingering fear, warned to be careful, then turned and ran back. As soon as Zhang Xiuhu left, Zhou Ze immediately stored the tiger into his spatial pouch. With Zhang Xiuhu around, he had precious resources but dared not use them recklessly. After calculating the time, he plunged into the depths of the mountain. This time his goal was quite simple: to check on the traps they had set up that had not yet been utilized. Since entering Tiandang Mountain, he and Zhang Xiuhu had laid numerous traps. The purpose was to capture some live creatures to place in his spatial pouch, to raise them. The news of Zhou Ze and Zhang Xiuhu slaying a tiger spread through Xuanhuan village. Soon several people pushed a cart and followed Zhang Xiuhu towards Tiandang Mountain. "Xiuhu, are you sure you're not lying?" Along the way, several people asked questions. Zhang Xiuhu had repeated the word sure at least 10 times. Yet no one believed him. Dad's archery is exceptional. If he hadn't shot the vital spots of the tiger, how could we have one so easily? Zhang Xiuhu said this, but everyone could see the truth. They had not won easily at all. Even now, Zhang Xiuhu still bore wounds on his body. "You ran back alone, leaving A's behind on Tiandang Mountain. Aren't you afraid of something happening?" "I had no choice. With a several 100-pound tiger, the 2 of us wouldn't have been able to bring it back." "Alright, let's move quickly. The foot of Tiandang Mountain is not safe." The group pulling the ox cart moved swiftly. By the time they arrived, it had already been an hour. From afar, they spotted Zhou Ze's figure. He was sitting on a large rock, gazing into the distance. He saw their arrival and waved his arms repeatedly. "A's, where's the tiger?" Zhang Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled, still unable to believe this was true. Zhou Ze had only just returned. At that moment his spatial pouch contained 2 wild rabbits, 4 mountain chickens and a wild boar. One had to admit Tiandang Mountain was truly a hunter's paradise. Unfortunately it was far too dangerous. In just an hour there had been several close calls where he had to rely on his spatial pouch to escape. If he had to bring Zhang Xiuhu back again he would truly be hesitant. Quick, load the cart, let's get this beast to the town before dark and deal with it. Zhou Ze's words left the others dumbfounded. Deal with it? Ace, what are you thinking? Planning to sell it? Zhou Ze helped the others lift the tiger onto the cart. As they pushed the cart he explained, 1 tiger isn't enough for all of us to eat. But the tiger's skin and bones are valuable. If we bring this to town we can definitely get a good price for it. Using that money to buy some rice will last us for many days. Upon hearing this everyone immediately understood. Ace is right, let's head straight to town. The village chief Zhang Xiuqian made the final decision. They diverted to a small town along the way, which was a shorter route than returning to Xuanhuan village. When they arrived at the town they gathered a crowd of onlookers. The value of a tiger is significantly high in the eyes of the wealthy. Tiger skin can be made into armor and cushions. Tiger bones can be used in medicine. The meat is edible. You could say this creature is a treasure from head to toe. Even in this small town such a tiger could fetch a good price. Moreover, soldiers had recently been stationed here. If the local military officials took a liking to it, the price, while not exorbitant, wouldn't be too shabby. A few people, 1 cart, cautiously walked down the street. Wherever they went discussions erupted around them. To this Zhou Ze paid no mind. Just as he was searching for shops a familiar voice reached his ears. Little brother, do you remember me? Following the voice Zhou Ze turned to look. Boss. Of course Zhou Ze remembered the bow and arrows in his hand came from this shop. The shop owner was delighted that Zhou Ze still remembered him. He quickly said, little brother, did you hunt this tiger? Zhou Ze chuckled and asked, so boss, are you interested? Name your price. The shop owner was very straightforward. Not even adding a single extra word. Zhou Ze was unsure how much he could sell it for, but he leaned in close to Zhang Xiaoqian's ear and whispered a few words. Zhang Xiaoqian extended his hand, also speaking quietly. After a dozen breaths Zhou Ze made a decision and said directly, 50 taels and this tiger is yours. The shop owner immediately wore a bitter expression. Little brother, this tiger has 3 arrow wounds and 1 spear wound. There's also a cut on its abdomen, so its value will be greatly reduced. 50 taels is a bit exaggerated. Zhou Ze shook his head and stepped forward, saying 2 of the arrow wounds are in its eyes. The cut on the abdomen can be completely ignored. But 50 taels is still too high. 30 taels, I can give you at most 30 taels. The shop owner held up 3 fingers. At this moment Zhang Xiaoqian and the others were all eagerly listening to Zhou Ze's negotiations with the shop owner. The other party had dried up, but Zhou Ze didn't back down at all. In the end both sides compromised and settled on a price of 40 taels. Zhou Ze knew that this price was due to the famine year and the severe inflation, otherwise the tiger would have sold for at most 30 taels. Holding the money, Zhou Ze revealed a faint smile. His gaze darted among Zhang Xiuhu and the others. Zhou Ze directly took out 10 taels from the 40 taels of silver, letting Zhang Xiaoquan and the other 2 villagers share it equally. He and Zhang Xiuhu would then split the remaining 30 taels. Brother, I can't take so much money. Zhang Xiuhu shook his head vigorously, refusing to accept the large sum. Zhou Ze forcibly stuffed the money into his hands. Zhang Xiuhu became anxious and said, this time it's not you, brother Ze, who brought me along, and I'm still hungry. Besides, it was you who fought the tiger the whole time. I was just helping a little. Zhou Ze pointed at Zhang Xiuhu, looking exasperated. Zhang Xiuquan, although somewhat reluctant, said to Zhou Ze, let Xiaohu take 10 taels and you keep the remaining 20 taels for yourself. It's decided, then no one has to say anything more. Zhou Ze was not one to be overly sentimental. Hearing Zhang Xiaoquan's words, he directly put the money away. 20 taels of silver represented several years' income for an average family. Zhou Ze, not foolish, said to Zhang Xiaoquan after receiving the money, let's go buy some food now and gather here in half an hour. There are too many eyes around here, we need to leave quickly. Zhang Xiaoquan echoed, brother Ze is right, we should be cautious. With that they dispersed. Buying food was their first priority. Only Zhou Ze had thoughts that were completely different from the others. He went straight to the cloth shop to buy some change of clothes for himself and Song Jiner. Then he headed to the North Street to purchase some daily necessities, spending only about 3 taels. As for food, he didn't buy any at all. He kept the remaining 17 taels and arrived at the agreed meeting place with the villagers, preparing to return to the village quickly. They had only wandered for a short while when they were already being watched by several people. If they couldn't get back before dark, it was likely they would encounter trouble. During times of famine, the local government in this small town didn't do much. Even if others robbed them, they had no means to retaliate. Brother Ze, where's the rice you bought? Zhang Xiaoquan placed half a bag of rice onto the cart looking at Zhou Ze, who returned empty-handed. Zhou Ze didn't elaborate much, saying let's not worry about that for now. Where's Xiaohu? He went to buy bows and arrows and should be back soon. Just as Zhang Xiaoquan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu came running over. Not only did he buy a bow, but he also had a broadsword at his waist. It seems he intends to fully commit to hunting. Brother, I bought a bow. Is it okay if I learn archery from you later? Of course it's okay. Zhou Ze chuckled, his gaze sweeping around. At that moment he sensed at least 3 groups of people were watching them. Ever since he crossed into this world, he felt his physical condition improving day by day. Even his perceptiveness had become frighteningly acute. For instance, during this hunt at Tiandang Mountain, he could hit the tiger's vital points with every arrow, all thanks to his heightened perception. Otherwise, how could a lazy person like him achieve such prowess? We need to hurry back, we are being watched. These people can't be so bold, can they? Zhang Xiaohu turned back, trying to spot their pursuers. Zhou Ze tugged at his sleeve and said, you must understand that no matter what, death is inevitable. Some people will definitely not choose to starve. Zhang Xiaohu fell silent because he had the same thoughts when he entered Tiandang Mountain earlier. It would take at least half an hour to haul this cart of goods back to Xuanhuan village. At this time there was still a long way to go before dark. Moreover, there were still passers-by along the way. Zhang Xiaoquan and the others were not particularly afraid. The group pushed the cart humming a tune, looking particularly happy. However, they had only traveled halfway when several people surrounded them. Zhang Xiaoquan, hand over the goods and I'll let you go. Recognizing the voice and seeing the approaching figures, Zhou Ze frowned instantly. Not only Zhou Ze but Zhang Xiaohu also approached Zhang Xiaoquan's side, whispering, Dad, who are these people? They are from the nearby villages, but they're not all from the same group. Zhang Xiaoquan's face was grim. Holding a firewood knife, he tried to protect his son behind him. Zhang Xiaohu mimicked Zhou Ze, drawing his bow and taking a defensive stance. Lucy, you can be arrogant usually, but today, do you know that robbery can lead to imprisonment? Zhang Xiaoquan shouted loudly, seemingly somewhat afraid of this Lucy. Imprisonment. Lucy, with a face covered in stubble and wielding a worn-out axe typically used for chopping firewood, looked robust. People are starving. Do I still need to fear imprisonment? We won't kill you, but there are 5 of us here. Leave us 5 bags of rice and I'll let you go. 5 bags. Zhang Xiaoquan shouted, we don't even have enough to make 5 bags altogether. I don't care if you have enough or not. If you can't hand it over, no one will leave here alive today. I dare you to try. The two were exchanging words, yet neither dared to make the first move. Zhou Ze had been observing the situation and finally found an opportunity to speak. Raising his voice deliberately, he asked Zhang Xiaoquan and village chief, if I shoot them here, will I face punishment? Zhang Xiaoquan was slightly taken aback, then said, of course not. Then why waste words with them? Xiaohu and I can kill a tiger. Can't we deal with these few people? Zhou Ze seemed to have made a decision, stringing his bow and saying to Zhang Xiaohu, Xiaohu, don't worry, shoot all your arrows. Saying this, the arrow suddenly shot out from his hand. Before everyone could react, the arrow had already lodged itself in Lucy's thigh. A scream rang out. Zhou Ze didn't give the other party a chance. Another arrow was drawn, aimed at Lucy. So it's Lucy, huh? I know you're not afraid to die. Are we afraid of death? Zhou Ze's voice resonated, echoing around and igniting the blood of the villagers from Xuanhuan. We dare to hunt at Tiandang Mountain, not expecting to return alive. Do you think you few are more dangerous than Tiandang Mountain? As Zhou Ze finished speaking, 3 out of the original 5 members of the gang instantly fled. Only the injured Lucy and another man were left. Lucy's eyes were red and he gradually retreated. Yet he said, we don't want this either, but if we don't rob, we'll starve. Starve? Zhou Ze snorted lightly, the great Zhou has conscripted soldiers and taken care of your families. Are you still afraid of starving? Conscription? Lucy laughed heartily, pulling the arrow out of his leg and saying, I'm going to be a soldier who will take care of my son who just turned a month old. And Ahang, his family has an elderly blind mother. If he goes to be a soldier, won't it kill his mother? 4th brother, stop talking. We'll also go to Tiandang Mountain tomorrow. It's better to die than to starve. A frail man lunged toward Lucy, reaching out to support him so he wouldn't fall. This man with red eyes and a gaunt face looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Zhou Ze slowly lowered his bow, carefully observing the 2 individuals before him. Indeed, every family has its own difficulties. No one is born a villain. Who would resort to robbery unless they were driven to desperation? Although these 2 were robbers, they still exhibited a sense of loyalty. If he could win them over, they might become a significant asset for him and Longxi in the future. A few coins for such an opportunity. He was quite calculative. With that thought, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of copper coins. These were all the change he had exchanged in town, kept for emergencies. I, Zhou Ze, am not a good person, but I can't stand people like you. Take this money to treat your injuries. Saying that, he tossed the coins in front of the two, snatched the arrow from Zhou Ze's hand and turned to leave. Village head, let's go back. Zhang Xiaoquan was somewhat reluctant. But the money belonged to Zhou Ze, so he couldn't say much. The group pushed their cart and headed back towards Xuanhuan village. Lucy stared at the pile of copper coins on the ground, his eyes reddening as he picked them up. Then he pulled Lu Hang and knelt in the direction where Zhou Ze and the others had left. He bowed deeply twice. At the entrance of Xuanhuan village, Song Jiner and a few women were anxiously waiting. For the entire day Song Jiner had barely eaten, just waiting for her husband to return. As the sun set, she still did not see a single figure in sight. On the other hand, several other households in the village had experienced multiple farewells, further adding to the woes of this already small village. Jiner, let's just go back for now. Zhang Ziya's mother tugged at Song Jiner's arm softly, trying to comfort her. Can't you go back first? I will wait a bit longer. You girl Xiaohu has already reported safety, why are you still worrying unnecessarily? Song Jiner shook her head, not offering any explanation. It wasn't that she wanted to worry, it was just her nature. If something happened to the mainstay of the family, she wouldn't be able to survive. In this era, having more people just meant extra burdens. No one wanted to care for an extra idle person. Just take her elder sister for example. On her wedding night her husband died. If not for her family taking her in, she would have died long ago. She simply had no means to survive. No matter how beautiful she was, what difference would it make? Either die or leave this place, find a wealthy family and sell herself. But what position were they in? Longxi. At the border with the barbarians. This meant that their ancestors were all criminals sent here as punishment. To leave this place they could only enlist in the military and achieve military merit. Otherwise, if they left and were reported, they would meet a fate of death. Look, people are coming back. A woman suddenly pointed towards the small path in the distance. Then the person rushed over. Song Jiner's eyes fell on Zhou Ze and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Beside her, Zhang Ziya's mother said, I told you they are fine. Our head of the family said that Ze is a blessed person. Otherwise he wouldn't have brought him back. Song Jiner nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening. As the cart approached, she suddenly ran forward. Husband. She shouted towards Zhou Ze from a distance. Zhou Ze's lips curled up, revealing a smile. He quickly stepped forward and embraced the woman tightly in his arms. In front of the crowd, Song Jiner's face instantly turned crimson. Alright, you two lovebirds, if you want to be affectionate, go home and do it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoquan seemed to remember something and said to Zhou Ze, I bought some rough rice, take some back with you. When you returned, you didn't buy any food. I was worried you wouldn't have anything to eat in the evening. Zhou Ze released Song Jiner and turned back to say, no need, we still have some rabbit meat left over from yesterday, we're eating meat at home. You brat, you even hide food. With food in hand, everyone's mood improved. They all returned home, their faces radiating with happy smiles. As they were leaving, Zhang Xiaohu shouted to Zhou Ze, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Zhou Ze just smiled and did not respond. Holding Song Jiner's hand, he headed home. His unreserved nature made the other women a bit envious. They wanted to hold their own men's hands but feared rejection. As the sun set, the shabby little courtyard seemed to be draped in a golden cloak. A few patched clothes hung on the line. Simple yet warm. Jiner, look at what I bought for you. Once the courtyard door closed, Zhou Ze embraced Song Jiner and returned to their drafty room. As he opened the package, 2 sets of women's clothing appeared before Song Jiner. Try them on first to see if they fit. Husband, this. Song Jiner shook her head vigorously and said, these must have cost a lot, right? The family is already too poor to make ends meet, how can we spend money on such useless things? Zhou Ze smiled and took out a string of coins, handing them directly to Song Jiner. Don't worry about the money. Today an old tiger brought back 40 taels of silver. I did the most, so I took half. This string of coins, you keep it hidden, it might come in handy. Song Jiner didn't know what to say. In the past they had barely enough to eat, almost starving to the bone. But now a string of coins was directly stuffed into her hands, making her feel somewhat unaccustomed. Husband, how about we return it? Let's save the money for now. Used to being poor, she couldn't bear to spend money even when she had it. Zhou Ze reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, just change into it, will you? What, can't you even listen to your husband? Seeing Zhou Ze's slightly stern tone, Song Jiner didn't dare retort and immediately began to change clothes. Zhou Ze didn't dare to linger in the room. He feared that if he saw her change, he would lose control of his desires. He couldn't resist the temptation to devour this woman. Just wait a little longer. Zhou Ze thought to himself. Although she was his wife, she was too young, he truly couldn't bring himself to touch her. People rely on their attire just as horses rely on their saddles. When Song Jiner donned her new clothes and stepped out of the room, Zhou Ze was left dumbfounded. This woman was simply a beauty, regardless of her features or stature. If she were in the 21st century, she would surely rival the biggest stars. However, she was a bit too thin. The phrase skin and bones perfectly described her situation. Zhou Ze even suspected that if a strong wind blew through Xuanhuan village, this woman might just be blown away. Seeing Zhou Ze staring at her, Song Jiner thought something was wrong. She reached up to touch her face and then asked, "Husband, do I look good?" "You look good, of course you do." Only then did Song Jiner breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly say, "Then I will change back and cook for you, husband." Zhou Ze was obviously taken aback and asked, "Why do you want to change back?" Song Jiner blushed and replied, "I'm afraid of dirtying the new clothes." Zhou Ze had no choice but to give her a little lesson. "Jiner, you must remember, clothes are meant to be worn. If they get dirty, just wash them. If they get old or torn, then throw them away and get new ones." After a long discussion, he finally convinced Song Jiner. Watching her tie on an apron and enter the kitchen, Zhou Ze couldn't help but sigh. The status of women in this world is truly low. During this meal, Zhou Ze presented many things that Song Jiner had never seen before. A few cucumbers, a large cabbage, and several green peppers. This left Song Jiner dumbfounded. Standing in the kitchen, she did not know how to begin. Zhou Ze saw this and laughed heartily. Taking the initiative, he had Song Jiner assist him while he played the role of the head chef. The meal and several small dishes left Song Jiner unable to let go of her thoughts for a long time. "Did you find all these from the mountains, my husband?" she asked softly while eating. "Do you know about Tiandang Mountain?" Song Jiner nodded gently. It was the most famous mountain in Longxi, filled with ferocious beasts and complex roads. Even the army dared not venture there lightly. All these were found in Tiandang Mountain, and some can even be planted ourselves. Mentioning planting, Song Jiner sighed slightly. Without a water source, how could the crops survive once planted? "Is my husband going again tomorrow?" "Yes, if I don't go, what will we eat?" "Then, can Jiner come along?" Seemingly afraid that Zhou Ze would disagree, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I will follow from a distance and only help gather some wild vegetables. Tiandang Mountain is rarely visited, so there might be plenty of wild vegetables there." Zhou Ze looked at this foolish woman. He had already brought back so many vegetables, why would he need to go for wild ones? "You should stay home and not go anywhere." "But." "There's no but. I will think of something for you to do later. For now, your task is to take care of your health." Song Jiner dared not say anything further. That night she slept particularly soundly. Although Zhou Ze still did not take her, there was progress. Perhaps it was because he had changed into new clothes during the day Zhou Ze held her and they slept through the night. Early the next morning, Zhou Ze woke up to the sounds of commotion outside the courtyard. Looking at Song Jiner, who had also woken but dared not move, nestled in his arms, a smile crept onto Zhou Ze's face. He reached out and pinched her gently before getting up to put on his clothes. Song Jiner, blushing, hid under the blankets, closing her eyes. Still pretending to be asleep. "Who is it? It's so early, can't anyone let a person sleep?" While saying this, he had already reached the courtyard door. As soon as the courtyard door opened, Zhou Ze was startled and immediately grabbed a hatchet. "Little brother, don't be afraid, we are not here to cause trouble." 3 people stood at the courtyard door. 2 of them were the Liu brothers, Liu Si and Liu Hong, whom they had met yesterday. The other one, who was pinned to the ground, was his father-in-law xuanhuan, who had always looked down on him. "You pinned my father-in-law to the ground and still say you're not here to cause trouble." Zhou Ze quickly stepped forward to help xuanhuan up. Although this father-in-law looked down on him, he was still Song Jiner's father. If things escalated, it would put Song Jiner in a difficult position. "Do you know each other?" Xuanhuan rubbed his waist, filled with anger. He looked at the Liu brothers and then at his son-in-law, almost ready to curse. After returning home yesterday, he heard that his son-in-law and Zhang Xiaoquan's son had killed a tiger and sold it for 50 taels of silver in town. With no younger men in the family except for this old man, they had no one to enlist in the army and thus could not obtain any wealth. The family was still hungry. Was he here to shamelessly ask his daughter for food? Who would have thought that by lingering too long at the door without daring to enter, he would be mistaken for a thief? "Little brother, we didn't know his identity. We just saw him sneaking around at the courtyard door and thought he was stealing something, so." Liu Si had an injury to his leg and was still somewhat hindered in movement. After the earlier scuffle, he might have aggravated his wound and winced in pain. Zhou Ze waved his hand and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it." "But what were you two doing here?" He had given them a string of copper coins yesterday. Could it be that they had developed greed and come to rob him today? Zhou Ze shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. If they were here to rob, they wouldn't be so brazen or treat him so politely. "Little brother, we both thank you for your help yesterday. We discussed it all night and decided to follow you from now on. We may not have other skills, but we do have strength." Saying this, the 2 brothers knelt down in front of Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze could only smile wryly. Was this gratitude? It was clearly an attempt to have him support them. If it were the old Zhou Ze, he would never have agreed. But now. Do you really want to follow me? Zhou Ze looked at the two with a smile. Lucy hurriedly replied, little brother, you gave us a string of copper coins yesterday which solved our food shortages for the day. So our lives are yours from now on. If I say I want to go to Tiandang Mountain to find food, would you dare to follow? Up a mountain of knives, down into a sea of fire, wherever you go we will follow. Hearing this, Zhou Ze quickly helped the two up and said, all right then, get up and wait in the courtyard for a bit. At this moment Song Jiner had also heard the commotion outside and even recognized her father's voice. So she quickly got out of bed, tidied her clothes and walked out of the room. Father, what brings you here? Xuanhuan was just looking at his son-in-law haggling with these two unfamiliar men. Hearing his daughter's voice, he instinctively looked over. This glance left him dumbfounded. Rumor had it that his son-in-law was lazy and forced his daughter to do hard labor. Every day she went hungry and cold, suffering insults and beatings. But at this moment her face looked much cleaner and her clothes had no patches at all. This was severely inconsistent with the rumors. Jiner, didn't you say you were suffering? Here. He stepped forward and grabbed his daughter's sleeve, looking her up and down. She did not look like someone who was suffering at all. Song Jiner thought her father had come to support her. She quickly said, Father, those are just rumors, my husband. He treats me very well. At this point she seemed to remember something and quickly said, you sit for a moment, I'll go cook something. Saying this, she had already darted into the kitchen. It was at this moment that another voice rang out from outside. Brother Ze, have you woken up yet? The visitor was Zhang Xiaohu. He had a horizontal knife at his waist, a bow in his hand and an arrow basket on his back. He looked very professional, fully armed. Zhou Ze saw this and frowned. Why are you the only one? Zhang Xiaohu understood Zhou Ze's meaning. Inside, I registered yesterday and today I'm going to town, so. Did they sign up too? There's no other way if you want to leave Longxi. Making military achievements is the only way. It can also reduce the head tax for the family. Why wouldn't they go for such a good opportunity? Zhou Ze said no more but thought of Xinha village, feeling a bit uneasy. For small dishes and a bowl of rice porridge. Looking at the breakfast before him, Song Huayan opened his mouth several times, yet he couldn't utter a word. This was merely breakfast. What do they eat for the main meal? Let's eat together, don't be polite. Zhou Ze said, noticing the Lu brothers swallowing their saliva and extending an invitation. The two were not biological brothers but belonged to the same clan. They were more like cousins. Seeing Zhou Ze's invitation, Lu Han wanted to refuse but saw Lucy sitting directly at the table. He picked up the bowl of porridge and began to drink. Father-in-law, when you go back later, please bring back those rabbit skins from our house. You can exchange them in town for some money. At least it will last for a day or two. At this moment Zhou Ze resembled a newly wealthy man. His words sparked envy in others. Song Huayan's eyes turned red. He recalled how he had looked down on this son-in-law before and felt a pang of discomfort. Beside him, Song Jiner was even more moved. In these times of famine, being cared for was already quite remarkable. Her husband even considered her feelings. After today, when she returned to her family, she would no longer be looked down upon. Azay, I heard that the prey you guys caught is all from Tiandang Mountain, asked her father-in-law Song Huayan as he ate heartily. But I remember that Tiandang Mountain is extremely perilous. Ordinary people enter and have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. How did you manage? This question was one the Lu brothers also wanted to know. Zhou Ze smiled and replied, it relies on luck and skill. I and Xiao will only walk around the outskirts of Tiandang Mountain, not deep inside. But the outskirts are still quite dangerous. Still, as the saying goes, one seeks fortune in danger, it's better than starving to death. Song Huayan fell silent. The meal left everyone quite satisfied. Only when Zhou Ze and the others prepared to leave did Song Huayan remind them. Azay, don't forget that there are concerns at home. Be careful on this trip. The group of 4 included an injured person. When they arrived at Tiandang Mountain again, even the roar of beasts at the foot of the mountain made their legs tremble. Even Zhang Xiaohu, who had experienced it once, felt a bit uneasy. He said tremulously, brother, it sounds like a wolf pack. Zhou Ze heard it too and guessed that it was likely related to yesterday's battle. The fierce battle and the strong scent of blood attracted the wolves, and it hadn't dissipated yet. Let's avoid the danger, we should wander around nearby and see if there are any solitary small animals. Zhang Xiaohu naturally followed Zhou Ze's lead. The Lu brothers, having received his kindness, also wouldn't contradict him. Not to mention the younger Lu Han, even the bearded Lucy followed Zhang Xiaohu's lead and called Zhou Ze brother. Brother, do you hear the sound of running water? What? Zhou Ze thought he had misheard. This burly man was clearly several years older than him, yet he came to call him brother. Though it felt awkward, Zhou Ze didn't say much. Perhaps this was just a symbol of his newfound status. How could there be a sound of running water? Zhou Ze had wandered around this place for quite a long time yesterday. He had explored every corner. If there was running water, he shouldn't have missed it. Lucy didn't respond but instead knelt down, pressing his ear to the ground and listening intently. Zhou Ze widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing from this rugged man. What was he doing? Did he really think he had the ability to hear sounds from the ground? Shoo! Zhou Ze noticed Zhang Xiaohu wanting to say something and directly gestured for silence. After a good 10 breaths, Lucy suddenly stood up, saying, "Brother, there really is a sound of water. There is a water source here." Zhou Ze's face showed a look of doubt. He even mimicked Lucy's actions, lying on the ground and listening for a while. Apart from the chaotic sounds of insects, there was nothing else. "Are you sure?" Zhou Ze asked. After asking, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at the mountain before him. The Longxi region had been dry for 3 years. In many places even wild grass couldn't grow. Sometimes women in the village would fight each other over a bit of wild vegetables. But Tiandang Mountain was lush and green. What did this signify? It meant there was rainwater just deep within the mountain. And it was precisely because of this that a large number of ferocious beasts gathered here. "Can you find out which direction it is in?" Zhou Ze asked again. Lucy nodded vigorously and led the way in a certain direction. The other 3 closely followed. "It's just ahead." After running only a few hundred meters, Lucy stopped at a dense forest. He pointed to a nearby thicket and said, "It's right here." Zhou Ze. No matter how he looked at it, this place didn't seem like it had a water source. However, as he listened closely, he could vaguely hear the sound of water. Hiss. Zhou Ze looked at Lucy. Indeed, among the 4 people who set out today, only this injured guy had played a role. Although he had spring water in his space, he couldn't take it out every day. He understood the principle of not showing off wealth before he was completely strong. If they found a water source here, taking out the spring water later would be justifiable. "Everyone be careful," Zhou Ze reminded them. Though this was at the foot of the mountain, there was a water source. With a water source, it meant that beasts would appear. If it were small animals, it would be fine, but if they encountered wolves or leopards, it would be a bloody fight. "Brother, you must say that this place is quite hidden. If one doesn't come often, it's hard to find such a location." Zheng Xiaohu, carrying a bow and holding a newly swapped horizontal knife, cautiously searched. His reminder made Zhou Ze notice as well. It was just that the dense trees gave a dark and damp feeling, making one somewhat uncomfortable. "Be careful." Lu Hong suddenly spoke, startling everyone. A leopard suddenly sprang out from the grass and lunged at Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze couldn't dodge in time and his clothes were torn, blood soaking through them in an instant. Whoosh! An arrow flew past, striking the leopard. Unfortunately, the force was too weak and did not cause any substantial harm to the leopard. However, the arrow drew fire, giving Zhou Ze an opportunity. He quickly took out his bow and arrows. In an instant, he had a full draw. This arrow was far more powerful than Zhang Xiaohu's. Moreover, it struck the leopard's abdomen. The leopard, which had originally charged at Zhang Xiaohu, suddenly went berserk, turning around and lunging at Zhou Ze. Damn it! Lucy, not knowing where he found the courage, swung his horizontal knife at the leopard. Only Lu Hong, holding a machete, stood still, seemingly stunned. He never managed to muster the courage. After a few rounds, the leopard's body was already covered in wounds. Zhou Ze's archery skills were something no one had expected. Each shot could hit the vital points. After firing 3 consecutive arrows, the prey's speed had significantly decreased. By drawing fire from each other and cooperating, they finally captured the prey. However, both Zhou Ze and Lucy were injured. Particularly Lucy, who almost lost his life in close combat. "Fourth brother, are you all right?" Lu Hong felt a pang of guilt, kneeling in front of Lucy with red eyes. All along it had been the other 3 fighting. He could only watch from the sidelines, lacking even the courage to intervene. "It's all my fault, I'm useless, I'm a waste." With that, he slapped himself across the face. Zhou Ze cast a glance at him but offered no comment. He hadn't even had time to tend to his own wounds before he approached the leopard and started to handle the situation. "Brother, what should we do now? Should we continue?" Zhang Xiaohu asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Out of the 4 of them, 2 had already been injured. Zhou Ze pulled the arrow from his quiver and said, "Lucy's injury can't wait, we must return first." As he spoke, he began to survey the surroundings. "Xiaohu, help set some simple traps. Lu Hong, you go chop 2 sticks." In just about 10 minutes, Lu Hong had already bound the leopard to a stick. Zhou Ze and Zhang Xiaohu had also finished their tasks. The 2 carried the leopard, with one of them carrying Lucy on their back, and quickly left the area. In just a short while, they exited the dense forest and finally stopped. It was mainly Lu Hong who was carrying someone. Coupled with his frequent hunger and poor physique, he was exhausted. He sat down heavily on the ground, panting and refusing to move forward. Though the terrain here was flat, it was still at the foot of Tiandang Mountain. It might be safe during the day, but after dark it was likely to be unsafe. The main issue was that there were no villages nearby nor any inns. Stopping here made them feel very uneasy. However, this place was somewhat different from their village. Everywhere was lush with greenery, and there were even signs of digging by people. Clearly, nearby villagers occasionally took risks to come here and forage for wild vegetables. Fourth brother, wake up. Just as they sat down, Lu Hong suddenly shook Lu Si. At this moment, Lu Si was already disoriented from excessive blood loss. Zhou Ze's expression was very grim. This time it seemed they had suffered a setback. Stop shouting, you two, go find some dry firewood. I'll watch over him here. The two didn't dare to linger. Although they didn't know what Zhou Ze needed the firewood for, it was better than doing nothing. Just after they left, Zhou Ze took out a gourd. The gourd was filled with spring water. He pinched Lu Si's mouth and began to pour it into him. Fortunately, he had bought some hemostatic and healing medicine in the town. Otherwise, Lu Si would surely have died here. He first cleaned Lu Si's wounds and then applied the powder to the injured areas. In just a short time, the bleeding had stopped and Lu Si's breathing had become steady. The spring water seemed to have a miraculous effect. Although it couldn't compare to special medicines, it was still beneficial to the body. By the time Zhang Xiuhu and Lu Hong returned, Lu Si was already in a much better state. He was merely still asleep due to excessive blood loss. Brother, where did the medicine come from? Seeing Lu Si's wounds treated, Zhang Ziya's eyes widened in disbelief. I bought some on my way back from the town yesterday. Zhang Xiuhu was taken aback. Yesterday everyone thought about buying food with the money they earned, but only Zhou Ze thought of medicine. It was as if he had a prophetic ability solving today's predicament. Starting a fire and processing the leopard on site. Zhou Ze was like a skilled hunter, leaving Zhang Xiuhu and Lu Hang in awe. Brother, shouldn't we take this leopard to the town to sell? An old tiger fetched 40 taels of silver. Although a leopard might not be worth as much, it should still fetch a decent price. Now Zhou Ze had already processed this leopard. Wasn't that a waste? Without lifting his head, Zhou Ze replied, when we sold the tiger yesterday, we already attracted a lot of attention. If we take another leopard out today, do you think some people won't keep an eye on us? But wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? As long as we fill our stomachs, it isn't wasteful. Besides, once the leopard skin is properly processed and dried, it can be sold later. Zhang Xiuhu didn't say anything more. Instead, Lu Hong stayed by Lu Si's side, silent and full of self-reproach. Until Zhou Ze roasted the leopard meat and saw him still sitting there, he finally initiated a conversation with him. In such a situation, everyone would be scared. It's normal that you didn't dare to act. If I had acted, then fourth brother wouldn't have been injured. Lu Hong looked up at Zhou Ze, his voice a bit hoarse. Even if you had acted, he would still have been injured. But you too. We had bows and the experience of fighting tigers, knowing how to draw the prey's aggro. Zhou Ze handed the roasted meat to Lu Hong and said, no matter what you do, there is a process to go through. From not knowing how to do it to knowing how to do it. These are things that require constant learning and exploration. Lu Hong understood that Zhou Ze was comforting him, but he was not good with words and didn't know how to respond. Before they finished the meat, Lu Si had already woken up. He was drawn by the aroma. As soon as he woke up, he tried to rise. Seeing him like this, Zhou Ze smiled and said, it's still early, it's safe here for now. We can replenish some energy first. As he spoke, he stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants and walked a short distance away. Zhang Xiuhu hurriedly called out, brother, where are you going? Just taking a look around to see the situation here. Zhou Ze didn't look back. He had noticed this place yesterday. It was also here that he had separated from Zhang Xiuhu. There was no road here, but the terrain was flat. If they could solve the problem with wild beasts living here, would be much more convenient than in Xuanhuan village. Moreover, at the location where they had just encountered danger, Lu Si had also discovered the sound of flowing water. With the existing resources and the locations of the two places, Zhou Ze could lead the water source here. And it wouldn't attract those wild beasts. Fourth brother says he's almost recovered. Should we go back now? Just as Zhou Ze was exploring, Zhang Xiaohu's voice came over. Are you sure he's fine? A smile finally appeared on Zhou Ze's face. He's fine, just needs 2 days of rest. Lu Si replied. Zhou Ze waved his hand, then let's head back. Today, Xuanhuan village welcomed several officials. These people had just arrived in the village and began searching everywhere, asking about the tiger hunting hero from yesterday. After a round of inquiries, they found only women, the elderly and children. Not a single young person was seen. When Zheng Xiaoqian saw Chen Ergo's wife talking to these officials, he was startled. Then he stepped forward and began explaining to them. Gentlemen, all the young and strong in our village have gone to the army, only these people are left in the village. I heard that someone named Zhou Ze from your village killed a tiger yesterday. That's true, but it has been somewhat exaggerated. It was just that he was lucky to encounter a dying tiger and after a great deal of effort managed to drag the tiger back. After this explanation the officials finally left. Just after these people left, Zhang Xiaoqian slapped Chen Ergo's wife across the face. Do you really have to harm someone before you feel satisfied? Zhang Xiaoqian's voice was loud, attracting the attention of many women in the village. Chen Ergo's wife covered her face, feeling quite wronged. Pointing at Zhang Xiaoqian she shouted, I am just speaking the truth, how could you hit someone? Hitting you is a light punishment. Zhang Xiaoqian pointed at her, scolding, do you know why these people came here? Why? They want to take A's to join the army. What's wrong with joining the army? It's better than him lazing around at home all day, right? You don't know anything. Zhang Xiaoqian glared at her fiercely and said, if the village loses a few laborers it will be difficult for you to find help later on. Find him for help. As long as he doesn't come to our house begging for food I'll be grateful. Zhang Xiaoqian was quite furious, but he had no way to deal with her. Now for any family with someone in the army they have a little spare money. At least they won't starve for the time being. I told you, but you still don't understand. Zhang Xiaoqian walked towards the village entrance with his hands behind his back. Today his left eyelid had been twitching, making him feel that something bad was going to happen. He was worried about his son, so after finishing lunch he came here. Just as he reached the village entrance several figures appeared in his sight. Why are they back so early today? Zhang Xiaoqian's bad premonition intensified. He hurried towards the 4 figures. They were covered in blood and one was being carried back by someone. How did you get so badly injured? He immediately stepped forward, taking over for Zhou Ze, and supported Lucy. Don't mention it, we hadn't even gone deep into the mountains when we encountered a leopard. This leopard was too fast, we almost didn't make it out alive. Zhang Xiao's explanation made Zhang Xiaoqian feel a surge of fear. Especially after seeing several wounds on Zhou Ze's body, his worry deepened. I told you long ago Tiandang Mountain is dangerous, we shouldn't go. Village chief, we can't hide at home just because it's dangerous, can we? Zhou Ze joked in response. But we can't joke with our lives. If we don't do this, how will we survive? Why not join the army? Zhang Xiaoqian tentatively asked. Zhou Ze quickly said, Uncle, I've already called you uncle, please don't put me in danger. How is this putting you in danger? Zhang Xiaoqian said, today some officials came to our village looking for news about the tiger hero. What was the outcome? Zhou Ze asked, his heart racing. I sent them away. Phew. Zhou Ze said to Zhang Xiaoqian, village chief, you are my dear uncle. Stop it, I know your character well. You would rather starve than join the army. Zhou Ze laughed heartily. But this laughter immediately caused him to wince in pain from his wounds. Alright, hurry back to rest, leave these things at my house for now. Once you're well rested come back to fetch them. At Zhou Ze's house there was an extra person. She looked somewhat familiar, but he could not recall any impression of her. It was a woman. She wore tattered clothes, but they were very clean. Her hair was styled up, indicating she was previously married. This woman was quite eye-catching. Especially her long legs, which could not be hidden even while sitting. Zhou Ze stared at those legs for a long time. Husband is back, you are injured. As Song Jiner was chatting with her, she immediately rushed over upon seeing Zhou Ze. Just as she was about to hug Zhou Ze, she noticed the wounds on him. Her eyes turned red instantly. It's just a small injury, it's nothing serious. Zhou Ze pinched her cheek lightly and then asked, what happened? Who is she? Song Jiner felt a bit shy. But she still replied, husband, this is my older sister Song Ze. Zhou Ze finally understood where the sense of familiarity with this woman came from. The shape of her face and her eyes resembled Song Jiner too much. Song Ze wore a worried expression. Hearing Song Jiner's introduction, she quickly stood up and bowed to Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze felt a bit overwhelmed by this bow. In the Great Zhou there was a hierarchy of age and seniority. Since she was Song Jiner's sister, she was naturally his elder sister too. But now. Nice to meet you, elder sister. Zhou Ze quickly returned the bow. Song Ze seemed a bit frightened of Zhou Ze lowering her head and not daring to look at him, only nodding in response. Husband, my sister just arrived, I'll go make dinner. Although Song Jiner was a bit younger, she was not foolish at all. Her father had just left in the morning and her sister arrived in the afternoon. What is she trying to do? Just wanting to follow me and get something to eat. However, all the food at home was earned by her husband with his life. What right does she have to make decisions for her husband? So she wanted to evade. Song Jiner could see this, and naturally Zhou Ze could guess it too. He sighed lightly and said to Song Ze, I'll go help. Song Ze was momentarily stunned, then her expression became gloomy. In the small kitchen, Song Jiner was absent-mindedly washing vegetables. She didn't even notice when Zhou Ze came up behind her. Until she was suddenly hugged from behind, she was startled awake. Husband. You keep doing your thing, I'll just hold you for a while. Zhou Ze rested his chin on Song Jiner's shoulder, quietly not speaking. Song Jiner's heart was pounding incessantly. Feeling the warmth radiating from her back, she suddenly mustered the courage to say, "Husband, when sister leaves later, can you take some vegetables for her?" "Don't worry, I will eat a little less these days to save the vegetables." Zhou Ze still did not respond. Song Jiner thought Zhou Ze was angry and she quickly stopped her movements. Just as she was about to apologize, a voice suddenly came from behind. Her husband was standing there asleep. For a moment a feeling of guilt filled her heart. She stood there not daring to move, afraid of waking her husband. Zhou Ze was awakened by Song Ze. Having waited in the house for so long without hearing any noise, Song Ze could only tentatively come to the kitchen. When she saw Zhou Ze holding Song Jiner, her face turned red and she asked, "Jiner, you too?" "Sister, lower your voice. Husband is too tired." "Is he asleep?" "MHM. Then let me help you." Just as Song Jiner handed the knife to Song Ze, Zhou Ze woke up. He shook his head and revealed an embarrassed smile. He was indeed very tired. When fighting the leopard he had been tense, and with his injuries it was exhausting. On the way back he had also carried Lucy for a distance. Fortunately his current physique was decent, otherwise he would have collapsed on the way back to the village. "Husband, go back to your room and rest, I'll call you when dinner is ready." Zhou Ze shook his head and said, "No need, I have to go to the village chief's house to bring back the meat we're owed." "Meat?" Song Jiner was slightly taken aback. She thought he would return empty-handed today. She didn't expect there would be game. In the kitchen there were vegetables and 2 buckets of clean water. On the cutting board half a rabbit was placed. Seeing all this, Song Ze's opinion of Zhou Ze changed once again. This man is extraordinary. With Song Ze's help the meal was quickly served on the table. At that moment Zhou Ze returned with half a slab of meat. During the meal no one mentioned whether Song Ze could stay. Instead the two sisters chatted about some trivial household matters. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that Song Ze stood up to prepare to leave. At that moment Zhou Ze brought out several pounds of meat along with half a bag of vegetables. "Sister, take these with you." Song Ze looked at the items, clearly feeling a bit at a loss. "If I take all of these, what will you eat?" "You can rest assured about that there are plenty in the mountains. Once you finish these you can find some more tomorrow. But there's no but, filling your stomach is the priority." Song Ze didn't say much more, casting a deep glance at her brother-in-law before leaving with the items. As she left, Zhou Ze reminded her to be careful on the way and not to show off her wealth. Song Jiner felt quite uncomfortable. She always thought she was causing trouble for her husband. To avoid becoming a burden, she could only focus on domestic chores, being a little more diligent with household tasks and taking care of Zhou Ze more attentively. At night she clung to Zhou Ze like a little clingy spirit hiding in his embrace. Husband Jiner wants to find something to do. At that moment Zhou Ze didn't dare to move, fearing he might lose control and devour this woman. Even though they were separated by a layer of clothing. So as soon as he lay on the bed his thoughts immediately sank into the space within. Suddenly hearing Song Jiner say this he was momentarily taken aback. "What, because of your sister's matter?" Song Jiner nodded gently, burying her head, not daring to speak. "Jiner, you need to understand one principle." Zhou Ze began to educate her. "Since we have become husband and wife, we are family. As a family we naturally need to be united." Song Jiner did not understand why Zhou Ze said these things. However, at this moment she could only listen seriously without expressing any opinions. "My family is your family and your family is naturally my family. She is your sister, and if we had nothing to eat that would be one thing. But now we have an abundance of vegetables and beast meat. What harm is there in sharing some with her? We have an abundance of vegetables." Song Jiner was clearly confused. Since there were plenty of vegetables, why did her husband still want to take risks in Tiandang Mountain? "Yes, I found a place in the mountains where these vegetables grow everywhere. It will be enough for us to survive the years of famine." "Husband, are you saying our family can live like this in the future? Do you think your husband would lie to you? So you don't need to worry about food, just focus on managing our home and that will be your task." Zhou Ze had previously said that the man handles external affairs while the woman manages the home. Big matters like food and expenses he'll handle and you take care of the household chores. This is called division of labor. Song Jiner nodded vigorously. She cuddled closer to Zhou Ze, finding a comfortable position, and comfortably drifted into sleep. What Zhou Ze said that night stayed in Song Jiner's heart. Early the next morning, before Zhou Ze got up, she had already come to the courtyard. First she cleaned up a bit, then she used the family's axe to chop wood. Zhou Ze was awakened by the sound of chopping wood. When he got up and saw the scene in the courtyard, he couldn't help but laugh. Because he got injured yesterday, Zhou Ze had discussed with Zhang Xiaohu and others in advance. They wouldn't be going to Tiandang Mountain for the next 2 days. So none of those people came today. However, there was still an extra figure at home. It was Song Jiner's sister Zhou Ze. Song Jiner was chopping wood aside while Zhou Ze was continuously rocking an old spinning wheel. As soon as she saw Zhou Ze wake up, she immediately stood up, somewhat hesitant to look directly at him. "Husband, you're awake." Song Jiner quickly stood up and said, "I'll go make breakfast." Zhou Ze reached out and pulled her aside, quietly asking what's going on with her. If she had come here yesterday to visit Song Jiner, it would have made sense. But today she came again and even brought a spinning wheel. What does this mean? Song Jiner hurriedly explained. Sister brought back a lot of vegetables and meat yesterday. She said there was nothing to repay, so she brought the family's spinning wheel over to spin thread for us to repay the debt. Zhou Ze's expression changed slightly. I didn't say for her to repay, did I? Song Jiner turned her head to look at her sister, tugging at her clothes, unsure of what to do. She felt that this matter was inappropriate and even discussed it with her earlier this morning. But her sister wouldn't listen. Husband, why don't you marry her? Song Jiner felt that her words were somewhat excessive. It was already tiring enough for her husband to support one, how could he take on another? So her voice was very soft when she said this. Soft enough that Zhou Ze didn't hear it clearly. Forget it, if she wants to stay here then let her stay. I'll find something for you both to do later. As he said this, he walked towards Song Ze. At that moment Song Ze was very nervous, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. However, Zhou Ze did not pay her any mind but rather began to inspect the spinning wheel from top to bottom. Soon memories were unlocked. He recalled the spinning wheel from his childhood home and his past life. Although there were some differences, overall the usage was quite similar. Is there a market for this cotton thread? Zhou Ze's voice rang out, even making Song Jiner, who was originally preparing to cook, stop. Song Ze eagerly replied, yes, many merchants buy it. How much does this cost per pound? It used to be 31, but the price has risen a bit in recent years to 51 per pound. How much can you spin in a day? If I'm fast, I can spin 2 tails in a day. Zhou Ze. Without deducting costs, there's basically no profit to be made. Song Ze was extremely anxious, constantly assessing Zhou Ze's reaction. Seeing Zhou Ze frown, she hurriedly said, if I work an extra 2 hours a day I can spin even more. Zhou Ze understood her implication. She was simply afraid he would drive her away. He stood up, waved his hand and said, it's fine, you continue and rest when you're tired. Having one more person at home was just adding another pair of chopsticks. This was still very relaxed for him. He walked over to the pile of wood, casually grabbing the axe, and with a swift motion the thick log was split into 2 pieces. What he thought was a normal action left Song Ze gaping. That was an axe, not a hatchet. The strength behind it was too much. In this world men farm while women weave, which is the survival law of every household. Zhou Ze's family used to have a spinning wheel, but he burned it in a fit of rage. Suddenly buried memories resurfaced. He had barely eaten a few bites when he stood up and said to Song Jiner, Jiner, I have something to attend to. Song Jiner, who was eating, was startled by this. Are you going into the mountains again? Not into the mountains, I'm going to the town to buy something. Be careful, my husband. Stay at home, if you need anything you can find Uncle Xuanhuan. Zhou Ze did not look back and walked outside. The town was devoid of the liveliness it had just days prior. This conscription had lowered the standards and taken away a large portion of the labor force. It was both a way out and a dead end. Longxi was a border area, most of its inhabitants were descendants of criminals. Thus, for these people, joining the military required exceptional talent and ability. Otherwise they would become cannon fodder. This was the reason Zhou Ze was reluctant to enlist. Carrying a burlap sack, he walked along the chilly streets feeling quite disheartened. The common folk living here found life more unbearable than death. Hey little brother, do you have good stuff again? As Zhou Ze strolled along, he unknowingly found himself back at that grocery store. This time the owner greeted Zhou Ze with even more enthusiasm. He grabbed Zhou Ze's arm and excitedly said, I thought you had gone to join the army. I didn't expect you to resist the temptation. Zhou Ze was equally surprised by the owner's warmth. He replied, good things aren't that easy to find. I just found some wild fruits and vegetables in the mountains and thought I'd come to exchange them for some money. What kind of wild vegetables? The owner's eyes lit up. Zhou Ze chuckled while sizing up the owner of the grocery store. What, you run such a broad business and even buy vegetables? The shopkeeper laughed heartily, saying, these days business is tough, as long as it can make money I'll do anything. Zhou Ze immediately asked, do you buy cotton thread and cloth here? Of course we do. How could we not? I already have several regular customers from your Xuanhuan village. By the way, do you know someone named xuanhuan from the neighboring village? What about xuanhuan? Zhou Ze asked, keeping his expression neutral. He often brings a lot of cotton thread to sell every so often. He's quite familiar with me. Zhou Ze was silent. That was in the past. Now that Zhou Ze had moved a spinning wheel to their home, his father-in-law would come less often. While they talked, Zhou Ze had already opened the burlap sack and began pulling out vegetables. The owner was taken aback by the unfamiliar vegetables. Little brother, did you find all these in Tiandang Mountain? What? Not buying them. It's not that I won't buy them, but there's no standard price for these things. Moreover, I have no idea if they are edible. You can rest assured they are definitely edible. I've been eating them for several days now. Zhou Ze said, patting his chest to show off his sturdiness. Do I look like someone with problems? Then let's go with the market price for wild vegetables, the owner tentatively asked. There's no choice in this small town. The price of vegetables far exceeds that of rice. Due to prolonged drought, it was difficult to find vegetables around. This was also why Zhou Ze's vegetables had sold quickly last time. Deal. Zhou Ze got his money as he wished and picked up some tools from the store. This time he spent quite a bit on numerous tools, such as axes, saws and hoes. Since space can hold them, it's better to be prepared. The shopkeeper also gave him a discount. It was tough to find someone who dared to go to Tiandang Mountain these days. As long as he built a good relationship with Zhou Ze, any mountain goods would surely be sold to him first. This time Zhou Ze did not head straight home but set off alone towards Tiandang Mountain. Without the company of Zhang Xiaohu and others, he moved much faster. He reached the foot of Tiandang Mountain without even panting. Indeed, the spatial abilities granted by his crossing allowed his physical fitness to improve as the plants grew. His ability to draw a bow and react in battles with beasts clearly illustrated this point. Arriving at the foot of Tiandang Mountain, he directly locked onto the spot where he encountered the leopard yesterday. The trap was still there and the smell of blood had not attracted any beasts. It had been a whole day, indicating that this place was not favored by savage beasts. Following the method of yesterday's exploration, he quickly found a waterhole by tracing the faint sound of running water. The spring water from the mountain flowed slowly into this pond and then seeped underground. Looking at the clear mountain spring, Zhou Ze revealed a hint of joy on his face. He not only did not disturb this water source but also covered the waterhole with some branches. Once he finished all of this, he began searching around for sturdy bamboo. With swift strokes of his axe, he spent the better part of the day cutting down several hundred stalks. He carried them all to the spot he had explored yesterday. When he dropped the items here, he had no fear of theft. Hardly anyone came to this place. He planned to establish a base here so he could rest any time when he ventured into the mountains in the future. He wouldn't have any issues being away for several days. It was only close to dusk that he returned to Xuanhuan village. Just as he arrived, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaoquan. Ze, you wouldn't have gone to Tiandang Mountain alone, would you? Zhou Ze was empty-handed, looking nothing like someone who had been into the mountains. He waved his hand and smiled, saying, Uncle, I went to Tiandang Mountain, but I didn't go and I just strolled around the outskirts. What were you doing? Building a house. Building a house. Zhang Xiaoquan's expression darkened as he sized Zhou Ze up and down. In a tone of disbelief, he asked, Ze, you don't plan to move out, do you? Zhou Ze waved his hand, saying, Uncle, you should understand that we are facing famine here. Who knows when it will ease up? The court has deliberately lowered the recruitment standards, preparing to abandon this place. Even officials are no longer being assigned here. Do you think we can rely on others to survive? What do you mean? I want to build a bamboo hut there as a temporary residence. Hearing Zhou Ze's words, Zhang Xiaoquan frowned and pondered for a long time. Tomorrow Xiaohu and I will go with you. No, Uncle, are you free tomorrow? Of course, why wouldn't I be? Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled. I heard from Xiaohu that although the area around Tiandang Mountain is dangerous, there are plenty of wild vegetables. Zhou Ze laughed in response. Alright, if you want to go, then go ahead. Just remember, if you help me build the house, I won't pay you. After saying this, he whistled and headed home. At home, Zhou Ze had already left. Song Jiner stood at the entrance of their yard waiting for her husband to return, resembling a stone that longs for its partner. Upon seeing Zhou Ze, she immediately rushed over and tightly embraced his waist. In just a few days, this woman had already developed a dependency on him. Being away for too long would leave her feeling anxious. A piece of charcoal and several wooden boards. Zhou Ze took advantage of the fading light to sit in the courtyard sketching and writing. Song Jiner stood curiously behind him, quietly watching. Husband, is this character written incorrectly? Seeing Zhou Ze stop writing, Song Jiner pointed to the wooden board and whispered. Zhou Ze turned around abruptly, surprised as he asked, You can read? Song Jiner quickly shook her head and replied, I've seen this character before when officials came to collect taxes at my home. The character was certainly correct, as Zhou Ze had used simplified characters for convenience. That's why Song Jiner thought this character was wrong. However, her ability to recall it just from a brief encounter was remarkable. Her memory is extraordinary. Can you write your own name? Zhou Ze asked again. Song Jiner shook her head once more. But she quickly added, but I can write my father's name. I saw them register it back then. Zhou Ze immediately handed the piece of charcoal in front of Song Jiner and said, write it down for me to see, just write it here. Song Jiner did not mind the dirt. Holding the charcoal, she wrote the 3 characters xuanhuan on the wooden board. Her handwriting was neat, as if she had practiced deliberately. Are you sure you haven't learned? Zhou Ze questioned. No. Song Jiner answered honestly. Zhou Ze did not believe her. Someone who had never studied could not memorize it perfectly on the first try. Unless she has photographic memory. Zhou Ze began testing her. He casually wrote a line of characters without telling her what they were, asking her to imitate them. Surprisingly, not only did Song Jiner write them out, but she also accurately identified the mistakes when Zhou Ze intentionally wrote them incorrectly. She is a talent. Unfortunately, she was born in this world. Jiner, would you like to learn to read and write? Ah. Song Jiner did not expect her husband to say such a thing. Why would Zhou Ze, who was so lazy, be allowed to marry her in the first place? Could it really have been just for that little bit of food? To give Zheng Xiao face? Certainly not. The main reason was that Zhou Ze could read. In Xuanhuan village, and indeed throughout the entire town, those who could read were few and far between. Even many of the merchants in town could not recognize all the characters. Can I learn? Jiner asked nervously. Of course you can. Zhou Ze laughed heartily, as if he had found treasure. If you learn with me, you will be able to read and write and keep accounts. When we have money in the future, you will be in charge of managing our family's finances. Before they even started learning, Zhou Ze was already dreaming big. The sky had completely darkened. Zhou Ze had not finished his drawings. There were no candles or oil lamps. The 2 lit a fire in the courtyard, using it to provide light. What is my husband drawing? As Zhou Ze worked hard, Jiner became bolder, daring to initiate conversations with him. Sometimes when she encountered something she did not understand, she would actively ask questions. This. Zhou Ze paused and said, I plan to build a bamboo hut at the foot of Tiandang Mountain. This is the blueprint. What is a blueprint? It's a pre-designed plan to be built according to the dimensions and styles later. Building a bamboo hut is that complicated? Not too complicated, it's just for convenience. They chatted back and forth. With Jiner accompanying him, Zhou Ze did not feel too bored. Until the blueprint was completed and the firewood burned out, the 2 returned to their room to rest. Cuddled together, neither made any overt actions. Through their conversations, they gradually fell asleep. Husband, can I come along tomorrow? It's dangerous there. What will you do? I can help out. If you go, what about your sister? She's at home, it won't affect anything. When Zhou Ze opened his eyes, Song Ji had already arrived. Also present were Zhang Xiaoquan and his son, as well as Lu Hang. Zhang Xiaoquan and his son were fine, but Lu Hang. Why are you here? I heard you were going to Tiandang Mountain, so fourth brother asked me to come along. Lu Hang still seemed a bit uneasy. How is Ah Si's injury? He needs to rest for a few more days. When Lu Hang answered, he glanced at Song Ji. If you want to come, we're just going to build a place to rest today, not to hunt. Thus the group set out again towards Tiandang Mountain, bringing not only Song Jiner but also Song Ji with them. In addition to some tools, they also brought a bullock cart. The cart was loaded with various tools. Zhou Ze even brought 2 pots and several sets of bowls and chopsticks. Those who did not know might think they were moving. Along the way, they attracted quite a bit of attention. With so many people, their pace slowed down. By the time they arrived, it was already half an hour later. Looking at the open space, they saw the bamboo scattered on the ground. A smile appeared on Zhou Ze's face. These hundreds of bamboo stalks had not been disturbed. Ah Ze, did you cut these yesterday? Everyone was a bit surprised. Zhou Ze, however, maintained a calm demeanor, directing them to sort the bamboo. At this moment, the benefits of the wooden boards from last night became apparent. Xiaohu, you and Ah Hong need to cut the bamboo according to these drawings. I have marked the required quantities for each length, so don't make mistakes. Uncle, your task is simpler, just insert these bamboo into the ground. Remember, they need to be buried deep and secured. As he said this, he turned his head to look at Song Jiner and Song Ji. You 2 look for some firewood and wild vegetables nearby, set up the pot to boil water and cook. Husband, we didn't bring any water. Song Jiner said quickly. Zhou Ze smiled and said, there's a water source here, I'll go fetch some water and set some traps as well. With reasonable division of labor, everyone had their own tasks. Zhou Ze reminded everyone as he left, remember, don't go too far. After speaking, he headed into the mountains. Husband, be careful. For some reason, Song Jiner felt her heart racing as she watched Zhou Ze leave alone. From this position, they could still hear the roars of beasts in the mountains. The direction Zhou Ze headed was exactly where the sounds were coming from. Don't worry, he knows what he's doing. Song Ji sensed her sister's concern and comforted her. After a short while, when Zhou Ze returned, he was carrying 2 rabbits along with some vegetables. Additionally, he had a full bucket of water. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. Brother, what's this? Zhou Ze tossed the wild rabbits in front of the 2 girls and said, I found the water source that Ah-si mentioned yesterday. As for these 2 wild rabbits, it was the traps that worked. Listening to Zhou Ze's explanation, everyone marveled at how fortunate he was. Coming here to build a bamboo hut, he even managed to catch 2 wild rabbits. Such survival skills in the wild would ensure he would never go hungry. Just as Zhou Ze approached Zhang Xiaoquan to help him dig a hole and bury the bamboo, Zhang Xiaoquan leaned closer and said, Ze, why not take another concubine? Concubine? Zhou Ze thought he had misheard and looked towards Zhang Xiaoquan. Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? In today's social environment, who would think of taking a concubine? I'm not talking nonsense. Don't think I can't see it. Jinner's sister has that intention. Zhang Xiaoquan thrust the bamboo pole in his hand hard into the ground and began to bury it. Uncle, we can't speak carelessly about this. That's Jinner's sister and she has been married before. So what if she has been married? What's wrong with that? Zhang Xiaoquan said irritably, everyone knows she hasn't shared a bed with a man. That's not what I meant. Zhou Ze seemed unable to explain clearly. Then what do you mean? Zhang Xiaoquan said irritably, you have the ability. What's wrong with taking care of one more person? Zhou Ze. Just a few days. From being looked down upon to now being considered capable. Zhang Xiaoquan's opinion of him had changed significantly. We all see it, your father-in-law has that intention too. Otherwise, why would he let her come to your house every day? Aren't you afraid of what people will say? Zhang Xiaoquan, having been through this himself, knew the social norms. It's perfect since Jinner is her sister, they have a good relationship and can take care of each other, making things much easier for you. Easier? Zhou Ze wasn't stupid. This was just adding to his burdens. Alright uncle, let's not talk about this for now, saying too much is not good for Ji. After saying this, Zhou Ze turned to collect the cut bamboo. By the end of the morning all the bamboo was harvested and even the main structure of the bamboo house was fully installed. With the sudden smell of meat wafting through the air, several people were drooling. 4 men surrounded the pot while 2 women squatted beside with bowls in hand. No matter how Zhou Ze urged, the 2 women refused to approach. This was due to that damned custom. Guests in the house meant women could not sit at the table to eat. As they built a house here, the 2 naturally felt that this was their home. Zhou Ze kept thinking that he must change Song Jinner's outdated way of thinking. Just a small farmer, not a wealthy family. If it continued like this, what meaning would life have? In the afternoon, Zhou Ze went back to Tiandang Mountain again. When he came out again, he dragged back a wild boar. This left everyone speechless. Uncle, I won't be going back tonight. You guys take this wild boar back and divide it up. Zhou Ze's words shocked everyone. Not going back. While the others were indifferent, Song Jinner suddenly stepped forward, disregarding the damned custom, and publicly grabbed Zhou Ze's arm. Since I'm coming back tomorrow anyway, why go back? Zhou Ze responded with a smile. Zhang Xiaoquan looked at the bamboo house that was not yet fully formed, frowning as he said, but here. No matter how bad it is, it's better than my house, which has drafts everywhere, right? Zhou Ze walked back toward the mountain. He had barely taken a few steps when Zhang Xiaoquan's voice sounded behind him, but it's dangerous here at night. No matter how dangerous, will it be more dangerous than in the mountains? Zhou Ze didn't look back. Watching his retreating figure, Song Jinner bit her teeth, glancing at the unformed bamboo house, lost in thought. After a long contemplation, she made a decision in her heart. She wanted to stay here with Zhou Ze. To marry a chicken is to follow the chicken, to marry a dog is to follow the dog. Wherever her husband went, that was her home. This was a notion ingrained in their bones. To everyone, this Tiandang Mountain was like Zhou Ze's backyard. Every time he went in, he could come out unscathed. Moreover, he never returned empty-handed. The game he brought back alone was enough to feed all of them. On the last return, he didn't bring back any game. However, he did bring back dozens of bamboo poles. Are you really not planning to come back with us? Zhang Xiaoquan still felt uneasy. Especially in the evening, the sounds of beasts in the mountains grew more intense. Uncle, don't worry, I can guarantee my safety. Zhou Ze chuckled. With these people not around, he felt safer. Then, we will go back. At this time, the wild boar and those vegetables had already been loaded onto the cart and secured with ropes. 3 big men along with Song Ji. Song Ji looked back every few steps, unsure of what was on her mind. Until their figures disappeared, Zhou Ze finally shifted his gaze to Song Jinner. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Song Jinner hugged Zhou Ze tightly, but my father said to marry a chicken is to follow the chicken. So silly. Zhou Ze sighed softly. He tightened his embrace around her. The nearby bonfire blazed brightly and the bamboo house they built still had drafts flowing in. But Zhou Ze had already made preparations. Inside that simple bamboo house he had laid bamboo leaves and a quilt he had prepared. Spreading it out was much more comfortable than the hard wooden bed at his home. Under the starlight the sounds of insects and beast roars blended together. Zhou Ze held a bamboo stick sitting by the bonfire teaching Song Jiner to read. Until midnight the two embraced whispering to each other. Do you know why I built the bamboo house here? Why? The night was a bit chilly and Song Jiner clung tightly to Zhou Ze. Because our little town is about to be in turmoil. Ah. Zhou Ze's explanation left Song Jiner utterly incredulous. I know that when I say this you won't believe it. Zhou Ze smiled bitterly. This time's conscription and the evacuation of the government all point to one thing. The court is going to abandon this place and you could even say abandon all of Longxi. I believe it. What Zhou Ze didn't expect was that before he finished explaining Song Jiner was already on his side. No matter what my husband says Jiner believes it. Zhou Ze chuckled, silly woman. That night Song Huayan's family also went to bed very late. When Song Ji returned home with over 10 pounds of wild boar meat the situation had already changed. Ji, are you saying that Jiner is living with A's at Tiandang Mountain? Song Huayan's voice raised a few decibels. Song Ji corrected him, Father, it's not at Tiandang Mountain, it's at the foot of Tiandang Mountain. Isn't it the same? Song Huayan's face looked grim. Suddenly Lu Tzuilian, Song Huayan's wife, spoke up. Ji, are you saying that this wild boar was caught by A's alone? This was not something to bring up. Once mentioned, Song Ji felt a surge of heat in her heart. She still could not forget the scene of the man with a bow and arrow on his back covered in blood dragging the wild boar towards them. Though the wild boar was not large, weighing over 200 pounds, they still had not finished dividing it. Just to avoid drawing attention, the family only divided a little over 10 pounds. Mother, all the food we have today was caught by him alone. Is he really that capable? Anyway, the dangerous Tiandang Mountain seems to pose no danger to him. Seeing her daughter's eyes shining, Lu Quilian's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. Ji, have you thought about finding a reliable support? Song Ji was originally smiling, but her smile suddenly froze. Mother, with my situation, who would want me? Upon hearing this, Song Huayan snorted softly. If being a legitimate wife won't work, we can go be a concubine. It's that stinky kid A's with Jiner around, you won't be bullied. Originally somewhat unhappy, Song Ji's face turned red after hearing this. It's all up to father to decide. Song Jiner slept soundly that night. On the other hand, Zhou Ze was constantly worried about wild beasts attacking at night, so he hardly slept. After a peaceful night, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Husband, why are you up so early today? Opening her eyes, Song Jiner, who was accustomed to being stealthy to avoid disturbing Zhou Ze, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable when she saw Zhou Ze staring at her. Aren't you going to sleep a bit more? As he looked at the woman in his arms, Zhou Ze's hands began to wander. He had promised to fatten her up before making a move. Now, however, his Dao heart was shattered. In just a few days, Song Jiner's complexion had started to improve, making her even more beautiful. Husband, it's morning now. Song Jiner's murmuring voice echoed. Though she said this, her heart was actually filled with anticipation. Having been married for so long, Zhou Ze had never touched her, and sometimes she doubted whether her husband was capable. Until that night when he held her to sleep, she felt his intentions. When her husband held her, she could still feel something. It was just that he was reluctant to hurt himself. But how could matters between husband and wife be called harm? Isn't it a form of enjoyment? She had heard that it would only hurt at first. After the pain, only enjoyment remained. Just as Zhou Ze was moving his restless hand, Song Jiner's voice interrupted him. Neither moving nor staying still. In the end, he couldn't overcome the mental barrier and withdrew his hand. Song Jiner noticed his unusual behavior and secretly blamed herself for speaking too much. It was supposed to be a dry season. If it were in Xuanhuan village, mornings would be stifling and hard to breathe. But at the foot of this mountain there was a hint of coolness. There were still some vegetables and meat left from yesterday, along with a bucket of water. Song Jiner started a fire to cook while Zhou Ze carried a hoe towards an open space. Husband, what are you busy with? Song Jiner asked with curiosity. I found some wild vegetable seeds in the mountains and am seeing if I can plant them, Zhou Ze said, lifting his head and revealing a smile. Can they grow? There is water here. As long as you water them regularly, they will definitely grow. Zhou Ze felt that the disaster in Longxi was not yet over, or perhaps it was just the beginning. This relaxation of the conscription was just the starting point. In such chaotic times, focusing on developing and researching his own space was the key. To run out and compete for the world. He didn't have that much energy. By the end of the morning, Zhou Ze had already plowed all the land, buried the seeds and watered them. When Zhang Xiaoshan and the others arrived, he was busy tying bamboo. Using some bamboo branches to enclose the vegetable garden provided a small measure of protection. Today Zhou Ze also came over. After 2 days of rest his injuries were not fully healed but he could still help with the work. Yesterday Lu Hong had distributed over 10 gene of wild boar meat which had made him salivate. Today not only did he come but he also brought all his family's tools. Before he even arrived his voice had already carried over. "Brother, there weren't any wild beasts around here last night, right?" His shout instantly caught Zhou Ze's attention. This guy calling him brother always gave him a very awkward feeling. Zhang Xiaohu was the first to run up to Zhou Ze and inquire about last night's events. Meanwhile Song Ziyi would occasionally steal glances at Zhou Ze. "Have you all eaten? Do you want to eat some more?" Zhou Ze's voice rang out and everyone shook their heads. If this were in the past they would have probably been quite polite. These past 2 days they had finally achieved food freedom so naturally they wouldn't be gluttonous. Ze, nothing happened last night. Zhang Xiaoqian had already started working picking up the bamboo he had cut yesterday and began tying it up. Zhou Ze chuckled, "If something had really happened could Jenner and I still be standing here chatting with you?" Wild beasts have their own survival instincts, they wouldn't easily come down the mountain. Zhou Ze said casually as he carried a machete and headed back into the mountains. Ze, what are you doing? You all follow the blueprint to construct, I'll go divert the water. Zhou Ze waved his hand, his mind filled with his own plans. Then be careful. There were many bamboo trees in the mountains, he only needed to cut them down, hollow out each section and fix them in place. Hollowing out and tying a few meters long bamboo would only take about 10 minutes. By noon half of the water diversion project was already completed. On his way back he didn't forget to bring back a wild chicken and a wild rabbit along with half a bag of vegetables. Everyone thought he had found them in the mountains but little did they know such things had already started to reproduce in his space. However, his actions would also create a false impression. There were many wild delicacies in these mountains and they could be easily obtained. For instance, Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhou Ze returning with these items and he was incredibly envious. Brother, didn't you go to divert the water? How do you still have time to hunt? Zhou Ze grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and explained, I set some traps there. Diverting water and hunting can be done simultaneously. As for you all, the project is going quite fast, it's already taking shape. Looking at the bamboo house, Zhou Ze's smile remained. His plans were not so simple, this was just one of the bamboo houses. According to the design he had drawn, this bamboo house was divided into 2 levels with a living room and a bedroom. The effects weren't visible yet but he had already completely planned it in his mind. These people were helping him build the bamboo house, he couldn't just owe them. Therefore the wild boar from last night was his compensation for them. Wild boars breed quickly and after entering his space it became even more exaggerated. If his space weren't large enough he would indeed worry about having no place to keep them later. By the way brother, while you weren't here yesterday the government came to collect taxes from our village again. Lu Si's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Didn't they just collect taxes? Zhang Zioqian's words were filled with dissatisfaction. As the village chief he was unaware of this matter. Indeed, they just collected taxes and this time they were in a hurry. They rummaged through the houses without registering anything and just left with the items. The leopard meat left at my house was taken by them. When Lu Si spoke these words there was a strong sense of unwillingness in his tone. After 3 years of severe drought it was already enough for the court not to find ways to help, they even increased taxes every year. They clearly had no intention of leaving them away to survive. Hearing this, Song Ziyi suddenly whispered, my father went to town yesterday, he said it was chaotic in town with many officials collecting taxes on the streets. It was just like being robbed. It's chaotic, completely chaotic. Zhang Xiaoqian slammed his fist on the ground. These officials have finally lost their patience. Everyone was complaining while Zhou Ze was handling the wild chicken he had just brought back. With a smile on his lips he remained silent. The more he behaved like this the more Zhang Xiaoqian and the others wanted him to speak. Ze, you are clever, don't you have any opinion on this matter? Only then did Zhou Ze lift his head, look at Zhang Xiaoqian and say, no opinion. If something like this happens again let them search. If they don't find anything it will just pass. Just don't get into conflict with them, that would not be worth it. What do you mean, are you saying? Longxi is about to get chaotic, it will likely become an area with no management soon. Zhou Ze gave a bitter smile and continued to busy himself. Upon hearing this everyone fell silent. Zhou Ze spent a day directing the flow of water to the front of the bamboo house. He also dug a reservoir beside it. The water gathered and dripped into the pool, creating a delightful melody. Although the bamboo house was far from completion it posed no issues for habitation. Compared to the home in Xuanhuan village it was not lacking in any way. On this day Zhou Ze did not bring back any game for a few people. Mainly because there was still leftover from yesterday, which was enough for now. Rather than returning it and inciting envy it was better to store it for a while. However, vegetables were abundant and he brought back quite a few. Looking at the reservoir, everyone could not help but jest. If it weren't for the proximity to Tiandang Mountain, I wouldn't leave. It has to be Brother Ze living here. He can actually sleep at night. I think the wild beasts in the mountains are afraid of him. They avoid him when they see him. Zhou Ze paid no mind to these comments. As long as he remained vigilant at night, he could take Song Jiner to safety even if danger arose. After all, he possessed a golden finger that ensured his invincibility. From that day onward, he taught Song Jiner to read at night and busied himself with crafting his little house during the day. This continued for several days. What made others envious was that Zhou Ze and Song Jiner remained safe. In these few days, Zhang Xiaoqian and the others also enjoyed a relatively stable period. Being able to avoid entering the mountains to hunt and instead exchanging help and building houses for food was a rare stroke of fortune indeed. For this reason, xuanhuan also joined this group. In contrast, life was not as easy for others in Shanha village. Since the last forced tax collection, the officials had been coming every few days, driving the villagers to desperation. The nearby villagers were in constant distress. Half a month later, the large two-story bamboo house was completed. The first floor, including the living room, featured 4 rooms. This single floor was already sufficient for Zhou Ze and the two of them to live in. Moreover, there were 4 rooms on the second floor. The design of this bamboo house was also quite appealing, looking even better than the buildings in town. During this time, Zhou Ze crafted a bamboo bed and purchased some furniture. He arranged them within these rooms. At this moment, the taste of home finally emerged. Everyone thought that this would be the end. Once it was finished, they would have to enter Tiandang Mountain and fight against the beasts. To be honest, none of them wanted that. Although it seemed Zhou Ze could easily hunt wild beasts each time he entered the forest, they were self-aware. They would avoid entering Tiandang Mountain as much as possible. Just as they were discussing what to do next, Zhou Ze once again assigned tasks. His bamboo house was still incomplete. He needed to build several side rooms, a kitchen and a courtyard. This was a courtyard-style layout, a significant project that could not be completed in a day. At this point, Song Jiner realized that something was amiss. She seized an opportunity to pull her husband to that little vegetable garden. "Husband, are you doing this on purpose?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Ze asked with a smile, examining Song Jiner. Song Jiner swallowed hard and said, "I feel like you're deliberately giving them tasks to do while you support all of us." "Why would you think that?" Zhou Ze laughed carefree. Song Jiner shook her head. "It's not just me, Uncle Xiaoqian and the others say so. They say you just don't want them to feel any psychological burden." Zhou Ze reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, then bent down to pull weeds from the garden. At the same time, he said, "They guessed half right." "What's the other half?" "I genuinely want to create a home here. Coincidentally, they lack food and I lack labor. Isn't this a perfect collaboration?" He said this while tossing aside the pulled weeds. After half a month, the vegetables here finally grew. Moreover, they grew quite well. Since the reservoir was established, watering them had become easy. Furthermore, this garden became a frequent spot for Song Jiner and Song Ze. Since the drought, it was their first time growing vegetables. Naturally, they were delighted. Looking at Zhou Ze's serious expression, Song Jiner was captivated. She had never imagined living such a life would be possible. "Husband, why don't you marry my sister too?" Finally, Song Jiner brought up this question again. From her previous murmuring to now being confident, she had indeed changed. However, once these words left her mouth, they shattered Zhou Ze's worldview. "What did you say?" Zhou Ze looked up, his face filled with disbelief as he gazed at Song Jiner. Song Jiner lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, she said, "I know having one more person will increase your burden. But now that our family can grow vegetables, the house is spacious enough and you have the skills to hunt. If we marry my sister, it would just add one more laborer to the family." This thought. Zhou Ze didn't know how to respond. He stepped forward and grasped Song Jiner's hand. After these days of pampering, she finally had some meat on her. Yet the calluses on her hands had not completely faded. Turning his gaze toward Song Ze, who was cooking not far away, Zhou Ze hesitated. "Jiner, marriage is a matter between two people. It's not something I can decide unilaterally." "But sister." Song Jiner hesitated. Zhou Ze understood what she meant, pulling her into his embrace, saying, "Once our lives stabilize, as long as your sister is willing, I can agree." "Really? Has your husband ever lied to you?" Marrying a wife was nothing with Zhou Ze's current capabilities. Marrying one more would only bring him joy. Now it seemed that others around him were worried about his opinion. This society was truly frustrating. "You can rest assured I can definitely persuade my elder sister. She currently has no support, and when she goes out, people point and gossip. If you can be her support, she surely would not refuse." Zhou Ze chuckled. "Before that, shouldn't we finish the things we haven't done first?" "What do you mean, husband?" "The things that should be done between husband and wife." Song Jiner's face immediately flushed bright red. She lowered her head and nestled into Zhou Ze's embrace. I will follow your arrangements. Night fell, the air was cool. The moon hung high with the sounds of beasts and insects. In Zhou Ze's room, Song Jiner took his advice, prepared hot water and took a warm bath. Wearing the nightgown Zhou Ze prepared for her, she lay down in bed ahead of time. She felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. She was excited that something she had thought about for a long time was about to come true tonight. Nervous because it was her first time. Husband, it's getting late, we can rest now. Listening to the sounds outside, she lay in bed and shouted through the window. Zhou Ze stretched lazily, putting down the tools in his hands. Like Song Jiner, he also took a warm bath. Looking at the beauty lying in bed, Zhou Ze's heart raced inexplicably. It had been quite some time since they married. But now. Are you ready? Zhou Ze approached the bedside, lifted the blankets and slipped in. Seeing this, Song Jiner nestled closer into Zhou Ze's arms. With her eyes closed, she softly said, Jiner is already prepared. Please cherish me, my husband. The sound of flowing water outside, the chirping of insects around, and the deliberately suppressed breathing sounds within the room. Together they blend into a wonderful symphony. Knowing that it was just the two of them, Song Jiner still felt a bit restrained. The next day she finally got up late. Watching Zhou Ze busy outside the courtyard, Song Jiner approached him with an awkward posture. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? The transition from girlhood to womanhood often only takes a single night. The Song Jiner before him was the best proof. Standing at the doorway, she exuded a touch of femininity that was more pronounced than usual. You can't sleep any longer, the village chief and the others will be here soon. Song Jiner walked to the stove and began to busy herself. After half a month they had developed a tacit understanding. The division of labor was very clear. However, today an unexpected guest arrived at the stove. In a moment of distraction, she let out a scream, taking several steps back and hiding in Zhou Ze's embrace. Husband, there's a tiger. Zhou Ze's heart skipped a beat, instinctively asking where. By the stove. Song Jiner pointed at the stove, her body shrinking back. Zhou Ze slowly released her and stepped towards the stove. There beside the stove lay a tiger about the size of a cat. Its fur was white with black stripes. It seemed to have been startled awake by Song Jiner raising its head to observe the two. Don't worry, this is a cub tiger. Zhou Ze breathed a sigh of relief as he gently picked up the cub. Being so small, it didn't have much biting power. When Zhou Ze touched it, it tried to bite him, but it was too weak to even tear his clothes. Moreover, this little one was somewhat frail. Even when Zhou Ze placed it on the ground, it couldn't stand up. Husband, this little one. Song Jiner hesitated to speak. She was afraid Zhou Ze would eat this little creature. You cook, I'll go find it something to eat. Zhou Ze felt that something was off. How could such a wobbly little creature appear in front of their stove so early in the morning? It must have been brought here by someone or for some other reason. It could not have come here on its own. Hearing that Zhou Ze was going to find food for the cub, Song Jiner finally felt relieved. Returning to the stove, she began her work despite the discomfort in her legs. Zhou Ze meanwhile carried the white cub out of this area. Upon careful inspection, he noticed something unusual in the surroundings. There had indeed been a ferocious beast lurking here last night. There were not only footprints but also traces of blood. Following the blood trail, he made his way into the mountains until the trail disappeared. At that moment, the cub in his arms was still tugging at his clothes. Seeing that his clothes were about to be torn by the little one, he reluctantly took out some spring water and offered it to the cub. Surprisingly, just that bowl of water immediately caught the little one's attention. After drinking, it stopped biting and instead began to lick Zhou Ze's palm. The tickling sensation made Zhou Ze's mood lift as well. Interesting. Zhou Ze smiled casually, took some food, fed the little one until it was full, and then directly tossed it into his space. He then walked into the forest. Half an hour later, he calculated the time and dragged back a large quantity of bamboo. As usual, Zhang Xiaoquan and the others had already arrived, each one busying themselves. Husband, where's that little tiger? What little tiger? Everyone turned their gaze towards Song Jiner. It's nothing, I just found a cub tiger and I plan to raise it, Zhou Ze replied with a smile. A cub tiger? Found. The others clearly found it hard to believe. How could Zhou Ze encounter something like this? Zhou Ze knew this was a bit absurd, so to change the topic, he said to Song Jiner, I took it inside when I went out earlier, it's sleeping right now. As he spoke, he walked towards the room. When he came out, he was holding the adorable cub. The cub, which couldn't walk earlier, was now wobbling as it was placed on the ground by Zhou Ze. Its cute appearance sparked a topic of discussion among everyone. This is a tiger, are you really planning to raise it? It is well known that such fierce beasts generally cannot be domesticated. If it were to hurt someone one day, it would be too late for regrets. The main issue wasn't even that. It was the tiger's massive appetite. While it may not be apparent now, in the future this one tiger would eat as much as several adults combined. What would Zhou Ze use to feed it? Let's keep it for now, we can talk about it when it grows up. Besides, Gina is also bored here, having a little companion will surely lift her spirits. Seeing that Zhou Ze had made up his mind, everyone stopped trying to persuade him. After all, this was Zhou Ze's own business, their words didn't matter. However, Song Ji had been observing Song Jiner since she arrived. It was only at this moment, when no one was around, that she found the opportunity. She leaned towards Song Jiner and quietly asked, "Jiner, are you feeling unwell?" Song Jiner was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head, replying, "I'm fine." "Then why do you walk so strangely?" Song Jiner's face flushed suddenly. Stammering in a voice only the two could hear, she said, "Last night. Husband." Couldn't hold back. There was no need to say it too clearly, and Song Ji understood immediately. A blush appeared on her face. Although she was already married, she had yet to experience such things. Seeing her like this, Song Jiner quickly said, "Sister, I mentioned your situation to husband." "What situation?" Song Ji didn't catch on. "The matter of having husband marry you, I brought it up with him." Upon hearing this, Song Ji hurriedly grabbed her, deliberately lowering her voice, saying, "Who told you to mention it to him?" Ignoring her sister's concern, Song Jiner said, "Sister, it's most important for us women to have someone to rely on. Husband will definitely take a concubine if he marries someone else, I'm worried. But you are different, we are sisters." Song Ji with red eyes looked at her silly sister and sighed, "But sister is a widow. Sister, you and my deceased brother-in-law only had a ceremonial marriage, you never even consummated it. Even so, being a widow will affect Aza's reputation." Song Jiner grasped her sister's hand, momentarily unsure of what words to use to persuade her. Seeing her bow her head in silence, Song Ji suddenly smiled, saying, "All right, don't think too much, let's finish preparing the meal. I am already very content that we can still have enough to eat now. You wouldn't know, but last night when I returned, someone in the village starved to death again." "Ah." Song Jiner gasped, her face filled with disbelief. On the other side, her father-in-law Xuanhuan was telling everyone about this matter. With his son serving in the army, only an old woman remained in the family. The wealth they had was taken by officials in the name of taxes, and the old woman was unable to beg for food. She starved to death in her home yesterday. Hearing this news, everyone sighed in sympathy. She starved to death in her home yesterday. Hearing this news, everyone sighed in sympathy. Holding an axe, he chopped bamboo while listening to Song Huayan's narration. There was no excessive surprise on Zhou Ze's face. He had already anticipated such an outcome. He had guessed it ever since the changes in the conscription rules. "Ace, don't you have anything to say?" Song Huayan was most curious about Zhou Ze's thoughts. After all, it was Zhou Ze who had been supporting them all these days. Relying solely on his own strength, he was taking care of these people in front of him and their families. Hearing Song Huayan's inquiry, Zhou Ze paused his actions and pushed away the playful young tiger that had come to join. Then he spoke, saying, "Don't leave any surplus food at home and don't get into conflicts with those people. Surviving one more day is a day gained." This was not the first time Zhou Ze had said something like this in recent days. Everyone was doing the same. "Ace, do you have some inside information?" Zhang Xiaoqian turned his head and asked him. "Human nature." Zhou Ze chuckled, finally unable to shake off the young tiger's clinginess. He casually held it in his arms. "When the court is ready to abandon Longxi, they will squeeze out the last bit of value here. We are all exiles belonging to criminals. For them, death is just death." Zhou Ze spoke as if he was discussing something unrelated to himself. "Isn't there any other way?" Lu Si was somewhat unwilling. "He was born here. What exile? What criminal? Why should those people label him with such a crime?" "There is." Zhou Ze stood up, holding the quickly dozing young tiger, and entered the house. When he came out again, the young tiger was gone and he had a saw in his hand. The solution is to stop playing their game. Zhou Ze raised the saw and became busy again. Crisis and hope coexist. This is Tiandang Mountain, a place even dogs wouldn't want to come to. However, as long as we can survive here, we can avoid this crisis. Zhou Ze's words plunged everyone into deep thought. Especially Zhang Xiaohu. He stared at the bamboo house in front of him as if making some kind of decision. He said to Zhou Ze, "Brother, I don't understand, but I will follow you from now on. You lead us east and we will never go west. My father said that although you don't remember things from the past, you can read and write. You are a scholar. Scholars are sharper than us. What you say makes more sense than us." Zhou Ze glanced at Zhang Xiaohu, grinned, and said, "Since that's the case, I'll assign you a task. Brother, tell me." Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his fists together. "Go into the mountains and bring back a few dozen bamboo sticks for me. Alone." Zhang Xiaohu felt a bit guilty. He was not Zhou Ze. How could he dare to run into the mountains alone? Not to mention the last time there were tigers and leopards. Even if a wild boar came, he couldn't handle it by himself. So he admired Zhou Ze very much. He could always catch prey without getting hurt. "Are you scared now?" Seeing him like this, Zhou Ze suddenly laughed and said, "Don't worry, I have set traps at the entrance to the mountains. As long as the wild beasts come down from the mountains, they will easily trigger the traps. Even if you can't catch them, you will sense it in advance. Just escape in time." Traps. Zhang Xiuhu recalled something and said to Zhou Ze, "So when we went into the mountains last time, you set traps to prevent these wild beasts from coming down?" Zhou Ze shook his head. "Before, it was only for hunting. The traps I set recently are aimed in this direction. But you can rest assured they are all marked and you will easily be able to see them." Although Zhang Xiuhu was still somewhat worried, he really picked up his tools and left. Watching him go, Zhang Xiaoqian felt a bit anxious. Will anything happen? Zhou Ze threw the saw in his hand to the ground and stood up to follow. He also said to Zhang Xiaoqian, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Watching the two leave, Zhang Xiaoqian let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Song Huayan beside him and said, "Huayan, you have a good son-in-law." Song Huayan's expression was somewhat complicated. Initially he valued Zhou Ze for his literacy. However, later on Zhou Ze's character made him regret it. Because of this, every time he saw Zhou Ze he would mock him. He didn't know when this son-in-law had changed. He had become someone unrecognizable. Especially that time when he went to town to beg for food. He did not argue back against his mockery. "He is good, but I don't know what he is thinking in his heart. No matter what he thinks, at least he can help us survive." Zhang Xiaoqian continued his work. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Song Jiner and her sister. "Huayan, doesn't your eldest daughter have any thoughts?" "What thoughts?" Song Huayan pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, I can see clearly these days. Ge runs here every day working hard without complaint, and her gaze toward A's is different." Song Huayan sighed and said, "I have that thought too, but as long as you have thoughts, you should express them actively. Jiner is the line I pulled. Your eldest daughter should also be given to me." Just as the two were chatting, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed from the nearby mountains. This made Zhang Xiaoqian, who had relaxed, tense up again. He put down his work and looked towards the mountains. "It's not far away. They won't run into trouble, will they? With A's around, there should be no problem. Let's not panic yet." Song Huayan comforted him. Not just the two of them. Everyone was worried. At this moment, Zhang Xiuhu, who had just entered the mountains, suddenly became alert. Could we be that unlucky? He hadn't even cut a single bamboo yet and encountered a tiger. Last time, although he successfully captured it with Zhou Ze's help, it was all Zhou Ze's credit. He hadn't contributed much. Now, being alone, how could he fight it? The rustling sound grew closer and closer. In his nervousness, he took down the bow and arrow from his back. Sweat soaked his clothes. A white tiger with black stripes appeared in his line of sight. It was bleeding, holding a bloodied antelope in its mouth, slowly approaching Zhang Xiuhu. Injured. Zhang Ziya's heart raced just as he was about to shoot his arrow. A hand pressed down on his wrist. "Brother A's." Turning to look at the newcomer, he felt a wave of relief. Zhou Ze had already appeared. He was also a bit nervous, even thinking about how to get Zhang Xiuhu out. However, the tiger before him was different from the one he had seen last time. This one bore no killing intent towards them. Most importantly, he thought of the young tiger. "Put away the arrow," Zhou Ze reminded him. But Zhang Xiuhu hesitated. "Listen to me." Finally, Zhang Xiuhu put away his bow and arrow. At the same time, the white tiger also stopped, dropping the antelope on the ground. Then it pointed its front paw at the antelope. "Brother, what does it mean?" Zhang Xiuhu was dumbfounded. The fierce battle he had imagined did not occur, but instead the white tiger withdrew. "It's offering us food." A glimmer of brightness flashed in Zhou Ze's eyes. At that moment, he was filled with curiosity about this unknown world. The white tiger left with injuries. The two of them stumbled upon a stray antelope. As they returned, Zhang Xiaohua was still in a fog, unaware of the reasons. "Brother, what about that tiger? Do you remember the young tiger you saw when you arrived this morning?" Zhou Ze turned back and reminded him. "Are you saying? If my guess is correct, it is the mother of that young tiger. But why doesn't it raise it itself?" Zhang Ziyahua's question had crossed Zhou Ze's mind earlier. But now he understood. Firstly, this tiger is injured and might not be able to protect its child. Secondly, that young tiger seems to be ill. "Ill?" Zhang Xiaohua gasped. By this time, the two had already returned to their residence. In the distance, Zhang Xiaoqian and the others were already rushing towards them. "Weren't you going to cut bamboo? Why did you bring back a goat?" Everyone gathered around, their faces filled with surprise. In truth, there was always a surprise, but each time they saw it, they couldn't help but feel joy. Zhou Ze swept his gaze over everyone and said, "This is not something we hunted." "Then where did it come from?" Lucy was the first to ask. "It was a white tiger that gave it to us," Zhang Xiaohua answered eagerly. His words carried an air of mystery. "A tiger gifted it. Isn't that absurd? Zhou Ze tossed the dead antelope to the ground and said indeed it was a gift, probably as a token of gratitude. This antelope should be stored here for now, it's best not to take it back to the village. Everyone understood. However, they couldn't comprehend the idea of a tiger bringing them food. After saying this, Zhou Ze headed towards his room. When he came out again, the young tiger was nestled in his arms, looking around curiously. Compared to this morning, the young tiger seemed much livelier. Xuanhuan approached, attempting to greet it. Yet no matter how he looked, he saw no signs of illness in the little tiger. Strange, this little one resembles the previous tiger quite a bit. Xuanhuan remarked as he reached out to touch the young tiger. However, as soon as his hand was extended, the little creature bit him. Xuanhuan jumped in surprise, thinking he had been bitten. Yet he found that the little one had bitten his finger without any sensation of pain. Is it playing with me? Xuanhuan said with some excitement. It's not playing, it's just too small and lacks biting strength. It's probably related to its illness as well, Zhou Ze explained while teasing the young tiger. Indeed, in just a morning this little tiger had completely adapted to his presence. Brother, I understand now. You mean to say that this little tiger is ill and that white tiger wants you to help treat it? It might not just be about treatment, it could also be looking for a place for it to belong. But it's a beast, how could it do something like that? Zhou Ze rolled his eyes and said all things have spirits, sometimes wild animals have stronger survival instincts than humans. It thinks that giving this young tiger to me would pose no danger. But that's too incredible, right? Not only Xuanhuan but the others were also astonished by such a situation. Moreover, once they sorted it out, they were all left speechless. Especially Lu Si. Ignoring the antelope, he eagerly approached Zhou Ze. So according to you, this little tiger has a mother. Now its mother deliberately brings it food for its survival. Is that the point? Xuanhuan nodded instinctively and said, exactly, that's the point. So as long as we take care of this little one, we won't need to hunt daily in the mountains anymore. It seems to be that way. If that's the case, I need to take care of this little one. Saying this, he reached out his hand trying to touch the adorable little white tiger. He ended up with the same fate as Xuanhuan. The little one completely ignored him. Alright, don't worry too much about this, just get back to work. Zhou Ze, smiling, walked over to Zhou Ze while holding the little tiger. At that moment Zhou Ze was busy cooking. Without a second thought, he reached into the pot, pinched a piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth. Zhou Ze looked up at him and softly said, it's not cooked yet. Zhou Ze, however, paid no mind. After chewing a few times, he offered it to the little tiger. He then said to Zhou Ze, it's fine, it can eat it. As it turned out, Zhou Ze's feeding made the little tiger very happy. After just a couple of bites, it immediately rubbed its head against Zhou Ze's arm, its adorable demeanor making Zhou Ze incredibly envious. She wanted to hold it too. But recalling Xuanhuan and Lu Si's earlier behavior, she opened her mouth but then held back her thoughts. The construction of the house was still ongoing. In his spare time, Zhou Ze began to enclose the yard. The division of labor was clear and the entire process was very harmonious. Unbeknownst to them, various villages were currently suffering the onslaught of officials. A small squad of over 10 people dressed in official garb was plundering everywhere under the pretense of tax collection. After searching the merchants in the town, they proceeded to the nearby villages, completely disregarding the lives of the common people. Ziyi's mother, what brings you here? In Zheng Xiaoqian's home, he Xiuying was processing wild boar meat. Suddenly there came a hurried knock at the door. Upon opening it, she saw Lu Xuelian, the wife of xuanhuan. Xiuying, hurry up and pack your things, go find my husband. What's going on? He Xiuying was completely caught off guard. It's chaos, everything here is in disarray. The officials are robbing grain everywhere and all the meat from my house has been taken by them. Lu Xuelian was in a frenzy, pulling He Xiuying, wanting to run out. But now was not the time to leave. He Xiuying still had dozens of pounds of pork at home. If she left now, what would happen to the meat? Meat, there's still meat. He Xiuying broke free. Lu Xuelian was anxious and said, grab a bag to put it in, don't worry about other things. But no buts, we need to get to Tiandang Mountain urgently. At last, under Lu Xuelian's persuasion, He Xiuying temporarily abandoned her family's possessions, shouldering the dozens of pounds of meat, and headed towards Tiandang Mountain. Along the way they encountered several villagers from Xuanhuan village. But no matter how others asked, they were too pressed for time to respond, only knowing to run towards Tiandang Mountain. After running far from Xuanhuan village, the two were panting heavily. Only then did He Xiuying calm down and ask, what on earth is going on? Lu Xuelian bent over, gasping for breath. She replied, I heard. Things here are about to get chaotic, the court has abandoned us. These officials are preparing for one last plunder before leaving. In other words, from now on, whether we live or die, no one will care for us. How could this be? He Xiuying, being just a woman, had no idea what to do. Longxi. has been abandoned. With the construction of the first bamboo house completed, the speed of building the subsequent rooms increased significantly. In just half a day's time the foundation was already set. While Zhou Ze was busy cutting bamboo, Zhang Xiaoqian approached him and whispered a question. What are you considering? Don't pretend you don't understand. Ge just wants to find a support. Now that you have the ability, marrying her as a concubine would not be a loss for you. Zhang Xiaoqian stopped his actions, leaning closer to Zhou Ze, his voice dropping. Sometimes don't listen to slander about what brings bad luck to one's husband. When Ge got married, her husband was ill and died before they even consummated the marriage. All one can say is that Ge was unlucky. After saying this, Zhang Xiaoqian glanced at Song Ge, who was cooking. This girl is beautiful. If it weren't for my little who being 2 years younger, this wife wouldn't have fallen to you. Zhou Ze also looked at the long-legged Song Ge. This woman is 2 years older than Song Jiner. But those 2 years only made her more feminine. However, due to long exposure to the elements, her skin was not good, and being a bit thin obscured her charm. Uncle Jiner has also mentioned this matter. Zhou Ze chuckled. At that moment the little tiger stumbled over. As soon as it reached Zhou Ze, it tipped over, lying on its back and rolling around happily. Zhou Ze picked up the little tiger, sat down and said, having a concubine is no issue for me. The key is that all of you are making decisions for her without asking for Ge's opinion. What to ask? Zhang Xiaoqian snorted lightly. She has already told your father-in-law that it's all up to her parents. Did she really say that? If she hadn't said so, would I come here to play the villain? Zhou Ze stood up grinning and said, alright, let's proceed with this matter. Once my house is built, I'll welcome her over. His younger sister is the main wife while the older sister becomes a concubine. Just thinking about this made Zhou Ze feel a bit of a headache. You said this, so don't go back on your word later. Zhang Xiaoqian dropped his tools and ran towards Xuanhuan. It was obvious he was seeking credit. During this time they were no longer starving and relationships between people had improved significantly. There was laughter and talk every day, making life quite comfortable. This matter had not yet reached Song Huayan's ears when two figures in the distance caught everyone's attention. Mother, why are you here? Seeing the two panting figures carrying bags, the Song sisters immediately rushed forward. Ha! Lu Zuilian saw the crowd and her anxious heart finally settled. The village. It's in chaos. Supported by Song Jiner, she arrived at the stove. Without a word she gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Mother, slow down. Song Jiner felt a bit of heartache. After quenching her thirst, Lu Zuilian plopped down on the ground and said, the officials are robbing grain, hitting people everywhere, the whole Longxi is in turmoil. Finally she clarified the situation. In an instant everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Ze, for he had predicted this matter earlier. Now his prophecy had come true. We can't stay in the village, I have no choice but to come here to find you all with Xiaoying. Looking at these bamboo houses, Lu Zuilian was completely stunned. Forgetting about the material, just the design of these houses was far more appealing than those in their town. Mother, the house was built by my husband and everyone is here helping out. Song Jiner explained. Then what about the meat you bring back every day? This meat is all from my husband hunting in the mountains every day. He goes to Tiandang Mountain alone. Not alone, sometimes the little tiger accompanies him. Lu Quilian's gaze towards her son-in-law changed. The person they had always looked down upon had now become such a remarkable figure. Outside there isn't even coarse grain to eat, let alone wild vegetables. Meanwhile these people have meat for every meal. Looking at the freshly processed antelope not far from the stove. Is this really a year of famine? At this moment Xiaoying, who had just finished drinking water and catching her breath, also came over, asking the crucial question. Jiner, is it safe for you to live here? Usually when outsiders come here to dig wild vegetables someone gets hurt. Choosing this place is too dangerous, isn't it? Song Jiner sighed slightly and replied, what can we do if it's not safe? At least we can still fill our stomachs for now. Xiaoying was instantly left speechless. At that moment Lu Si and Lu Hang also ran over. Having heard about the situation in Shangha village they felt quite worried. Aunt, how's our village? Is my mother alright? Xiaoying shook her head. I don't know about that. As soon as I saw the situation was wrong I ran over first. Actually, as long as everyone does not resist and gives them what they have at home, they won't kill indiscriminately. Still killing people. Lu Si's eyes turned red. He turned to Zhou Ze and said, brother, I need to go back for a while. I need to go back too, my mother is still at home and they've been killing people these days. Lu Hong echoed. Zhou Ze looked at the two and said, then go back now. Remember, don't get into a conflict with them. As long as they finish robbing they will leave. Our place has already been abandoned, it is not their place to stay for long. Lu Si nodded vigorously and hurried off with Lu Hong. It was at this moment that the sound of wolves echoed through the forest loud enough to seem as if it were right in their ears. Lu Tzuilian, who was still sitting on the ground, was startled and quickly got up, pulling Song Jiner to flee. The little tiger lying by Zhou Ze's feet suddenly jolted awake, standing firmly on the ground. Then with all its strength it clung to Zhou Ze's calf. It tried to climb up Zhou Ze's body. Unfortunately, its strength was too little, and after several attempts it couldn't succeed, ultimately falling to the ground. Panicked, it cried out, "Don't be afraid, my dear mother-in-law, these wolves won't come down easily." Although Zhou Ze said so, both women were still somewhat worried. They even contemplated leaving this place. Fortunately, the wolf howls only lasted for a short while. If it were night, wouldn't they be unable to sleep at all? Seeing them like this, Zhou Ze felt helpless. He turned to xuanhuan and Zhang Xiaoqian and said, "Father-in-law, uncle, staying in fear like this is not a solution. How about this? Let's build a temporary resting place a bit farther away. We can't spend the night without a place to sleep, can we?" Zhou Ze actually wanted these two to stay in his bamboo houses. However, under the current circumstances, they probably wouldn't be able to rest well. It would be better to move away from here. Zhang Xiaoqian wore a frown and said, "Where should we choose to go that's farther away?" Zhou Ze turned around and looked into the distance, saying, "It doesn't need to be too far as long as we are here to guard. Even if something happens first, it will be on us. With such a big commotion, you all should be able to react right." This statement had a joking tone but made everyone blush. After all, it is not a permanent residence, just a temporary shelter. Zhou Ze ultimately chose a piece of flat land 500 meters away and casually built a few bamboo sheds for them to rest. The construction of Zhou Ze's side room also came to a halt for the time being. This meal was not enjoyed by anyone, as there were still no specific news from the village, and the court's abandonment of Longxi filled their future with uncertainty. No matter how fragrant the meat is, there are times when one gets tired of it. However, Zhou Ze's culinary skills made everyone envious. He had sourced some plants from somewhere. He dried them, then crushed them into powder. When stir-frying, adding a bit of this made the meat taste exquisite, leaving everyone wanting more. Even the young tiger ate a little more than usual. Having stuffed itself, it wobbled while walking, which was quite amusing. "Husband, are these things found in the mountains?" Song Jiner took small bites of the roasted meat, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. She was the most relaxed person on the scene. To her, wherever Zhou Ze was, that was home. What danger could there be? Indeed, they were sourced from the mountains. I've also planted some in our vegetable garden. It won't be long before they grow. Zhou Ze told a small lie. "Father-in-law, Uncle Xiaochuan, you should head back to rest early tonight to avoid any issues." Zhang Xiaoquan got up and headed toward the bamboo shed they had constructed. On the contrary, Song Ze remained seated next to Song Jiner and did not get up. It seemed that if Zhou Ze did not mention her, she would pretend not to know. Seeing her like this, Zhou Ze could no longer hold back and asked, "Elder sister, you just call me Ze." Before Zhou Ze could finish, Song Ze directly interrupted him, blushing as she said, "Today Uncle Xiaoquan told me that from now on Ze belongs to Zhou Lang. Since that is the case, it is something to face sooner or later. Jiner can stay here, so I have nothing to be afraid of." Zhou Ze's expression showed awkwardness. Even before this was fully said, Zhou Lang was already called out. Moreover, it was right in front of his legitimate wife. Only in this feudal era could such a situation occur. If it were in the 21st century, he would definitely be labeled as a mistress. Thus Zhou Ze felt a bit guilty. It wasn't until he saw that Song Jiner did not seem to mind that he breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright then, there are many rooms, feel free to choose one and stay for now." Song Ze's heart leaped with joy as she nodded lightly. Under the moonlight, the bamboo shed several hundred meters away was already silent. Song Ze lay on the bamboo bed covered with a sheet, unable to fall asleep for a long time. This was a bamboo house that had yet to be mud. The entire bamboo house had almost no soundproofing, and light could even seep through. The sounds from next door clearly reached her ears, making it difficult for her to sleep. "Husband, be gentle, sister is still next door." That hurts. Why is this little guy climbing into bed again? Get down quickly, if you keep this up I won't feed you tomorrow." "Oh dear husband, whose tale is this?" Listening to this, Song Ze could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The moment she laughed, she immediately covered her mouth. She held back. Just from the sounds, it seemed a bit ambiguous, prompting her imagination. Until the appearance of the young tiger, the entire scenario transformed into a story of a couple outsmarting a little one. No matter how they tried to chase it away, the little one always managed to find a way to climb into their quilt. Zhou Ze was helpless. Just as he was engaged in the rites of marriage with his wife, a little one suddenly appeared. That feeling was simply indescribable. He had thrown this little one out several times. Unfortunately, the bamboo house's door was not locked, and the little one had opened the door by itself. It climbed onto the bed and burrowed into their quilt. They could not proceed with anything serious, so they had to put on their clothes, hold the little one, and fall asleep. In the dead of night, amidst the continuous beast roars, when the sounds from next door ceased at midnight, Song Ze finally felt scared. Especially the beast roars coming from the mountains frightened her, so she covered her head with the sheet and trembled. She was quite strong, at least she did not cry throughout the night. However, the next day she walked out of the room with panda eyes. Not only did she have a bad night's sleep, but Zhang Xiaoquan and the others also did not sleep well. At this moment they all gathered at the stove discussing a dead elk. Upon seeing Zhou Ze, everyone looked at her. Ze, what happened with this deer? Deer. Zhou Ze quickly walked out and arrived at the stove momentarily stunned. I don't know. Did you not hear anything last night? Zhang Xiaoquan asked. Zhou Ze's face turned red as she said, I was scared last night so. Before she could finish, Zhou Ze's voice came from behind her. Don't worry about it, this is a tiger's offering. Just take care of it. Keep the deer skin and antlers, the meat can be dried and preserved for a long time. Before everyone could react, Zhou Ze had already arranged everything. At this point Song Jiner walked out from the room holding the young tiger. The little one raised its head and glanced at everyone before immediately struggling to escape Song Jiner's hold, trying to rush towards Zhou Ze. It seemed as if there was something about Zhou Ze that attracted it. Ze, are you saying that the things we have eaten these past 2 days are all thanks to this little one? Zhou Ze nodded slightly and replied, indeed it is its contribution, and with it around we can feel so safe at night. Zhang Xiaoquan had already approached, looking at the little one with fiery eyes. Since it has followed you, let's give it a name. Name. Zhou Ze had not really thought about it. Seeing that Song Jiner was about to drop it, he casually took it into his arms. As soon as it was in his arms, the little one immediately became obedient. Let's call it Xiao Bai. Thus Zhou Ze casually gave it a name. Up to this point he still did not know what illness the little one had. Other than initially being unable to move, it seemed to have no major issues. If there were no problems, then why did the mother tiger bring it here? Could it be because it had entered his space and drank the water from the space, thus recovering its body? Zhou Ze's mind was filled with thoughts, but he could not find a reason. However, it seemed that all of them were benefiting from this little one. It's just a name, after calling it for a while it will feel natural. Zhang Xiaoquan laughed heartily and started to get everyone busy again. The Lu brothers were absent, but He Xiaoying and Lu Tsuilian were now present. Don't worry, take your time. Upon hearing Lu Si mention murder, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. As individuals already exiled to this place, if they committed another crime there would be no place for them in this vast world. My wife hid the meat and these beasts discovered it. They wanted to force themselves upon her and in a fit of anger I killed them. Them. Zhou Ze's tone was heavy, more than 1. 2 in total. Lu Si replied nervously. Zheng Xiaochuan and others were also panicking. I asked Lu Si, what about your wife and child? I didn't bring them. Lu Si seemed afraid of being scolded as he quickly explained, those people have all left, there are no officers in the entire town. I didn't dare go home to deal with those 2 officers. You brat, you are simply. Zhang Xiaoquan's words were interrupted by Zhou Ze. He reached out, patting Lu Si's shoulder. It's fine, killing is killing, nothing will happen. At that moment everyone's gaze turned to Zhou Ze. They all thought Zhou Ze was crazy. Otherwise how could he say such rebellious words? Zhou Ze, however, breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the little white creature that was climbing up his leg. Then he said, I've said before that the court has abandoned Longxi. Since they have given up, these officers will not return once they leave. The 2 you killed must have wanted to take advantage before leaving. Therefore their deaths were deserved. No one will investigate 2 deserters. Deserters. Lu Si suddenly realized, are you saying they will treat these 2 as deserters? If I were their leader I would not risk coming here again for 2 disobedient subordinates. Zhou Ze explained. Ha! Lu Si let out a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment he finally felt no pressure. But he still said, brother, if what you say is true then we from now on will fend for ourselves. At this point Zhou Ze turned to look at Tiandang Mountain. When people start to starve and there are no restrictions, they will do outrageous things. Robbery, murder, cannibalism could all happen. Uncle, I think it would be better for you to move over here. Zhang Xiaochuan hadn't spoken yet when Huanhuan suddenly said, it can't be as terrifying as you say, right? Zhou Ze chuckled, unless someone takes over and establishes a new set of rules. Father, mother, let's listen to Ace and move. Zhang Xiaovu also began to persuade. Ace has lived here for so long without any trouble. Song Ze also stepped forward holding Lu Quilian's hand. Mother, listen to Zhou Lang. If it weren't for him we would still be starving. Everyone was persuading while only Song Jiner carried a bucket of water to the vegetable field watering the crops. There were no water sources to be found within several miles of Xuanhuan village. Yet here they could water their fields. It was simply a luxury. Alright, from today on we will build houses and settle here. Ace, we are not good at hunting and will rely on you young people, but we can farm, and in the future we will all listen to you. Since we have made a decision, Ace, see you and your partner go bring the people over. Zhou Ze smiled. Lucy nodded repeatedly. Sure, after finishing today we will bring them over tomorrow. No need to rush too much, things here won't be chaotic for a while and we will need some buffer time. After saying this, Zhou Ze hugged the little white creature and walked into the mountains. Since gaining benefits from the mountains, Zhou Ze has become quite fond of these woods. Because he found a very convenient way to hunt. When wild beasts charge at him, he can timely open his space, directly catching these animals into his space. Every time he enters the mountains he can catch some prey. He stores the prey in the space for breeding. In that space he divides areas for captive breeding. No matter how fierce the wild beast, given time it will lose its temper. When wild chickens start laying eggs, they will become domestic chickens. Wild boars without tusks will become domestic pigs. One day he will own thousands of acres of fertile land and flocks of livestock. The 3 years of drought have left the court's treasury empty and they can no longer supply provisions. The current emperor, swayed by treacherous officials, chose to abandon the entire Longxi to alleviate pressure. This action caused great chaos in Longxi. Sanqiu town belongs to Qingyang County in Longxi. The entire Qingyang County was in turmoil, let alone Sanqiu town. Just a few days ago everything was calm. A few days later the local populace noticed something was wrong. People were robbing food in the streets and no one was managing it. Even if someone got hurt, there was no official to report to. Young and strong individuals robbed everywhere for food, not hesitating to kill. Half a month later the entire Sanqiu town was permeated with the stench of blood. A month later the population rapidly declined. In the streets 9 out of 10 households were empty, reaching a point of desperation. At this time the court sent a large number of criminals to this place once again. Finally some could no longer bear it and organized capable individuals to become bandits. Moreover, they carried the banner of justice. Natural disasters ravage, leaving countless homes empty. Iron swords break shackles to change the heavens. This is a rebellion. Moreover, ever since the slogan was issued, this group has grown stronger. Starting from dozens of people, it eventually grew to nearly 1,000. This group began to impose order in Xinjiang County and rectify the entire Longxi. They had their own unique operational model. Using extreme measures, they left Longxi and engaged in trade with the outside world. At worst, they would be caught and executed. If they survived, they could save many people. These individuals would turn into bandits, robbing to sustain themselves. In this way they truly carved a path for themselves. At this moment, at the foot of Tiandang Mountains, several small courtyards had appeared. They were built with bamboo, using mud and grass plastered on the bamboo walls. Not only are they beautiful, but they also shelter from wind and rain. Surrounding these houses, aside from the paths worn by frequent passage, fields full of crops and some wild beasts were raised. Although it had not rained for a long time, the accumulated water flowing down from Tiandang Mountain was enough for them to farm. They just needed to water regularly to keep the soil moist. The crops grown this way would surely not yield well. But they didn't have to pay taxes. Zhou Ze's courtyard was much more exquisite than those houses hundreds of meters away. From a distance it resembled a wealthy family's residence. In the large courtyard he also dug a pond, placed some huge stones and raised some fish. Of course there were also 2 beautiful girls, one recording something with a brush and the other weaving cloth. By the pond Zhou Ze was playing with the little white creature that could already run around. After finishing her note, Song Jiner suddenly looked up and gazed at Zhou Ze. Husband, in a few days it will be the day we marry my sister. Should we get some new furniture? Adding furniture. Zhou Ze put away his playful mood, released the little white creature and turned to look at the 2 girls. After a month of recuperation, Song Jiner seemed like a different person, looking much plumper. She had also learned quite a few characters. At least now Song Jiner could handle accounting and keep records without any problem. Meanwhile Song Ziyi had merely gained some weight but remained as slender as ever. You 2 organized the cloth pieces from the past few days. I will go to the town tomorrow to scout the situation. It's been over a few months and it was time to go see. A bullock cart slowly made its way towards Sanqiu town. The cart was loaded with cloth, animal hides and some medicinal herbs collected along the way. The goods were covered with straw for concealment. Zhou Ze and Zhang Xiaohu carried arrows on their backs, while Lu Si and Lu Hong had swords hanging from their waists. They proceeded cautiously through the desolate village, which was devoid of life. In places they once knew well, everything had changed. Brother, there's not a single person left in this village. When we passed by here before, there were still over 10 households. There are even human bones here. Everyone in this village is dead. As Zhou Ze listened to the voices around him, his expression remained calm, as if what he saw had no relation to him. In such an environment it's normal for people to die. No need to be overly alarmed. Let's be cautious, and once we reach the town we will adapt to the situation as it develops. Zhou Ze's words instantly made the others tense. Zhang Xiaohu pushed the bullock cart and nervously asked, Brother, do you think our trip to the town is unsafe? Zhou Ze shook his head, saying, I can't be sure, but being cautious is never a mistake. They were not particularly far from Sanqiu town. With the stamina of these young men, it was only half an hour's journey. Along the way they encountered several villages, but there were only a few living people. However, when they arrived at Sancho town, the situation suddenly shifted. In the town, some people galloped on horseback, others shouted as they conducted business, and some porridge stalls were distributing food. Hey, stop. I'm talking to you, the ones pulling the bullock cart. As they reached the entrance of the town, they were stopped by someone. These people were dressed somewhat chaotically. They wore scarves on their heads and armor on their bodies, yet held ordinary spears in their hands, giving off a rather incongruous impression. What are you carrying? Open it up and let me see. Zhang Xiuhu felt a bit nervous and even touched the hilt of his sword, ready for a confrontation. Lucy suddenly stepped forward, blocking Zhang Ziya's path and bowing to the two guards. Gentlemen, we are villagers from nearby here to do a bit of business. Could you please be lenient? Not possible. I know almost all the villagers from around here, but I've never seen you before. Lucy's expression darkened slightly, but he still said, we are villagers from Xuanhuan village. We escaped from a disaster recently and have been hiding you. Xuanhuan village. The man with the spear was taken aback for a moment, then shouted behind him, Old Chen, there are some people from Xuanhuan village here, come and recognize them. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man Chen hobbled over with a cane, wearing tattered clothes and holding a meat bun. Upon his arrival, he began sizing up Lucy. What's wrong, do you recognize me? Old Chen shook his head. Just as the man was about to take action, Old Chen suddenly shouted at Zhou Ze, you're still alive. Old Chen's father. Zhou Ze hadn't expected that this old man would live so long. Xiaohu, you're not dead either. Where have you all been during this time? Old Chen seemed to have found a relative, grabbing Zhang Xiuhu and bursting into tears, his snot and tears dripping onto the meat bun he held. After crying, he didn't forget to bring it to his mouth and take a big bite. His tears confirmed the identities of Zhou Ze and the others. The two men with spears no longer troubled them. Since your identities are confirmed, you can go in. Remember, don't cause any trouble here, this is the territory of our Tai Jian sect. As long as you behave and pay the protection fee, we can guarantee your safety. Zhou Ze didn't take this matter to heart. Putting aside everything else, just the fact that Old Chen's father could live unharmed indicated that the Tai Jian sect had its merits. Having not been to Sancho town for a while, the group found it somewhat unfamiliar. The streets hadn't changed and the shops were still the same, but the people here had changed a lot. Hey, young brother, over here. Just as they were wandering around trying to understand the market, a familiar voice rang out. Zhou Ze turned his head and followed the voice. Boss Qian. Zhou Ze was taken aback at first, then walked towards the shop. The shop was no longer the same as before, but the boss was still the same. After this bout of turmoil, it seemed his business had grown a bit larger. At first glance, the shop was bigger and there was a young assistant helping out. In this environment, meeting an old acquaintance felt naturally warm. However, for the shop owner, his eyes were more focused on the cargo of the bullock cart. After such a long time, I thought you had. Thought I died in the last upheaval. Zhou Ze stepped into the shop, scanning the surroundings. As for Zhang Xiuhu and the others, they stayed outside to guard the bullock cart. The shop owner, seeing this, said directly, no need to be so tense, the current Longxi is different from before. We can leave our stuff on the street and no one would dare to take it. Zhou Ze turned back, glanced at the shop owner and smiled, saying, Boss Jian, your business has really expanded. But I wonder if the cloth business will do well. Cloth. The shop owner was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, of course it will, as long as it can make money, we do anything. Zhou Ze smiled and waved to Zhang Xiuhu and the others outside. They immediately began to uncover the straw covering the cargo on the bullock cart. Can you handle all of this? The shop owner's eyes widened. Just the items in front of them would require at least 7 or 8 weavers, taking a month or 2 to complete. Young brother, you found a safe haven here. The shop owner held up 4 fingers and said, 4 coarse cloth, it's 400 won per bolt at market price. You can go out and ask around, this price is not much higher than the rest. Zhou Ze smiled as he assessed the shop owner, not rushing to finalize the price, but continued, I also have some animal skins and bones. As he spoke, Lucy and the others had already removed the cloth, revealing the items hidden beneath. Gulp. The shop owner had already started swallowing his saliva. How about 410 won per bolt for these animal skins? I'll price them 10 won higher than the market rate. What do you think? Zhou Ze clapped the shop owner's shoulder and said, I like Boss Qian's straightforwardness. That's how we can grow and strengthen our business. Start unloading the goods. Lucy grinned and said okay. He then began to get busy. Zhang Xiuhu quickly approached Zhou Ze with a wooden board, saying, brother, this is the account book compiled by sister-in-law. Zhou Ze took it and glanced at it casually, saying, no need to be so troublesome, Boss Qian is very familiar with us and there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. He wouldn't rip us off on this. The shop owner quickly patted his chest in assurance. The transaction proceeded smoothly to the delight of both parties. However, just as the transaction was about to conclude, a hearty voice rang out from outside. Yo Qian Yotsai, your business is impressive. He stood 9 feet tall with a robust physique and a face covered in stubble. A heavy axe was slung over his shoulder. When Zhou Ze saw the newcomer, his heart was deeply stirred. With such a build, he would have been a perfect candidate for basketball in his era. I said the magpie has been calling at my door all morning. Turns out it's the young master visiting my humble shop. Quick, please come in. The shopkeeper's demeanor instantly changed upon seeing the 9-foot-tall man. Zhou Ze looked down on his fawning attitude. Come on, it's been years of famine, there hasn't been a single sparrow, let alone a magpie. If you can catch me one, I'll pay double the price. Saying this, he began to scrutinize Zhou Ze and the others. The others dared not meet his gaze, but Zhou Ze showed no fear. A stranger, I haven't seen you before, have you just been assigned here? The 9-foot man spoke, his eyes already shifting to the animal skins. So many animal skins, how many prey must there be? Just the thought made his mouth water. Young master, you may not know, but these are all people from our Sancho town. They hid during the turmoil and have only just emerged. Are you familiar with them? Indeed, they are well acquainted. All the hunting gear they have was purchased from my shop. Since you are familiar, then they're not bad people. The man chuckled, lowering his head while his gaze returned to Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze stood beside him, barely reaching his shoulder. Are you hunters? The 9-foot man spoke again. This time his question was directed at Zhou Ze. Yes, we live by hunting. In Longxi now, aside from Tiandang Mountain, there's nowhere nearby to hunt wild beasts, right? We hunt in Tiandang Mountain. Whoosh! A hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Zhou Ze by the collar. In that instant, Zhou Ze had no chance to resist as he was lifted off the ground. Zhang Xiaohu and the others immediately surrounded the man, drawing their weapons. The shopkeeper panicked and rushed forward, saying, Young master, we are all honest people, what are you trying to do? Honest people? The man's voice thundered as he roared, have you ever heard of a hunter walking out alive from Tiandang Mountain? The shopkeeper showed an awkward expression and quietly explained, maybe these young brothers could. Nonsense. The man tightened his grip. Zhou Ze's body rose again. The man's hand was like an iron hoop, making it impossible for him to break free. I have been to Tiandang Mountain 3 times and each time I returned alone. Just based on their thin arms and legs, do you think they could survive until now? Zhou Ze was surprised at the reason for the man's fury, realizing it was due to this. At first glance he thought this man was merely brawny and dull-witted. To his surprise, the man was quite insightful. Being lifted made it hard for Zhou Ze to talk, but he still managed to say, just because the young master cannot doesn't mean we cannot. Besides, Tiandang Mountain is vast, some areas are dangerous while others are quite safe. We have lived at the foot of Tiandang Mountain for generations, so we naturally have our own survival rules. Bang! The man released his grip and Zhou Ze fell to the ground. Though Zhou Ze was angry, he knew that expressing it now would be futile. This was the territory of the Iron Sword sect and the other was the young master, an unreasonable one at that. If a conflict arose, he might survive, but what about the other 3? May I know how to address the young master? I am Tai Jun. Did the young master suddenly become hostile today just because we deceived you? Exactly, I despise liars, especially scoundrels like you. Zhou Ze. Talking to this guy was truly exhausting. His neck was sore from looking up. Nevertheless, he said, may I ask you, young master, what is the original intent behind the establishment of the Iron Sword sect? Original intent? Tai Jun was obviously taken aback but quickly responded, the court is unkind, naturally we rebel against it. Zhou Ze chuckled, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He added, when we entered the town we heard a slogan. Natural disasters leave countless homes empty, the Iron Sword slashes the shackles to change the heavens. The Iron Sword sect's achievements stem from the court's unkindness, even heaven couldn't stand by, so you rose up. Now as the young master you bully the weak, how are you any different from that unkind court? You. Tai Jun pointed at Zhou Ze, speechless with rage. Holding his massive axe he pointed it at Zhou Ze, I loathe dealing with people like you. I knew that as soon as you had the chance to speak you'd throw around accusations. When have I ever bullied you? Zhou Ze pointed at the axe in his hand, saying, young master, you are still wielding an axe as a threat. Tai Jun was furious. He swung his axe intending to strike at Zhou Ze. Just then another voice rang out from outside the shop. Tai Jun, stop. This time it was a woman. Tai Jun's presence did not instill a sense of inferiority in Zhou Ze. However, this woman made Zhou Ze as well as all the men in the shop feel a profound sense of inferiority. Her long legs were at least over 1.8 meters tall. Aside from Tai Jun, no one else could match her height. If she were a man it could be acceptable. But the key issue was that she was a woman. Moreover, this woman was exceptionally handsome. With a striking aura and a somewhat androgynous attire, Zhou Ze could only describe her as stunning. Sister, what brings you here? Taijun put away his axe and turned to look at the tall beauty, instantly changing his demeanor as if he were a well-behaved child. Zhou Ze almost choked at the word sister. The tall beauty appeared to be no more than 20 years old. How could Taijun call her sister? How old was Taijun? With that stubbly face and robust build, could he possibly be younger than Lu Hong? Father said that in 3 days we will go to Qingyang County City and I am here to call you back. You are here bullying the common people. Taijun quickly backed down, saying, Sister, it's this brat, he lied to me and I suspect him. Before he could finish, Zhou Ze interjected, Miss Tai, water can carry a boat but it can also capsize it. Since the Iron Sword sect claims to act for the nation and the people, it should keep the young master in check. His actions will not allow the Iron Sword sect to last long. Hey, are you looking for death? Upon hearing this, Taijun swung his axe again. Taijun, if you don't want to be punished, step back. This loud shout frightened Taijun. However, her gaze towards Zhou Ze changed. I am Tai Yulan, may I know how to address you, sir? Seeing this, Zhou Ze finally breathed a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, You can call me an ordinary hunter, nothing more. After saying this, he turned to the astonished Qian Yuchen and said, Boss Qian, in 3 days I will take a concubine. I need to choose a few items from you 2 for 1, is that alright? Qian Yuchen was thrilled and quickly replied, No problem, young brother, choose as you wish. When Zhou Ze arrived, he brought a cart full of goods, and when he left he took away another cart of goods. Watching a few people push the ox cart away, Tai Yulan's brows relaxed. Boss Qian, are you familiar with Zhou Ze? Qian Yukai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly walked to Tai Yulan's side and said, There was a transaction before. What kind of person is he? Qian Yukai looked up at Tai Yulan, a strange expression appearing on his face. What, you don't know either? Tai Yulan was somewhat angry. Miss Tai, this Zhou Ze brother is quite remarkable. Oh. How so? The first time I met him was during the last conscription by the court. At that time everyone was waiting for rice porridge, but he came to me with the only wild vegetables he had and traded for a bow and arrow. And then? Ignoring her anxious brother beside her, Tai Yulan asked again. The next day he led a few villagers from Xuanhuan village and brought back a tiger, selling it for 40 taels. A tiger? Impossible. This time it was Taijun who exclaimed, not Tai Yulan. Qian Yukai shrank his neck but still said, Many people in the town know about this, it can't be wrong. Tai Yulan pulled her brother and shot him a fierce glare. Then she continued to ask, what happened next? After that they rarely came, but the Zhang Xiuhu family who was with him always had meat for every meal. They haven't appeared this time and I thought they had died. Unexpectedly they actually. As he spoke, Qian Yukai approached the batch of goods he had just purchased. Pointing at the goods he said, Look, these are all what they sold today. Cloth, animal skins, medicinal materials. Miss, this is during a famine year, many people outside are relying on the relief from the Tai Sword sect to survive. Tai Yulan took a deep breath and pulled Taijun away. Taijun, however, seemed intrigued. Sister, don't go. This guy is quite a character, I haven't met him yet. On their way back from the town, Zhang Xiuhu and the others felt a lingering fear. Bro, you're too bold. Aren't you afraid of them coming after you? They wouldn't dare. Zhou Ze was confident. Why wouldn't they dare? Lu Hong quickly asked. Because they want to establish a good image, they want to conquer the entire Longxi. As Zhou Ze said this, he turned to glance at the town. This time they not only sold all the goods but also brought back a lot of daily necessities. Zhou Ze even brought back a lot of wine to prepare for the wedding in 2 days. Although it was just a concubine among just a few households, there still had to be a banquet. Moreover, Song Ziyi is Song Jiner's sister. Although she is a concubine, her status isn't too low. After a long period without rain, dust rolled up wherever the ox cart passed. They hadn't even reached home yet when they were already covered in a layer of dust. It wasn't until they were nearing Tiandang Mountain that the situation improved somewhat. Bro, look, isn't it raining over there? In the depths of Tiandang Mountain, a white expanse indicated the scene of heavy rain. Unfortunately, even though it looked like rain, it didn't reach them. At the foot of Tiandang Mountain they had seen many such scenarios, but all were deep in the mountains. This is also the reason why there is water flowing down from the mountains. Bro, do you think the Tai Sword sect can really become a force to be reckoned with? Zhang Xiaohu was still thinking about the situation in Sanqiu town. Why do you hope they succeed or fail? Zhou Ze smiled broadly as if discussing something completely unrelated to himself. I hope they can succeed, only then will we have a chance to turn things around. Zhang Xiaohu clenched his fists. Zhou Ze shook his head. The idea is good, but they can't succeed. Why not? Not only Zhang Xiaohu but the Lu brothers also revealed expressions of disbelief. Because the Dazhou dynasty is just on a downhill slope, their luck is not exhausted yet. What do you mean by luck? Luck? Zhou Ze suddenly laughed. You can consider it as the fate of a dynasty. Bro, have you regained your memory? Zhang Xiaohu casually picked up a straw from the ox cart and chewed on it, muttering, "You used to know nothing, but now it seems you understand everything." Zhou Ze was taken aback for a moment, then said, "I haven't regained my memory, but I remember all my previous skills." "So do you know a lot of things?" "Sort of." Zhou Ze suddenly smiled, showing no sign of modesty. "Really?" Lucy stopped pushing the ox cart and asked Zhou Ze, "What do you know?" "Poetry, military strategy, governing a country, all of it. Also that foot-powered spinning wheel at your house, did I improve it?" Lucy was immediately speechless. However, can improving a spinning wheel even count? "Alright, what I know you will find out later. Now what we need to do is prepare for the concubine banquet in 2 days." Zhou Ze's words made the three of them scoff. Among the three, only Lucy was married. The other two hadn't even married yet. Looking at Zhou Ze, he was already preparing to take a concubine. In the Dazhou dynasty, taking a concubine is a symbol of status. There is no limit to the number of concubines as long as you can contribute to increasing the population of Dazhou. That is a merit. But to marry and take concubines, one must have the ability to support them. Zhou Ze belongs to that capable type. After moving for so long, it was Zhou Ze's first time leaving. With his departure, only the two Song sisters remained at home. Listening to the occasional beast roar coming from the mountains, the two of them still felt a bit scared. If it weren't for the company of Xiaobai at home, the two might have run back to their mother's house. Song Jiner carried a bucket, leading Xiaobai watering the vegetable garden. In a vegetable garden of less than 2 acres, there were all kinds of vegetables. Moreover, they were all new varieties that no one had ever seen before. "Xiaobai, hurry up and move. I'm about to water here." Song Jiner splashed water with a ladle, trying to chase Xiaobai away. Currently, Xiaobai had plenty to eat every day, but after such a long time it hadn't grown much. It was as if it had been given a drug to stunt its growth. However, this little guy didn't grow taller but became smarter. It knew who to please and who not to please. It seemed to understand what the family members said and could follow orders accurately. For instance, right now. With Zhou Ze not home, it stayed closely behind Song Jiner. Usually obedient, but it was not as clingy as it was now. Ah. As soon as Song Jiner's voice fell, it immediately pounced at her. Its toothy grin instantly dispelled Song Jiner's fear. Looking up at the sky, she sighed softly. "I wonder how my husband is doing. When will he come back?" Just as she was speaking, Xiaobai, who had been circling around her, suddenly stopped, turned and looked into the distance. Then, before Song Jiner could react, it swiftly ran off. Running and barking, its excitement completely left Song Jiner behind. "Husband." Without giving Song Jiner a chance to think, she had already seen several figures in the distance. Not just her, but Song Ziyi, who was weaving cloth in the courtyard, had also stood up to greet them. Little Bai. Little Bai was surprisingly swift, a stark contrast to its plump physique. Zhou Ze and the others had just returned. Nearly calling out to it, Little Bai had already pounced, wrapping its arms around Zhou Ze's leg, trying to climb up. "Brother, this Little Bai really likes you." A few of them expressed a hint of envy. Everyone knew that Little Bai was a treasure trove. As long as it was around, there would be no shortage of meat at the foot of this mountain. Every day a prey would be delivered to Zhou Ze's doorstep. This was Little Bai's standard. However, no matter how they flattered it, Little Bai's attitude towards them was always lukewarm. When it was happy, it would play with them. When it was unhappy, it wouldn't even acknowledge them. "It doesn't like me, it likes food," Zhou Ze chuckled, cradling Little Bai in his arms. This little creature was eagerly burrowing into his embrace. Zhou Ze was well aware that Little Bai's clinginess was due to his special space. Not only did Little Bai enjoy this space, but any animal that entered it was reluctant to leave. "You all help me move the things into the yard first, and then you can take the rest away." At that moment, Song Ji arrived first, calling out to Zhou Ze. "Did you encounter any dangers in the town today?" Zhou Ze replied with a smile, "Not at all. The situation in Longxi is much better than before. People are distributing porridge every day." Phew. Song Ji let out a sigh of relief and began helping to move the items into the yard. Just after Zhang Xiaohu and the others left, Song Ji quietly asked Zhou Lang, "Why did you prepare so many things?" Zhou Ze looked at the woman before him, instinctively reaching out to pat her head. However, halfway through, his hand retracted. With an awkward smile, he replied, "It's a banquet after all. Although there aren't many people, it should still be lively." Song Ji suddenly lowered her head, her voice softening, "But Ji is remarrying, won't Zhou Lang mind?" "It's already wonderful that you all don't mind me. Why would I mind you?" "Please don't say such things again in the future," Zhou Ze responded more sternly. Song Jiner had wanted to interject more but found an excuse to leave after hearing those words. Finally, Zhou Ze mustered his courage and reached out to touch her head. This touch caused Song Ji to lean into his embrace. At that moment, it felt natural. Given her age and her role as an elder sister, she was much bolder compared to the earlier Song Jiner. Noticing Zhou Ze wrapping his arm around her, she suddenly tightened her grip around him. After arriving in this world, it was Zhou Ze's first time drinking alcohol. At the banquet 2 days later, with just the few of them, they wouldn't be able to drink much. This time he had bought 5 jars. That was more than enough. He poured himself a bowl and sat in the yard sipping it slowly. At the table, the 2 sisters from the Song family were also present. Xiaohu lay next to Zhou Ze's feet, sound asleep. The wine tasted bland and flavorless. With Zhou Ze's drinking capacity, finishing a jar wouldn't likely get him drunk. What's wrong? Sensing something unusual with Zhou Ze, Song Jin'er hurriedly asked. As the family's pillar, any slight disturbance would cause them great concern. Zhou Ze placed the bowl he held on the table and said, "This wine is not good." Ah. Both sisters were left dumbfounded. They never expected Zhou Ze would say such a thing. "I didn't know my husband could drink." Song Jin'er covered her mouth and laughed. Her laughter caused Zhou Ze's face to turn bright red. "Your husband can do a lot more. If you dare to tease me again, you'll see just how formidable I am tonight." Saying this, he reached out his hand towards Song Jin'er. She quickly moved aside, showing a frightened expression. Blushing, she whispered, "If my husband has this much energy, he should save it. The day after tomorrow is elder sister's wedding to the Zhou family." "What if my husband runs out of energy then? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" "Who would have thought you would know how to tease people now?" Song Jin'er was not teasing to her, this was simply stating the truth. Meanwhile, Song Ji felt so shy she didn't know what to do. Sitting there was awkward, but leaving was equally so. Song Jin'er was someone who understood things. Thinking of her elder sister, starting from that day she decided not to share a room with Zhou Ze. She wanted her sister to have a good experience on her wedding night. Zhou Ze could only smile wryly about this. However, instead of using this time to rest, he lay on the bed and fully immersed himself in his space. The rice in the space had ripened. Wild beasts were trapped in one place, leisurely munching on wild grass. The golden rice fields were even fuller than those Zhou Ze had seen in his past life. With the current yield of rice, 1,000 pounds per acre was not a problem. If he were outside, he'd be troubled by the labor issues. But now this was his space. Inside here he was a god. With a mere thought, all the rice grains quickly returned to the storehouse. This method required some mental effort but consumed no physical strength. As a result, he spent the entire night manipulating things in his space and woke up the next day feeling like a sickly person. "Husband, did you not sleep well?" Song Jin'er, who had risen early, was busy in the yard. Upon seeing Zhou Ze, her eyes instantly turned red. "It's all Jin'er's fault. I shouldn't have let my husband rest alone last night." Zhou Ze. He reached out to rub the woman's head, saying with annoyance, "What does this have to do with you?" "But husband, it's fine, it's just that I didn't rest well. A little adjustment is all that's needed." While speaking, he was already heading towards the kitchen. Little by closely followed behind him like a little shadow. As soon as they entered the kitchen, with a wave of his hand, a rice jar was instantly filled with rice. If someone saw this, they would probably be envious for a long time. "Where's Ji?" Zhou Ze turned back, asking Song Jin'er in the yard. Song Jin'er took a deep breath and replied, "She went back saying she wanted to stay home before marrying in." Zhou Ze didn't understand such customs and didn't pay much attention to it. He told Song Jin'er, "I'm going to the vegetable field. I'll be personally cooking tomorrow so you can see my culinary skills." He hadn't crossed over when he married Song Jin'er. This time he would make sure to fully experience the wedding with Song Ji. Even if there were few people, the event could not be lacking. With the things he had in his space, he was bound to make the wedding lively. While he was busy, he was unaware of what was happening in the Iron Sword sex base in the town of Sanqiu. Tai Yulan was pondering over the words he had said earlier. Throughout the day, that phrase lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. "Tai Jun, don't drink yet, come with me." That day she could no longer hold back. Suddenly she stood up and rushed outside. Before leaving, she also took along her 9-foodle brother. Zhou Ze's concubine banquet had only 2 tables set up. A dozen people gathered around, with Zhou Ze himself cooking while several women assisted nearby. Though simple, everything necessary was present and all the proper etiquette was observed. "I didn't expect you could cook A's." Lu Zuelian watched Zhou Ze's skilled movements and couldn't help but compliment him. "I must say, this dish is unlike anything we usually have." "What is this?" Hearing the voices nearby, Zhou Ze continued his work and replied, "This is called chili powder. Sprinkling some can enhance the flavor of the dishes. Of course, those who can't handle spice can choose to omit it." "And this one?" "This is fine salt made from the salt we usually buy. I will tell you the method later so you can prepare it yourselves." Zhou Ze kept explaining. As dish after dish was served, Lucy couldn't wait to taste one. Although it was somewhat impolite, the atmosphere made everyone happier. "This flavor is incredible." After finishing a bite, Lucy exclaimed excitedly, "This can't be what nobles usually eat." "I almost bit my tongue. If I learn this, I won't go hungry wherever I go." "Is it really that delicious?" Zheng Xiaoqian slapped Lucy's hand lightly. Once Lu Si withdrew his hand, Zheng Xiaoqian quickly grabbed a piece of rabbit meat. His reaction was much quicker than Lu Si's. I've eaten at grand banquets before and the food at the local taverns isn't half as good as this. Hearing the praises from afar, Zhou Ze felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Song Jiner, who had been fed by Zhou Ze, had already tasted all the dishes. While eating, she was also earnestly learning the methods of these dishes. She couldn't help but think that she had been mistreating her husband. Clearly she could make such delicious food, yet he was stuck eating her unpalatable cooking every day. She couldn't think too much, as the more she thought the more upset she became. The most agitated one was Xiao Bai. This little one was too small to reach the meat aroma and couldn't eat. It kept running around under the table looking anxious. Finally, seeing Zhang Xiaoqian grab a piece of meat, it thought it was for it and ended up biting Zheng Xiaoqian's clothes, tugging furiously. This amused everyone greatly. As the main banquet commenced, several elders sat together while the younger generation gathered nearby. Ji, from today onwards your parents will no longer supervise you. Lu Quilian's eyes were red as she faced the delicious dishes but hardly ate any. Her eldest daughter had suffered being looked down upon by her in-laws and had been living at her parents' house. Now things were better, someone didn't mind her and was willing to marry her. Although she was a concubine, sharing a husband with her sister also meant she had found a good home. Ji's mother, you really don't need to worry about this. You can see what kind of person Ace is. Do you think he would treat our Ji poorly? He Shouying said cheerfully, her hands still busy. Several households were happily eating when two swift horses galloped in not far away. Hearing the commotion from afar instantly caught everyone's attention. Lu Si suddenly stood up, dashed into Zhou Ze's courtyard and grabbed an axe. Don't be impulsive, it should be guests. Since awakening his golden finger, Zhou Ze's vision was far beyond ordinary people. He spotted two galloping steeds from a distance. The sturdy figure with a massive axe slung over his shoulder could only be Tai Jun, the young master of the Iron Sword sect. Tai Yulan reined in her horse and stopped 10 meters away. She jumped off the horse and bowed to everyone. Today is the master's concubine banquet. Yulan has brought her brother uninvited. I hope you will forgive us. With her height of 1.8 meters, her presence immediately increased the pressure on everyone, especially the two sisters of the Song family, who suddenly lost all confidence. Just the word master left everyone feeling dazed. Brother, why are they here? Zheng Xiaohu leaned closer to Zhou Ze and asked quietly. Zhou Ze did not respond. He knew that he would be targeted after his last trip to the market, but he didn't expect them to come so quickly. Although he didn't like these two siblings, Zhou Ze couldn't afford to neglect them. Miss Tai, you are two polite guests or guests. Jiner, prepare 2 sets of chopsticks. Song Jiner hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. The chopsticks were added to Zhou Ze's table. Tai Yulan was fine, but Tai Jun had just arrived at the table, eyeing the array of delicious dishes and couldn't hold back anymore. Not to mention, this fellow was quite polite. When he picked up the chopsticks, he still remembered to ask the host. Little brother, may I start eating? This little brother left everyone stunned. At 2 meters tall with a face full of beard, he looked nothing like a young man. Of course, go ahead, here we can set aside the rules. As soon as Zhou Ze finished speaking, Tai Jun immediately began to eat without reservation. While eating, he said, this is how it should be. I don't like those ridiculous rules that bind people tightly, it's so uncomfortable. After saying this, his eyes suddenly lit up, saying, sister, hurry and eat. These dishes are even better than what we have at the county's big hotels. Wow. So delicious. At first he used chopsticks, but after a few bites it seemed he couldn't get enough and he started using his hands. This way of eating made everyone wince. Especially Zhang Xiaoqian and Song Huayan. They couldn't eat as much as this big guy in one sitting. Tai Yulan wanted to stop her gluttonous brother. But when she tasted the dishes, her eyes lit up. At that moment all etiquette was thrown aside and she dug in heartily. Zheng Xiaohu wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhou Ze's gaze. In comparison to these dishes, the gifts the guests brought were far more valuable. Zhou Ze's mind was occupied wondering why these two siblings had come here. Moreover, they kept calling him master. Could it be that Chen Yukai said something to them? Just as he was deep in thought, a beast's roar suddenly echoed from the forest. The sound was very close, as if it were right beside them, making everyone tense up. Especially Tai Jun. Just as he was eating, the roar made him grab his axe and stand in front of everyone. This unintentional action greatly improved Zhou Ze's impression of this big guy. Although he wasn't normally likable, this genuine nature was the purest. Along with the beast's roar, the figure of the beast finally revealed itself to everyone. Just as Tai Jun was about to take action, he was stopped by Zhou Ze. Don't be impulsive, this is a friend. A friend. Tai Jun wanted to curse, shouting, could this thing be your friend? Are you kidding me? Zhou Ze was also flustered. However, he found the little white creature that was sneaking a snack nearby. He picked it up and slowly walked towards the large tiger. Husband, be careful. Brother, don't get too close. Sir. Everyone was worried about Zhou Ze's safety. Only Zhou Ze, while setting the little white creature down, was explaining to the tiger. I know you are worried about its safety, but rest assured it is quite safe here. A roar echoed, causing a painful ringing in everyone's ears. This large tiger fed them daily, yet only Zhou Ze and Zhang Xiao who had seen it. Unexpectedly it appeared before everyone today. The little white creature dashed towards the tiger. At that moment the tiger slowly lay down its gaze, revealing a hint of human-like tenderness. It actually licked the little white creature's fur with its tongue. It's hurt. Zhou Ze's expression darkened and he said to the crowd behind him, "Don't move until I'm out." As he spoke he dashed into the house. Everyone was puzzled about what he intended to do. When he came out again he was holding a basket filled with herbs. He opened his palm and slowly approached the tiger. "Don't be agitated, you are injured and I need to treat your wounds. These herbs are for stopping the bleeding and will help your injury." Zhou Ze didn't care whether the tiger could understand him. Disregarding his own safety, he moved closer to the tiger. At that moment everyone's hearts were caught in their throats. As Zhou Ze approached, the large tiger closed its eyes. He let out a deep breath, starting to apply medicine. His movements were delicate, yet he remained cautious. If anything went wrong, he was ready to retreat into his space. Nothing was more important than his life. Fortunately, this beast was smarter than the little white creature. It understood that Zhou Ze was there to treat its injury, and even though it let out pain whimpers, it remained still. "Is this white tiger truly your friend?" Not far away, Taijun trembled with excitement as if he were the one treating the tiger. "You saw it too, it doesn't harm anyone." Zhang Xiaohu said proudly, "Not only does it not harm us, but all the meat we are eating now was brought by it." "Is that really the case?" Tai Yulan exclaimed. It might be feasible for humans to raise tigers, but she had never heard of tigers raising humans. Otherwise, with the dangers of Tiandang Mountain, how could we have survived until now? Zhang Xiaohu's words finally brought the two siblings back to reality. Only now did they remember that they were still at the foot of Tiandang Mountain. Zhou Ze's movements were slow and gentle. By the time he finished treating the tiger's wounds, a good half an hour had passed. Even the food on the table had gone cold. "Xiaohu, bring me some cooked food," Zhou Ze shouted to Zhang Xiaohu. "Coming." Zhang Xiaohu quickly took a piece of meat from the table and handed it to Zhou Ze. As he got closer, the large tiger suddenly opened its eyes. At that moment everyone's hearts raced. The tiger merely glanced at Zhang Xiaohu with its open eyes, quickly dispersing any hostility it had. Anyone who eats Zhou Ze's food becomes addicted, including the large tiger before them. After just a couple of bites it slowly stood up from the ground. The large sheep head was devoured clean. After finishing, it turned its gaze back to Zhou Ze. This time, without Zhou Ze prompting, Taijun actively picked up another sheep head from the table and tossed it towards the tiger. The tiger bit it in one go, and after just a couple of bites it roared at Taijun again. "It's thanking me," Taijun exclaimed excitedly like a child. "Sister, it was just expressing gratitude to me." Tai Yulan looked up at her silly brother, having lost the desire to reason with him. Only after the second sheep head was finished did the tiger seem ready to leave. Just as it was about to depart, the little white creature wobbled and tried to follow it. However, the tiger swatted its head twice, causing it to roll on the ground. It rolled back to Zhou Ze's side. "Rest assured, you protect us well and I will treat it like my own child," Zhou Ze said, extending his hand to pick up the little white creature. The miraculous event made Taijun and Tai Yulan exclaim in amazement. Especially Taijun, who looked at the little white creature in Zhou Ze's arms as if he had just seen his own father. "I must hold it at least once." Zhou Ze, right. "You're truly amazing. How about following me?" Holding the little white creature, Taijun extended an olive branch to Zhou Ze. "As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll have food and drink every day, never going hungry." Zhou Ze chuckled and replied, "Do you think I'm currently starving?" Taijun instantly lost his temper. After thinking it over, it seemed there was nothing that could attract Zhou Ze. He simply said, "How about I follow you instead? You provide for me and I'll help you fight." Zhou Ze turned to Tai Yulan, smiling as he said, "I would love to, but you are the young master of Taijian sect. I fear I won't survive that." Taijun wanted to say something more but was stopped by Tai Yulan. "Enough, stop messing around." This guy, despite his size, obediently listened to his sister. Once Tai Yulan spoke, he immediately shut his mouth. "Sir, this time Yulan has a question to ask." "Miss Tai, you flatter me." "Please, sir." As she spoke, Tai Yulan extended her palm, leading Zhou Ze towards the vegetable garden until they were out of earshot of the others. Then she asked, "If my Taijian sect wishes to change the current political situation and save the people from fire and water, what are the chances of success?" Zhou Ze. He had never expected that the other party would directly ask this question. Even though there was chaos in Longxi now, it was still not an excuse for him to comment on state affairs. Moreover, such treasonous words. "You may speak without hesitation, sir." Tai Yulan seemed to see through Zhou Ze's concern, saying, "What happened today I will never disclose a word to anyone. Zhou Ze shook his head with a wry smile, saying, I just want to know why Miss Tai would seek me out. We have only met once, right? Finally Zhou Ze voiced his inner confusion. Tai Yulan replied earnestly, do you still remember what you said that day in Sancho Town? What did I say? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Zhou Ze understood and blamed himself for speaking too much. Why say so much for no reason? If Miss Tai insists on me explaining, then I'll speak frankly. For Taijian sect the odds of winning are less than 1 in 10. So low. Tai Yulan's expression looked very displeased. Zhou Ze spread his hands and replied, this is just my personal opinion, you need not take it to heart, Miss Tai. Now that he had said it, how could she not take it to heart? If you were the leader of Taijian sect, what would you do? If it were me, I would gather the scattered forces of Longxi, occupy a corner and wait for the right moment. If one couldn't resist making a hasty move, they would definitely end up with nothing. But Longxi isn't a place to survive. The natural disasters have lasted for 3 years, they will eventually pass. When they do, you can take the opportunity to promote yourselves. Isn't that more beneficial for you? Tai Yulan looked deeply at Zhou Ze, bowed and then turned to leave. Sister, don't go. I haven't had enough fun yet. Hey, there are still so many good things to eat. Tai Jun was pulled along by Tai Yulan, and as he left he didn't forget to grab a pork elbow, munching on it as he walked. As Tai Yulan mounted her horse, she tossed a book to Zhou Ze. Sir, as a token of gratitude, I present this to you. It might improve your chances of survival here. Watching the playful interaction between the siblings, Zhou Ze's lips lifted slightly. It was only after their figures disappeared that Zhang Xiaoqian finally spoke up. What exactly are their identities? Zhou Ze did not conceal anything, explaining, they are the daughter and son of the leader of Tai Jianmen. What does Tai Jianmen do? Tai Jianmen is currently amassing power across Longxi and establishing new regulations. Zhang Xiaoqian gasped. Isn't that tantamount to rebellion? If they were to associate with such people, wouldn't that mean? We mustn't get too close to them to avoid being implicated. As soon as Zhang Xiaoqian finished speaking, xuanhuan nodded vigorously beside him. As someone already bearing a criminal record, getting entangled in rebellion would indeed be a grave crime. Don't worry, uncle, I know what I'm doing. Let's live well here without involving ourselves with any forces. Zhou Ze stretched lazily and said, farming, raising chickens and walking the tiger with a warm family, that's the life I desire. What does the great Zhou dynasty matter? What does Tai Jianmen matter? They have nothing to do with us. Saying this, he opened the book that Tai Yulan had thrown to him. The entire book was made of thick cowhide paper. Despite having only a few pages, it felt like it was nearly 100 pages thick. In this world, paper is scarce. Even the books read by nobles are mostly made of bamboo slips. Having a book entirely made of cowhide paper speaks volumes about its value. Zhou Ze felt somewhat embarrassed. Even if sold, it could fetch quite a sum. He casually flipped open a page and suddenly froze. What's wrong, my husband? None of them could read. Even if this book were placed before them, it would be useless. On the contrary, Song Jiner, having learned quite a bit over these days, recognized many characters. She leaned in to take a look and exclaimed, husband, is this martial arts? Zhou Ze glanced back at her but did not respond. He couldn't help but marvel that this woman even knew about martial arts. This was a technique for swords. The book contained illustrations and some annotations. It clearly detailed how to practice. If someone were a martial artist, they might consider it a treasure. But Zhou Ze. He casually tucked the book into his clothes and said, all right, everyone, keep eating. We won't return until we're drunk. Though the wine wasn't great, it sufficed for them. After downing several jars of wine, only a few women and Lucis' child remained sober. The rest were all drunk. In the dim room, the bright red quilt combined with the decorations in the room under the light of 2 red candles finally gave off a hint of festivity. With a slight buzz from the wine, Zhou Ze looked at Zhou Ze sitting by the bed, unsure of how to proceed. Having experienced such moments before, he still couldn't overcome the mental barrier within himself. On the contrary, Zhou Ze, seeing that Zhou Ze had not made a move for a long time, could only rise and walk toward him. As a concubine, there shouldn't even be a traditional marriage ceremony, let alone a banquet for concubines. Zhou Ze arranged the banquet to alleviate Zhou Ze's feelings of inferiority. Husband. Compared to Song Jiner, Zhou Ze seemed much more open. Before Zhou Ze could react, she had already embraced him from the front. The two of them pressed closely together, instantly dispelling any barriers. It must be difficult for you to be in your sister's shadow, right? Zhou Ze didn't know why. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that prompted him to say such a thing. However, before she could respond, he continued, since you have married me, Zhou Ze, we should live in harmony. A happy family is built by everyone working together. I hope there won't be any infighting in the family in the future. Though they were sisters. Having seen too many palace intrigue dramas in his past life, he was still very afraid of such occurrences. For the sake of favor, all sorts of treachery like leaving the mother and taking the child or casting spells often occurred. If that were the case, he might as well not marry at all. Hearing Zhou Ze's words, Zhou Ze unexpectedly smiled. Husband, you worry too much. Just being able to follow you is already very satisfying. As she spoke, she slowly released Zhou Ze and began to remove his clothes. Compared to Song Jiner, she was much bolder. From start to finish, Zhou Ze didn't need to take the initiative. Despite it being his first time, she behaved like a seasoned veteran. This gave Zhou Ze a different experience. After this night, he finally understood why emperors liked to have multiple wives and why high-ranking officials enjoyed having many concubines. If possible, he wished he could live like those high-ranking nobles. No, I need to exercise. A night of passion made Zhou Ze realize a serious issue. A man cannot be inadequate. Ultimately, it came back to martial arts. This reminded him of the book made of cowhide paper that Tai Yulan had given him when she left. Perhaps this was a breakthrough. Early the next morning, seeing that Zhou Ze showed no discomfort, she got up early. Zhou Ze couldn't help but marvel that in some aspects women outshine men. Husband, won't you sleep a little longer? After a night of intimacy, Zhou Ze seemed like a different person as she approached to support Zhou Ze. Not far away, Song Jiner was carrying a bucket of water preparing breakfast. Xiaobai scampered after her, begging for food. This scene was very harmonious. Today that big tiger didn't bring them any food. Zhou Ze knew it must still be recovering from yesterday's injuries. I'm not going to sleep, I'll go exercise a bit. After saying this, Zhou Ze went to the vegetable garden, took out the book and began to browse through it. The wave-cutting blade. It consists of 9 moves. The technique primarily relies on wave-like force with momentum like crashing seas, continuous and unceasing. One strike follows another, building up power that far exceeds the previous strike. Thus, like the waves, its power is boundless. Looking at the explanation of this sword technique, Zhou Ze frowned. Since his arrival, he had been in Xuanhuan village and the farthest he had gone was Sanqiu town. Had it not been for the existence of Tai Jianmen, he would never have considered that there was martial arts in this world. The emergence of space not only placed him in an undefeated position but also greatly enhanced his physical capabilities. Now will practicing the blade also make me superior to the ordinary? Thinking this, he held a wooden stick and began to chop according to the book. The first strike, a diagonal upward slash followed by a downward chop. This strike was not very different from an ordinary chop. However, with great strength it could catch others off guard. The first strike was unremarkable, but the second strike suddenly erupted with double the power of the first. After this strike, his arm ached and the wooden stick flew out of his hand. Brother, what are you doing? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu ran over. Seeing Zhou Ze playing with the stick, he immediately burst into laughter. Practice with the sword. Zhou Ze showed no signs of embarrassment as he picked up the stick again and began to demonstrate. Zhang Xiaohu, carrying a broadsword at his side, dramatically drew it out and threw it towards Zhou Ze with a feigned coolness. Bang! Zhou Ze swung the stick to deflect the incoming broadsword to the side. As if he understood something, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Come on, throw the stick at me." "Brother, are you sure? Just throw it, stop being such a coward." Just as he finished speaking, a stick was thrown at him. "Put some strength into it. Haven't you eaten? Speed and accuracy, your technique is too poor." 15 minutes later, Zhou Ze had a bruised face holding the stick and cursing at Zhang Xiaohu. "Is this how you smash people? I told you to throw one at a time and you got addicted to throwing multiple sticks. Brother, you told me to increase the difficulty. When I said increase the difficulty, I meant throw more accurately and with more force, not throw a bunch at once." Zhang Xiaohu, with his neck shrunk, kept chuckling. But he kept praising. "Brother, I must say your swordsmanship is quite impressive, managing to block so many." Zhou Ze shot him a fierce glare, saying, "Impressive, my foot, that's just my natural ability." Zhou Ze wasn't foolish, he knew what was really going on. Being able to block so many had little to do with swordsmanship. It was mainly due to his strong reflexes. Ever since he obtained the space as a golden finger, all his physical abilities had seen significant enhancement. Moreover, it was a comprehensive enhancement. "By the way, you came here early in the morning, is there something on your mind?" Zhou Ze rubbed his sore spot and sat down beside the vegetable patch, casually picking a cucumber to munch on. Now the vegetables and fruits in the field have all grown. They no longer lacked for food and drink, leading to fewer hunting trips. Every time it was Zhou Ze who returned from the mountains with some game to share with them. Once this man was full and satisfied, he would start thinking about other matters, such as Zhang Ziyahu's marriage. "Brother, my father said I should go out and see if I can find a wife. After marrying, it would be good for the Zhang family to continue the line." Zhou Ze chuckled at this, asking, "Really? Have you found a way?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head a bit embarrassed and said, "Not really, that's why I'm thinking about going out to look. There are so many hungry people outside, as long as we can provide them with enough food, they would be willing to marry." Zhou Ze chuckled, "That's not easy to say." "Why not?" Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. Because many people dare not take that risk and come near Tiandang Mountain. Just that one sentence crushed Zhang Ziahe's dream. Seeing his disappointed expression, Zhou Ze patted him on the shoulder saying, "Don't be disheartened, maybe there will be someone who is not afraid. Brother, how about you come with me in a few days?" Zhou Ze nodded. "Sure, I'll go into the mountains in the next few days to get some wild game. I'll bring back some things to trade in town." Zhang Xiaohu nodded vigorously. In fact, he was quite dedicated. He practiced archery every day to keep up with Zhou Ze. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't reach Zhou Ze's level, being able to hunt alone in the mountains would be quite good. "Husband, it's time for dinner." Just as Zhou Ze and Zhang Xiaohu were discussing matters, Song Jiner's voice came from the entrance. Behind her, Xiaobai finally stopped clinging to her. With its little feet it ran towards Zhou Ze. As soon as it reached Zhou Ze, it climbed up his pants leg and leaped into his arms. Zhou Ze hadn't expected Xiaobai's climbing skills to be so impressive. After all, it was a tiger. Seeing this little creature being so clingy, Zhou Ze reached out and patted its head. "Let's eat first. After dinner I'll assign you a task." Although Song Ji often had meals together in the past, but today's meal was truly the first in a real sense. She took the initiative to serve a bowl to her husband first, then served one to Song Jiner. Seeing her serious demeanor, Song Jiner took the bowl and hurriedly said, "Sister, you can't do this at home from now on." Song Ji shook her head. "This is the rule." Song Jiner wanted to say more but was interrupted by Zhou Ze. "In our home, peaceful coexistence is the greatest rule." Song Ji's expression froze and she instinctively lowered her head. This meal, though seemingly a bit stifling, made both women very happy. As soon as they finished eating, Zhou Ze busied himself again. He chopped a large quantity of bamboo and cut it into pieces. They were of uniform length, and then he neatly inserted them into the clearing, weaving them into a net-like structure. "Husband, what are you doing?" Song Jiner, who was carving inscriptions on bamboo slips, set down her tools and walked over. Even Song Ji stopped weaving to come over and check. Every time Zhou Ze made a big move, it always brought surprises. "I have some free time, so I'm enclosing an area to raise some poultry." "Poultry?" Song Jiner squatted down to help but asked his husband, referring to the wild beasts in the mountains. Zhou Ze nodded. "But the wild nature of the beasts is hard to tame. How can they be raised?" Zhou Ze revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry, starting from the cubs they can definitely be tamed." The two women joined in the editing team. The speed of weaving increased. Because they only needed to enclose a fence and set up a simple shelter to block the wind and rain. Thus this task was much easier than building a house. Originally there were only the three of them. Later Zhang Xiaoquan and others who were working in the distance saw the commotion and also joined in. With so many people working together collaborating, they managed to set up a shelter in just one afternoon. The fence was tall enough to enclose several hundred square meters. Xiaobai was left by Zhou Ze inside, running around happily. It had no idea that this was the workplace Zhou Ze had created for it. Looking at their creation, Zhou Ze clapped his hands, saying, "To thank you for your help. Once I successfully raise the poultry, I'll give each of you a few." He didn't mention what he would raise. After arranging this matter, he set off alone, carrying a bow and a hatchet, stepping into the mountains. Watching his departing figure, xuanhuan suddenly asked Song Jiner, "Jiner, do you know why he is doing this?" Song Jiner shook her head. "Husband didn't say, but taming these creatures into poultry is very difficult." Everyone knew this was a tough task. Yet they didn't know why, but they believed that whatever Zhou Ze wanted to do was likely to succeed. Otherwise, how would he have led them through so many trials? "Raising whatever is not a big deal, it just worries me every time he goes into the mountains." Song Ji covered her chest. She felt a bit suffocated and uneasy. Before she got married, she felt the same way whenever Zhou Ze went into the mountains. "No matter what, I'll first prepare the bamboo and set up a shelter like this." Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled and began to make preparations. Zhou Ze returned from the mountains. On his first trip, he brought back 8 wild chickens. He put them in a cage and instructed the Song sisters to find some soft rice straw to make a nest. On his second return, he brought back 4 wild rabbits. He tossed them into the pen, threw in some vegetable leaves and let them thrive. On his third trip, he led back a wild boar. He locked it with an iron chain, directly tying it to a tree stump to prevent the boar from escaping. Zhou Ze's actions left everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that they who usually found it difficult to hunt even a single wild chicken would find it so easy with Zhou Ze. "Ze, have you found the lair of the beasts? This is just one day, why are you raising them? In the future, when food is scarce, you can just go into the mountains and catch a couple of them. I think you should have more than 2 wives, you should get a few more." A few of them chuckled as they discussed. Everyone was very happy. The stronger Zhou Ze became, the more secure their safety was here. Moreover, with more provisions, they could often improve their meals. Zhou Ze was quite busy, especially these past few days. Every morning he would go into the mountains to catch some wild animals, either deer or antelopes. Today he castrated the wild boar and tomorrow he would trim the feathers of the wild chickens. He would even build shelters for these creatures. Lucy and others watched him operate daily beside these shelters. Brother, why do you need to castrate the wild boar? To remove their wildness and reduce their aggression. Then why are you lighting fires beside these shelters at night? Animals are afraid of fire. To prevent them from escaping over time, they will lose their wild instincts. With questions and answers, knowledge was directly passed on to Lucy and the others. These days Zhou Ze was busy and Xiaobai was also exhausted. The little guy learned to herd the wild rabbits into the shelters and distinguish between wild chickens and geese. He executed the tasks Zhou Ze assigned perfectly. If he encountered disobedient ones, the little guy would pounce, biting their necks and bringing them to Zhou Ze. Then Zhou Ze would set up a pot, skin them, add seasonings and stir fry. In just a few days Zhou Ze suddenly called out to Zhou Ze. Husband, our wild chickens have laid eggs. Eggs. Zhou Ze's face lit up with surprise. Products from the space are guaranteed to be of high quality. If it weren't for the time he spent raising them in the space, how could he have seen results so quickly? Don't worry about them for now, just feed them as usual. Zhou Ze felt reassured. Not far away Zhang Xiaohu jogged over. Before he arrived his voice had already reached them. Brother, are you ready? We're going to the town today to choose wives. If this statement were made in Zhou Ze's previous era, it would surely draw criticism. However, in this society it was considered normal. There's nothing to prepare, just bring the things we want to sell and set off directly. Zhou Ze waved his hand, showing no intention of preparation. By the way, should Asi and Lu Han go along? Them. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. They probably won't go, there at home building shelters wanting to learn your farming methods. Zhou Ze waved his hand. If they don't want to go, then they don't have to. Just the two of us will suffice. Do we need to pull a cart? Zhang Xiaohu asked again. Zhou Ze pondered for a moment and said, let's pull it along, we might as well bring some vegetables and animal skins. Thus the two of them said goodbye to their families and set off towards Sanqiu town with the ox cart. The headquarters of the Taijian sect had moved from Sanqiu town to Qingyang County. The once bustling Sanqiu town instantly became much quieter. When the two arrived, they saw many people sitting on the roadside, starving to the point where their stomachs were touching their backs. Zhou Ze couldn't help but feel emotional upon seeing this. People become indifferent as tea cools. In this world, where are the truly benevolent individuals? Whether it be the current emperor of Dezhou or the Taijian sect, it was all for their own interests. They were about to relocate to Qingyang County, abandoning the elderly, weak, and women here. Even if such a force held power, it wouldn't last long. Just as Zhou Ze was lost in thought, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly stopped and turned his head to look aside. Brother, Boss Qian's shop is empty. Looking at the tightly closed door of the grocery store, Zhou Ze suddenly laughed and said, that's normal, people like him who know how to do business wouldn't stay in Sanqiu town forever. Then who will we sell these things to? Zhang Xiaohu turned back, looking at the items on the cart, feeling anxious. If they couldn't sell the items, he wouldn't get any money. Without money, how can he marry a wife in the future? If they can't sell them, then they won't sell them. When there are no business opportunities here, money becomes useless. Zhou Ze stepped forward, took the reins of the cart and said, Xiaohu, since you're looking for a wife, let's find one in this small town. How do we find one here? Zhang Xiaohu was a bit puzzled. Zhou Ze replied impatiently, there are plenty of people on the street with your abilities, isn't it easy to find a wife? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback for a moment, then understood. Brother, I trust you. When we came, my father said that whoever you want us to marry, we will marry. Zhou Ze laughed. It sounded easy to say, but finding a good wife on this street was truly difficult. This small town had already been looted many times. If there were good girls, would they still be left by now? The street was almost filled with undesirable candidates. Not only did Zhang Xiaohu not find them appealing, but even Zhou Ze dared not play matchmaker. Sanqiu town had only 2 streets from end to end. After wandering around, many people begged them for food, but there was not a single one that caught their eye. Father. At this moment a hoarse voice rang out from the roadside, followed by a cry that echoed through the heavens and earth. Zhou Ze looked in the direction of the voice and saw a dirty girl with sores on her face crying while holding a corpse. Judging by the condition of the body, it seemed to have just died not long ago. Zhou Ze stared at the girl for a long time, then winked at Zhang Xiaohu. Xiaohu, this one is not bad. Zhang Xiaohu took just a glance and shook his head repeatedly. He was scared just seeing this kind of girl. How could he possibly marry her? Trust me on this. Zhou Ze continued to persuade him. No. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head vigorously. Brother, let's find someone more normal than this. What's wrong with this one? Zhou Ze replied impatiently, if you don't want her, I'll give her to Lu Han later, don't regret it. Saying this, he walked towards the girl. Zhou Ze did not consider himself a good person. Therefore, seeing this situation on the street, he had always kept his distance. Even dealing with this girl was the same. He approached the girl and squatted down saying to her, "Come with me, I will help you bury your father, how about that?" The girl cried bitterly looking up at Zhou Ze. Yet Zhou Ze showed no signs of embarrassment. "If you work for me I will provide you with food and housing and pay you. How does that sound?" Bang. 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 The girl hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing her head 3 times. Zhang Xiaohu was already anxious. Was he really going to bring her back and marry her? The Iron Sword sect has begun distributing porridge. Just as the girl stood up preparing to leave with her deceased father and follow Zhou Ze, someone suddenly struck a gong and shouted. Zhou Ze was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised. However, mere porridge was not enough to attract his interest. It was simply an underestimation of the Iron Sword sect's boldness. "Brother, are you serious?" Until they left the small town, Zhang Xiaohu could not help but ask. The girl, with tears still fresh on her face, was greatly startled by Zhang Ziahu's words. Zhou Ze shot him a fierce glance and said, "Of course I'm serious, I'm bringing her back. I already told you, if you don't want her I'll give her to Lu Hong. If Lu Hong doesn't want her I'll have her work as a maid in my house." Zhang Xiaohu waved his sleeve and said, "My father told me to listen to you, so I." His words were only half finished, but the meaning was clear. Zhou Ze patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think." After burying the girl's father and providing her with a bit of food, they headed in the direction of home. Zhang Xiaohu kept his promise. Although he looked down on the girl a bit, he did not target her. To him she was merely a wife. As long as she could be brought home, do housework and bear children, she would be a good woman. What if she's not pretty? In the dark everyone looks the same. This is what his father taught him. "Miss, what's your name?" "Sun. Sun Xiaoman." "How old are you this year?" 6. 16. "You don't have to be afraid of me, we are all decent folks here." Zhang Xiaohu chatted with her along the way. Zhou Ze pulled the ox cart, a smile on his face. They quickened their pace, fearing to disturb the young couple. "My surname is Zhang and my name is Zhang Xiaohu. We both have Xiao in our names, so that counts as fate. To be honest, I came out with my brother this time to find a wife for myself." "Do you want to marry me?" His question was very straightforward. However, in this era, being straightforward is the best way to get things done. Sun Xiaoman secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and quietly asked, "Will I have enough to eat?" "Yes, absolutely." "Then I'm willing." Sun Xiaoman's voice was very soft, yet it pleased Zhang Xiaohu for quite a while. Zhou Ze, hearing their conversation, turned around and smiled. Sometimes love is just that simple. You ask a question, I provide an answer, and that's it. "Xiaoman, before you go to our village, let me tell you about it. There are only 5 families in our village located at the foot of Tiandang Mountain." Just as he introduced it, Sun Xiaoman, who had been listening attentively, suddenly stopped. "Tiandang Mountain. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. Although many have perished outside, as of now no one in our village has died." Zhang Xiaohu comforted her with these words, though they were rather peculiar. Zhou Ze chimed in, "Our location is safe from beast attacks, it's very secure. Besides, even if there is danger, can it be more perilous than starving to death?" Sun Xiaoman fell silent. Zhang Xiaohu continued, "This is my brother, he's the one who brought us to this safe place. He also teaches us to grow vegetables, hunt, weave. He's very capable." Grow vegetables. She understood hunting and weaving, but in this environment what would they use to plant crops? Why did the Iron Sword sect move to Qingyang County? It was precisely because the water sources around this small town had diminished by 2 more. "Yes, there's water in the mountains, we can grow crops there," Zhang Xiaohu explained to Sun Xiaoman all the way home. Before they even arrived, several people had come to greet them. "Oh, Xiaohu really brought back a little wife. Come, let us take a look." Lu Zuilian was the first to rush over. She was holding a jar containing pickled vegetables. Upon reaching them, she froze when she saw Sun Xiaoman. Her mouth opened several times, but no words came out. Soon others gathered around, all wearing the same expression as Lu Zuilian. Lu Si was the first to speak. "Brother, is the situation in the town already this serious? Didn't they say the Iron Sword sect was established? Why is it still like this?" Zhou Ze did not respond, but turned to Xiaoying and said, "And this is Xiaoman, please take her home to wash up and change her clothes. After that, go to my house and find some medicine with Jiner." Xiaoying nodded quickly upon hearing this. In truth, who would be pleased to see such a daughter-in-law? But there's no choice in this era, the current situation is what it is. As long as she is a woman, that's enough. Moreover, given her age, she seems to be a good match for Zhang Xiaohu. Zhou Ze returned home. When he got back, Song Jiner was still carving bamboo slips. Song Ziyi was not weaving but was cooking in the kitchen. Xiaobai seemed to have endless energy, chasing after several rabbits running everywhere. "Husband is back." Upon seeing Zhou Ze, Song Jiner immediately put down the carving knife and rushed over. So did you take care of Zayah's matter? Zhou Ze ruffled her hair and said, don't worry, his issue is simple. So it's settled. Song Jiner was a bit happy. There were simply too few people in the village and they were so far apart. If there were more people in the village, perhaps it wouldn't be so boring. It's settled, but she still has some injuries. If Aunt Shoyin comes over later, you can give her some of our medicine. Upon hearing this, Song Jiner quickly replied, I'll take it over to her, I'll go and see her as well. Saying this, she already walked towards the room. Now compared to before, Song Jiner's personality had become much more cheerful. At least she had her own opinions and there was finally a family feeling when they interacted. Unlike before when she was humble and would cry at the slightest thing. Seeing Song Jiner leave, Song Ze was still busy in the kitchen. Zhou Ze took out his broadsword and headed towards the courtyard. Holding the broadsword, he began to practice. He didn't know how others trained with swords, but when he practiced he genuinely felt no difficulty. Except for the initial awkwardness, he had gradually gotten the hang of it and was now practicing smoothly. Just as he was wielding the broadsword, the weather began to darken. Slowly raising his head to look at the distant mountains and forests, he frowned. Husband, dinner is ready. At that moment, Song Ze walked out of the courtyard wearing an apron around her waist. Zhou Ze was lost in thought when he heard this call and walked towards the courtyard with his sword in hand. Where's Jiner? Song Ze turned her head and looked around. She went to Xiaohu's house. At this point, Zhou Ze suddenly changed the subject. Let's eat first, after dinner we'll reinforce our shelter a bit. What's wrong? Song Ze was a bit puzzled. What more reinforcement was needed for the shelter that had just been set up? I feel like the weather is off, it might rain. Zhou Ze uttered a startling statement. Is it going to rain? When this news spread, no one believed it. Especially when they saw Zhou Ze continuously reinforcing his shelter, everyone began to tease him. Ace, we all know you're capable, but this time you're definitely wrong. It hasn't rained a drop in 3 years, do you really think the heavens would start now? Brother, are you serious? Listening to these words, Zhou Ze couldn't help but chuckle. He turned and said, better safe than sorry, whether it rains or not, reinforcing the shelter can't hurt, right? Uncle Xuanhuan, you shouldn't be concerned about me right now, you should be looking after your daughter-in-law. I found her for you, so don't let Xiaohu disappoint her. We can't bring this up. As soon as Zhou Ze mentioned it, the smile on Zhang Xiaoquan's face couldn't be hidden. The girl had just joined the family and after some grooming she seemed like a different person. Aside from some sores on her face, she had no other issues. Moreover, the girl was very obedient. As soon as she arrived, she started helping with the chores. Hearing Zhou Ze say this, Zhang Xiaoquan immediately replied, impossible. If Xiaohu dares to act recklessly, you'll break his legs. He had said this at least 100 times already. But he had never actually done it. Zhou Ze was busy leisurely and steadily working away. He had just finished reinforcing the shelter when the sky had already darkened. The wind picked up. Initially it was just a light breeze and the crowd didn't pay much attention. During this dry season, wind and sand had become a common occurrence. Just as everyone was lying in bed ready to sleep, the sound of thunder echoed. It's thundering. Song Ze woke up first and ran outside to check. Large raindrops hit her face. It didn't hurt at all. Husband, it's raining. It's really raining. Not just Song Ze. The entire Sancho town was stunned by the sudden downpour. Tears mixed with rainwater and it was impossible to tell them apart. Husband, are you a deity? You said it would rain and it really did. Song Jiner imitated Song Ze and walked into the yard. She stretched out her arms, tilting her face up, letting the rain pour down on her. These two silly girls, when it rains everyone else hides indoors, but you two run outside instead. Come back quickly or you'll catch a cold. In this era, falling ill was not easy to treat. Though the two girls were headstrong, they understood the seriousness of the situation. They hurried back inside, removed their wet clothes and dried off. That night no one felt sleepy. For them this torrential rain felt like a blessing from the heavens. Early the next morning. The awaited clear sky did not arrive, instead the rain grew even heavier. Zhou Ze stood under his own eaves watching the relentless downpour, suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. He possessed the thoughts of a 21st century human and knew one thing: after a great drought there will be a great flood. Although this statement is not absolute, it has scientific basis. Jiner Ze, I'm going out for a bit. You two stay home and watch the house. With that he picked up a hoe and was about to leave. Song Jiner was startled. In such heavy rain, what does my husband want to do? Just stay at home, he said, already running out. At that moment Zhang Xiaoquan and the others had just gotten out of bed, still reveling in the rain. Zhou Ze suddenly arrived, knocking on doors. Uncle, bring the people and follow me to drain the water. Drain the water. Zhang Xiaoquan was dumbfounded. Given such a great opportunity, they could barely catch the rainwater. How could they possibly drain it? Forget it for now, let the women stay home and the men come out with me. Zhou Ze's tone was a bit stern. Xuanhuan, who was still somewhat confused, didn't think twice and quickly grabbed his tools, running out with him. Drain the water. What water to drain? No one knew what was happening. But Zhou Ze now had absolute authority within their little group. Whatever he said, even if wrong, everyone would obey. Holding tools and getting drenched in the rain, they began to dig ditches according to Zhou Ze's instructions. The soil here was much softer than that of the previous xuanhuan village. Moreover, since it had rained all night yesterday, the drainage work proceeded quite smoothly. Especially when they had deliberately chosen this location for residence. Not far away there was a dried-up river. In just half a day's time a main drainage ditch was dug out. Although it was rudimentary and small, it was effective for drainage. Why hasn't this rain stopped yet? Xuanhuan had already realized something was off. It had been raining since last night and it was still going. It had already been almost a day, and not only had the rain not stopped, it had become heavier. Remembering what Zhou Ze had said while reinforcing the shelter yesterday, everyone began to look at him differently. Ace, did you have us come here to clear the water flow at this time because you sensed something big was about to happen? Yes, brother, yesterday you said it would rain and as a result we got a downpour here. Does this mean we're going to have a flood now? Zhou Ze wiped the rain off his face and said, I don't know for sure and just speculating. According to what I've learned, after a great drought there must be a great flood. So I'm just preparing for the worst. Whatever you say, well, just follow your lead. Lucy took off his clothes and started wiping his face. The rain was too heavy and no matter how they wiped it was futile. However, the ditches they dug still played some role. The torrential rain lasted all day. The formerly parched land finally received a good drink. The water level in the river gradually rose. If the rain stops at this moment, it would be a great blessing. But the rain kept getting heavier and such heavy rain continued for 3 days. The river was full and the water in the fields could not drain out. Standing on the second floor of his house, it looked like a vast ocean. It's over. Zhou Ze sighed. 3 years of drought didn't take their lives, but this flood has completely cut off their path. Next to Song Jiner clenched her fists, feeling quite uncomfortable. Husband, is there really no way out of here? Zhou Ze shook his head. There is, as long as it's managed properly. Longxi is actually a good place. It's just that it's remote, and combined with the natural disasters that can't be resisted, it gives a sense of helplessness against them. So you mean as long as it's managed well, this is still a good place? Zhou Ze remarked, the climate here is mild year-round with no severe cold in any season. Such a place is suitable for growing various plants and fruits. How could it not be a good place? Then why is it still a place of exile? As I said earlier, the management is poor and there's not enough capacity to resist these natural disasters. Do you have a solution? Me? Zhou Ze suddenly laughed, shaking his head and saying, I can only guarantee that I won't go hungry. With that he turned and walked toward the room, instructing, the area we're in is elevated, this flood won't affect us. Once the flood ends, I'll take you to plant fruit trees, my fruit trees. He suddenly trailed off. What's wrong? Song Jiner asked with concern upon seeing this. Zhou Ze shook his head. From now on you don't need to worry about my food and drink, I want to stay in this room for a day. With that he locked himself in the room on the second floor. Zhou Ze entered the room and immediately dove into his own space. Just now he suddenly thought of an important question. This prompted him to set a 2-day deadline for himself. Upon entering the space, the smell of heavy rain vanished and a fresh breeze greeted him. Feeling as if he had consumed a miraculous elixir, his mind felt extraordinarily clear. Plants can grow rapidly here and animals that enter experience shortened growth cycles. If I practice my sword here, would it? He had just mentioned fruit trees, which reminded him of this question. It was precisely for this reason that he had the sudden idea to enter this space. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and began to practice with his sword in hand. After struggling to make progress outside, he had just swung his sword when a solution appeared in his mind. The act of swinging the sword is not merely reliant on the strength of the arms but rather on the unity of the waist and legs to generate power. With this realization he swung his sword, and when he struck again the blade finally did not drop from his hand. Not only did it not drop, but the force of this strike was directly doubled compared to the first. Overjoyed, he continued to swing his sword. The nature of the wave-cutting blade is that each strike is stronger than the last until his body can no longer bear it. When fighting, another one seeks to kill in one breath, denying the opponent any chance to counterattack. This was merely the second strike. How could it be the end? Another significant advantage of this space emerged. He seemed to be tireless, continuously swinging his sword. This practice made him lose track of time. Only when his sword technique fell into the right rhythm did he finally stop. Initially thinking that a long time had passed, when he stepped out of the room and reached the first floor, hearing the sounds of debate among the crowd, he realized that only half a day had gone by. Father, my husband said that after this flood we will have peace for a long time here. Why are you still thinking about leaving? No matter how you decide, we will follow our husband wherever he goes, and that is our home. Listening to her two daughters, Xuanhuan scolded, "You two girls, don't you know that times have changed? Your family is now wealthy and Ace has a good relationship with the young master of the Iron Sword sect. Why not take this opportunity to go to the county town instead of living here? If you want to go, you go. We're not going." Song Jiner placed the carving knife on the table and turned to leave. Song Ze opened her mouth several times but ultimately did not chase after her. Instead, she turned to her father and said, "Father, I think Jiner is right, there is no danger here for us." "What do you mean there is no danger?" Song Huayan retorted, "Xiao Bei's mother often gets hurt, isn't that dangerous?" "What does your mother think?" Song Ze asked again. "Your mother obviously listens to me," Song Huayan said, feeling a bit smug. "Then we will listen to our husband." Song Huayan. The rain continued to fall as he came over to check the situation. He had only mentioned it casually. Who would have thought that the three of them would start arguing? Listening to these words, Zhou Ze couldn't help but sigh. In this era, many women are the same, lacking a voice in decision-making. Everything revolves around their men. "My husband is awake." At that moment, Song Jiner spotted Zhou Ze and came over. Her concerned demeanor warmed Zhou Ze's heart. He feigned ignorance of the conversation between father and daughters and said to Song Huayan, "Father-in-law, is there something going on?" Song Huayan chuckled and said, "It's nothing, I just came over to see if your livestock is alright with this rain continuing. I wanted to check if there was anything I could help with. Fortunately, you reinforced things in advance, and since it's upstream there hasn't been much impact." Zhou Ze reached the door, looked up at the sky and said, "This rain will stop soon. Perhaps it's not as severe as I imagined. It will stop soon." Song Huayan imitated him and looked into the distance, but he could see nothing. "Ace, do you think after this we won't face drought anymore? Is it better to go to the city or to live comfortably here?" Hearing Song Huayan's question, Zhou Ze smiled and said, "Everyone has different definitions of a happy life. Some people think that having enough to eat and drink, living carefreely, is a good life. Others require luxury and comfort, needing servants attending to them while traveling. And what about you? What do you think?" Song Huayan asked curiously. "Me?" Zhou Ze suddenly burst into laughter. "My happy life would be thousands of acres of fertile land, herds of livestock, endless delicious food, and an abundance of servants. Most importantly, there would be no strife with the world." Song Huayan stared at him for a long time and finally said, "You have a nice dream there. I would like that too, but do you think it's possible?" Zhou Ze spread his hands and said, "Why not? After this flood we will go out and gather people." "Gather people?" "Yes, gather people, some young and strong, capable of enduring hardship. 3 years of drought in Longxi suddenly ended with heavy rain. Just when everyone thought that the hard days were over, this heavy rain lasted for 3 full days and nights. When the rain finally stopped, everything was washed away. The Iron Sword sect quickly organized people for rescue. Even so, the common folk in various places were in dire straits with barely anyone left. It took nearly 10 days for the water to recede. After the flood, the lands were desolate and even the small town of Sanqiu was nearly deserted. Walking through the desolate streets, he saw only a few young survivors. Most of the dead were the elderly and children. "Sister, this place is not good at all. If we want to win, we must seize the city. As long as we leave Longxi, all these problems can be solved." Tai Jun, holding an axe, had red eyes, his face filled with unwillingness. "Seize the city." Tai Yulan's voice had become hoarse, her body covered in mud with no good spot left. If it weren't for her prominent curves, one might not even realize she was a woman. "Given our current situation, what right do we have to seize the city? Then what should we do now? We can't just watch them die." Tai Jun shouted. "Go find Zhou Ze, he must have a way." "Find him." Tai Jun licked his lips and said, "As long as he can save these people, I would kneel and call him father." "I'm willing." Tai Yulan was filled with a sense of helplessness. This time, tasked with disaster relief, the siblings chose Sanqiu town once again. Perhaps it was due to that unforgettable meal or the ability to communicate with tigers. It always gave Tai Yulan the feeling that in order to resolve the current situation in Longxi, Zhou Ze was indispensable. The last time they parted, he had gifted her a manual which had already planted this idea. "I shouldn't speak too highly of someone. I always feel this person is extraordinary to survive so well in Longxi. He is definitely not an ordinary person." Tai Yulan mounted her horse and said to her silly brother, who stood 9 feet tall, "Let's go see him again. If he can save Longxi, you'll let him be your brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Tai Jun was momentarily stunned, then mounted his horse. "Sister, wait for me." "No, he can't handle your torment with his small frame." After the rain, the sky cleared and the flood receded. In just 10 days, some green appeared on the barren land. The previously dry river now flowed with clear water. At the foot of Tiandang Mountain, Zhou Ze and the others planted fruit trees. No one asked Zhou Ze where these fruit trees came from or why some already bore fruit. To them Tiandang Mountain was Zhou Ze's private garden. They did not dare to go there, and even if they did they wouldn't be able to obtain anything good. But Zhou Ze could. Every time he entered he could bring out a large number of good items. Currently the vegetables and fruits planted in the field along with the already grown rice. There were also the wild beasts that were about to be tamed in the fruit trees they had just planted. Ordinary saplings once planted would take at least 2 years to bear fruit. However, right now they were all mature trees with proper care they could bear fruit next year. As for what kind of fruit, does it really matter? Ze, aren't you planning to go to Qingyang County? Zhou Ze's father-in-law Xuanhuan had not forgotten about life in the city and occasionally asked Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze shook his head. The county town isn't much better than here. That can't be true, it's the county town. Lu Hong interjected. After 3 years of drought coupled with everyone leaving Longxi and now this flood, what do you think is left there? So you're saying we're better off here? Of course. Zhou Ze said as he sealed the soil around the fruit trees with a shovel, then added, alright, let's finish planting these fruit trees. After we eat, a few of you come with me to the town to gather people. Here we go again. They had heard Zhou Ze talk about gathering people for many days. They were curious about where his confidence came from. At that moment the sound of horses neighing came from the distance. Soon after 2 familiar figures came into his sight. The young master of the Iron Sword sect. Lucy exclaimed, saying, why are they back again? Zhou Ze narrowed his eyes and began to speculate. The 2 arrived quickly. As they spoke they had already reached the group. Upon seeing the scene before them the Iron siblings were stunned. Everywhere else had suffered disasters and so many people had died, yet this village. Not only had it not been harmed, but it had also become even more beautiful. Yolan has met the master. I thought this place would be affected, but I didn't expect. Her words halted, caught in her throat. It was Iron June who suddenly stepped forward and grasped Zhou Ze's hand. Brother-in-law. Brother, I just want to ask you one thing. With so many refugees in Longxi, do you have a way to save them? Zhou Ze felt as if an adult was holding a child's hand. He was afraid that if the grip tightened he might end up with a broken bone. Especially the term brother-in-law left everyone speechless. Fortunately he corrected himself shortly after, which eased the awkwardness. Zhou Ze listened to his words and turned to Iron Yulan, asking, is the situation in Longxi very serious? Iron Yulan's voice was filled with exhaustion as she replied, I don't know about other places, but Qingyang County is very difficult. Sanqiu Town is located upstream, still better off, but it's 10% surviving at most. This revelation left Song Huayan and the others dumbfounded. Just a moment ago they were still thinking about enjoying life in the county. Now it seems Zhou Ze was right. Brother, as long as you can solve this, even if it's just our small town's problems, you will be my real brother from now on. Iron June held onto Zhou Ze's hand without letting go. Looking at these siblings, Zhou Ze didn't know how to refuse. It's hard to bite the hand that feeds you. Having previously accepted their secret manual, it would feel a bit awkward not to help this time, right? How many people are still in Sanqiu Town? As soon as Zhou Ze asked this, Iron Yulan suddenly perked up and quickly responded, there are still about 500 to 600 people. Zhou Ze sighed and said, bring them here, I can solve their food problems. Is the master serious? Iron Yulan's eyes turned red again. Zhou Ze turned to leave, his voice ringing in everyone's ears, bring the people here and we will clear the land to farm. However, I have demands. These people must obey me completely and no one should question my affairs. The land we cultivate must belong to me. After paying the taxes I must have 10% of the profits. Taxes. This was something Iron Yulan hadn't considered. She only knew that Zhou Ze had a way. As long as the master can save people, we will agree to these conditions no matter how outrageous. Her voice was hoarse, yet she shouted after Zhou Ze as he left. Zhou Ze, carrying a hoe, shouted back, then gather the people and bring them over. Looking at the 2 siblings leaving, everyone was stunned. One by one they caught up with Zhou Ze, wanting to inquire about the specifics. Why 500 to 600 people, what will they eat here? Right, brother, if it's just a few people that's one thing, but hundreds. What will we use to feed them? Actually, it's not impossible. Now that there's a water source, it's better than before when we couldn't even eat wild vegetables, right? Exactly. We've grown so many wild vegetables here. As long as they clear the land and farm for a while, it should be fine. Listening to their words, Zhou Ze's smile never faded. Don't worry, I said I have a way, and I absolutely do. Just as Zhou Ze finished reassuring them, Lu Hang asked, brother, you mentioned going to gather people. When are we setting off? Zhou Ze rolled his eyes and said irritably, now that we have people to help us gather, do we still need to do it ourselves? What do you mean? What do you think I mean? I want to gather those refugees. While speaking, they had already arrived at Zhou Ze's courtyard. Before anyone could sit down, Zhou Ze called out to Song Jiner, bring out a piece of cloth and prepare the ink, we need to draw a map. Drawing on processed cloth was such an extravagance, but it was Zhou Ze. Song Jiner showed no intention of arguing and quickly ran into the house to fetch the cloth Zhou Ze had starch-coated earlier. Then she prepared the ink and placed it on their table. Zhou Ze began to paint with bold strokes. At first everyone couldn't see what was happening. As time passed, everyone finally started to see the outline. What Zhou Ze was drawing was the topography of the area they were in. However, he added many elements to the map, such as the direction of rivers, the layout of fields, and several small houses that had suddenly appeared. Among the many present, only Song Jiner and Zhang Xiaoqian could read and understand what was written. The others could only look at the drawings. Starting today, for our development here, we must execute according to this map I have drawn. In the long run, we will not be worse than the city. The Tai family siblings were sent by the Tai sword sect to provide disaster relief in Sancho town. They immediately placed this heavy responsibility on Zhou Ze's shoulders. With a command from Zhou Ze, they began the process of recruiting people in this small town. A crowd of several hundred people, lured by the aroma of rice porridge, trudged through the mud toward the foot of Tiandang Mountain. With their stomachs already empty, who would fear being eaten by wild beasts? If they had come on their own, they might indeed have been scared. But now, with the two siblings backing them, they learned to take it easy. They started organizing at noon, and by evening people began to arrive gradually. When they arrived and saw the scene before them, they were instantly dumbfounded. The farmland was divided into several plots filled with vegetables they had never seen before. In the makeshift shelter there were also numerous wild beasts being kept. A number of newly planted saplings, although their purpose was unknown, added a touch of color to the land. What attracted them the most was the rich scent of porridge. Zhang Xiaoqian and xuanhuan set up a porridge stall along this essential route with their wives. Behind the two of them were barrels of rice porridge. With the rice still unharvested, where did Zhou Ze find the large amounts of rice? He had already made it clear beforehand, just provide the relief and don't ask questions. Despite their many questions, these people lined up obediently without a word. Everyone line up, there's enough for each person. Eat your fill today and we'll arrange work starting tomorrow. As long as we comply with the arrangements, there will always be porridge to drink, and if you perform well, there will even be meat. After eating, register over there. This porridge is not free, it must be repaid. At that moment, who still cared about repayment? As long as they could eat their fill and survive, they wouldn't even blink if asked to kneel and bow. Song Jiner held a brush and began recording on specially prepared cloth. Though it was somewhat wasteful since her husband had arranged it this way, they could only comply. Name: Wang Matzi. Age: 30. 34. What skills do you have? I am a carpenter. Previously I made a living in town, but now I'm unemployed. It was a question and answer. Song Jiner's writing was not particularly good. However, it was more than adequate for recording this information. Song Ze was in charge of cooking the porridge, and the finished porridge was placed directly at her doorstep while Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Hong carried it over. Behind Song Ze was a full tank of rice. She was keenly aware of Zhou Ze's instructions and never inquired about the source of the rice. In her heart, her husband was like a deity from the heavens. If a tiger could be subdued, how could a tank of rice be a problem? The busiest among them was Zhou Ze. After discussing with the siblings, he immediately dove into the mountains. A large quantity of bamboo was cut down and transported to the foot of the mountain. In just half a day, a significant pile of bamboo had accumulated. Since learning the wave cutter technique, cutting bamboo had become incredibly easy. With just 2 strokes he could fell a stalk. He even regarded this cutting method as a way to hone his skills with the blade. Before long he became quite addicted to it. The relocation plan for the 500 to 600 people officially began the next day. Everyone was busier than before, signing contracts, dividing tasks, cultivating wasteland. Everything was proceeding according to Zhou Ze's plan. Having cut enough bamboo, Zhou Ze finally had some free time. He held Xiaobai while walking through the crowd, continuously directing them. Remember, from now on I am your benefactor. If you want to survive, you must exchange your labor for food. The more you work, the more you earn. Lazy people will be eliminated here. I know that many of you are skilled artisans. Here, as long as you possess unique skills, you can earn more rewards. From now on there will be no more Sancho town, this will be your home. A tall building rises from the ground. Life can only rely on ourselves. Let us work together to create our own paradise. Zhou Ze continuously provided these people with motivational lessons. He didn't know if he had convinced the refugees, but Zhang Xiaoqian and others were stirred by his words. It was as if a beautiful life was beckoning to them. The Tai siblings had returned, bringing the last group of people. When they saw so many able to fill their stomachs, they admired Zhou Ze even more. Brother, how did you do it? Slap. A hand clapped on Tai Jun's back. Tai Yulan shot him a glare and said, I told you long ago, don't ask too much. Pa. Tai Jun slapped his own mouth and chuckled, right, let's not ask too much. However, brother, is there anything we can help with? Zhou Ze looked at the siblings, feeling a wave of gratitude in his heart. Regardless of anything else, at least these two wouldn't put on airs with him. It was precisely because of this that his work could progress smoothly. I need you to help me maintain order, allocate land to these people and organize families. Zhou Ze's words left the siblings dumbfounded. Allocating land was fine, after all they had done that before. But organizing families. What did that mean? Zhou Ze seemed to guess their confusion and explained reproduction is fundamental to humanity. To make them feel at home, they must form new families. Seeing that the two were still a bit puzzled, Zhou Ze could only speak plainly, pairing men and women getting married. Tai Jun smacked his own head and said, "You should have said so earlier, we would have understood. It's just matchmaking, right? That's simple." Conversely, Tai Yulan blushed and asked Zhou Ze, "Sir, can getting married really solve the existing problems?" Zhou Ze replied, "This is just one aspect. To give them a sense of belonging and the concept of home, they must work together to maintain this hard-earned life." This time Tai Yulan understood. Moreover, among the 500 to 600 people, some already had families. They only needed to facilitate matches among them, which would be quite easy. Remember, in the upcoming months, not only can labor exchange for food. For those with families, there will be bonuses when distributing food. Tai Yulan nodded vigorously. From now on, this place will be called Taoyuan Village. I hope that the decisions we make here will not be interfered with by the Tai Sword sect. If one day you truly gain control over Longxi, we will pay taxes as usual. Tai Yulan's heart stirred as she gazed at Zhou Ze for a long time. After a while she nodded again and said, "Rest assured, sir, the Tai Sword sect will not interfere with matters here." Zhou Ze waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll say no more. For this period you just need to supervise them in building their homes. It's just bamboo houses. With the bamboo I provide, they will be easy to construct. It's just bamboo houses. With the bamboo I provide, they will be easy to construct. After disaster comes clear skies." This statement is undeniably true. With everyone's united effort, a vast village emerged within just 10 days to half a month. Several bamboo houses along with a kitchen surrounded a small courtyard. The walls of the bamboo houses, like those of Zhou Ze, were plastered with mud. These houses were laid out with a clear plan. Built along the road, they were arranged in several rows identical in size, creating a remarkably beautiful sight. Moreover, there was ample space between the houses. Particularly the main road in the center was almost 10 meters wide. Unlike the previous Xuanhuan village where houses were scattered without any order, even the reclaimed wasteland here had been meticulously planned. Divided by the river, the amount of land each household was allotted depended on their population. Zhou Ze even guided these people, providing for their needs and supervising the digging of irrigation ditches. Only when they connected the river to the spring flowing from the mountains did they stop. By the time all of this was completed, a month had already passed. In the fields, the vegetables that had been planted began to grow. Some with shorter growth cycles were already ready for harvest. Watching the changes before her, Tai Yulan was utterly stunned. She had many questions she couldn't comprehend. Why did Zhou Ze have so much food? Were those so-called vegetables and fruits really found in the mountains? Why did his mind contain so many ideas? Did he already know such a day would come? One question after another made her regard Zhou Ze as a divine being. "Sister, he did it. Aren't you going to fulfill your promise?" Tai Jun said, holding a radish, nibbling it absent-mindedly while speaking to his sister. "What promise?" Tai Yulan momentarily couldn't react. "You said back then that if he could save so many people you would marry him." "Did I say that?" "Yes, you definitely did. If I don't remember, it doesn't count against me." Tai Yulan's face turned slightly red and she turned to leave. Tai Jun followed her, shouting, "Hey sister, you're being unreasonable." Tai Yulan did not respond. Her steps quickened as she walked down the village's main road, her heart racing. She didn't even hear Zhou Ze calling her. Zhou Ze was in a good mood today, carrying the villagers' identity information and searching around. Unexpectedly, he encountered Tai Yulan on the village's main road. After calling out a few times with no response from her, he complained a little. Who in the village doesn't know their master? The land they farm belongs to him, the food they eat is also his, and even the seeds they planted were provided by this master. Not to mention anything else. Just based on this, Zhou Ze was seen as a savior in the hearts of these hundreds of people. "Master, are you checking household registrations?" Someone greeted him from a distance. Even those who were not good with words would nod at him. "What household registration?" "I just want to find Zhang Fugue." "Zhang Fugue?" Someone jogged over. "He lives next door to us." "What does the master want with him?" "I heard he can forge iron and I need his help to make a few items." Zhou Ze chuckled. "Forging iron might not be possible, he doesn't have the tools. Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to bring them from the town." As they spoke, the two had arrived at Zhang Fugue's doorstep. He was a bearded man who appeared somewhat honest and simple. Only one person remained at home. He had been living with a woman these past 2 days, forming a new family. When he heard Zhou Ze needed a blacksmith, he was too excited to find the right words. "Master. We are skilled through generations, whatever you need, just command us." Seeing his honest demeanor, Zhou Ze was quite satisfied and directly said, "I need you to set up a blacksmith shop here." "A blacksmith shop?" Zhang Fuguei was anxious. "Master, does this mean we can't farm our land anymore?" "Of course you can farm, and you can even hire people to help your family farm. You just need to showcase what you've learned and I'll regularly assign you tasks. Everything you create for me will come with monetary rewards." Zhou Ze was afraid this guy might misunderstand something. Sitting in the courtyard of the other's house, he explained, "I've said before, if you have skills when you come here, I will employ you well. Not only will I ensure you don't go hungry, but I will also help you live a good life." Zhang Fuguei clenched his fist and said, "What you say, master, we owe our lives to you. Whatever you need, just let us know. Forging iron is just our traditional craft. As long as the tools arrive, we'll get to work immediately." Zhou Ze laughed heartily and patted the man's shoulder. "I've already informed Lucy and the others. As soon as the tools arrive, you can start working. As a startup reward, you can come to my house that day and take a few rabbits back to raise." Zhang Fuguei nodded repeatedly. This conversation made Zhang Fuguei's neighbors green with envy. Who wouldn't want to catch the master's eye? Everyone knew that in this famine year the Longxi area had a survival rate of only 1 in 10. Yet this master had thousands of acres of fertile land and numerous livestock. As long as they could please him, they would never worry about food. "Master, does our village still need other skilled workers? My name is Chen Shuisheng, a neighbor of Fuguei." Chen Shuisheng. Hearing this name, Zhou Ze seemed to recall something and said, "I remember you. Wait a moment while I look for something." Saying this, he began to search through a thick book made of fabric. Under Chen Shuisheng's eager gaze, Zhou Ze finally found it. Chen Shuisheng, 25 years old, is a chef. "Right, master has a good memory. We are just chefs previously running a restaurant in town." Zhou Ze chuckled, patted the man's shoulder and said, "Then we can open another restaurant. But we can't even get enough food now. Who would go to a restaurant? How can there be none?" Zhou Ze laughed and said, "We will be very busy here in the future. Some people will not have time to cook. As long as you open this restaurant, we will introduce all business to you." "This pancake is very delicious," and Chen Shuisheng felt very full. Zhou Ze had done a lot in this situation. For instance, the carpenter Wang Matzi and another blacksmith Li Qingxuan. After finding all these people and doing some persuasion, when he returned home, it was already dark. At home, Song Ziyi was busy preparing dinner. Song Jiner was still jotting down something. With her unique talent, Song Jiner was making progress every day. She had become Zhou Ze's right-hand person. In this society where talent was scarce, teaching this woman to read and write was undoubtedly the most correct decision Zhou Ze made. "Husband, this is what Isi and the others brought back from town. I've registered everything." Upon seeing Zhou Ze, Song Jiner immediately stood up and approached him. After this period of nurturing, Song Jiner is no longer the emaciated figure she once was. Now in her developmental years, she appears plump and graceful, resembling the young ladies from affluent families in the city. Yet this woman does not go out of her way to adorn herself. Otherwise she would undoubtedly be the most dazzling presence. As she handed over the sheets of hemp paper, Zhou Ze felt a surge of emotion. If given the chance, he must create the paper himself. The hemp paper before him was sourced by Lucy and others from the town. Writing on cloth is too extravagant. Bamboo slips are cumbersome and the limited amount of hemp paper is exhausting to write on. Though he thinks about it, making paper will still require some time. It also requires a considerable number of tools. However, he can prepare in advance. For instance, gathering raw materials and soaking them will take several months. Several months is enough time for them to prepare many things. For now, let's set these items aside. I have something more important for you to do. Upon hearing that Zhou Ze had a new task, Song Jiner's mood brightened. She feared that she couldn't be of help. It seems she was worried for nothing. "Please, husband." Zhou Ze pinched her nose playfully. Looking at her adorable expression, he smiled and said, "It's nothing major. I'm just going to give you a list. In the future, follow this list to collect some materials and have someone soak them in water." As he spoke, Zhou Ze began to write. Bark, discarded bamboo, and old cloth. When the list was created, it felt as if they were gathering worthless items. "Husband, are these things useful?" Song Jiner asked curiously. "Of course they're useful." Zhou Ze replied with a smile. "What can they be used for?" "To make paper. Hemp paper. This will be 10-fold, 100-fold better than hemp paper." Upon hearing this, Song Jiner finally took it to heart. She now considered herself cultured. For someone cultured, the temptation of paper is immense. Rest assured, husband Jiner will make sure this is arranged. Her fists clenched tightly and a very serious expression crossed her face. At that moment, Song Jiner made Zhou Ze's heart swell with love. He took her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. Song Jiner let out a soft sound, instinctively wrapping her arms around Zhou Ze's neck. Just as Zhou Ze leaned in closer, Song Ji's voice echoed from the courtyard. Yulan, did you come to find your husband for something? I need to discuss something with Mr. Zhou Tai, Yulan said, startling Song Jiner into quickly standing up from his embrace, adjusting her clothes. Demonis. Zhou Ze muttered as he looked at the woman whose figure changed daily. As he stepped out of the room, he found Song Ji already preparing a meal. She was standing at the door chatting with Tai Yulan. Upon spotting Zhou Ze, Tai Yulan seemed to recall something and blushed. Yulan has come today to say goodbye to Mr. Zhou. Goodbye. The two sisters of the Song family were taken aback upon hearing this. None of them expected her to choose this moment to leave. On the contrary, Zhou Ze showed no surprise at all upon hearing this. He countered, is there a problem with the Tai sword sect? Tai Yulan nodded lightly. Nothing can escape Mr. Zhou's notice. The court has begun to act against us. You were the ones who acted first, weren't you? Zhou Ze sighed. Tai Yulan's expression darkened and she remained silent. Well, after spending so long together, we can consider ourselves friends. No need to keep calling me Mr. Zhou, it feels too distant. Zhou Ze extended his hand, inviting her to sit at the dining table. He intended to chat while they ate. Tai Yulan wasn't the type to be pretentious, and she quickly said, then I'll call you Brother Zhou from now on. Zhou Ze was indifferent and showed no objection to this. He just felt that having such a tall woman call him Brother Zhou felt a bit off. Brother Zhou, we previously tried to remain hidden and wait for the right moment. Tai Yulan lacked appetite even though the food here was exceptionally delicious. However, this recent flood has forced us to go out and snatch food. Zhou Ze took a deep breath and replied, I can understand this, but you have to admit your timing was wrong. Do you have any good strategies, Brother Zhou? Tai Yulan asked eagerly. Zhou Ze shook his head. No. Are we just supposed to wait for them to surround us? There's nothing we can do, you've already been targeted. But. No buts, the best way to survive this purge is to scatter your people. How do we scatter? Tai Yulan seemed to find a lifeline, inching closer to Zhou Ze. Proactively disperse, become refugees, and request food from the court. However, I imagine many of you are unwilling to do so. Zhou Ze's guess was accurate, and Tai Yulan understood her family's situation. Thus, when Zhou Ze spoke these words, she quietly lowered her head. Zhou Ze did not persuade her further but beckoned her to eat instead. During this meal, the Song siblings did not speak again. Until Tai Yulan took her leave, Song Jiner, feeling a bit reluctant, tugged at Zhou Ze's sleeve. Perhaps out of consideration for Song Jiner, Zhou Ze suddenly said, as long as you have the Green Mountains, you need not fear the lack of firewood. If you fail, you can bring your people to Taoyuan village. Tai Yulan suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Zhou Ze, nodding vigorously. The Tai siblings had successfully completed the task assigned to them by the Tai sword sect. To outsiders, the entire Sanqiu town was affected by the flood, leaving not a single survivor. Only they knew that this flood had quietly established a Taoyuan village with 500 to 600 residents. Here there were complete facilities and rules set by Zhou Ze. Moreover, the mountain continuously provided water sources. As long as the beasts in the mountains did not suddenly attack, the living conditions of these people would far exceed those in Longxi. Sometimes Tai Yulan wondered if it were possible to live permanently in Taoyuan village. It wouldn't be a bad option. Sister, are we just leaving like this? Tai Jun turned back, feeling a bit reluctant. Although he had been busy during this time, he had been engaged in meaningful activities. Every day had its share of food and drink. It was much better than his previous days in Xinjiang County. What else can we do? Tai Yulan replied without looking back, her expression not looking good. Shouldn't we tell Brother Zhou directly? Tell him what? That you like him and want to marry him. Don't talk nonsense, when did I say I liked him? Tai Yulan's face flushed with anger as she glared fiercely at Tai Jun. Tai Jun scratched his head and said, but you were calling out his name in your dreams. Brother, the water wheel is already turning. Master, this is the curved plow you mentioned, we have completed its construction. Husband, the materials you soaked are ready now. A month has passed. Since the Tai siblings left, significant changes have been occurring in Taoyuan village. Just yesterday they were chopping wood and bamboo with axes, and by the next day the saw was crafted. After using it, everyone praised it. It is simply too useful. Just the day before, moving heavy objects required several people. Yet within a few days the one-wheeled handcart was crafted by the carpenter and became popular in the village. These tools, seemingly simple, are constantly transforming their lives. With nearly every new tool invented, the villagers boast about their great benefactor. Zhou Ze has become a celestial being, the savior sent by heaven to rescue them. Otherwise, why would such complex and difficult tasks become so easy in his hands? Simply by drawing a blueprint and having the craftsmen create it, their work could become effortless. Especially that water wheel. Utilizing the water flowing down from the mountain, the impact causes the water wheel to turn on its own. The water flows continuously, irrigating the fields. This irrigation method is astonishing. Moreover, the curved plow and basket cart have greatly improved their efficiency. Without these tools, planting a few acres of land alone would have kept them extremely busy. Now it is different. After finishing their fields, they have spare time to earn some extra money. As a result, Zhou Ze has completely gained everyone's recognition in Taoyuan village. If someone were to target Zhou Ze at this moment, these villagers would likely fight to protect him. The gratitude for saving their lives is secondary. The key point is that Zhou Ze is now their provider. They firmly believe that their future lies entirely in this person's hands. At this moment, Zhou Ze is being led by Song Jiner to the papermaking site. Looking at the prepared raw materials, Zhou Ze couldn't help but smile. He arranged all the tools he had prepared in advance. He then directed everyone to start the operation. They boiled the raw materials over a high flame and pounded them in a stone mortar until they became fibrous. Then they pulped and made paper, ultimately pressing and dehydrating it. The entire process took him several days. During these days he had been eating and drinking with these people, with Zhou Ze bringing him meals every day. Only when the paper was shaped and dried did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the flawless cloth-like paper, Song Jiner felt as if she had found a treasure. Holding it in her hands, she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Let's first test the writing effect. Seeing her like this, Zhou Ze couldn't help but remind her. Song Jiner nodded repeatedly. She immediately took the paper back home to start testing. After writing just a few characters, she found that the ugly handwriting from before now looked much better. The ink flow was clear and the layers distinct. It was simply the best work for writing. Husband, if this item were taken to market, wouldn't it sell for a fortune? Seeing her so delighted, Zhou Ze wrapped his arms around her and said with a smile, currently with the turmoil in Longxi, we can't take these things out. Make as many as we need. Moreover, this paper is not solely for writing and painting. What else can it be used for? Looking up, Song Jiner gazed at her handsome husband. Zhou Ze smiled and said, when nature calls, it can be used for wiping. Ah. Song Jiner never expected her husband would say such a thing. Isn't that wrong? Zhou Ze teased, in the past we used bamboo slips which were extremely uncomfortable if there were splinters. Before he could finish, Song Jiner had already pressed her hand against his lips, stopping him from continuing. With that single gesture, perhaps due to her admiration for Zhou Ze, she suddenly felt emotional. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Ze's neck, stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, husband, I want you. This woman is getting more and more attractive. Holding her feels quite pleasant. Hearing her say that, Zhou Ze couldn't bear it any longer. Ignoring that it was still daytime, he picked her up and dashed into the room, closing the door behind them. Taoyuan village. At the entrance of the village archway, a group of 8 people clad in armor and holding weapons led horses looked fatigued as they stared at the village before them. They did not directly enter but stood at the village entrance waiting. When Lucy received the news and rushed out with people, these individuals were already on the verge of collapse. Brothers, who are you? What brings you to our village? Lucy was somewhat worried and had even sent someone to notify Zhou Ze. These people clearly appeared to have just come from the battlefield. Though there were only 8 of them, their combat power was incomparable. We are from the Taijian men fleeing here. Taijian men? Lucy was immediately dumbfounded. In his view, Taijian men was high and mighty. How could they look like this? Did you all lose? Though he didn't want to say it, Lucy could not hold back. The leader's lips were chapped and he spoke as if he lacked strength. Just as he was about to answer, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the side. The others wanted to help but found themselves out of strength. How could Lucy sit idly by? He immediately had someone prepare some food to help these people regain their strength. Where's my brother? Why hasn't he arrived? Lucy was quite anxious. It had been half an hour since he sent someone to find Zhou Ze and there was not a word of news. Wasn't he supposed to be making paper? Could he still be in a critical situation? 4th brother, we have already gone to find the great benefactor. He is likely in the mountains. Impossible. Lucy replied irritably, he went to do that paper thing today. He couldn't possibly have gone into the mountains. Saying this, he glanced at the replenished Taijian men disciples and said, you all wait here, I will go call someone. With that, he dashed into the village, following the path toward Zhou Ze's home. At this moment, Zhou Ze's house was tightly closed. When Lucy arrived, he did not see the person he had just arranged. Unlike others, he had keenly listened and instantly knew someone was at home. So he shouted into the yard, brother, something big has happened. I know you're inside, can we pause what we're doing for now? Surprisingly, his shout was quite effective. In just a moment, the door opened. Zhou Ze came out, adjusting his clothes while walking toward the entrance. He still wore a look of complaint on his face. You better have a convincing reason for me.
Lucy with a mix of laughter and tears said, "Brother, it's daytime, can some things not wait until the evening?" "What's wrong? You're in charge of village security, do you have to manage this too?" Lucy quickly shook his head and said, "A few members of the Taijin men have come to the village and they are badly injured." Badly injured? Zhou Ze's heart stirred and he quickly asked, "Did they lose so quickly?" "It seems so." "Where are they?" "They are still at the village entrance, having had some porridge. We dared not let them enter the village." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhou Ze wasted no time and pulled Lucy toward the village entrance. Lucy hurriedly said, "Brother, cover the mark on your neck first, it won't look good." Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze not only set his sights on several individuals but also on the horses they brought along. Though battered and wounded, Zhou Ze was confident he could restore these war horses to their full vigor. He even contemplated establishing a stable within his own space. "Did Tai Yulan send you here?" Zhou Ze gazed at them, having fully overcome the crisis and now beginning his interrogation. These men were clad in armor, so he needed to maintain strict control. After all, building this village had not been easy. "It was Miss Yulan who instructed us to disperse, and so we found our way here." The speaker was clearly the small leader among them. "So Tai Yulan never mentioned our Taoyuan village to you?" "No. Do you plan to return?" "Return?" The man suddenly laughed. "The Taijin sect has been shattered, how could we possibly go back?" "Where are the imperial forces now?" "They are scouring everywhere for our remnants. Once found, they are to be slaughtered on the spot." Zhou Ze snorted lightly. "So if I keep you here, it would be a hidden danger." Hearing this, the man suddenly grew anxious. He knelt before Zhou Ze saying, "We can live like the villagers here." "You are not like them." Zhou Ze shook his head and said, "They are the official villagers of this place with household registrations. You are deserters, traitors wanted by the imperial court. If I were to harbor you, would that not bring disaster upon Taoyuan village?" They were stunned. Even Lucy, who had followed them, changed his expression upon hearing this. "Brother, then we absolutely cannot keep them." Zhou Ze remained silent. His gaze swept over them before he finally spoke. "I have one last question for you. This time, how many imperial troops were deployed to suppress you?" The man did not understand why Zhou Ze asked, but answered obediently, 10,000. "Only 10,000 to reduce you to this state? I wonder who gave you the courage to provoke trouble." Zhou Ze waved his hand and said, "If you want to stay here, you must surrender all your clothes. Then join Lucy to form a security team. Their primary responsibility will be to protect the village's safety. When necessary, they will accompany me into the mountains for hunting." Hearing Zhou Ze would keep them, they were all elated. Lucy, however, was startled. "Brother, are you really keeping them?" "Yes, after all, they are Tai Yulan's people." Zhou Ze said, secretly worrying about the siblings. Having known each other once and now unsure of their fates, no one could be at ease. "Then I shall arrange for them now." Lucy had no choice but to obey. Zhou Ze nodded lightly, watching them prepare to leave, and hurriedly instructed, "Lead those horses to my home and have Gina register their household status. Remember, do not use paper for registration, use cloth instead." Lucy did not inquire why. He left the troublesome matters to Zhou Ze. People like them were naturally obedient to orders. 8 people, 4 war horses. For Zhou Ze, this was a significant gain. Especially the war horses, which were currently the scarcest resource in his space. After storing them away, his mood improved greatly as he walked down the street. "Husband, try this." Just back home and releasing Xiaobai, Song Zi's voice came from behind him. She was tall and wore an apron. In terms of figure, Song Zi was far less voluptuous than Song Jiner. But this woman had long legs and was pleasing to the eye. Seeing her from afar brought a comforting feeling. Holding a plate of freshly stir-fried side dishes, she approached Zhou Ze with a smile. Unlike Song Jiner's eidetic memory, she possessed deft hands. Though she lacked weaving skills, her cooking was exceptional. Moreover, she had a unique talent in this area. Zhou Ze only understood the basics of cooking. But he was well versed in the vegetables and fruits within his space. While others did not know how to use them, he knew exactly how to eat them. He would instruct while Song Zi executed. After several attempts, she successfully won over the entire family. Song Jiner could not tolerate missing a meal cooked by her sister. The same was true for Zhou Ze. If one were to choose a chef in Taoyuan village, it would undoubtedly be Song Zi. Even Xiaobai acknowledged her culinary skills. Just freed by Zhou Ze, Xiaobai immediately rushed over upon seeing Song Zi. After months of feeding, Xiaobai now weighed about 40 jin. Like a domesticated fierce dog, his white fur adorned with rings of gray patterns gave him a majestic appearance. Leaping to the table, he immediately extended his 2 front paws, begging for food, emitting soft whimpering sounds. Zhou Ze was about to scold him when his eyes caught the dishes on the table, suddenly stunned. Where did the fish come from? Lungshi had suffered drought for 3 years and just recovered. There should be no fish in the river.
Hearing this, Zhou Ze wiped her palms with her apron and replied, Xiao who caught it in the river today. He said it swam down from the mountains.
From the mountains.
Zhou Ze was astonished. Yet more than that, he wanted to taste the fish. Having spent so long here, many delicious dishes had been made, but this was his first time trying fish.
Husband, you eat first. Don't let Xiaobai starve. I will cook a few more dishes.
Oh, Gina is at my mother's house today and probably won't return until afternoon, so we don't have to wait for her to eat.
Zhou Ze hesitated briefly and asked, is something wrong at home? Nothing major, just that mother caught a cold. A cold. Taoyuan village had all kinds of people but lacked a physician.
As a result, when villagers fell ill, they had to rely on their own immunity. Those who could not endure would perish. Song Jiner had mentioned this before, but Zhou Ze was helpless.
A cold is not a trivial matter. Zhou Ze's expression grew serious and he could no longer focus on the fish.
Rising, he said, you stay home and watch over her. I will go into the mountains to gather some herbs. Husband, the mountains are dangerous. No matter, I go often and nothing has ever stumped me.
Song Ziyi was about to persuade him but was cut off by Zhou Ze.
As he had just stepped out of the courtyard, Xiaobai stopped eating and followed him closely. This little creature had grown accustomed to always trailing Zhou Ze. Especially when Zhou Ze went out, since he would often find Xiaobai bothersome and store him in the space. This time was no different. Their home lay at the foot of the mountain, only a few hundred meters from the mountain entrance. Once inside the forest, Zhou Ze found Xiaobai troublesome and immediately stored him away. But this time Zhou Ze suddenly froze. He realized that his space had leveled up. The space itself resembled a floating island. In the past, whenever he entered this space and looked down upon it, he would feel as if he were standing on a solitary island.
Now this island had not upgraded. Instead, another floating island appeared not far away.
The moment the island emerged, he almost instinctively moved to it. This place differed greatly from the first. The first island was flat and boundless, appearing to be extremely suitable for planting crops. In contrast, the one before him was filled with towering mountains. Standing amidst them, he felt remarkably small.
There were not only mountains but also waterfalls, rivers and dense forests.
It was quite similar to when the first island appeared. In front of him, a multitude of seeds and a toolbox emerged.
He temporarily left the toolbox untouched, concentrating all his energy on the seeds.
As he reached out to pick them up, the methods of planting these herbs and their uses naturally surfaced in his mind. Though it was astonishing, he had already grown accustomed to it. There were countless varieties of seeds. From what he could see, there were at least 1,000. This was far more than the vegetables and fruits he had seen before. Just as he began to plant them in large quantities, several wild geese flew in, seemingly traversing through the void directly from the first floating island to his current location. Seeing this, Zhou Ze was also inspired and directly dispersed a portion of the wild animals into the mountains and forests. In an instant, the area felt alive, brimming with vitality. As for the seeds, that was one thing. While he was planting, he suddenly discovered that there were many herbs in the forest. Some were even fully matured, growing with the wind as if they had been waiting for him to harvest them. Even within this space, he possessed abilities akin to those of a celestial being. Planting so many herbs took him a considerable amount of time. The planting itself was not time-consuming, the main issue was the design. He needed to plan in advance where to plant which herbs. It was like being given a house to decorate himself. He busied himself in the space for an entire day. By the time he walked out, the sky had already darkened. The two sisters of the Song family stood at their courtyard entrance like two stones, waiting for their husbands, occasionally stretching their necks to glance this way. Little Bai had started sleeping as soon as she entered the space. It was not until now, when she exited the space, that she finally woke up.
Husband.
Upon seeing Zhou Ze, the two let out a sigh of relief.
Every time Zhou Ze entered the mountains, they felt this way.
The mountains were dangerous and they worried something might happen to him.
Zhou Ze embraced one of them and then asked, Jiner, has your mother improved?
Song Jiner shook her head and said, it's still the same, she can't stop coughing. But she's already taken medicine, so it's not a big problem.
Zhou Ze frowned and asked, where did you get the medicine?
Asi and the others found it in town and kept it at home.
Zhou Ze replied, you all go back inside, I'll go take a look.
Husband, it's almost dark, why not go tomorrow?
Zhou Ze shook his head, carrying the medicine basket, and said, it won't take long, you'll be right back.
As he spoke, he had already headed towards his father-in-law's house. Watching her husband busying himself, Song Jiner stepped forward and grasped her sister's hand. She began to whisper, sister, my husband does this every day, it's so tiring.
But we can't really help much, we just hope not to hold him back.
Let's go cook first, we didn't eat the food you made at noon and my palate is becoming bland. You, now that you've been spoiled by your husband, have become picky about food.
Back when we were hungry, we couldn't even get wild vegetables.
Zhou Ze had not walked far before arriving at his father-in-law's house. From the start of his father-in-law's house, one could see a row of houses. Opposite the road was Zhang Ziahe's house, followed by Lu Si and Lu Heng's homes.
Only Zhou Ze's house stood isolated several hundred meters away, appearing out of place. Before he even entered, the sound of coughing was already audible. Accompanying the coughs were Xuanhuan's complaints. "What were you thinking? I told you not to go by the river, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've caught a cold. We don't even have a doctor here. What if it doesn't get better? Tomorrow I'll ask Zhou Ze to take me into the mountains to find some herbs. Whether it works or not we can't say for sure, but at least drinking some might help control the illness." Hearing these complaints, Zhou Ze couldn't help but smile slightly as he knocked on the courtyard door. The houses here were all built in imitation of Zhou Ze's, but theirs were all single-story. They lacked the grandeur of Zhou Ze's home. After all, when Zhou Ze built his house, he had so many people helping him. 4 small rooms, 1 kitchen, and a large enclosed courtyard. Upon hearing the knock, Xuanhuan's complaints ceased and she walked out from inside. Seeing Zhou Ze, she immediately said, "Zhou Ze has arrived, come in and sit." Zhou Ze, carrying the medicine basket, was followed by Little Bai. As he entered the courtyard, his mother-in-law, who was still coughing, also came out, her face pale and her steps unsteady. Zhou Ze stepped forward and supported her. The moment he did, he sensed something was wrong. In his mind, the condition of Lu Zuilian and the method of treatment directly surfaced. What happened? Zhou Ze was momentarily stunned. Is this a function after the upgrade of the space, he thought to himself? Indeed. When he awakened the space initially, he gained a profound understanding of planting. No matter what plant came before him, he knew how to cultivate it and in what environment it would thrive best. It should be noted that before coming to this place he was a true city dweller. He couldn't say he didn't know anything about grains, but he certainly wasn't skilled at farming. However, ever since he acquired the space, he had learned. At that time he didn't think much of it until this moment, when he realized it was the ability granted to him by the awakening of the space. This upgrade was about the herbs in the floating island. Hence it granted him the ability to identify various herbs and treat people. Thinking of this, he felt overjoyed and immediately looked toward the space. Previously, when the space upgraded, he hadn't had the chance to check the toolbox. Now upon opening it, he found various tools used for treatment. Silver needles, fire cups, gua sha boards, as well as some bandaging cloth and a mortar and pestle. It's as if when you're sleepy a pillow is delivered to you. This is the halo that a protagonist deserves. Zhou Ze was immensely excited. In a large village of 500 to 600 people, not having a single doctor was simply unacceptable. Now he himself was a qualified doctor. Seeing him lost in thought, Xuanhuan waved her hand in front of him and asked, "Zhou Ze, what's wrong?" Zhou Ze snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. I came here mainly to check on my mother-in-law who caught a cold and to treat her." "You can treat illnesses?" Xuanhuan laughed, somewhat disbelieving. Zhou Ze put down the medicine basket and pretended to rummage through it. He then took out a pack of silver needles and the gua sha board, saying to Xuanhuan, "Whether I can or not, you'll find out if you give it a try. Acupuncture and scraping therapy." Without any medication, the health of his mother-in-law improved significantly. When Zhou Ze left their home, the elderly couple was still in disbelief. When did this child learn medicine? He didn't learn it. Have you forgotten that he had amnesia before? Are you saying he has regained some of his memories now? Exactly, that should be the reason. Zhou Ze himself did not expect that these two had already concocted an excuse for him. Of course, this was also a very good excuse for him. He indeed had lost his memory before, plus there was the subsequent time travel. Restoring to normalcy was completely impossible. However, he could use this excuse to explain the abilities granted to him by his golden finger. When he returned home, dinner was already prepared. 4 dishes and a soup had reached the standards of a wealthy household. "Husband has returned. How is my mother?" Song Jiner quickly got up and took the medicine basket from Zhou Ze's hands. Song Ji helped serve the rice. Watching the meticulous care from the 2 sisters, Zhou Ze couldn't help but feel touched. Life is like this, what more could one ask for? Through my treatment it has already alleviated quite a bit. Tomorrow I will prepare some medicine and it will be fine after taking it. Zhou Ze took the rice and sat at the table, responding earnestly. When did my husband begin treating people? Not only Song Ji but even Song Jiner, who had placed the medicine basket aside, looked at him with curiosity. Zhou Ze casually replied while eating, "I could do it before, I just remembered recently." So my husband must have had an impressive identity before, otherwise how could he know so much? Song Jiner made a small joke. Zhou Ze didn't take it to heart. His past identity before amnesia was irrelevant, he only hoped to live carefree in the future with a house full of children. Thinking of having many children, Zhou Ze immediately said to Song Jiner, "Give me your hand." "What's wrong?" Song Jiner obediently stretched out her palm. Zhou Ze imitated and took her pulse. After a moment he furrowed his brow. Song Ji quickly asked, "Is there a problem with Jiner's health?" Zhou Ze shook his head. It was precisely because there were no issues that it became the biggest problem.
Having married her for such a long time, there had been no signs of pregnancy.
Isn't that a big problem?
It's nothing, I was just casually checking.
Let's eat.
That night Zhou Ze kept him company. As night fell, there were still faint lights in the village, yet the two had already closed their bedroom door. Until the village was silent, the neighboring Song Jiner had long fallen asleep. In their room the bed creaked with sound. Not only Song Ji felt it, but even Zhou Ze noticed something was off. His body seemed to have undergone a qualitative change and his male capabilities had strengthened significantly.
Moreover, it had strengthened more than just a little.
Until the middle of the night, when Song Ji, overwhelmed, quickly fell into sleep, Zhou Ze began to ponder with a satisfied expression. Lying flat on the bed, his mind was wide awake. He thought, could it be that the upgrade of space has indirectly enhanced my physical abilities? Yes. When he originally traveled here, this body had already been hollowed out. However, because he awakened spatial abilities, he was able to go hunting in the mountains and pull that hunting bow to its fullest. This ability even the current Zhang Xiuhu had never been able to achieve. For this reason he often felt envious.
This upgrade enhanced his physique once more, which made sense.
This is good for me, but what about the two of them? Looking at Song Ji, who had a slightly flushed face and was already asleep, Zhou Ze felt a bit worried.
Next time try to take it easy.
This silly woman doesn't know how to refuse. Saying this, he had already entered the space. This time he changed his location.
In the second floating island, he practiced the wave blade under the waterfall. Not fearing disturbances, he could control everything around him freely.
Practicing the sword here was like having a cheat code for Zhou Ze. Just as he had guessed, the enhancement of his physique allowed him to easily execute the third blade. The third blade had doubled in power compared to the second. With one strike, although it couldn't split the waterfall, it was still immensely powerful. He practiced so much that he nearly lost track of time. When he wiped off the water and returned to bed, Song Ji had not yet woken up. However, Song Ji had misunderstood. Zhou Ze, who usually got up very early, not only woke up late today but also looked exhausted. Instinctively she thought that they had played too late yesterday and tired each other out. If my husband is too tired tomorrow, I can share a room with Jiner, letting my husband rest for a few days.
What?
In his daze, Zhou Ze sat up suddenly. What I mean is... Before he could explain, Song Ji lowered her head and said, actually my husband is already very impressive, there's no need to push yourself.
I still feel a bit unwell, so...
Zhou Ze was at a loss for how to explain. Should he tell her that he was energetic and had practiced swordplay all night? If this were to get out, wouldn't she discuss taking a concubine for him? You think too much, you still need to learn from Jiner.
Regardless, living well and making oneself comfortable is better than anything else. Making oneself comfortable. Hearing this, Song Ji's face turned red. Comfortable as it may be, it was still exhausting.
Reflecting on last night's turmoil, she found it still a bit hard to adapt.
Alright, you and Jiner stay home, I need to go out for a while.
What? Upon hearing that Zhou Ze was going out, Song Ji became anxious and asked, are you going into the mountains again?
Not into the mountains, I'm going out to scout the situation.
Zhou Ze explained. This time the Iron Sword sect was defeated and many disciples fled. Tai Yulan and Tai Jun's fates are unknown.
Regardless of our past acquaintance, we can't just ignore it, can we?
But with tens of thousands of troops from the court, what can we do?
Song Ji was somewhat worried.
You can rest assured about that, the rebels or the Iron Sword sect, those soldiers won't do anything to a common citizen like me.
Zhou Ze said this merely to comfort Song Ji.
In this current environment, they wouldn't care who you are. If captured, there was a high probability of being interrogated.
Any hint of suspicion could lead to being labeled as a rebel.
After all, Longxi was filled with convicts exiled here.
Death would come and no one would care about their fate.
He dared to go out precisely because he possessed space.
As long as they didn't kill him instantly, he would have a chance to escape.
Then husband, be careful. If the situation seems off, return immediately. Although Yulan is important, there are many people here who rely on you for their livelihood. Zhou Ze stepped forward, wrapped his arm around her and kissed her forehead, saying, I am a person who fears death. I would never joke with my own life.
Song Ji's face showed a hint of shyness, saying, then go quickly and return quickly. If you can bring back Yulan, we will marry her.
Zhou Ze. The image of Tai Yulan appeared in his mind. She stood tall, had a strong build and was exceedingly beautiful.
Yet she possessed a physique that ordinary women did not have. Could he really handle such a woman?
A heavy rain made the air in Longxi much fresher. Although there were fewer people, there were more small animals that had run out from the mountains.
In terms of survival ability, humans are no match for these animals. On an official road, the disguised Tai Yulan pushed a bullock cart while crying. On that cart lay a man covered with weeds as if he had just died.
A 10-person team rushed in from behind them, blocking their path.
Stop! A loud shout made Tai Yulan halt.
She looked at the team in front of her with eyes devoid of hope. Sir, please have mercy and give us something to eat.
We haven't eaten for several days. My father starved to death and we can't even afford a coffin.
Sir, as long as you grant us some food, we are willing to serve you like oxen or horses. The soldiers originally blocking her path to inquire about the situation were now entangled by her. With tears and snot flowing and her hoarse voice, she truly looked the part.
Get out of the way.
One of the soldiers kicked Tai Yulan. Glancing at the cart, he instinctively covered his nose. Then he asked, you came from the north, have you seen a man 9 feet tall and a woman 8 feet tall?
No further description was needed, it was quite evident.
If they had seen them, it would be impossible to forget. However, Tai Yulan, lying on the ground, cried, I haven't seen an 8 foot tall woman, but how about an 8 foot tall man?
Sir, I am 8 feet tall myself. As long as you give me something to eat, I can do anything for you.
The soldier stepped back repeatedly, a look of disgust on his face.
Leave.
It was simply too disgusting, and he turned to leave. The few people following him laughed heartily. Only when they were far away did Tai Yulan slowly rise. Wiping her tears, she continued to push the cart forward. The direction they were headed was precisely Sanshou town.
Sister, can we get up now?
Suddenly the corpse covered with straw on the cart emitting a foul odor spoke up. If this continues, I'm going to fall apart.
Hearing the voice from the cart, Tai Yulan yelled angrily, don't speak. We'll talk when we get there. Sanshou town is located near Tiandang mountain and is quite remote. Ordinary people wouldn't go that way. Once we arrive, you can do whatever you want.
The cart fell silent. Along the way they had witnessed far too much suffering. They saw with their own eyes the people under their command being escorted past them by a group of soldiers. They also witnessed some being killed on the spot for resisting.
Just as they were nearing Sanshou town, Tai Jun's intermittent cries caught the attention of several patrol soldiers from the Great Zhou.
Seeing these people suddenly rush over, Tai Yulan inwardly thought it was bad. She had to fight. She dared not gamble any longer. After all, they were much closer to Tiandang mountain now. If she fought, there might still be a chance of survival.
Tai Jun, attack.
In a rush, he reached under the bullock cart, drew a long knife and charged at the soldiers. Though exhausted, he used the wave-cutting blade technique and instantly severed one man's head. The Tai Jun who had been lying on the cart pulled out his axe. When he stood up, it was clear to see that he had several wounds on his body, 2 of which were deep enough to see bone. Even so, he still held on and engaged in combat. In the span of moments, 3 of the 10-man team had already fallen. However, the siblings were also exhausted. Having been injured and not eaten for days, where would they find the strength to fight? Even if there were only 5 opponents left, they still couldn't win. The 2 of them, panting heavily, leaned against each other for support.
Sister, I'll hold them off, you run. Don't forget to avenge our parents.
Saying this, he prepared to charge again. Though his mind wasn't sharp, he understood that his chances of escape were nearly zero due to his severe injuries. But his sister was different. She still had a glimmer of hope.
Tai Yulan shook her head vigorously.
With their parents gone and Tai Jianmen destroyed, the continuation of their lineage depended entirely on this brother. How could she leave him? For some reason, seeing this situation before her, she suddenly recalled what Zhou Ze had once said. If they acted forcefully, their chances of winning were less than 50%.
Less than 50%. At that time, she thought Zhou Ze underestimated Tai Jianmen.
Now it seemed there wasn't even a chance of that. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was simply incomparable. There's no escaping. Tai Yulan thrust her long knife into the ground, supporting her body. She spoke to Tai Jun, if I had another chance, I would surely warn you in advance.
Tai Jun, I have a wish. If I don't speak it out today, I wouldn't die in peace. Tai Jun swung his axe again, sending an enemy flying. Simultaneously, he heard his sister's voice. If there is a next life, I will definitely marry a gentleman, even if I have to be a concubine.
After saying this, she pulled out her long knife and used her last bit of strength to strike at one of the soldiers. Even in death, she wanted to take someone with her. Thud. The long spear pierced her back and she fell to the ground. Sister. In that instant before she fell, she saw her brother using his body to block the attack. Then she lost consciousness. Zhou Ze came out searching for the whereabouts of the brother and sister like a headless fly, not knowing where to start.
The farthest place in his memory was Sanshou town. After leaving the small town, he headed northeast.
Just a few kilometers later, he encountered several waves of soldiers. Until he saw the Tai siblings surrounded and killed. Seeing them in such a dire situation, Zhou Ze dared not hesitate. Suddenly he had a steel knife in hand and rushed towards the soldiers. With a casual slash, he directly took one life. When he struck again, the force was even stronger, more vigorous. Even he himself did not expect the wave-cutting blade technique to be so ferocious. After 3 strikes, he had already slain 3 men. However, after these 3 strikes, when he attempted a 4th, he was too weak and ultimately missed. The traitor has accomplices. Retreat quickly.
The remaining soldiers wasted no words, mounted their horses and attempted to flee. Zhou Ze was not foolish.
He had already exposed himself in front of these people. If they returned, would he ever have peace again?
He immediately drew his hunting bow. Drawing the bow with an arrow before the remaining soldiers could react, 2 more fell.
At this moment he had only one thought in his mind: to kill them all, leaving not a single one alive. In terms of archery, due to perception and physical condition, his archery skills far surpassed his swordsmanship. Although a single arrow might not kill, leaving these people was a piece of cake. At this moment he focused solely on taking them down, completely oblivious that this was his first time killing someone.
Tai Yulan had a long dream.
In the dream she arrived in paradise. The rice in paradise was taller than a person, and there were various fruits and vegetables she did not recognize. In her dream she also saw Zhou Ze. This man seemed to have cast aside his prejudices and unfastened her clothing, allowing them to meet openly. She wanted to move to cooperate and approach him. Yet she found herself utterly unable to move. Even that slight thought gradually faded away and she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a strange room with 2 familiar figures standing beside her.
"I didn't die."
Before her words could finish, a familiar voice sounded.
"Husband Yulan has awakened."
Zhou Ze had been back for 3 days. 3 days ago, after dealing with those soldiers, he had seized their war horses. Then he brought the Tai siblings into his own space.
Disguised as ordinary citizens, they made their way back to Taoyuan village. Currently it had not yet been searched by anyone.
The soldiers who had been searching seemed to be retreating. He now worried that the deaths of those soldiers would drive the others mad. However, it appeared he was overthinking it. This team seemed very reluctant to linger in Longxi. It was precisely because of this that he breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 3 days no one knew that he had 2 people hidden in his home. Just as he was playing with Xiao Bai in the yard, the voice of Song Jiner came from the house.
He instinctively stood up and rushed into the room.
At this moment, lying on the bed was Tai Yulan. Tai Yulan had already opened her eyes and was looking at the 3 people standing by the bed. She instinctively wanted to get up. But she was stopped by Song Ze, who said, "Your wounds haven't fully healed, it's best not to move around."
"Did you save me?" Tai Yulan seemed a bit anxious.
"It was my husband who saved you," Song Jiner replied. Then she squatted by the bed and adjusted the blanket over her. At this moment Tai Yulan had just changed her dressing and she was only wrapped in cloth for bandaging, having no clothes on.
"Don't worry, Tai Jun is fine."
Zhou Ze seemed to know what she was worried about and comforted her.
Indeed, upon hearing this, Tai Yulan let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Seeing that she wanted to say something, Zhou Ze interrupted her again.
"Save some energy to recover properly. Currently not many people know that you are here with me."
After saying this, he left 2 packages of medicine and said to Song Ze, "Take these herbs and boil them, adding more water to make 2 bowls, 1 for her and 1 for Tai Jun. Jiner will prepare some clothes for her as she will need them here." After arranging everything, he turned and left, not lingering in that room at all.
Moreover, in another room, Tai Jun had yet to wake up. Watching Zhou Ze leave, Tai Yulan's expression was complex.
Even now she could not understand how Zhou Ze had saved them from those people. After all, the opponents were all well-trained soldiers riding warhorses, wearing armor and wielding weapons. Most importantly, there were several of them.
"And what about Zhou Ze? Jiner, have I been unconscious for several days?"
While Song Jiner was changing her dressing, Tai Yulan could not help but ask.
"It's been 3 days. Song Jiner replied with a smile.
"You have no idea, when we just came back my husband was carrying one in each hand. I can't understand how he had such strength back then."
Song Jiner could not help but admire her husband whenever she mentioned this. Just carrying Tai Yulan was heavy enough, let alone adding a hefty Tai Jun.
Anyone who saw it would be baffled.
"Will my presence here bring you trouble?" Tai Yulan asked in a low voice. Song Jiner shook her head and said, "Don't worry about that. In this location ordinary people won't come here. Moreover, AC and the others have checked outside and those soldiers have retreated. Currently another batch of prisoners has been sent this way, all arranged in Sancho town." Tai Yulan fell silent.
From these words she could hear that the Taijian sect had been destroyed and had become history. And although Longxi was unmonitored, it still belonged to the great Zhou dynasty.
Why? She couldn't understand.
In fact, not just her, many people were puzzled. Since they abandoned this place, why not let others manage it? By the way, we've had some new arrivals recently, all disciples of your Taijian sect who have come seeking refuge. They were arranged in the village and their household registrations were recorded.
Song Jiner seemed to be deliberately looking for a topic to comfort this woman.
On the other side, Zhou Ze had just left Tai Yulan's room and immediately came to Tai Jun's room.
Tai Jun, having sustained lighter injuries, had already woken up. However, he was still unable to move for the time being. At this moment he was lying flat on the bed listening to the sounds of livestock outside. Although he had not gone out, he knew he had been rescued. Moreover, the person who saved him was Zhou Ze. "You're awake." As soon as Zhou Ze entered the room, he immediately smiled and approached Tai Jun. He reached out and pressed on his wrist to take his pulse. My sister is okay. Like you, she has already woken up. Thank you.
What, the sun rises in the west and you Taijun can actually say thank you?
This joke was not funny at all. Taijun struggled to tilt his head to see Zhou Ze.
He said, brother, my father is dead and my mother is also dead.
Our entire Taijian sect was burned down by those bastards.
The 9-foodle man actually shed tears. Seeing him like this, Zhou Ze didn't even know what to say.
Brother, I have no home anymore.
Zhou Ze loosened his grip, stood up and responded, as long as you're alive there will always be a home. This place is your home. When you recover from your injuries I'll help you build a beautiful house right next to mine.
Taijun began to cry.
His sobs could be heard in the next room.
Tai Yolan, who was originally chatting with Song Jiner, immediately shut her mouth upon hearing the cries.
A sense of sorrow surged in her heart. Yet she did not cry. Long before this her tears had already run dry. Brother, not only do I want a house but I also want to marry a beautiful wife.
Marry you, just focus on recovering. When you get better I'll introduce someone to you. I want to carry on the Tai family line.
As he cried, Taijun discovered that he could move his hands. He moved them a little and even attempted to raise his hand.
However, lacking strength he could not do so. My mother was still thinking about me getting married when she died. Brother, I will marry 3, even more than you.
This time Zhou Ze could not help but laugh.
The current Taijun's intelligence was like that of a child saying some childish things.
At your size marrying 3 would not be enough, let's marry a few more.
Then I will marry 4.
Taijun stopped crying as if remembering something, suddenly changed the subject, saying, brother, do you like my sister?
What the heck? Zhou Ze thought he had misheard.
Yet Taijun continued, my mother was worried that my sister wouldn't be able to get married before she died. She was too strong and also a bit tall, making others overlook her.
Why not you marry her?
She was too strong and also a bit tall, making others overlook her.
Why not you marry her?
Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but ever since Taijun spoke those words to Zhou Ze he felt that every time he treated Tai Yolan the way she looked at him was somewhat unusual. In this environment it wasn't that he was afraid of marrying another beautiful wife. The key was that Tai Yolan was more suitable as a buddy than as a beautiful wife. This woman with her physique always gave off a masculine vibe. Whether in her attire or her manner of speaking it was all the same. For several consecutive days the injuries of the 2 siblings had nearly healed. At least there were no major issues with getting out of bed to walk. Even so, only a few individuals in the entire village knew that the 2 siblings were here. As for the other villagers, they seldom ventured within 100 meters of Zhou Ze's home. Not for any other reason but mainly because his home was filled with too many wild beasts, giving people a chilling feeling every time they came here. Wild chickens and rabbits were one thing, as they would eat those regularly. However, the wild boars traveled in packs, and with fewer people they were afraid of not being able to handle them.
And what about the tigers?
Sir. Just as Zhou Ze was explaining to Taijun how to build the bamboo house and how to read the blueprints, Tai Yulan walked out from the house. After lying down for several days, this woman seemed to have transformed. She shed her tight-fitting attire and changed into a long dress. With her hair styled up she resembled a mature woman. Even her voice had softened considerably. However, her large stature still exuded a strong sense of pressure. Even so, Zhou Ze found himself staring at her for quite a while.
You're feeling better now, right?
After staring for a while, once he noticed that she appeared somewhat embarrassed from being looked at, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off and hurriedly tried to ease it with words.
I'm perfectly fine now, thank you, sir.
Having already said thank you hundreds of times, Zhou Ze felt a bit embarrassed listening to her.
It's good to hear.
I was just discussing with Taijun how to build a house for you.
According to Taijun, we'll build it near my home.
Since you have martial skills, you shouldn't worry about the fierce beasts in the mountains.
I will follow your arrangements, sir.
Zhou Ze felt somewhat helpless. With her calling him sir so persistently, along with the deliberately lowered tone, it always made him feel as if she had become a completely different person. You'll be spending a long time in the village, so you don't need to keep calling me sir.
If you don't mind.
Then Yulan will call you Zhoudage.
Tai Yulan didn't give Zhou Ze a chance to respond and directly exclaimed Zhoudage.
Although Taijun was simple-minded, he understood that his presence here was somewhat inappropriate. Thus, after not being able to interject for a long time, he quietly stood up, picked up Xiaobai and stealthily left. Xiaobai had gained quite a bit of weight, but in front of Taijun it felt as light as a feather. Just as he stepped out of the yard, Taijun exclaimed to Xiaobai, "What are you doing inside?
Don't you think we're a bit of an eyesore? It's better to go out and find something to eat."
Just after he finished speaking, Zhou Ze appeared with a bucket in hand. The wooden bucket was filled entirely with food meant for the animals they raised at home. In the entire village, only Zhou Ze dared to raise so many animals. Everyone else couldn't understand, as it took a lot of effort to raise even a single wild boar. To put it bluntly, that was food enough for 2 or 3 people.
Yet Zhou Ze's family had a large number of farmed animals and didn't worry about food.
What was the reason behind this?
Sister-in-law, are you feeding the pigs? Tai Jun directly blocked Zhou Ze's path home, grinning broadly. Zhou Ze responded and attempted to bypass him, preparing to return.
However, she found that Tai Jun wouldn't let her pass. Initially, Zhou Ze was somewhat angry, thinking that this guy was teasing her. But upon careful consideration, she realized that Tai Jun was not someone who would engage in such behavior. So there was something behind this.
Tai Jun is my husband in the yard. Tai Jun didn't know how to respond, but he knew how to answer. Thus, as soon as Zhou Ze asked, he immediately nodded.
With your sister?
Zhou Ze asked again. Tai Jun nodded once more. Zhou Ze understood.
Song Jiner had returned to her maternal home, leaving only a man and a woman in the yard, and she had even driven Tai Jun out.
What were these two doing at home?
For a moment Zhou Ze felt somewhat uncomfortable, but she still said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Saying this, she turned with the bucket and headed back toward the shed. Xiaobai and Tai Jun's arms wriggled free and ran toward Zhou Ze. The awkwardness in the yard didn't last long. It was interrupted by Lucy, who had just returned from patrolling.
Bro, someone from the town has come. It's a pavilion chief.
Ha! Not knowing how to extricate himself from the situation, Zhou Ze instinctively stood up upon hearing Lucy's words. He asked Lucy, just a pavilion chief, no officials? Lucy shook his head and replied, no officials, they're currently blocked at the entrance of the village by our people.
Zhou Ze turned and looked at Tai Yulan.
Tai Yulan slowly stood up and said, Zhou Deji, you can go ahead and take care of things.
Zhou Ze took a deep breath and said, the situation is unclear. Discuss with Tai Jun. It's best not to run around.
After speaking, he hurriedly left with Lucy. The village was crowded, already exceeding the expected population.
The arrival of this pavilion chief didn't frighten Zhou Ze, rather he sensed a different kind of vibe.
Along the way, the villagers greeted him. Zhou Ze had no time to respond. Until he arrived at the village entrance. Several unfamiliar faces stood at the archway, surrounded by villagers.
These people seemed to be recording something.
However, they maintained a pleasant attitude, smiling throughout despite being surrounded.
Upon spotting Zhou Ze, the questioning voices immediately ceased. Everyone retreated behind Zhou Ze.
This scene astonished the newcomers.
Are you the village chief here?
A short plump man spoke in a low and humble tone, not at all resembling someone in power.
Zhou Ze, the village chief of Taoyuan village. You are.
I am Lu Heping, assigned to this Sancho town. I was elected as the pavilion chief here because I know a few characters. I mainly assist the county magistrate with household registrations and tax collections.
Zhou Ze squinted his eyes, extracting useful information from the other's words.
Seeing Zhou Ze silent, Lu Heping appeared somewhat awkward and quickly asked, are you the original residents here?
This time Zhou Ze did not remain silent and responded, after 3 years of drought plus this recent flood, everyone in Sancho town is here now. How many people are there specifically?
Lu Heping was quite surprised. Since discovering this village, he had wanted to investigate it.
However, he had been blocked and didn't dare to confront them. These people looked rather formidable. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he not ask for clarification? A total of 613 people.
Hiss.
Upon hearing Zhou Ze's answer, Lu Heping gasped. The number was greater than the current population of the town.
This village chief seemed to wield much more real power than he did as a pavilion chief.
Knowing the specific situation, Lu Heping became even more polite.
Although the other party did not invite him into the village, he did not insist, merely standing at the village entrance and chatting with him. Brother Zhou, does our Taoyuan village have a household registration system?
Yes, we have all registered and there is data to check. Zhou Ze chuckled, showing no intention of inviting the other party into the village.
For the sake of our task, could you let Lu take a look at the village's household registrations?
Zhou Ze turned to Lucy and said, go to my father-in-law's house and find your sister-in-law to bring the household registration. Lucy went quickly and returned just as fast.
Holding a thick book in his hands, he handed it directly to Zhou Ze.
Zhou Ze passed it to Lu Heping.
Lu Heping merely glanced at the fabric used for the household registration and felt a slight shock in his heart. This Taoyuan village was far stronger than he had imagined. Who said it was desolate? Just looking at the crops in front of him and those unknown vegetables and fruits was enough. This place is even more suitable for living than many prosperous areas.
Brother, just wait a moment, I will have someone copy a copy right now.
Seeing Lu Heping being so polite, Zhou Ze finally set aside his prejudices. He said to Lucy, invite the people into the village and bring out a few tables. Lu Heping hurriedly waved his hand, saying, there's no need to trouble yourselves, we can copy it here. Though he said so, his heart did not think that way at all. Having just had one meal today, if he could get another meal here, wouldn't that be wonderful? As he thought, Zhou Ze not only invited them into the village but also treated them to a meal. From these people Zhou Ze received quite a bit of useful information.
After the court quelled the internal strife in Longxi, they ultimately sent people over.
The governor of Longxi was once the minister of personnel Chu Zhongxian.
He had offended members of the royal family by advising the emperor being demoted to Qingyang County.
Assigned to govern in Longxi, it was clear he would never have another opportunity to rise.
Some of his former subordinates were also demoted.
For instance, the magistrate of Qingyang County Zhu Qian was also sent to this place. Although many officials were transferred here, the soldiers guarding this area were significantly fewer.
As a result, currently only a small number of soldiers were stationed in the county town, and places like Sanqiu town didn't even have an official.
Compared to before, it was simply worlds apart. After learning this news, Zhou Ze felt in a better mood.
Once Lu Haping left the village, Zhou Ze immediately returned home. At the same time, he said to Lucy, "Call xuanhuan to come to my home."
Several village leaders gathered in Zhou Ze's small courtyard. Zhou Ze specially brewed a pot of tea and poured it for these few people. Everyone stared at Zhou Ze, waiting for his orders.
Zhou Ze's gaze surveyed the crowd. The people from the small town have just left. We have no soldiers guarding us here. Starting today, we will also have to pay taxes.
Zhou Ze's words, upon hearing them, made everyone feel somewhat displeased. During the calamity, no one came to help them, they relied entirely on themselves. Now that the disaster has just passed, those people come running to collect taxes. How could they feel good about that?
We can pay taxes, but we will delay as long as we can.
What we need to focus on now is not how to pay taxes but how to make money. Just as Zhou Ze's voice fell, Lucy was the first to say, "Brother, if you have any orders, just tell us, we will do it." Beside him, Zhang Xiaohu also clenched his fists excitedly and said, "That's right. Whatever you ask us to do, we will definitely comply without question." Zhou Ze straightened his posture, picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. His gaze finally landed on the Tai siblings. "From my analysis, the court looks down on this place but does not want to abandon it. The entire Longxi is in a state of being tasteless to eat, yet a pity to throw away. Therefore we will be in a state of turmoil here for a long time to come. Unless this newly appointed governor has extraordinary abilities." Seeing Zhou Ze speaking directly to her, Tai Yulan thought he was worried about her situation. So she hurriedly expressed, "Brother Zhou, rest assured, my brother and I will follow your lead and will not cause any trouble." Zhou Ze nodded gently and continued, "The current situation in Longxi is beneficial for us. At present we lack nothing for food and shelter. What we lack is the ability to communicate with the outside world. And the court's lack of attention to this place also means that you two siblings have the opportunity to gather all your former subordinates." Upon hearing this, Tai Yulan's heart tightened, saying, "Brother Zhou, are you implying?" Before she could finish, Zhou Ze interrupted her, saying, "Do not misunderstand, I just want to have the ability to protect myself in chaotic times." Chaotic times. The entire courtyard was filled with confusion over the meaning of these two words. How could the current de Zhou be in chaotic times? Zhou Ze did not explain but continued, "Therefore starting today, Tai Jun and Yulan will primarily be responsible for maintaining law and order in the village. See you take Xiaohuan Hang and form our own merchant team to go out and do business." Do business? Lu Si scratched his head. He couldn't read a single word. How could he do business? Regularly take some items to the town and to various counties. If necessary, you can ask Yulan for people. Lu Si said nothing further, merely frowning in thought. Zhou Ze's arrangements continued. "Just remember one thing, under circumstances where the timing is not right, you must not leave Longxi." Finally, Lu Si couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Brother, I don't know how to do business." Zhou Ze shook his head and said, "That's all right, you only need to know how much your goods sell for and ensure they are not stolen. As for the bookkeeping, you can leave that to Xiaohu's father." Phew. Hearing this, Lu Si finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "In that case, I have no problem." Zhou Ze's gaze turned to Song Jiner, saying, "As for Jiner, you will be mainly responsible for all the internal affairs in the village." "What about me?" Song Zi suddenly spoke up. She noticed that her husband had assigned tasks to everyone except her. "You just take care of our home. All those livestock need you to feed them. Remember, you don't have to do everything yourself. There are so many people in the village who can help. If you don't ask for help, how can they earn money to support their families?" Song Zi nodded. At that moment, everyone had tasks assigned to them. Only Zhou Ze himself had no work. But no one would say anything. Because Zhou Ze alone could support them all. As long as he coordinated the overall situation from behind the scenes, they could rest assured. "Brother Zhou, have you realized something?" Finally, Tai Yulan spoke up, voicing what everyone was thinking. Zhou Ze stood up and said, "The current minister of personnel has been demoted to Longxi for offering counsel to the emperor and has become the governor. Along with him, there are many of his subordinates sent here. You say, with such a foolish emperor, how can the world not be in chaos?" Lu Si and his companions pushed a cart loaded with some grain and arrived at Sanqiu town. The town gradually began to fill with people. These individuals found their places to stay without any need for allocation. However, everything here had already been cleared out by Zhou Ze and his group, leaving no useful items behind. Some people before being assigned here had decent living conditions and could still survive. But for most, their escape routes had been entirely cut off. For several days they survived solely on the dry rations provided by the court. If supplies ran out later, it would be enough to starve them. Looking at the scene in the street, Zhang Xiaohu felt overwhelmed. He chatted idly with Lu Heng. What the hell kind of business is this? We have grain but they have no money. If it comes to worse, we can head to Qingyang County. We can still make it back by evening. If only we had a horse those we seized earlier. Shoo! Lu Heng's words were abruptly cut off by Zhang Xiaohu. Keep your voice down, those are war horses. Do you dare to lead them out? Lu Heng realized he had misspoken and slapped himself hard on the face. Instead, Zhou Ze approached Zhang Xiaoqian. Uncle, with Aza's intelligence, he must have guessed the situation here. Why do you think he wants us to come here to do business? Zhang Xiaoqian rolled his eyes and replied irritably, how would I know? Yet he still pulled out a note from his pocket. The pristine paper was far more refined than the usual coarse paper they used. Upon unfolding it, it was densely packed with writing. The more Zhang Xiaoqian read, the more confident he became, and by the end his lips curled upward. I don't know the exact reason, but before we left the village, Ace slipped me this note. What does it say? Zhou Ze quickly asked. Not just Zhou Ze but Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Heng also gathered around. Zhang Xiaoqian carefully tucked the note away and said, if there are no business opportunities, then we'll offer porridge on credit. What? The group thought they had misheard. They had come to do business, and now before they even began earning money they were already incurring losses. Uncle, did you read that wrong? Zhou Ze's scalp tingled. You can be sure I guarantee I read it correctly. Zhang Xiaoqian laughed, saying, now I finally understand why Ace wanted me to come here. What reason? Zhang Xiaohu asked immediately. To let me keep track of things and issue IOUs. The group was even more baffled, completely unaware of what Zhou Ze was trying to achieve. Alright, let's find a crowded spot, borrow a pot, and start cooking porridge. Then we can go to Lu Heping's house, find a table, and I'll handle the registration. Zhang Xiaoqian's expression grew more serious. He seemed to have already guessed what Zhou Ze was planning to do. In Sanqiu town, at the porridge stand in Taoyuan village, 2 large pots were set up side by side. The group worked together. Zhou Ze and others were in charge of cooking the porridge and serving it, while Zhang Xiaoqian was responsible for the registration. A bowl of plain rice porridge costs 5 when, please leave a fingerprint. A bowl of lean meat porridge costs 15 when, please place your fingerprint on the price. Zhang Xiaoqian registered each person one by one, immediately asking them to leave a fingerprint upon completion of registration. According to Zhou Ze's letter, this porridge could not be given away for free, it would need to be paid back later. What if they couldn't pay it back? Sorry, they would have to go to Taoyuan village and work off their debt. This was Zhou Ze's business approach. If you have money, follow the ways of the wealthy. If you have none, there are also ways for the less fortunate. Currently, Taoyuan village had over 600 people, but that was still far from enough. The distance from Taoyuan village to Sanqiu town was still considerable. During this time there were many fertile fields to be cultivated. How could he allow them to remain uncultivated? Thus, when they had sold all the rice they brought, they held a large number of IOUs in their hands, including one from Lu Heping. Lu Heping was curious about what scheme Taoyuan village was up to. In his mind, more debt was nothing to worry about. If they couldn't pay it back, would the other party take their lives? But the other party did just that. Old Zhang, do you want to go back for a drink? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqian and the others finish work, Lu Heping hurriedly approached with a flattering expression. Zhang Xiaoqian shook his head and refused, saying no, there are many things to do at home. Although he said that, he still pulled Lu Heping aside. To thank him for his help today, he secretly pulled out an ear of corn from somewhere and discreetly placed it in Lu Heping's hand. Will you come again tomorrow? Lu Heping discreetly accepted the corn, looking at Zhang Xiaoqian with anticipation. Tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoqian thought for a moment and said, I probably won't come, but if you really want to eat, you can come to our village tomorrow. If we go, will you provide meals? A young man beside Lu Heping suddenly spoke up. As long as you leave an IOU, we dare to do this kind of business. Old Zhang, we've become friends, so tell me, what exactly do you guys want? We just want a sense of security. Zhang Xiaoqian patted Lu Heping on the shoulder and said, having been through the rain, one always wants to shelter others from the storm. Because this umbrella will eventually fall back on oneself. Lu Heping was stunned, staring at Zhang Xiaoqian for a long time before suddenly giving him a thumbs up. However, Zhang Xiaoqian nonchalantly said, that wasn't my saying. Whose saying was it? Our village chief Zhou Ze. Brother Zhou is truly a remarkable person. Lu Heping clasped his hands in gratitude and watched Zhang Xiaoqian and the others leave. It wasn't until they had completely departed that the young man beside Lu Heping dared to speak. He asked, tomorrow, are we going?
Lu Heping glanced at the refugees not far away and said, yes, with food and drink, why shouldn't we go? What if it's a scam? They have no money and no goods, what do you think they're after from us? The young man fell silent. Just as Lu Heping said, with nothing to offer, what could they possibly want from them? A disaster has caused 90% of the people here to perish. As long as someone can help us survive, well, listen to whoever it is. Otherwise, if we lose our lives, what do we have left to play with? After saying this, Lu Heping turned and walked home. His home. It was just a dilapidated little courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a woman was cleaning the place. She saw Lu Heping at a glance and immediately came over asking, have the people left? They've gone. A smile appeared on Lu Heping's face. Then he pulled out a cooked ear of corn from his pocket and handed it to the woman. What is this? Old Zhang secretly gave it, saying it's called corn and if planted it can yield at least 1,000 jin per mu. Originally she had already brought the corn to her mouth, but she pulled it back again. She stared blankly at Lu Heping, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her like this, Lu Heping swallowed hard and said, you should try it first. If it's good, I'll come back tomorrow and shamelessly ask for some more. Old Zhang said that Taoyuan village hasn't started planting yet. This one ear was taken from their village chief. The woman held the corn, her eyes reddening. She couldn't bring herself to take a bite for a long time. At the entrance of Taoyuan village, 2 tables are placed side by side. In front of the tables, several villagers are lining up. Zhou Ze sits at the table checking their pulses and examining their ailments. The little white dog, having grown a bit larger, lies at his feet, occasionally glancing up at Zhou Ze as if afraid he might suddenly leave and abandon it. Your body often feels sore, and if you move too much your head aches slightly, right? You truly are remarkable. There's nothing serious, it's just due to not resting well for a long time. If you adjust your routine to go to bed early and rise early, it will be fine. Zhou Ze acts like a professional doctor, employing various methods to treat people. Moreover, he works quickly, treating a patient in no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Since Zhang Xiaoqian and the others set out, he has already seen no less than 50 people. In just one day he has resolved most of the villagers' ailments. This is another significant event worth celebrating for Taoyuan village. Zhou Ze's treatment of the villagers is just one aspect. He is also concerned about Zhang Xiaoqian and the others. Having been gone for such a long time, he fears something might have happened. He had intended to go out with them, but relying on him constantly isn't a good solution for them. What if one day he is no longer here? Would the village be unable to function? So while treating the villagers, he occasionally glances down the main road. Brother, we are back. What relieved him was that when the sky was about to darken, Zhang Xiaoqian and the others finally returned. Putting away some tools from the table, Zhou Ze stood up to greet them. Uncle, how was the harvest today? Actually, upon seeing the empty cart and the smiles on everyone's faces, he had already guessed. Zhang Xiaoqian casually pulled out a thick stack of IOUs and said, they are all here. What about tomorrow's arrangements? Zhou Ze examined the IOUs one by one. Zhang Xiaoqian's handwriting isn't very neat, but the IOUs are still clear. As you said, it depends on whether they are willing to come tomorrow or not. When Zhang Xiaoqian said this, he still had many doubts in his heart. He couldn't understand what Zhou Ze was trying to do. Did he want to take all these people in like before? But if he wanted to take them in, he could just state it directly. Those willing to come would just come directly. If they were unwilling, he wouldn't force them. Why make it so complicated like this? That night many people couldn't sleep, especially the residents of the town. Although they didn't know what schemes were at play with the deferred porridge, at least it could solve their food issues. So early the next morning, these people carried bowls towards Taoyuan village. Along the way they saw the desolate land and the houses washed away by water. Even though they knew there would be food soon, they couldn't smile. I've heard that the place providing us with deferred porridge is Tiandang Mountain, and this mountain is not peaceful at all. They say there are fierce birds and beasts in this mountain, and those who step into it face great danger, almost certain death. No matter how dangerous it is, at least those people have food and drink, but what about us? These people, though only acquainted for a short time, are all in dire straits together. As they traveled, they chatted along the way. However, when they were close to their destination, they were all taken aback. Rows of houses and green vegetables and fruits. Completely different from the environment surrounding the small town. As they approached, they could already feel the vitality of this place. They no longer felt very hungry. The key point was that outside the village entrance there were villagers with tools drawing something across the river. Hey, just to confirm, is this Taoyuan village up ahead? Somebody stepped forward to inquire with the villagers. Are you here for the deferred porridge? Is everything prepared? A villager stood up and responded. So this really is Taoyuan village. Is there really going to be a second Taoyuan village? Upon hearing this, the people quickened their steps. At the village entrance several large iron pots were set up.
A few tables were lined up with paper and pens all ready just waiting for these people to arrive.
Yesterday only Zhang Xiaoqian was registering, so the process was a bit slow. Today was much better. Song Jiner and Tai Yulan joined in, instantly easing the burden of registration. Today's meals are much more lavish compared to yesterday. Not only is there substantial porridge, but there are also various side dishes. They even caught a whiff of the scent of meat. However, the price of the meat is a bit steep. These people eating the deferred meals couldn't hide their envy.
Lu Heping was holding a bowl of thick porridge along with a plate of vegetables. As he ate, he surveyed the surroundings. Until he spotted Zhou Ze, he immediately ran over as if he had seen a long-lost relative, lowering his voice to say, "Zhou, have you eaten yet?" Zhou Ze also had a table set up at the village entrance. However, while others were serving porridge, he was treating the villagers. Seeing Lu Heping approach, Zhou Ze looked up and paused his movements. He joked, "If I haven't eaten, how could I have the strength to treat people here?" "Zhou, you can treat people." Lu Heping seemed to have discovered something new. Zhou Ze waved his hand and said, "There's no doctor in the village, so I learned it myself to spare the villagers from suffering." Lu Heping gave Zhou Ze a thumbs up. Then his voice lowered. Zhou Ze treated people while Lu Heping watched. He came to find Zhou Ze with a purpose. Until he saw that Zhou Ze had some free time, he chuckled and asked, "Zhou, isn't it unsustainable to keep deferring the porridge like this?" "What are you thinking, old brother?" Zhou Ze smiled, his expression somewhat profound. "I have no particular thoughts, I just feel uneasy eating." Lu Heping spoke frankly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ze finally understood and smiled, saying, "If you feel uneasy eating and truly have no money to pay back, you can work for me. This is called working off a debt." "What does working off a debt mean?" Lu Heping's eyes brightened and he instantly perked up. At this moment he stopped eating and stared blankly at Zhou Ze. "You know, in our great Zhou there is a law. Any wasteland cultivated can belong to oneself as long as the taxes are paid on time." "That's right, there is such a regulation. However, just the issue of taxation has made it difficult for everyone. Even if there is wasteland, people dare not cultivate it recklessly." Zhou Ze chuckled and said, "Others may not dare, but I do." "What do you mean?" "Take the people in our village as an example. They all rent my fields and their lives are currently quite good." Upon hearing this, Lu Heping fell silent. He seemed to understand Zhou Ze's meaning but couldn't make up his mind. Seeing him like this, Zhou Ze smiled and said, "I will handle the early taxes and also the early food and drink. However, there is one condition: a contract must be signed with me." After returning from Taoyuan village, Lu Heping couldn't sleep well all night, his mind filled with the words spoken by Zhou Ze. He was troubled, unsure of how to choose. Until the next morning, seeing his busy wife, he could no longer hold back and took her towards the direction of Taoyuan village. As long as they can fill their stomachs, it doesn't matter if he doesn't serve as the village head. "Old Lu, are you going to take your wife to borrow porridge today?" Someone got up even earlier than him, holding a bowl with a smile on their face. Compared to the previous days of hunger, these people were in much better spirits now. With their spirits lifted, smiles naturally appeared on their faces. Otherwise, how could they have the mood to joke with Lu Heping? At this moment, Lu Heping had come to terms with it and his mood improved as well. Hearing these jokes, he chuckled and said, "This time you've guessed wrong. Aren't you going to borrow porridge this time?" Someone asked curiously. "Of course not. This time we're here to repay our debts." Lu Heping grasped his wife's hand. "Just you? What are you going to repay with?" "Old Lu, you must be dreaming and haven't woken up yet. Even though you have some money, it's meant for paying taxes, otherwise you can't continue as the village head." Lu Heping waved his hand and said irritably, "As for the village head, whoever wants to do it can do it. Starting today I will live in Taoyuan village." "What?" The people who had been mocking him all widened their eyes in disbelief. If they could stay in Taoyuan village, they certainly wouldn't return to Sanxiu town. "Old Lu, what's going on?" "Yes, can we go to Taoyuan village?" Seeing that they were concerned, Lu Heping generously said, "Let me put it this way, I will work to repay the debt. I will clear the wasteland for him, and after signing a contract he will provide me with food and drink in return for offsetting my debt." "What about the taxes?" someone immediately followed up with a question. "I will clear the wasteland for him, the land is his, so the taxes will naturally be paid by him." Lu Heping felt a bit emotional when he said this. So this village head Zhou is actually a great benefactor. Whether he is a great benefactor or not is still unclear. Moreover, he can provide me with food, preventing me from starving. According to the news I received yesterday, in the entire Taoyuan village except for the initial few households, everyone operates under this cooperative model. "Old Lu, since we have some acquaintance, can you help us ask about it?" "That's right, we can also help clear the wasteland without pay as long as we can have enough to eat." Soon several people surrounded Lu Heping, starting to inquire. Lu Heping hadn't sorted out his own situation yet, so he dared not agree to their requests. He could only respond cautiously. As for whether it would work, that depended on Zhou Ze's intentions. Just like that, before reaching the destination, many people already knew this piece of news. Everyone was waiting for Liu Heping's response. After a day's busy work, the surrounding wasteland had been planned out along the river. For now it was only dusted with white lime and no land had been cleared yet. It looked just like when Taoyuan village was first established. Early in the morning the village entrance was still bustling. Zhou Ze had already taken his position at the village entrance waiting for the arrival of patients from the village. After 2 days of treatment, the sick in the village had mostly recovered. Even if there were some, they were just a few individuals. Song Ziyi was helping to cook porridge while Song Jiner had nothing to do sitting in front of Zhou Ze. If my husband wants to give alms, he can just tell these people directly, why go through so much trouble? After yesterday's events they had already understood Zhou Ze's intentions. They just couldn't understand why he went through such a long route for something that could be resolved with a single sentence. Just then Tai Yulan in a long dress also walked over. This woman really wasn't suited to wear a dress. She was too robust, giving a feeling of mismatch. Looking around, it seemed that fitted clothes suited her better. Seeing that both of them were interested in the question, Zhou Ze smiled and began to explain. You must understand that some people won't cherish what is given as alms. Instead, those who earn through their own labor will know that these things are hard to come by. As soon as he said this, Tai Yulan immediately responded, so the true meaning of labor in lieu of relief is this. Of course, not just that. Zhou Ze said labor in lieu of relief can also promote economic development. Tai Yulan didn't quite understand, but she still listened attentively. In terms of combat power, she surpassed everyone in the village. However, in terms of understanding and learning ability, she lagged far behind Song Jiner. Once a person gets used to asking for handouts, they will develop a sense of laziness. Over time, even if I have vast wealth, I cannot withstand their consumption. I make them write IOUs to create a sense of urgency, giving them the illusion that they cannot afford to keep idlers. The more they work, the more they earn. If they do little work, they will go hungry. In this way, everyone gains the ability to be self-reliant. One day, even if I am no longer here, they can still sustain themselves. After explaining so much, Tai Yulan's eyes turned red. She looked at Zhou Ze with admiration and said, if my Iron Sword sect had someone like Brother Zhou, we wouldn't have come to this point. Zhou Ze shook his head and said, you are mistaken. Even if I were there, the Iron Sword sect would not have amounted to much. Why? Tai Yulan frowned. Zhou Ze did not explain this time. Because in the distance people were already arriving one after another. The two women also went to their respective positions. Everyone was busy except for the now slightly bigger little Bai, who was particularly spirited today. It even ran off alone to the fields chasing butterflies. Brother Zhou, today we want borrow porridge. Can we talk about how I can repay my debts? Liu Heping took his wife to Zhou Ze's table, looking at him with anticipation. Currently no one in the village was there to seek treatment, so Zhou Ze was quite relaxed. He then asked, have you figured out yesterday's matter? I figured it out. As long as you say the word, we can do anything. Zhou Ze immediately smiled. Then he said, since that's the case, first hand over your household registration to me and then go choose a piece of land across the river. Choose land. Liu Heping was momentarily confused. Zhou Ze continued to explain, since you want to join, shouldn't you build a house first? Don't worry, the villagers will help build it and I can give you a discount, just put it on the account. You can also borrow for the house. Of course. Otherwise, where will you live? Upon hearing this, Liu Heping was overwhelmed with gratitude. However, he still tentatively asked, even changing how he addressed Zhou Ze. Master, if there are others in the town who want to repay their debts in this way, would it be feasible? Zhou Ze frowned, thought for a while and said, it is possible, but not everyone can come here. Liu Heping quickly replied, don't worry, I won't introduce those who are disobedient here. Zhou Ze smiled and said, if I remember correctly, you are still a village head. Now that you are here, what will happen to Sanqiu town? Liu Heping replied loudly, as for the village head, whoever wants to do it can do it, I will no longer serve. Looking at the fields before him and the busy villagers, Zhou Ze experienced a strange illusion. Ever since he arrived in this world, it felt like he was playing a game. A construction simulation game. Starting with seeds, NPCs and tools. Then allowing him to build from scratch. The common folk before him seemed like the NPCs recruited in the game working for him. Once certain conditions were met, upgrades would occur. For instance, now after the space upgraded, a floating island appeared. Sometimes he wondered what he could evolve into if he met certain conditions. Could he rely on this space to return to his original world? Shaking his head, he dismissed those unrealistic thoughts. With his hands behind his back, he led Xiao Bai towards the village entrance. Good day, master. Is the master not home to accompany his wife today? As he entered the village, various greetings echoed around him. It was precisely because of his actions that these people were not afraid of him, instead they joked with him. This feeling was quite pleasant. I keep my wife for the evening, daytime is for work. Zhou Ze laughed, teasing, what about you? I heard you're preparing to marry the daughter of Erlang Zi. The young man conversing with Zhou Ze shook his head repeatedly, saying, "That's a rumor, it must be a rumor. I can't even support myself, how could I support a wife?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding villagers burst into laughter. The atmosphere was pleasant, showing no signs of the disasters that had occurred. Just as Zhou Ze had arranged, these people occasionally engaged in small trades, producing their own food and necessities. If they had money they would buy, if they didn't they would barter. This approach met most of their living needs. From Taoyuan village crossing the river, another row of houses stood tall. This time the construction was even more extensive and quicker than before. Zhou Ze had nearly cleared out all the bamboo from that section of the mountains. Lu Heping's house had been completed and was currently being plastered with mud. The mud mixed with straw when dried in the sun became quite sturdy. Upon seeing Zhou Ze arrive, he immediately jogged over. "Master, are you here to inspect?" He felt a bit intimidated by Xiao Bai. As he got closer and saw Xiao Bai, he retreated. "I just came to check on your progress." "Our progress is quite fast, we will move in a few days." Lu Heping chuckled, his face filled with happiness. For these days Zhou Ze had been taking care of their food and drink. As the saying goes, too many debts don't cause worry. Now they couldn't even remember how much they owed. At worst they would just wait until the house was built and then slowly pay it back. "By the way, master, we have things arranged here, but what about this month's taxes?" "Taxes?" Lu Heping's words plunged Zhou Ze into thought. After a long while he said, "Let's not worry about taxes for now. How many families in Longxi can pay taxes?" "Not a single one." Lu Heping displayed a bitter expression. "Since others can't pay, why should we?" "But if the county magistrate comes and sees our situation?" "Let him come, I will talk to him then." Zhou Ze showed no signs of concern. Now in Longxi the court didn't offer help, nor did they care about anything else, they just wanted taxes. What were they thinking? Zhou Ze seemed to recall something and spoke to Lu Heping. "Old Lu, why were you elected as the pavilion chief when you just arrived here?" Lu Heping straightened his back a bit. "Before being assigned here I was a jurin." "A jurin?" Zhou Ze exclaimed as if discovering a new continent. "How did a jurin end up assigned to this place?" Mentioning this, Lu Heping felt like a deflated balloon. At 30 years old, I'm still just a jurin. I thought I could improve my life through connections. But instead of flattering the right people, I was set up and got into trouble. Now just offending a few people leads to exile. You haven't left Longxi, so you don't know the current situation in the Great Zhou. To rise you need to rely on connections. One misstep and you offend the powerful. The village is lacking in talent. Zhou Ze was already troubled by this issue. Unexpectedly he had picked up a knowledgeable fellow this time. Although it might not be reliable, it was certainly better than having people who couldn't read at all. "Old Lu, do you think we could attract anyone who comes to Sanqiu town to our side in the future?" Zhou Ze's words struck Lu Heping hard. He stared blankly at Zhou Ze for a while before saying, "Of course, but I suggest we let them sit for a few days first." Zhou Ze patted his shoulder, saying, "Then from now on this matter will be your responsibility, how about it?" "Me?" Lu Heping did not expect Zhou Ze to trust him this much. "What, no confidence?" "It's not about confidence, it's just that should I report this to the county office?" "No need." Zhou Ze explained, "The court sends people to Longxi and then Longxi distributes them to Sanha town. Doesn't this place fall under the jurisdiction of Sanha town?" "All right, leave this to me, I will ensure it's done beautifully." Zhou Ze chuckled, saying, "If you do well I will clear all your debts." Just that one sentence made Lu Heping feel more confident. "Master, rest assured the conditions here are favorable. It's not just in Longxi, even in prosperous lands they might not live as well as we do here." From a village with nothing it developed into a settlement of over 1,000 people. Now Taoyuan village had far exceeded the scale of a typical village. From a distance the bustling crowd gave an impression of liveliness. Zhou Ze moved through the village as if he were an emperor surveying his domain. After completing his tour of the village, the morning had already passed. A light rain began to fall from the sky. This was the first rain since the drought in Longxi. It could be concluded that the weather in Longxi had returned to normal. "Husband, our sheep have given birth." On his way back Zhou Ze came running. Running and shouting, her words carried a hint of excitement. The shout startled other villagers in the area. Xuanhuan and others upon receiving the news hurried to Zhou Ze's home. Song Jiner stood in the sheep pen at a loss. The Tai siblings also set aside their work to come and watch the commotion. Having never experienced such a scene, they had no idea how to help. Only when Song Huayan and Zhang Xiaoqian arrived did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Boars were castrated, hens were laying eggs, and now even antelopes were starting to give birth. This was a significant reform for all of Taoyuan village. In other words, with these little lambs the other villagers could also begin raising them. "Aze, you treat us today, let's have a meal at your home to celebrate."
In the year 235 of the Great Zhou calendar, 3 months after the destruction of the Iron Sword sect Xuanhuan, the magistrate of Qingyang County organized the young and strong men of the town to cultivate the fields and hunt outside the city. There is an advantage in Longxi even in the cold winter when everywhere else is trying to keep warm. Here one only needs to wear thicker clothes to get through the entire season. Moreover, at this time there are crops to be planted. Cultivating the fields and hunting is an order issued by the county governor Chu Zhongxian, which must be strictly enforced in every county. Looking at the vast expanse of wasteland being cultivated, Zhu Qian finally had a smile on his face. "My lord, here is the list of personnel sent to Sanqiu town today." A servant hurried over to report to him. "Sanqiu town is it the town that has not reported anything for 3 months? Replying to my lord, when we go to Sanqiu town this time the town is already empty." Empty. Zhu Qian's smile vanished. He stared at the official in front of him and asked who was in charge there. How could no one organize personnel to hunt for food for such a long time? The official bowed and said, "My lord, they did not starve to death, they collectively disappeared. They fled. I am not clear on the specifics, but when we went there the entire town was deserted, leaving only those dilapidated houses." "Investigate for me." Zhu Qian snorted coldly. "Now that the court is unstable, everyone is looking to make trouble for our county governor. If something goes wrong here, it could be seized upon by these people." Sanqiu town. Several officials rode horses along the streets. The cold and desolate streets had scarcely any people, and those present appeared to be sitting on the ground as if mourning a loss. Instead, a few sneaky figures caught their attention. One of them wanted to step forward to inquire but saw the figures immediately disappear. "Don't chase, follow them quietly." A few officials trailed behind until they left the small town. What are these people up to? Further ahead is Tiandang Mountain. Normally no one dares to venture there for hunting. How are they so bold? Something's off. This road seems to be frequently traveled and there are still people living further ahead. The officials never expected that upon closer inspection they would find rewards. Vast fields being cultivated and houses being constructed. Just a glance was enough for them to feel they had found the right place. The people from the former Sanqiu town must all be here. Although they could not see what was happening in the distance, the situation before them perfectly aligned with the county governor's requirements, cultivating wasteland and hunting to support their families. This place was hard for them to accept. After all, Tiandang Mountain is considered a forbidden area for ordinary people. Even if they had not been here long, they were well aware of this. "Fellow villagers, are you the ones assigned to Sanqiu town recently?" The leading official led his horse to the village entrance. A household was busy constructing a house using bamboo. Behind the house was the wasteland that had already been cleared. Hearing the noise, the villagers paused their work and looked at the newcomers. If it had been in the past, they would have truly been afraid. But the situation has changed. Upon seeing these officials, they showed no fear at all. Instead, they answered boldly, "We are from Sanqiu town." "Then who is the headman here?" "We have no headman here." "No headman." The official thought he had misheard. How could such organized and planned cultivation be without a leader? The officials whispered to each other for a while. Then they split into 2 teams. 2 stayed behind while the other 2 rode back to Qingyang County. The distance from here to Qingyang County is a bit far, but at a gallop it would take no more than an hour. The 2 who remained tied their horses to a tree and then entered the village. The further they went and the more astonished they became. The identical houses were one thing, but the soundness of the system exceeded their understanding. At least Qingyang County has not yet reached this level. They had just received the county governor's orders and many things had not yet been implemented. Until they reached the riverside and looked at the situation across the river, both of them were stunned. They were standing right in front of Lu Heping's house. Since no one informed them, by the time Lu Heping learned of it, the 2 officials had already been standing by the river for quite some time. When did the 2 officials arrive? "It's you." One of the officials looked at Lu Heping with a very peculiar expression. "Is this under your responsibility?" Lu Heping quickly shook his head and replied, "Your Excellency has misunderstood. How could I have such great ability? Weren't you elected as the headman of Sanqiu town?" "That was long ago." "Then what are you doing now?" "Following the village chief here to cultivate wasteland and contribute to our great Zhou dynasty." Although Lu Heping remained humble, his words were filled with pride. Not to mention him ever since those refugees arrived here, who among them was not the same. Moreover, in the past few months their food has been better than before they were sent here. "Dear, our little chicken has laid eggs." While Lu Heping was chatting with the 2 officials, his wife suddenly ran out from the yard. After calling out twice, she saw the 2 officials and her voice abruptly stopped. "What little chicken?" One of the officials squinted suddenly. Lu Heping had long since communicated with Zhou Ze and knew that their big plans could not be hidden from the county officials. Therefore he made no attempt to hide anything and explained, "Some wild chickens that we have tamed, raising them can improve our food situation." "Wild chickens? Tamed? The officials even thought they had misheard and immediately expressed a desire to see it for themselves. There was a back door in the yard, and not far from the back door was a shelter designed after Zhou Ze's house. Inside that shelter were not only several wild chickens but also several hares which were munching on grass. Extending further out was the vast expanse of good farmland. Looking at the crops and vegetables planted in the fields, the two even felt as if they had entered another world. Most of the things being cultivated were unfamiliar to them and they had no idea what their purposes were. Lu Heping thought the two would talk to him about tax issues. What he did not expect was that they spent the entire time discussing various trivial matters, showing no interest in taxes at all. Lu Heping's wife was a bit worried. While the two were surveying the fields, she pulled Lu Heping aside. In a low voice she asked, "Dear, will it cause trouble if these two come here?" Lu Heping shook his head and said, "What trouble could it cause? Don't worry, I have already sent someone to notify the master." He had previously instructed that if officials come there is no need to be afraid, he would handle it himself. These people really are something. They left us here without care, and now that they see we have food and drink they start eyeing us. Lu Heping was startled and quickly covered her mouth. "You must not say such things." In front of Zhou Ze's house a number of fruit trees had been transplanted. These fruit trees were as thick as an adult's thigh, unlike those at the village entrance. If the villagers were not aware of the situation, they might have thought these fruit trees had been planted for several years. The arrangement of these trees was also deliberate, with several spots resembling small resting areas. There were stones intentionally placed for resting. Additionally, hammocks made from sturdy fabric were set up. On hot days one could sit under the trees. With the breeze blowing it was quite pleasant. In Song Jiner's words, her husband was born to enjoy life. If he couldn't find the conditions to enjoy, he would create a paradise of his own. Now this home of his was just such a place. Song Ze sat next to an iron frame grilling meat skewers while Song Jiner was busy writing, continuously recording the daily accounts. Zhou Ze lay on the hammock, closing his eyes to rest. Beside him lay a large tiger, its eyes half closed, lazily bumping against the hammock. This kept the hammock in a constant state of swaying. "Big boss trouble. The officials have come to collect taxes from our village." Zhou Ze, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sat up. Even Xiao Bai perked up, looking towards the newcomers. "How many came and where are they now?" "There are 2 people at old Lu's house." "What are we waiting for? Let's go take a look." Saying this, he patted Xiao Bai and turned to run towards the village entrance. By the time Song Jiner reacted, he had already run far away. Before reaching Lu Heping's house, he had already spotted the 2 officials. At that moment the 2 were about to leave. "Oh gentlemen, have you eaten?" In Zhou Ze's memory he had never dealt with the officials, so he was not careful with his words. "You are." The 2 officials had a very good attitude. However, the vegetables and fruits they were carrying made Zhou Ze squint his eyes, feeling somewhat displeased. "I am Zhou Ze, the village head here." "You are the village head." The officials immediately perked up, stepping forward and saying, "I heard that all the farmland here belongs to you." Zhou Ze quickly waved his hand and said, "You jest, my lord. Under heaven all land belongs to the king. These all belong to the current emperor." The officials' faces showed a hint of embarrassment, wishing they could slap themselves. What had they just said? How could they utter such rebellious words? However, they did not realize that this was Zhou Ze's way of twisting concepts to annoy them. "Since you are the one in charge here, then it will be easy to handle. Turn around and compile the household registration here to report to the county office." This time Zhou Ze did not respond, instead it was Lu Heping. He immediately ran back into the house and came out again with several thick books in his hands. "My lord, the household registration has long been organized and it's all here." Looking at the several books of household statistics, the 2 officials could find no fault. "In that case we will return first to report to the county magistrate. Farewell." Zhou Ze stretched his neck, stood on tiptoe and waved to the 2, saying, "Gentlemen, take care." Watching Zhou Ze's fawning demeanor, Lu Heping suddenly sighed, realizing that the boss wasn't a deity. "Boss, now that these 2 have come here, it won't be long before the situation is exposed." Zhou Ze's smile faded and he returned to his previous state. "We're not doing anything secretly, how could it be exposed? Moreover, sooner or later they will know about this, and the earlier we know the better prepared we can be." "But aren't you afraid, boss?" "Afraid of what?" "Afraid they will come to seize our things." Zhou Ze placed his hands behind his back, a look of disdain on his face, saying, "If we were fewer in number before, maybe we would have feared them. But now we have over 1,000 people, so it's not a matter of fear or not." "Then what is it?" "Cooperation for mutual benefit." Zhou Ze began to head back while Lu Heping closely followed behind him. Zhou Ze continued, "Anyone who appears in Longxi is someone abandoned by the court. They are the chives in times of peace and cannon fodder in times of war." "I can understand cannon fodder, but what does chives mean?" Lu Heping asked, somewhat puzzled. His family also had chives and they were growing very well. But he didn't understand the connection between the two. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhou Ze suddenly laughed. Chives are quite magical. Once they grow you can cut them with a sickle. Remember, you must leave the roots and only eat the parts above the roots. Then you will find that they can be cut repeatedly, each time regrowing anew. Lu Heping was not foolish, otherwise he wouldn't have become a geneshur. Zhou Ze explained this much and he immediately understood. For a moment he felt a bit melancholic. Both are abandoned by others, they hold power while we control wealth. If divided both lose, if united both benefit. Lu Heping's gaze towards Zhou Ze changed and he clasped his hands, saying, indeed your thoughts are not something we can compare with. We are still thinking about how not to be cut like chives while you are already considering cooperation with them. But aren't you afraid of being swallowed up entirely? Zhou Ze smiled but did not explain. Because coming towards them was a group of over 10 villagers. Led by Taijun, they were carrying 2 wild boars, laughing and chatting as they approached. Zhou Ze was very familiar with these people, they were all remnants of the Iron Sword sect. Now scattered in Taoyuan village, they had no land to cultivate and trained in the village every day patrolling. They would occasionally go hunting in the mountains to exchange for money. Although they did not farm, they earned high wages and had meat to eat every day. They were the envy of everyone in the village. Even some strong young men competed to join them. Unfortunately, the selection standards were too high and after several months few could squeeze in. These people immediately spotted Zhou Ze and ran over. Brother-in-law, look quickly, today's harvest. Taijun, carrying an axe, walked at the forefront of the crowd, his 9-foot height very conspicuous. You brat, I told you long ago, don't shout randomly. Zhou Ze glared at him fiercely, scolding with a smile, do you still want your sister to get married? Of course I do. Taijun laughed, my sister dreams of calling your name, just marry her already. Get lost. Zhou Ze kicked his leg, then looked at the 2 wild boars. He wanted to kick Taijun's, but unfortunately due to their height difference he couldn't reach. You didn't venture deep into the mountains, did you? Zhou Ze asked, noticing that one of the wild boars was not quite dead. Of course not, we only strolled around the outskirts. Zhou Ze nodded slightly and said, sell them off, leave some at my house, your sister is grilling, don't forget to go over and eat some later. Remember to call your sister along. Taijun laughed heartily, brother-in-law, don't worry. I don't need to notify her, she can smell your scent and find you. Zhou Ze. The Qingyang County Yamen, aged and in disrepair, resembled an old man nearing the end of his life, ready to collapse. Inside this Yamen, Zhu Qian was listening to reports from his subordinates. In front of him were several books and a pile of unfamiliar vegetables and fruits. So you mean to say we have stumbled upon a paradise? Here the farmers have no worries about food and drink. Yes, my lord, that is indeed the case. Nonsense. Zhu Qian slammed the table, rising to his feet, and scolded the 2 men, I see you must be out of your minds from hunger, bringing me wild vegetables to fool me. The 2 constables were taken aback and quickly replied, we all saw it, we had already sent someone back to inform you, did we not? Who was it who returned to report? I was just about to ask you, 4 people went, yet only the 2 of you returned. The 2 constables exchanged glances, feeling that something was amiss. Those 2 did not come back. My lord, what we are saying is absolutely true. If you do not believe it, look at these household registration records. They are all from Sancho town, provided to us by a certain Ping. Lu Heping, that scholar. Yes, that's him. It was only at this point that Zhu Qian picked up one of the books and began to flip through it. As he read, he suddenly froze in place. My lord, and these vegetables, the taste. Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Qian pointed to one of the names, murmuring to himself, interrupting their words. Who is this Zhou Ze? He is the village chief of this paradise village. Zhu Qian casually flipped through a few more pages. Then he said, you 2 stay alert, tomorrow we will head to this paradise village with me. Near Zhou Ze's home in Paradise Village. This is where Tai Yulan trains the law enforcement personnel. Zhou Ze wielded a steel knife, striking at Taijun. Taijun did not retaliate, merely blocking with an axe. With 1 strike, then 2, then 3. Zhou Ze's strikes grew increasingly fierce, and after 3 consecutive blows an ordinary person could hardly withstand them. However, Taijun did not take a step back. He continued to taunt Zhou Ze. Your strength is too weak, it is utterly useless, put in a little more effort. Zhou Ze, panting heavily, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in his heart. He thought he was quite powerful, but I'm not fighting anymore, you brat, are not playing by the rules. With that he sheathed his steel knife and turned to head home. Taijun shouted behind him, let my sister train with you, her strength isn't as great as mine and she surely can't block your 3 strikes. Zhou Ze. He knew this kid was doing it on purpose. He just wanted to give him more chances to interact with Tai Yulan. Beautiful women, who doesn't like them? But being with Tai Yulan always hurt his pride. This woman was a few centimeters taller than him. When the 2 stood together, he couldn't possibly be the one to look like a little bird relying on her, could he? Just as he had not yet returned home, Lu Heping suddenly ran over. "Boss, the county magistrate has come." "Who?" Zhou Ze thought he had misheard. Without thinking, he said to Tai Jun, "Tell your sister's people to take it easy. You stay home and don't come out." Tai Jun scratched his head, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He felt like a fugitive. It would be better to go up and fight with an axe than to hide like this. Zhou Ze ignored him and ran toward the riverbank, knowing that Tai Jun could distinguish between importance and triviality. Xu Qian arrived with his assistant and 4 constables. Before reaching Paradise Village, he was already captivated by the scene before him. By the time he entered the village, he had vowed in his heart to earnestly consult the person in charge here. After 3 years of drought in Longxi compounded by that flood, it was impossible for any ordinary person to rebuild the village so quickly, let alone to such a scale. This was no longer a means possessed by ordinary people. Last time the constables did not cross the river. This time Xu Qian also did not cross the river. Led by the 2 constables, they arrived at Lu Heping's home. Once seated, he instructed the constables to go search for the 2 companions who had not returned yesterday. Meanwhile, he and his assistant were guests at Lu Heping's home. When Zhou Ze arrived here, the 2 were sitting at the table looking at the books Lu Heping used for accounting. They were inquiring about the situation in the village from Lu Heping's wife. Zhou Ze stood at the gate of the courtyard listening attentively without entering. "Lu, I must ask you, where did this paper come from?" Xu Qian tried to keep his tone calm, yet when speaking to Lu Heping's wife he still spoke in a condescending manner. There was no helping it, this was a habit he had developed over many years. After all, having held a high position for so long, he was not yet accustomed to the identity of a county magistrate. Replying to my lord, this paper is all produced by the village itself. Your village can produce such paper. This time it was not Xu Qian speaking but the assistant standing beside him. He pointed at Lu's wife and said, "Do you know what you are saying? There is no such high-level technology in all of Dezhou. How could a village rebuilt after a disaster achieve this?" Bang! Lu's wife immediately knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. "My lord, every word I say is true. I dare not conceal anything." Xu Qian turned to look at his assistant and shook his head, then stepped forward to help Lu's wife up. "Do not be nervous. Our visit is not to assign blame but to conduct a small investigation. I ask you again, where do the vegetables you plant behind your house come from?" Lu's wife did not dare to hide anything, lowering her head and quickly replying, "They are all from our villagers, dug from the mountains and planted ourselves." Tiandang Mountain. Yes, that's right, Tiandang Mountain. Does your village have any experts? Not really. Lu's wife answered truthfully, if there were really experts, our village chief would count as one. How so? Xu Qian became interested. Lu's wife replied, the village chief can not only drive away tigers but also understands planting and breeding techniques. By the way, his medical skills are quite high. The wind-cold illness that infected our villagers was treated by him. Upon hearing this, Xu Qian suddenly turned around looking at his assistant with a smile and said, "So Master One is also an expert then?" The assistant quickly waved his hand saying, "Before my lord, I cannot be called an expert." Xu Qian laughed heartily saying, "Regardless, this village chief does possess some capabilities." At this point he once again turned his gaze to Lu's wife, asking, "If I remember correctly, you have only recently joined the village, right?" Indeed, the farther we are from Tiandang Mountain, the shorter our time joining the village. Those families at the foot of Tiandang Mountain are all the original inhabitants here. Original inhabitants. Xu Qian stroked his beard, falling into deep thought. Just then a cheerful voice from outside the courtyard interrupted his musings. "The county magistrate has arrived. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome and I hope my lord will forgive me." At this moment all three people in the courtyard turned their eyes towards the outside. "Little brother, have we met before?" Xu Qian pondered for a moment upon seeing Zhou Ze. Met before. Zhou Ze thought the other party recognized his identity. But he quickly replied, "You may be mistaken, sir. I have always been here in Sanqiu town and have never left." Then this official must have misremembered. Xu Qian sat down again, gesturing for Zhou Ze to sit as well. Zhou Ze was not polite. However, just as he sat down, Lu Heping returned. This fellow's speed had noticeably slowed and he was panting heavily, exhausted. "Little brother, your name is Zhou Ze and you are the village head here, right?" Xu Qian's tone mirrored his earlier questioning. His aura was imposing, as if he intended to suppress others while questioning. Zhou Ze was not intimidated by his tactics. Although he appeared respectful, his words showed no sign of fear. "I am somewhat talented in reading and writing and thus the villagers elected me as the village head here. I've heard that your relationship with the villagers is one of employment." Xu Qian asked again. Zhou Ze felt no pressure and replied, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou, cultivating wasteland belongs to the cultivator. I am rather greedy, so I cultivated all this land. With limited strength many hands make light work, so I invited the townspeople to help me farm." Ha ha. Xu Qian smiled without sincerity. He had underestimated the village head of Taoyuan village.
This person was meticulous in his speech. It seemed as if he was afraid I would cause him trouble. You need not be nervous considering you have supported so many people. You have done good without any wrongdoing. Zhou Ze quickly cupped his hands and said, contributing to the Great Zhou is an obligation of every citizen of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, even the assistant beside him twitched his lips. Xu Qian had prepared many responses but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He sat at the table for a long time until Lu Heping brought tea and he finally regained his composure. Little brother, earlier you said you enjoy cultivating wasteland, correct? Zhou Ze grinned and replied, it is not that I enjoy it, but cultivating wasteland allows more people to have food to eat. Such great merit, how could I give it to someone else? All right. Xu Qian was almost confused by the other party's response and quickly added, let us not concern ourselves with whether it is enjoyment or doing good deeds for now. I have a proposal in hand, I wonder if you would like to hear it. Please, sir. Zhou Ze chuckled as he stood up and began pouring tea for the other party. Xu Qian organized his thoughts and said, in the future all the people we send to Sancho town will be sent to you. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ze quickly replied, sir, such a thing cannot be done. Why not? The assistant stepped forward and said, did you not just say that you want more people to have food to eat? Zhou Ze shrugged and said, this gentleman. My surname is Xuanhuan Liang, the assistant beside the sir. The assistant introduced himself. Zhou Ze quickly stood up and said, so it is assistant when I've long heard of you. Long heard of you. What a joke. When Liang took a deep breath trying to calm himself and said, what did you mean by your words earlier, little brother Zhou? Zhou Ze smiled and said, assistant, when think about it, if I take one in, will these people work hard if they easily have food? If they do not work, no matter how much money I have, I cannot sustain such a situation, right? When Liang's expression grew serious as he said, indeed, that makes sense. Zhou Ze continued, they work for me and I share a portion of the profits with them. The more they labor, the more they earn. Over time the disaster will naturally be resolved. Before Wen Liang could speak, Xu Qian, who was sitting there, suddenly slammed the table and said, little brother has made a good point. Each person's strength is ultimately limited, many hands make light work. You can rest assured, as long as you can solve the food problem for the people of Qingyang, I will cooperate with you unconditionally. What Zhou Ze wanted was precisely this assurance from the other party. Is what you said true, sir? Absolutely no falsehood. Then I need you to issue a document for me now. My merchant team needs to leave Longxi. What is this? Xu Qian felt like he was being played by the other party. It seemed he had said so much just to wait for this moment. You have a merchant team? When Liang asked, speaking for Xu Qian. Zhou Ze casually picked up a piece of paper from the table and said, what does the sir think of this paper? It was only at that moment that Xu Qian remembered the matter of the paper. He couldn't help but exclaim, this paper is light and thin with a bright white color. Even in the palace there might not be such paper. Zhou Ze continued to ask, if I take this paper out of Longxi to sell, how would the business be? I don't know if the business would be good, but as soon as you leave Longxi with this paper you will immediately attract attention. At that point they would want your paper-making technique. Xu Qian's words were not pleasant, but Zhou Ze knew he was speaking the truth. Currently the Great Zhou was already in a state of turmoil. Such a large business could not be done without backing. That may be true, but with the governor as our backing, would they dare to rob us? You know the governor. Of course I do not know him, but the county magistrate is the governor's confidant, that much is certain, right? Xu Qian stared at Zhou Ze for a long time. After a while. Little brother Zhou, did you anticipate my visit today? Zhou Ze quickly shook his head and waved his hand, saying, sir, you jest. I did anticipate your visit, but I did not expect you to come so quickly. Xu Qian pointed at him and said helplessly, I knew you were not simple. It turns out you were waiting for me here. You can rest assured, although the governor has been demoted, he is not someone everyone dares to manipulate. Merchants leaving from here will still receive some respect from others. Zhou Ze laughed heartily and said, sir, help me ensure that in the future the official documents for the prefecture and county will be contracted to Taoyuan village. Whether it is contracted or not is irrelevant, as long as you can ensure that the people of Longxi have enough food to eat, I will back you up, no problem. Lu Heping listened to their conversation dumbfounded. Earlier Zhou Ze had told him that both sides would benefit. He just did not expect the negotiation process to be so simple. He never imagined their boss would have such courage. The person before him was the county magistrate. He showed no sign of fear while negotiating with the other party. What kind of background does this boss have? Could he really just be an ordinary commoner? Old Lu, we will eat at your home today, you will cook. Also go to my house and bring out the jar of wine from under my bed. Just as Lu Heping was imagining the specific situation, Zhou Ze suddenly instructed him. Hearing this, he quickly replied, rest assured boss, I will ensure the task is completed. Saying this, he ran towards his house. He went to pick vegetables. Meanwhile, they had not yet served the dishes at their side, and the several officials who had left earlier had already returned. And they brought back some bad news. The two officials who had left earlier.
have died.
2 constables lay dead with not even a complete corpse left behind. Only the traces at the scene indicated that a person had perished.
Moreover, it was evident that they were attacked by ferocious beasts from the mountains. What were the 2 of them doing in the mountains? Xu Qian's expression darkened upon hearing the report.
The constables of Qingyang County were already few and now 2 had died.
Sir, they probably encountered the wild beasts on their way back, so they wanted to improve their lives.
Xu Qian raised his voice slightly. The constable bowed his head in silence.
However, the implication was unmistakable.
As constables living on plain food every day, if they didn't eat some meat they'd surely become tasteless.
Brother Zhou, didn't you see any beast attacks at the foot of the mountain? Zhu Qian realized a serious issue.
It was hard to believe that nothing had happened so close to Tiandang Mountain. Before Zhou Ze could speak, old Lu, who had just returned from outside, clarified his confusion. Behind old Lu followed a large white tiger.
As it appeared in the courtyard, everyone was left dumbfounded.
Even the horses tethered at the gate began to whinny.
Don't be afraid, everyone.
This is a pet we raised ourselves. Zhou Ze hurriedly stood up and approached the white tiger, placing his hand on its head.
Did you not ask why there are no beast attacks here?
That is because we have the king of the mountains raised here. Thus it can ensure our safety. Zhou Ze spoke lightly, but the crowd's hearts trembled. A domesticated king of the mountains.
Wasn't it risky to say such things?
Brother Zhou, this is no joking matter.
This tiger, will it really not eat people? Xu Qian, even with a bold heart, couldn't help but retreat repeatedly.
Zhou Ze shook his head and patted his chest, assuring, rest assured it definitely won't. After saying this, he turned to Lu Heping and asked, old Lu, why did you bring Xiaobai here?
Lu Heping looked a bit embarrassed.
But he still said, boss, it wasn't my choice to bring it, it followed me on its own and I didn't dare to provoke it.
Zhou Ze.
Xu Qian had intended to finish his meal before heading to the inner village, but Xiao Bei's appearance made him abandon that plan.
When they left, their legs felt weak.
Who could eat comfortably next to a large tiger?
Thus they left in quite a hurry.
However, they also took away some vegetables on their way out.
As soon as they left, Zhou Ze excitedly returned home.
Upon entering the house, he immediately gathered the key members of the village and began to discuss.
Because their merchant caravan could set off.
Brother, you called us all here.
Is there something urgent?
Zhang Xiuhu seemed a bit anxious with flour on his face and an apron tied around his waist. Yes, we're still busy here.
What could be so urgent?
Lucy, holding a spoon, clearly had just been called over and hadn't had time to prepare. Zhou Ze scanned the faces of the gathered people and asked astonishingly, do you all want to leave Longxi?
The room fell silent, even the sound of breathing could be heard.
After a long moment, Zhang Xiaoqian suddenly stood up and said to Zhou Ze, are you serious, Ace? Of course I'm serious, otherwise why would I have called you all here? But such matters could lead to severe consequences for the entire family.
What if we have a county office's decree and the support of the county governor? Upon hearing this, everyone became excited.
The villagers knew that someone from the county office had come yesterday. Thus Zhou Ze's words were not without basis.
Brother, as long as we can leave this place with our resources, we can definitely make a lot of money. Let me go, brother. I may not have experience in trade, but I've been out in the world before. Everyone wanted to go out.
Seeing their anxious expressions, Zhou Ze raised his hand and gestured for them to calm down.
Don't rush. The first time we go out, there are many things we need to do.
As soon as Zhou Ze finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoqian excitedly replied, Ace, just tell us what you need, we will definitely follow your instructions strictly. To leave Longxi, we aim to do business. Each of you has the opportunity to go out, but this time we must first understand the situation outside. In fact, Yulan would be the most suitable choice to lead the team. But you all know that the current situation outside is unclear and it would be very dangerous for her to go out. Tai Yulan clenched her fists, feeling somewhat unwilling. This time AC and Xiaohu will accompany her, led by old Lu.
Old Lu. The once expectant crowd frowned upon hearing this. Moreover, old Lu was not present at the moment.
According to village rules, he did not belong to the core personnel of the village. Because of this, everyone felt that it was a bit absurd to let Lu Heping lead.
Brother, why him? Lucy clenched his fists, looking displeased.
Zhou Ze turned to Lucy and said slowly, because he was once a scholar.
Because he can read.
Because he has been outside before and knows the situation out there. This series of reasons left Lucy speechless.
However, Zhang Xiuhu beside him added, brother, what if he?
I know what you're worried about, but remember this, trust those you employ and don't employ those you doubt.
Do you know why I only called you here today and didn't bring him along?
Why?
Zhang Xiuhu asked.
I wanted to do some ideological work with you first.
Just let it go for today, think carefully about what I said tonight.
I hope that tomorrow morning you won't still have this attitude. Zhang Xiuhu wanted to say something more but was shot a glare by Zhang Xiaoqian and had to obediently shut his mouth.
Zhou Ze continued, you few are just to lead the team as for the selection of merchants for this caravan.
At this point Zhou Ze turned his gaze to Tai Yulan.
You two siblings are too conspicuous and not easy to follow, but the brothers under you can do so. Tai Yulan, not foolish, understood the implication immediately.
Don't worry brother Zhou, I will choose capable and clever hands to set out with the team.
Zhou Ze nodded and continued, since we are a merchant team we have the county office's decree. So we can carry weapons.
You need not worry too much about safety.
I have only one request for you this time you go out. In an instant everyone held their breath, staring intently at Zhou Ze.
This time we go out for business, we will only sell beast skins, bones, medicinal herbs and vegetables.
Then you will gather information about the market prices of various items and report back to me. What about our paper? xuanhuan asked.
The most valuable item they had now was the paper, but this time they had no plans to sell it.
Zhou Ze shook his head and said, we don't have much paper right now and it isn't suitable for trading.
Xu Qian is quite an action-oriented person. In just a day's time he not only delivered a batch of documents but also sent several horses to Zhou Ze.
Zhou Ze cannot take the war horses out of his space, but he can keep them there to raise them.
With the characteristics of the space, it won't be long before the mare gives birth to a foal. With this, their village's merchant team may not have one horse per person, but it is enough to run the trade. Zhang Xiaohu and Lucy and the others adjusted their mindset smoothly. After just one night, the next day they acted as if nothing had happened. When they saw Lu Heping they chatted and laughed, showing no signs of rejection. At the village entrance a group of 8 people was driving 3 horse-drawn carts. The carts were filled with goods while some people stood at the entrance to see them off. Zhang Xiaohu bid farewell to his parents. Father, mother, you can go back, we are just running a trade, not going to war.
Zhou Ze pulled Lu Heping and Lucy aside, discussing the matters they needed to pay attention to on the journey. Lu Heping held a specially sewn ledger recording everything one by one.
Once Zhou Ze finished arranging everything he said, don't worry, we have the county's documents and the governor's tokens, we can choose to stay at relay stations along the way, there won't be any problems.
Zhou Ze opened his mouth but finally just patted the other's shoulder.
In fact, this time he wanted to go along with them.
However, given the current situation in Taoyuan village he could not leave. By staying here Taoyuan village would be safe. If he left no one could guarantee whether the wild beasts in the mountains would go mad. As for Xiaobai, nobody could control him. Watching these people leave, Song Jiner stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Ze's arm.
Husband, you don't need to worry too much, the ones chosen by Yulan this time have decent martial skills.
Martial skills.
At the mention of this, Zhou Ze looked at Tai Yulan, who was also looking at him.
For a moment their eyes met. Go back and practice with me. As soon as these words were spoken a clear joy appeared on Tai Yulan's face.
Since coming to the village Zhou Ze seemed to be avoiding her. Clearly both are sword users, yet Zhou Ze always found Tai Jun to spar with and never her.
Okay brother Zhou, will go back and get my sword.
Saying that she ran toward the village. Seeing her excited expression, the 2 Song sisters exchanged glances and smiled wryly.
Neither of them were fools, they could feel Tai Yulan's affection for their husband.
They had also advised Zhou Ze to marry Tai Yulan.
However, there had been no response until now. At the Qingyang County office, Zhu Qian flipped through a book page by page. On the table in front of him were several small dishes and a pot of wine. A closer look revealed that these small dishes were all brought from Taoyuan village. Moreover, the recipes for these dishes also originated from Taoyuan village. When Liang sat at the table eating while reporting to him. Sir, the merchant team has already set off. The goods they brought are mostly vegetables and animal skins. Did they not bring Taoyuan paper? They did not.
Xu Qian put away the book and analyzed. From this perspective, the cost of this paper should not be low. Moreover, the difficulty of production is high, which is why they would act this way.
When Liang nodded, that's right, I think so too.
No matter what, starting tomorrow you will take people to Taoyuan village to buy seeds and learn to plant.
In short, there is only one rule, we must reach ahead of other counties. Understood. When Liang put down his chopsticks and replied seriously.
By the way, sir, there will be another batch of people sent here in a while, what do you think?
Another batch. Recently it has become more frequent to send people this way. Forget it, first send them to Sanqiu town.
As soon as Zhu Qian finished speaking, as if recalling something, he suddenly said, not Sanqiu town but Taoyuan town.
I will write a letter to the governor. In the future there will be no Sanqiu town, only Taoyuan town. Zhou Ze is the head of Taoyuan town. When Liang smiled, saying, Sir, are you preparing to elevate Zhou Ze to the forefront? Zhu Qian laughed heartily, such a talent should not remain hidden.
But has the sir considered that making him the head might go against his original aspirations?
Zhou Ze wants to be a big landlord.
Xu Qian was slightly taken aback, worry appearing on his face.
Do you have any good solutions, master assistant?
When Liang stroked his beard and chuckled, it is possible to designate Taoyuan as a town, but Taoyuan town has no head and it falls directly under your jurisdiction. Xu Qian immediately gave When Liang a thumbs up, saying, this idea is good, I will write a letter to the governor right away.
Without even having a bite to eat, he walked toward the room. When Liang sat at the table trying various small dishes. The more he ate, the more satisfied he became, constantly praising the food. I didn't expect there would be so many good things in the Tiandang Mountains. If it weren't for following you being sent to this Longxi, how could I taste such delicious food? I've heard that corn is also good. Once it matures, I must ask for some. Zhou Ze knew Zhu Qian would value Taoyuan village, but he didn't expect him to take it so seriously. At this moment he was wielding a steel sword, sparring with Tai Yulan. Not sparring with Tai Yulan, Zhou Ze would never know how delightful it is to have someone give him private lessons. Tai Yulan's strength might not surpass Tai Jun, but her mastery of sword techniques is very high. Especially with the wave stacking sword technique. Each time she could block Zhou Ze's attack, she allowed him to truly experience his own inadequacies. When she counterattacked, she acted like a dedicated teacher, crushing the lessons and feeding them into your mouth. That feeling is very pleasurable and comfortable. One day of practice equals dozens of days of arduous training. Even practicing with a sword in space would not reach this level of effect. Brother Joe, when using the sword you need to advance and retreat with the waves. Your steps should not be straightforward but should learn to circle around. Only in this way can you make it difficult for the enemy to predict your sword strikes and slashes. Tai Yulan continued to explain. After finishing, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she got closer to Zhou Ze. Close teaching. She is a few centimeters taller than Zhou Ze. This kind of instruction made Zhou Ze feel a sort of illusion, as if he were a child being taught by an adult. Not far away beside the orchard, Song Jiner was not in the mood to study, holding the book upside down without realizing it. Her gaze was fixed on the two people in the distance. Song Ze, watching from the side, felt amused. She came closer and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong?" feeling jealous. Song Jiner's face turned red as she said, "No way." Song Ze put her arm around her shoulder, saying, "Earlier you were thinking of giving your husband a concubine. Why do you have this expression now?" Song Jiner opened her mouth to speak, then suddenly leaned over the table, saying, "Seeing her teach my husband, I feel particularly stupid. We are all burdens to him, only she can truly help my husband." Song Ze sighed softly, unsure of how to comfort her. In fact, Song Jiner is already very capable, managing the accounts for the entire village by herself. Instead, she, aside from cooking and managing household chores, seems to have no other skills. Bang! Tai Yulan lost control and sent Zhou Ze flying several meters. The blade grazed his arm. At this moment, besides Tai Yulan, the two sisters of the Song family also rushed over. "Brother Zhou, I'm sorry, Zhou Ze said nonchalantly, "Swords have no eyes. How can one avoid injury in a spar? On the contrary, your guidance today has been immensely beneficial to me. But your hand. What's wrong with a man getting a bit hurt? Every time I enter the mountains, don't I get scratched? This minor injury is nothing." As he spoke, he took out a vial of medicinal powder from his pocket and sprinkled it on his arm. In just a moment, the bleeding stopped and the wound began to scab. This speed. Tai Yulan was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhou Ze, and asked, "Brother Zhou, this medicine is quite miraculous." Zhou Ze smiled, "I just formulated it. I didn't have it back when I was treating you all. Is this stuff expensive?" Tai Yulan seemed to have an idea in mind. Zhou Ze knew what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Whether it's expensive or not, if you want some, I can give you a few bottles later. Moreover, we can grow these medicinal herbs ourselves. This area is suitable for cultivation. By mixing them, these medicines can be quite profitable." Hearing this, Tai Yulan became somewhat excited and said if these medicines were deployed on the battlefield. She only spoke halfway before stopping suddenly. Battlefield. She never wanted to return to the battlefield in her lifetime. Let's leave it at that for today. At noon I'll call Tai Jun to eat at my house. Recently Ji Yi's cooking skills have improved significantly, much better than those chefs in the inns. Song Ji Yi, supporting Zhou Ze with one hand, quickly said, "Husband, you're joking. It's all because we have plenty of ingredients. With these, even someone who has never cooked can make great dishes." Zhou Ze laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about his injury. Tai Yulan was very skilled with knives and sticks. But when it came to wielding a kitchen knife, she knew nothing at all. Thus, when she heard she could enjoy meals at Zhou Ze's house, a joyous expression appeared on her face. Just as Zhou Ze said, Song Ji Yi's cooking skills improved every day. In the past, when Zhou Ze suggested some cooking method, she would need to study for a long time. Now, as soon as he mentioned a method, she could immediately whip up something decent. The whole family, including Xiaobai, had been spoiled by this woman's cooking. That night, Song Jiner lay in Zhou Ze's arms, feeling his hand wandering across her body. She sighed softly, "Husband, how about we bring Yulan back too?" Zhou Ze smacked her lightly on the rear and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Jiner winced in pain, bit her red lip and whispered, "I can see that she likes you, husband." Zhou Ze replied irritably, "Just because she likes me doesn't mean I have to marry her. Do you want your man to be exhausted in bed?" Upon hearing this, Song Jiner's face turned even redder. She said, "But right now Jiner can't satisfy husband at all." Zhou Ze. This woman always thinks about absurd things.
He brushed her hair back and said, let's talk about this later. Everything waits for this trade caravan to return. Mentioning the trade caravan, Song Jiner's mind filled with ideas again. Why is husband so obsessed with doing business outside? Zhou Ze replied, because Longxi is too poor and can't earn that much money.
But as long as we live comfortably, what use is all this money? Have you forgotten about the Taijian sect? Song Jiner immediately fell silent. The Taijian sect was about rebellion. Did her husband also want to rebel? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed and the more scared she became. So she squeezed closer to Zhou Ze. This woman would never understand how much power her regained body had over a man. With just a casual shift of her body, Zhou Ze's previously subdued thoughts ignited once more. In an instant the room was filled with pleas for mercy. She didn't realize that the more she did this, the more it stoked Zhou Ze's desire. The ultimate consequence was that he couldn't get out of bed the next day. Zhou Ze got up early from bed. Tai Yulan was already waiting for him at the training ground. Song Ji had prepared breakfast in advance and set it on the table. Husband, where's Jiner? Jiner isn't having breakfast, let her sleep a bit longer. Put. Song Ji covered her mouth and snickered. She whispered, Jiner doesn't know how to refuse, husband should take it easy. Zhou Ze smiled awkwardly, walked up to Song Ji, patted her and laughed as he left. Song Ji's face turned red as she held the rice bowl and headed toward her sister's room. Zhou Ze went to the training ground and started sparring with Tai Yulan. Not far away, Xiaobai was herding a few fed antelopes toward the sheepfold. It was like a big housekeeper helping manage the livestock at home every day. Only after one night Zhou Ze's strength had improved. He might not have felt it himself, but Tai Yulan, who sparred with him, deeply sensed it. After just a few exchanges, she couldn't help but praise him. The morning sparring left Zhou Ze drenched in sweat, exhilarated. However, just when he was sparring with Tai Yulan, applause sounded from behind. Brother Zhou is truly a polymath. I never expected you to be so skilled in martial arts as well. Hearing that familiar voice, Tai Yulan instinctively wanted to leave but was stopped by Zhou Ze's gaze. Zhou Ze threw the steel knife in his hand to Tai Yulan and walked toward Wen Liang. Has Master Wen come at this hour for something important? Wen Liang quickly waved his hand and said, not at all, I've come at the behest of my master. Tai Yulan felt a bit tense. From their titles she had already guessed Wen Liang's identity. What she feared most now was the officials. Fortunately, Wen Liang didn't notice her. May I ask what instruction the county magistrate has for me? Zhou Ze extended his hand, guiding him toward himself. Wen Liang smiled and said, I dare not say it's an instruction. I'm here to learn from Brother Zhou. Primarily to learn about cultivation techniques and animal husbandry. Zhou Ze laughed heartily and said, such matters don't require Master Wen to come personally. Just find a couple of people to casually learn here and we'll provide meals. Hearing the commotion, Song Ji hurried over with snacks and tea for him. However, Song Jiner wanted to get out of bed but felt weak. Listening to the noise outside, she could only resent how wild last night had been. Actually, my master said the same thing. But I feel that since there's an opportunity to be lazy, why not come over and take it easy? As he spoke, he suddenly looked outside. Because Tai Yulan did not return with them, it piqued his interest. Unable to help but ask, was that not your sister just now? Zhou Ze awkwardly smiled and replied, no, she is my neighbor. It seems more than just neighbors, doesn't it? When you two were sparring earlier, it looked like you were about to embrace. Wen Liang's words nearly choked Zhou Ze. Brother Zhou, I'm not saying this lightly, but that girl was looking at you in a way that clearly shows she has feelings for you. After all, in our dojo there are more women than men. The emperor also advocates polygamy, which can effectively increase the population of dojo. Why not marry another one? As he spoke, Song Zi had already brought out several trays of snacks. Though it was just a village, these snacks were made no worse than those in the county office. Moreover, there are a variety of them. Zhou Ze quickly said, brother, please don't say that. It would tarnish the girl's reputation. How could she get married later? Wen Liang turned to Zhou Ze with a strange expression. He thought to himself, with things like this between them, who would they expect her to marry? In today's world, especially in places like Longxi, it's not easy for women to get married. Moreover, a woman who practices knife techniques closely with other men every day. Wen Liang didn't say it out loud, but Song Ziyi, who was preparing to leave, quietly murmured. Your husband might not even know, but now the whole village knows she belongs to you. Who would dare marry her now? Zhou Ze glared fiercely at Song Ziyi and quickly said to Wen Liang, I will marry her back in a while. Isn't it just about having more people to eat at home? Wen Liang laughed heartily and said, that's great. By then Wen and my lord will certainly come to ask for a cup of wedding wine. What else could Zhou Ze say? He couldn't just refuse their visit, could he? Little did he know at that moment Song Ziyi had already used the excuse of feeding livestock to head to the home of Tai Yulan next door. Before she arrived, her voice had already reached the other household. Yolan, just now my husband said he would marry you soon. Tai Yulan had just returned home, still holding two knives. She wasn't afraid of being seen by Wen Liang. Perhaps even if he saw her he wouldn't recognize her. After all, this is Longxi. Even the officials here have been demoted to this place. Who would keep an eye on a ruined Tai sword sect? She originally wanted to follow Zhou Ze, but thinking of her identity she could only temporarily return home. However, she did not expect that as soon as she got home she heard Zhou Ze's voice from behind. What nonsense are you talking about? How could that be possible? Tai Yulan shook her head, hung the knife on the wall and then stepped forward to grab Zhou Ze's hand. Since the incident with the Tai sword sect, this woman had become much steadier and spoke less. In this village, apart from training her old subordinates every day, she could only confide in the two sisters of the Song family. So their relationship was still very good. I didn't lie to you. He just spoke with that Wen Liang about it earlier. Tai Yulan's heart raced as she momentarily didn't know how to respond. Yolan, I know you have feelings for my husband. If you are unwilling, I can tell my husband to let it go. What? Tai Yulan was startled, quickly shaking her head and saying, no, as long as Brother Zhou doesn't mind, how could I possibly refuse? So does that mean you agree? Zhou Ze giggled. By the way, where is Jiner? Only then did Tai Yulan realize that she had only seen Zhou Ze early in the morning and had not seen Song Jiner's figure since then. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ze leaned in close to Tai Yulan's ear and whispered a few words. Tai Yulan's face flushed bright red. She said, no way, how could that be? I also think it's strange, but the truth is the truth. Zhou Ze quietly said, do you know why, Jiner, and I want you to marry my husband? Why? Tai Yulan was also puzzled. Who would go out of their way to find a concubine for their own man? Because we both can't handle it. As she said this, Zhou Ze suddenly felt a bit down. Talking about such matters could make one look down upon them. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Tai Yulan's face was already red to her ears. I don't want to believe it either, but right now Jiner is still lying in bed and probably won't be able to get up until noon. Given her situation, how many days do you think she would need to adapt? Seeing Tai Yulan's flushed face, gripping her clothing and saying nothing, Zhou Ze continued, you are different. I discussed it with Jiner. With your height you should be stronger. So? Tai Yulan's voice was so small that only she could hear it. Although she used to be carefree, she was still an unmarried woman. How could she discuss such matters in front of everyone? Just as Zhou Ze had anticipated, Jiner lay in bed until noon. When she got up she still had some difficulty walking and looked at Zhou Ze with a gaze full of resentment. As for Wen Liang, after chatting with Zhou Ze for a while, he had already run off to the fields to learn from the villagers. Getting to know these vegetables and fruits as well as the crops planted in the fields. Currently corn had already been sown along with sweet potatoes and other crops. These were all things Wen Liang had never heard of. He only knew that these were wild plants Zhou Ze found on Tiandang Mountain and cultivated them. Even the methods of planting were researched by him. Without in-depth contact with these things one could never imagine the knowledge within them. In just under half a day, Wen Liang's admiration for Zhou Ze could not be adequately expressed in words. During lunch, Wen Liang did not bother Zhou Ze but had lunch at xuanhuan's house. There were only the elderly couple at xuanhuan's house and very few people came to visit. Today, with Wen Liang, who was the secretary beside the county magistrate, they naturally treated him with all their might. During the meal, after a few bowls of wine, Wen Liang started chatting with him. Old Song, I heard that your households are the original residents of the village. That's right. We are considered the first batch of villagers here. When the drought occurred before, where did you get the water from here? It's from the mountains. Aze mentioned that the vegetation on the mountain is lush, plus we don't have rain here, but it often rains in the mountains. So spring water flows down that is sufficient for our living. Initially, how did you solve the problem of fierce beasts? We didn't solve anything. It was all thanks to Aze and the others. While hunting in the mountains, they found the water source. Between starving to death and being eaten by wild beasts, we chose to be eaten by the beasts. That's how we achieved our current scale. Wen Liang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Song Huayan and said, I didn't expect you to have such good luck. At this point, Song Huayan was already a bit tipsy and said, it also takes courage. If Aze hadn't stayed here for a few days first, we wouldn't have dared to do so. What about the floods? Just relying on your high terrain here? Of course not. Aze said that after a drought there must be floods, so we dug ditches to drain the water. Just this one sentence sent a shock through Wen Liang's heart. Kuiping County is separated from Longxi by a river situated within Taihe Prefecture. Lu Heping and his companions worked hard to reach this place, only to be stopped by the soldiers guarding the city gates. The soldiers glanced at the travel permits in their hands before starting to inspect the cart. It's quite rare to see merchants coming out of Longxi. Lu Heping immediately stepped forward, putting on a smile as he greeted them. Sir, we have a direct order from the governor of Longxi County, so? It doesn't matter who issued it, you only have 3 days. Register to exit the city in 3 days. Otherwise you will be treated as fugitives. 3 days. Lu Heping nodded repeatedly saying 3 days is more than enough, thank you sir. With that he led the caravan to begin registering to enter the city. Lu Si and Zhang Xiaohu were clearly reluctant but felt helpless. Even outside the city they noticed that the locals here lived worse than those in Taoyuan village. Wasn't it filled with people who couldn't afford enough to eat or wear? Only upon entering the city did things seem a bit better. However, the wealth gap here was vast. On the main street there were wealthy young masters dressed in brocade robes as well as poor families barely clothed. The continuous shouts of vendors in the streets caught their attention. Lu Si and Zhang Xiaohu had never stepped out of Longxi, so they were naturally curious about everything they saw. On the other hand, Lu Heping was well acquainted with the situation here. He spoke directly, let's first go to the largest inn here and sell our vegetables. Having been stored for so long, the vegetables were no longer as fresh and tasty as when they were just picked. Selling them a day later would only lower their price. Thus other goods could wait but vegetables could not. When they came, Zhou Ze had already arranged everything. They were to follow Lu Heping's lead. They naturally wouldn't refute Lu Heping's words. Human Lu, the largest inn in Quiping County. When Lu Heping led them to the entrance of this inn, Zhang Xiaohu didn't even have the courage to step inside. Instead, Lu Heping chatted casually with a few people before brazenly walking into the inn. Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Si watched closely. Lu Heping headed straight to the counter and engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with the innkeeper. Fourth brother, do you think this old Lu knows their boss? What would he know? He's just good at talking, we can wait outside. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Heping had already led the innkeeper out. After sizing them up he asked, let's agree first, if the vegetables aren't good we won't get a good price. Lu Heping quickly replied, you can rest assured innkeeper, I guarantee they are all good things you've never tasted before. Moreover, we can cook them for you on site. If you're not satisfied we'll just take our goods and leave. The innkeeper seemed to appreciate Lu Heping's attitude. Then I must see how the wonderful things you talk about actually taste. Just wait and see. Lu Heping chuckled, turning to Zhang Xiaohu and said, take a portion of our goods, come with me to the kitchen. Zhang Xiaohu was still a bit confused. It wasn't until Lu Si nudged him that he came to his senses. There were quite a few chefs in the kitchen, each displaying their skills working busily. When the innkeeper led Lu Heping and Zhang Xiaohu to the kitchen to taste the dishes, two people immediately crowded around them. Lu Heping didn't have any special skills, but he knew a little about homestyle cooking. Dishes like cold cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried meat with chili were all taught to the villagers by Zhou Ze, and everyone in Taoyuan village could make them. He prepared 4 dishes in a row, all of which these people had never eaten before. Not only had they never tasted them, but they had never even seen the ingredients. Is this really acceptable? The aroma was enticing, but the presentation was not appealing. It looked very ordinary. The innkeeper even began to doubt whether he had overestimated this person. Innkeeper, you'll know once you taste it. We are selling vegetables, not culinary skills. If someone with my cooking can make delicious dishes, it just proves that our goods are good. While that was the case, it made sense. The innkeeper began tasting with a trial-and-error attitude. From initially frowning to later being surprised, he only tasted 2 dishes. What is this? Why have we never eaten it before? Innkeeper, what you don't know is that these are wild vegetables from Tiandang Mountain. It wasn't easy for us to bring them here. Cut it out. I saw how many carts you brought just now. There are other goods in the cart, we only have 1 cart of vegetables. I won't bicker with you, let's get straight to the price. Lu Heping chuckled and held out one hand. 501. The innkeeper had lost his temper and replied, don't overreach, it's just 1 cart of vegetables. Lu Heping quickly shook his head saying, innkeeper, you're joking, we brought these things from Tiandang Mountain, risking our lives to do so. Moreover, we transported them from Longxi to here and the expenses on this journey were not small. Therefore for this cart, if it's less than 5 taels of silver we would be at a loss. 5 taels. Hearing this price, not just the innkeeper, even Zhang Xiaohu was left speechless. He thought this old Lu was ruthless. He couldn't even imagine turning 500 into 5,000. Who negotiates like this? Go 5 taels of silver for a cart of vegetables. You might as well go rob someone. The innkeeper waved his hand to shoo them away. Lu Heping wasn't angry at all and said, if the deal doesn't go through we'll just have to cooperate next time. Xiaohu, let's take our things and head to the next inn. With our goods that no one else has tasted we'll surely get a good price. As he spoke he was already pulling Zhang Xiaohu towards the exit. The innkeeper, seeing they were truly leaving, suddenly became anxious. You must know that these goods, besides being delicious, also have one characteristic: they are rare. No one has eaten them before. If he seized this point he could attract a batch of high-end customers. At that time a single table of dishes could easily earn back those 5 taels of silver. So just as Lu Heping was about to step out he suddenly shouted, we'll buy the vegetables. At this moment Zhang Xiaohu's favor for Lu Heping soared rapidly. If it were him, he probably would have sold them for 500 won. But now, this price had increased tenfold. Cash on delivery. The innkeeper, looking at Lu Heping, said reluctantly, "You're asking a bit too much." Lu Heping laughed heartily. "Innkeeper, you're joking. Rare goods are valuable and you're not at a loss." "True, but it still hurts my heart. Let's agree that if you find these goods again in the future, however many you find, I'll buy them all at this price." "That's what you said." "I said all in." Lu Heping clasped his hands together and said, "Don't worry, next time I come I'll definitely prioritize coming to you." After saying that, he cupped his hands in farewell. Just as they exited Fuman Lu before Zhang Xiaohu could praise him, Lu Heping continued, "Now let's sell the cloth and then find a place to rest. We'll start researching the market tomorrow." 5 taels of silver may not seem much, but for those who are usually thrilled to see a few copper coins, it is considered a substantial income. If you calculate carefully, if 1 cart of vegetables can sell for 5 taels, how much can each household harvest in a year? This figure, when totaled, is quite terrifying. Moreover, the cart of cloth sold for a whopping 20 taels of silver. They were unaware of the situation regarding others weaving cloth. However, since Taoyuan village acquired the foot-powered loom, the daily output of cloth has increased several times compared to before. With the same price but several times the output, this business is simply bound to be profitable. That night none of them could sleep. They took turns keeping watch over the cart filled with beast hides and medicinal herbs. If one were to say that the most valuable items on this business trip were not the vegetables and cloth, it was actually the cart of dried goods. If they were to recall, Zhou Ze had brought them to kill a tiger, which sold for a handsome price of 40 taels. Now, although this cart does not contain tiger skins, it shouldn't be too far off, right? Every half an hour Zhang Xiaohu would run down to check. Seeing Lucy still on guard, he finally felt relieved. "You brat, go sleep, we have so many people guarding, what are you afraid of?" Lucy, noticing Zhang Xiaohu coming down once again, couldn't help but scold him. Zhang Xiaohu approached him and squeezed beside him. Irritated, he said, "You don't understand, this is our first time doing business and we can't afford any mistakes." At this point, as if he remembered something, he changed the subject and asked, "Fourth brother, how much do you think we can sell this cart for?" Lucy raised a finger and said with old Lu's eloquence, "It should at least sell for 100 taels. So much? That shouldn't be too much, right? Don't you remember the tiger skin from last time?" "But we don't have a tiger skin this time." "It should be about the same." Lucy, holding a knife, leaned against the cart and chuckled, 100 taels plus the previous 25 taels. That means we each get quite a bit. Zhang Xiaohu shot him a glance and retorted, "We haven't even calculated this trip's expenses yet." "When you really calculate it, the profit isn't much. That's still okay, the main thing is that we can make money regularly in the future. By the way, if we make money, what do you want to do?" "I want to buy a hairpin for my little Min, just like Jeaner's sister-in-law has." "You brat, you have good taste." The two of them laughed as if a beautiful life was beckoning them. The next day before dawn, Lu Heping had already gotten up. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu and Lucy soundly asleep against the cart, he couldn't help but be amused. He lifted his foot and kicked the two on their butts. "Wake up, have some breakfast, it's time to go." Blinking awake, Zhang Xiaohu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said, "Is it already dawn?" Lu Heping looked at him and said with a smile, "Sell the goods, then handle the follow-up matters." Thus the 8 of them set out again, driving the cart. The price differences at the fur shops were quite significant. This time Lu Heping took them to 5 different stores. The highest price had reached 150 taels, yet this fellow still hadn't sold. Their hearts raced anxiously. "Old Lu, this exceeds our expectations, just sell it. 150 taels is much higher than our target." Lu Heping turned back to look at them, smiling, "That's your target, not mine." "What's your target then?" Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask. Lu Heping chuckled, "Money doesn't matter, what's important is that the shop is reliable and can cooperate long-term." Including Lucy and Zhang Xiaohu, all 7 were dumbfounded. Seemingly seeing through their thoughts, Lu Heping said, "I don't want it this way either, it was arranged by the boss when we came." "Did my brother let you play this way? Otherwise why would I be talking so much with them?" Just then a shop caught Zhang Ziya's attention. He hurriedly shouted, "Old Lu, wait." "What is it?" Lu Heping paused and turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohu. "Nothing, I ran into an acquaintance." "Acquaintance?" Lu Heping thought he had heard wrong. Zhang Xiaohu, who had never left Longxi, how could he run into an acquaintance here? Before he could react, Zhang Xiaohu had already entered the shop. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Boss Qian." Qian Yukai was attending to customers in the store. Hearing someone call him, he instinctively looked over. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohu, his eyes immediately lit up. "Brother, you all came out too." Reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't be happier. He threw his arm around Qian Yukai's shoulder and excitedly said, "It's normal for us to come out, instead how did you end up here?" If Zhang Xiaohu remembered correctly, this fellow had left from Sanqiu town to Qingyang County. Not long after he encountered the Iron Sword sect incident. He should still be in Longxi, how could he have come here? Shen Yukai handed over the customer to his subordinate and then started chatting with Zheng Xiaohu. You know, when I was in town I was making money like crazy. Taking advantage of the last incident I took out all my family assets. While speaking this guy seemed a bit excited and his voice rose. Zheng Xiaohu looked at him in disbelief and said, so you made money like crazy just to leave Longxi? Shen Yukai shrugged, money can always be earned again, but what about my family if I don't leave Longxi? Zheng Xiaohu gave him a thumbs up. Looking at the not-so-big shop in front of him he could only sigh. Shen Yukai was born to make money. In such a short time he had already begun to shine in Kuiping. By the way, now that you are here, where is brother Zhou? My brother. Zheng Xiaohu chuckled and said, he can't leave right now, we are out here to sell things. Fur goods. Shen Yukai's eyes brightened as he immediately grabbed Zheng Ziahu's arm. At this time Lu Heping and Lu Si also walked in. The remaining 5 brothers were watching the cart outside. Hearing this, Lu Heping stepped forward and interjected, not only do we have fur goods but also some medicinal herbs. I wonder if this boss is interested. Of course I'm interested. Shen Yukai grinned, shall we take a look at the goods first? Lu Heping wanted to say something but Zheng Xiaohu suddenly spoke up, old Lu in the past my brother and I always cooperated with him, he's not a bad guy. With just that one sentence Shen Yukai already knew who held the most authority in this group. He responded with a smile, I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as it's brother Zhou's goods I assure you the price will be the highest on the market. They were all smart people. Shen Yukai understood the significance of this group being able to leave Longxi. As long as he secured this client, future business would flow endlessly. In that case the fur goods are 160 taels. For your herbs I will offer 50 taels. Shen Yukai felt a surge of excitement, especially after seeing the items on the cart. Thus the quotation was slightly higher. When Lu Heping heard this offer, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, I never expected that Boss Chan's business was quite substantial, even dealing in herbs. When he was in our town he did all sorts of business. Zheng Xiaohu interjected eagerly. Can you believe he even collected vegetables? Lu Heping was taken aback, staring at Qian Youcai, scrutinizing him for a long time. Shen Yukai waved his hand saying, I had no choice, we are short on money, aren't we? The mention of vegetables seemed to trigger his memories. He suddenly looked at the other 2 empty carts outside. Suddenly he spoke up, wait, you guys didn't just bring fur goods and herbs this time, did you? Lucy next to him responded, of course not, we have many businesses we're currently engaged in. What are the other 2 carts for? Qian Yukai asked tentatively. One cart has wild vegetables and the other has cloth. How much did you sell the vegetables for and how much for the cloth? The cloth is 20 taels and the wild vegetables sold for 5 taels. Upon hearing this Qian Yukai sighed repeatedly, the price of cloth is relatively normal, but what's wrong with your wild vegetables? What's wrong with the wild vegetables? Is there an issue? Lu Heping squinted. They had already tried to investigate the market conditions when they sold them. According to the market trends the prices should not differ much. The problem is significant. Shen Yukai said irritably, we were in Sanqiu town before and now we are in Xuping County. What does that have to do with anything? Lu Heping asked again. Think about it, what is the weather like here? Isn't it a bit colder than Longxi? As soon as this was said everyone suddenly realized. Shen Yukai's voice continued, moreover the vegetables you found in the mountains are superior to what we usually eat, so the price should be even higher. With that the vegetables from your cart could easily sell for around 10 taels. Since you managed to come out of Longxi it indicates you found a way. Next time you come directly to me, how about that? Listening to his analysis Lu Heping didn't feel too pained. After all, the prices of these goods had already far exceeded their budget. Hearing Qian Yukai say this he replied, then it's settled. However, before that I have another business matter I want to discuss with Boss Qian. Shen Yukai quickly replied, we are friends now, so feel free to say anything. I need to buy a batch of liquor to take back. Buy liquor? Shen Yukai asked, what kind of liquor? The quality doesn't need to be too good, it just needs to be cheap. How much do you need? Fill all 3 of my carts. The conversation between the 2 left Lu Si and Zheng Xiaohu in a daze. They were still immersed in the profits they had made, yet Lu Heping suddenly decided to spend money again. What price does liquor go for? I don't know about other places, but the worst liquor they normally drink costs at least 100 won per do. A more ordinary one costs 1 tael of silver per do, and if it's better it can go for 5 taels per do. This price is already beyond what an ordinary family can afford. In other words, ordinary people can only drink the cheapest liquor, and as for top quality liquor they shouldn't even think about it. A do of liquor could potentially drain your entire savings or even more than you can afford. Now what is Lu Heping trying to do? He actually wants to fill all 3 carts. Just as Zheng Xiaohu was about to ask, Lu Heping suddenly looked over at him. He explained, I know what you want to ask, but the boss arranged it this way. Moreover, we're buying the cheapest liquor, just enough to drink. Ha! After hearing this, the two let out a huge sigh of relief. They were just afraid that Lu Heping would go all out and buy better liquor, which would leave them unable to handle it. Upon hearing this, Qian Yukai smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as we buy in bulk I will negotiate the price for you, and it can be even lower. These 3 carts of liquor won't cost you much." Zhang Xiuhu stepped forward and said, "Old Qian will be counting on you for this. In the future when we have business we will definitely patronize your place." Taoyuan village is established as a town directly governed by the county magistrate.
Furthermore, Sancho has been changed to a village.
When the news reached Zhou Ze, he couldn't help but sigh.
Fortunately he was not made the pavilion chief, otherwise he would have to go talk to Zhu Qian.
With this, his land enclosure plan could continue to be implemented.
Today he had just returned from the village.
Song Jiner was busy recording something in her book.
The moment she saw him return, she immediately got up and approached him, asking, "Husband, aren't you planning to practice with the sword today?"
Zhou Ze shook his head and said, "Not today, I went to handle matters at the distillery."
Upon mentioning the distillery, everyone was puzzled. Why were the tools for brewing liquor so peculiar?
Simply put, they couldn't comprehend it. Song Jiner dusted off Zhou Ze's clothes and said, "Considering the time, Xiaovu and the others should be back soon. I wonder if their trip was smooth this time." Zhou Ze was also worried.
After all, it was their first trip out of Longxi and no one knew what the situation outside was like. If something went wrong, it could be a big trouble.
There shouldn't be any major issues. Don't forget they still have the token from the lord of the county. Moreover, with old Lu accompanying them, he's much stronger than Xiaohu and Asi.
While they were talking, a hearty laughter from Tai Jun suddenly echoed outside. Even before he arrived, his voice had already reached the courtyard.
"Sister Ji is my brother at home. He just came back and is in the courtyard."
"Where did you get this wild boar?" "I just hunted it back from the mountain and I brought Xiao Bai with me, so I didn't even have to exert myself."
Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed.
Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Ze rushed out. When he saw the wild boar at the door and the bloodstains on Tai Jun, he immediately frowned. Looking at Xiao Bai beside him, who had some red stains on its white fur.
Zhou Ze hunted boars using his space. However, Tai Jun was different. He relied solely on brute strength.
He even carried back a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds without even breaking a sweat. There were only 2 households in total in this area.
Tai Yulan heard the noise and ran out as well.
Upon seeing the situation, she immediately approached Xiao Bai and asked, "Are you hurt?"
Tai Jun pouted, looking displeased. "Sister, you should be more concerned about me.
Xiao Bai is a tiger and its reaction speed is too fast. The wild boar didn't even have a chance to struggle in front of it. How could it possibly be hurt?" Tai Yulan glared at him and replied, "You've got great strength. You could have gone into the mountains alone without bringing Xiao Bai along."
Tai Jun protested, "Xiao Bai is strong. Having it with me means nothing will go wrong."
Tai Yulan wanted to say more, but Zhou Ze stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "All right, Xiao Bai is in this mountain and won't have any trouble. You don't need to worry about it."
It's still Zhou Ze.
Just a single sentence made Tai Yulan immediately shut her mouth. Seeing this, Tai Jun felt a bit smug and approached Zhou Ze excitedly, saying, "Brother-in-law understands."
Tai Yulan's cheeks instantly flushed. Speaking of Xiao Bai, Zhou Ze couldn't help but sigh. This creature is completely different from an ordinary tiger. Its biting power may not match that of the fierce tigers in the mountains, but its reaction speed is remarkably fast.
Zhou Ze had witnessed the scene of Xiao Bai fighting a venomous snake.
The snake's attack speed is quite fast, right?
Yet in front of Xiao Bai it posed no threat whatsoever. If one were to compare, Zhou Ze felt that Xiao Bai's reaction speed was even a bit faster than that of a cat.
A tiger's physique combined with a cat's speed.
What kind of presence would this creature be in the Tiandang mountain? One could never imagine without seeing it with their own eyes.
"Sister Ji, I will go handle the wild boar first. Today's wild boar meat still needs your handling." Tai Jun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Why was he being so diligent?
Isn't it simply because he loves to eat?
The same wild boar, if he made it with his sister, would taste terrible.
It would be tough and hard to swallow. But the dishes made by Song Ji are different.
They are delicious and there's a unique fragrance. Most importantly, she can create various flavors.
Some are savory, others sweet.
Therefore, after Tai Jun tasted the sweetness, he became quite diligent. He was responsible for hunting in the mountains while Song Ji took care of the cooking.
At first, he went alone. Later, after realizing Xiao Bai's prowess, he took Xiao Bai along into the Tiandang mountain. To be honest, this clumsy yet cute duo brought a lot of joy to the village. They also brought back plenty of food. For instance, today they certainly couldn't finish this wild boar.
But Tai Jun was generous. He would share the wild boars with others.
Because for him hunting was too easy. Just a trip into the mountains and he would return with one.
Watching the busy Song Ji along with Zhou Ze, who was helping and continually offering suggestions, Tai Yulan stared in disbelief.
Nearby Tai Jun couldn't help but say, "Sister, you're drooling."
Tai Yulan instinctively reached out to wipe her mouth only to realize she had been tricked by her own brother.
Tai Jun chuckled and said, "I heard that when the merchant caravan returns, brother-in-law is going to marry you." Slap. A hand came down on Tai Jun's head. "Don't talk nonsense."
The return of the merchant caravan was 2 days quicker than Zhou Ze had imagined. When 3 large carts of wine were transported back to the village, the villagers all came to watch.
"Xiao, who did you make a lot of money on this trip? Are all these wines?"
"You guys were gone for several days.
Nothing happened on the way, right?" Everyone was chattering, all concerned about their journey out of Longxi.
Zheng Xiaohu and Lucy answered one by one, their faces filled with pride. They spoke to the crowd. "Once our merchant caravan travels smoothly in the future, if you have things, our caravan will collect them. Then we will take them to Chuping County to sell. Just to clarify, the prices will definitely be cheaper than over there. After all, we need to make a profit too, right? Also, all the cloth and vegetables from this trip will be taken to my brother's house for payment once the matters are settled."
Everyone cheered. Although they had to eat the price difference, they indeed made money. Being able to eat well and earn money, even if it was just helping Zhou Ze farm, it was worth it. Previously, the crops they grew were not enough to pay taxes. Now,
after eating, drinking and having fun, there were still surplus grains. Lu Hiping handed the ledger to Zhou Ze.
Looking at the selling prices, Zhou Ze was slightly taken aback.
He exclaimed, "Now the prices outside are this high. When Sanxiu town was still bustling, he had sold these things for much lower."
Hearing his inquiry, Zhang Xiao, who looked excited.
"Brother, we met Xuanhuan in Chuping County and sold everything to him. Even the wines we have were all bought with his help." Looking at the 3 carts of wine, Zhou Ze frowned and asked, "How did that guy manage to go out?" Zheng Xiaohu explained, "He bought his way out using all the money he earned over the years, which allowed him to step out of Longxi." Lu Yiping also explained, "Qianyukai has his own methods.
The impression he gives me is summed up in one word: money. He knows how to make money." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Ze said, "Since he is talented, we should find a way to pull him in."
Zheng Xiaohu replied, "Brother, it wasn't easy for him to come out of Longxi and you want to pull him back. How much hatred would that bring?"
Zhou Ze said, "Don't forget, we can't go out, but he can come in. With him as a partner, it will be much easier for us. First, let's transport the wines to our winery. What we need to do next is turn these wines into high-quality ones."
Zhou Ze's words left everyone confused. Turning bad wine into good wine. How could that sound so incredible? If he truly had such a skill, he could simply do the wine business and make a fortune. Although some were skeptical, everyone still pulled their carts and followed Zhou Ze to the so-called winery. The construction of the building was simple, mainly just needing to shelter from wind and rain, and it had enough space. Various tools were also laid out inside.
"Brother, can you really turn these wines into good wines?"
Zheng Xiaohu approached Zhou Ze and whispered, "Are you saying you can perform magic?"
"Magic is too much to say. What I'm doing is called distillation and purification."
"By the way, how much did you pay for these wines per do?" "Since we bought in bulk plus Qianyukai helped with bargaining, it was 90 yuan per do, 10 yuan cheaper than the market price."
Zhou Ze asked again, "What are the prices of wine in the market?"
Zheng Xiaohu scratched his head, unable to answer clearly, but he said this information was all gathered by old Lu.
He took note of it.
It was recorded in the ledger he gave you earlier.
Zhou Ze naturally knew there were records. He was just asking to clarify his explanation.
He continued, "I looked at it. The most expensive wine in Chuping County is currently 5 taels of silver per do. This means that the price of 1 do can buy 50 douches of this kind of wine. During this distillation process, the yield should be 5 or 10 douches of premium wine for every do." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't calculate, but he understood that 1 do could buy 50 douches of inferior wine, which was a huge profit. Thus he had to learn this method. While everyone was unloading the wine, Zhou Ze began to explain the specific methods of distillation. Beside him were his father-in-law and Song Jin. One listened while the other recorded with a pen. By the end, Song Huan felt completely dizzy. He couldn't even comprehend how his son-in-law knew such complicated steps. If it truly could make money, how had this method been passed down? Questions swirled in his mind, leaving him with no opportunity to ask. While they were studying the wine, they completely overlooked Tai Yulan. This woman was currently at home waiting for Zhou Ze to come and marry her. The red fabric embroidered with golden flowers was a gift from Zhou Ze, meant to be her wedding dress. She was not a particularly skillful person. A pair of hands seemingly capable of wielding only a knife. Not as delicate and charming as Song Jin, who was also intelligent and eager to learn. Nor as proficient in household chores and embroidery as Zhou Ze, who even excelled in cooking. Thus she always felt unworthy of Zhou Ze. In the past, with the protection of the Iron Sword sect, she had the confidence to confess her feelings to Zhou Ze. Now, she had lost all confidence. Just as she held the bright red fabric pondering when Zhou Ze would come to propose, she heard her younger brother Tai Jun's voice from outside.
"Sister, come out quickly. My brother-in-law has brewed an unparalleled liquor. I guarantee you've never tasted anything this good. Brewing liquor. Tai Yulan's heart stirred as she carefully tucked away the fabric, adjusted her clothes and stepped out of the room. In the courtyard, Tai Jun was gnawing on a pig's trotter. Beside him, Xiao Bai was also holding a piece of roasted meat in its mouth. What unparalleled liquor? Where is brother Zhou? Tai Jun replied excitedly, he's over at the distillery teaching people how to brew. He just produced a batch that's even better than the special tribute liquor we used to drink. Tai Yulan was taken aback and quickly stopped Tai Jun from continuing. What status do we have? When have you ever drunk tribute liquor? Are you trying to roast Taoyuan village and brother Zhou over a fire? Seeing Tai Jun realize his mistake, Tai Yulan couldn't bear to scold him further. She took him along and headed towards the distillery. When they arrived, quite a few people had already gathered. Many had come only after catching a whiff of the fragrance of the liquor. Of course, they could only watch from outside the distillery, too timid to enter. Everyone believed that the brewing process was a closely guarded secret not easily revealed. The distillation process was quite complex and the control of the fire was demanding. Zhou Ze, sweating profusely, had only just produced a single vat of liquor. Just now Tai Jun had a sip and wanted to return to share it with his sister. He knew that his sister also enjoyed good liquor. Not only was she knowledgeable about it, but she also had a remarkable tolerance. Brother Zhou. As she squeezed into the crowd and reached Zhou Ze, the aroma of the liquor made Tai Yulan swallow hard. Just the scent alone had her, who hadn't drunk in a long time, craving it. Yulan is here. Zhou Ze was drenched in sweat, but the smile on his face never wavered. Upon seeing Tai Yulan, he immediately poured her a glass and said, try this liquor first. Be careful while drinking, this liquor is quite strong and most people can't handle it. Tai Yulan burst into laughter. She loved strong liquor. However, throughout her life she had yet to encounter a truly commendable liquor. Brother Zhou, you needn't worry, I've been raised in a liquor vat since childhood. With that, she raised the cup and downed it in one go. As soon as it hit her mouth, a spicy flavor surged down her throat, causing her to cough suddenly. This liquor. The onlookers all burst into laughter. Clearly they too had suffered from the effects of this liquor like Tai Yulan. I told you this liquor is strong, Zhou Ze said, a hint of pride in his tone. After all, transforming poor quality liquor into strong liquor was a skill in itself. He then asked Tai Yulan, Yulan, you're the most knowledgeable here. In your opinion, how much can we sell this Taohua liquor for per do? After recovering, Tai Yulan poured herself another cup. This time she drank slowly. After finishing, she revealed an expression of enjoyment. The best liquor I've ever had was 10 taels per do. As soon as she said this, everyone present gasped in shock. What did 10 taels represent? That was a fortune. Many people labored their entire lives and still couldn't afford it. However, brother Zhou's Taohua liquor is stronger and more fragrant than that 10 taels per do liquor. Zhou Ze had just been calculating with Zheng Xiaohu. He thought that the distilled liquor would at most reach 5 taels per do. Now it seemed he had greatly underestimated the brewing level in this world. 10 taels. Zhou Ze scanned the crowd. From today onwards we will fully commit to brewing liquor. This liquor is called Taohua liquor, priced at 10 taels. As soon as Zhou Ze finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause. Zhou Ze was quite satisfied with the current effect, raising his hands to calm the crowd down and stating, our first goal at this stage is to fully brew Taohua liquor. If anyone here enjoys brewing or knows anything about brewing techniques, you can come here to work. The wages will not be lower than outside. Additionally, many of you must have heard that Taoyuan village has been upgraded to Taoyuan town. Regardless of the upgrade, our original system remains unchanged. I will decide what to plant each year. Currently I need to plant a batch of medicinal herbs. If anyone is interested, you can come to me to get seeds. Alright, everyone disperse. After Zhou Ze finished organizing everything, he held the remaining half vat of Taohua liquor and prepared to leave. Tai Yulan followed behind him, her mouth opening several times, unsure of how to speak. Instead, Tai Jun suddenly shouted at Zhou Ze, brother-in-law, did you forget something? Zhou Ze turned back, looking at Tai Jun and asking, what is it? It's not that I have something, but you do. You promised that once Xiaohu and the others returned you would marry my sister. The previously pleasant atmosphere instantly turned cold due to this statement. Zhou Ze was at a loss for words. Instead, Tai Yulan suddenly said, Tai Jun, don't talk nonsense. How is that nonsense? Tai Jun replied with an unhappy expression, you said it yourself, he can't go back on his word, can he? Tai Yulan grew anxious, you took a joke too seriously. With that, she quickened her pace, heading back home. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Ze found himself at a loss for words. Tai Jun glared at him fiercely, I thought you were a real man, but I didn't expect you to be like this. What's wrong with my sister? Is she unworthy of you? Zhou Ze shook his head, it's not that she's unworthy of me, it's that I'm unworthy of her. I already have Jiner and Ziyi, how could I let your sister suffer with me?
Taijun raised his voice shouting at Zhou Ze, my sister is willing and both sisters agree, it's just you who disagrees. His shout startled Xiaobai, who had been following him, and it bared its teeth at him. It even seemed ready to tear at his clothes.
Taijun was furious. Being bullied was one thing, but even a tiger was coming to bully him.
He lifted his foot to kick but seemed to recall Xiaobai's ferocity and gave up, instead cursing, I feed you every day, take care of you, and you still bite me.
From now on I'm done with you.
After cursing he turned and ran after Tai Yulan, leaving Zhou Ze alone feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. After returning home, Tai Yulan did not cry or fuss. Upon entering her room she carefully put away the fabric Zhou Ze had given her, then took a knife and stepped into the courtyard.
Holding a steel blade she wielded it with fierce vigor. She practiced continuously several times until drenched in fragrant sweat, finally pausing. Taijun, having returned, stood outside the courtyard watching his sister's blade dance. His eyes reddened.
Only because Zhou Ze had shown kindness to them would he refrain from seizing her back. His sister was tall, beautiful, and possessed formidable martial skills.
Why would Zhou Ze look down on her? No, I'll go find Zhou Ze.
If he refuses, I'll tie him up and send him to my sister's bedside. The angrier he grew, the faster he strode back the way he came. Meanwhile, Zhou Ze was still hesitating, recalling the reactions of the siblings and feeling compelled to offer an explanation. Yet he did not know how to broach the subject.
Could it be that he did not like Tai Yulan? Certainly not. A beauty of her caliber would unsettle any man.
The misunderstanding stemmed from the Song sisters. Perhaps Uncle Xiaoqian can help.
Forget my father-in-law, if he finds out he'll just complain again. If not, seek Xu Qian. Zhou Ze muttered to himself, oblivious that Taijun was already nearby. Holding a large piece of roast meat he attracted Xiaobai's attention. The dog, initially following Zhou Ze, quickly departed upon catching the scent. Seizing the moment, Taijun grabbed the sack and swiftly covered Zhou Ze's head. Before Zhou Ze could react, Taijun hoisted him onto his shoulder and hurried home.
As he ran he said, Zhou, you were heartless first, so don't blame me for being ruthless. My sister laid her heart bare for you tonight, you two must consummate your union. Zhou Ze nearly sought refuge in his spatial realm to escape the unforeseen danger, but abandoned the thought upon hearing Taijun's words.
He scolded fiercely, Taijun, are you mad? Did you ask my sister's consent before doing this?
You fool, you're pushing her into a fiery pit. His relentless scolding failed to deter Taijun, who instead delivered a sharp strike that knocked him unconscious, cursing, enough noise, you're unbearable. When Taijun returned carrying Zhou Ze, Tai Yulan had calmed her emotions. She was not in the courtyard but was picking vegetables in the garden with a basket in hand.
Taijun sneaked into the room, released Zhou Ze, stripped him of all his clothes and tossed them onto the bed. Patting Zhou Ze's face he said, don't blame me, who told you to bully my sister?
I have no family left but her. She loves the stars in the sky and I'll pluck them down for her. Having spoken he put away the sack and left the room.
Tai Yulan's mood had indeed eased.
Seeing Zhou Ze picking vegetables nearby, she joined in with her basket.
She thought perhaps Zhou Ze disliked strong-willed women like herself. Maybe if she learned more from Zhou Ze he would come to like her.
Before she could gather many vegetables, Taijun ran over. His voice arrived before he did, sister, hurry home, someone's here to see you. Tai Yulan glanced at her basket, then at her brother, and couldn't help but ask, who is it?
You don't know. You'll find out once you're home. Taijun never lied, but the more evasive he was the more suspicious Tai Yulan became. Nearby Zhou Ze, also picking vegetables, smiled and said, if there's something just go back. I'll bring it to you later. She then seemed to recall something and asked Taijun, is my husband still at the tavern?
Taijun scratched his head, his face flushed. But he quickly dodged the question.
Yes, he's still at the tavern. Sister, hurry back.
Tai Yulan's doubts lingered, but her softened mood made her carry the basket and head home, muttering complaints under her breath. In this village, apart from the remnants of the Tai sword sect's old followers, she knew no one well. Even if she did, no one would come looking at such a time.
Taijun followed closely behind, visibly uneasy.
Upon arriving home, Tai Yulan found no guests and was about to question when Taijun suddenly pushed her toward her room. With a gentle shove the door closed.
Sister, don't blame me, I don't want this either, but he keeps bullying you. I've locked the door, you have to deal with him now.
If he wakes and shirks responsibility, I'll peel his skin off.
Tai Yulan felt dazed, especially upon seeing Zhou Ze lying on the bed. What exactly was her foolish brother up to? Brother Zhou, wake up. Tai Yulan approached the bedside with a worried expression, patting the unconscious Zhou Ze's face.
There was no response.
Damn it, please don't let anything happen.
Tai Yulan stood to knock on the door, but no matter how loudly she called, there was no response outside.
Helpless, she could only wait for Zhou Ze to awaken. In truth, with their door lock opening, it would be as easy as a single kick.
Squatting by the bed watching Zhou Ze lie peacefully, the room fell silent, so silent she could hear her own breath. Unaware of her own emotions, her palm suddenly moved, involuntarily reaching out to caress Zhou Ze's cheek. Who could know how deeply she liked this man? From their first meeting she sensed his extraordinariness and had even gifted him a blade manual. When the Tai Sword sect was annihilated, only he had come to their aid, sheltering the former disciples and pulling the siblings back from the brink of death. This life-saving grace further solidified her resolve. As her hand slipped down preparing to pull the blanket over him, she was stunned. Under the blanket, Zhou Ze was completely naked.
That Tai Jun is an absolute scoundrel. Tai Yulan couldn't help but laugh at her foolish brother.
She stared at his body for a long time, swallowing several times.
Muttering angrily, what good is knocking him out?
It would be more effective to drug him.
Otherwise I wouldn't dare.
With that she lifted the blanket and began helping Zhou Ze dress. Every touch of her palm against his skin struck at the defenses of her heart. By the time she finished dressing him, her back was soaked with sweat.
Sitting by the bed, she waited for Zhou Ze to awaken. Meanwhile, Tai Jun pressed his ear to the door, secretly listening to the room.
At first he heard his sister scolding him and remained silent. But when he overheard Tai Yulan mention drugging Zhou Ze, he slapped his own face. Cursing his own stupidity, he resolved that if this attempt failed next time he would definitely use drugs.
Otherwise the two would never comply. Sister, if you don't take him down soon, I'm running away.
When he wakes he'll skin me alive.
He shouted into the room. Upon hearing, Tai Yulan immediately yelled back, open the door or I'll kick you out first.
Zhou Ze woke up feeling as if nothing had happened. He was aware of his own guilt. Looking at Tai Yulan, who kept speaking well of her brother, Zhou Ze felt a pang of guilt and took the initiative to grasp her hand.
Tai Yulan's heart trembled and she stammered, Zhou. Brother Zhou.
How could she know what she was thinking?
If Brother Zhou is unwilling, Yulan won't force it.
With that she lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Zhou Ze smiled awkwardly and said, let me put it this way, it's not that I don't want to, but I truly forgot about it. A woman as beautiful and well-shaped as you I dream of marrying.
Just. Sorry, I really forgot. Tai Yulan didn't hear the latter part.
She suddenly looked up at Zhou Ze and said, so Brother Zhou has me in his heart.
Nonsense, and not a saint. Who wouldn't want more of someone like you? Then how many does Brother Zhou want? As long as I can afford it, I'm open to anyone, is that alright? At that moment all the knots in Tai Yulan's heart disappeared. Then that settled, Yulan isn't a picky woman. How about I go home with you now? Don't rush to make a decision, it'll give you a cooling off period. What if you find your true love in the future?
Zhou Ze reached out to embrace her but felt awkward. In comparison, it seemed that he was the one who was small and delicate. On the contrary, Tai Yulan wrapped her arms around Zhou Ze, almost lifting him off the ground. I won't, Brother Zhou, my heart was taken by you the moment you saved me. In the future, if you don't abandon me, I will certainly not fail you. Then I need to prepare properly to welcome you in style, right? Sister Ge is simple and straightforward, I definitely can't outdo her. Once my wedding dress is ready, having a family meal together would mean entering the Zhou family. You're calling her sister, or are you saying you're younger than her?
Yulan is 2 years younger than her. What about Tai Jun? Tai Jun is 16 this year. Zhou Ze gently pushed Tai Yulan away, looking at this woman in disbelief. At 16, Tai Jun in modern society would be in his rebellious teenage years. If mishandled, this guy could go down the wrong path. For example, right now he had run out of his house asking around for information. Uncle, you are well informed. Have you heard of a kind of medicine that once consumed can make animals desire strongly and forcefully mate? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, my brother needs it and am gathering information for him.
I haven't heard of that, but you can ask old Lu, he has a lot of connections. Tai Jun asked everyone, almost questioning the entire village.
He finally found what he was looking for and was thrilled when he got the medicine. He rushed straight to the winery and using his lying skills obtained a jar of peach blossom wine. Then he poured all the remaining powder into the wine jar.
To enhance the effect, he deliberately shook it a couple of times.
Brother, sister, I'm here to make amends. His voice had already reached home before he did. When he saw the empty courtyard, he headed towards Zhou Ze's house. Seeing that all four of them were busy at home, he was delighted and hurried forward.
Brother, you aren't angry anymore, right?
Zhou Ze glanced at him, put down his work, clapped his hands and said, so now you realize your mistake?
Yes, I made a mistake this time. I brought you wine as an apology. He handed the wine jar to Zhou Ze. Brother, drink this wine and let's consider this matter settled. Zhou Ze felt something was off. Usually Tai Jun wouldn't have such a good attitude.
Regardless of right or wrong, he would never admit his mistakes proactively.
Was the sun rising in the west today?
However, acknowledging his mistake is a great virtue.
Zhou Ze wouldn't argue with him.
He took the wine jar handed to him and without thinking gulped down a mouthful.
Peach blossom wine.
Zhou Ze paused, turning to Tai Jun and said, you brat, you're quite sincere, you made a special trip to the winery, didn't you?
Tai Jun watched Zhou Ze drink the wine, his expression was something else.
He was someone who couldn't keep things to himself. To endure for so long was quite remarkable. So he grabbed Zhou Ze and said, "Brother, please come with me one more time."
Zhou Ze was lifted by Tai Jun and was completely bewildered.
Not just Zhou Ze but the other three busy at home were also stunned.
Tai Jun, quickly put your brother down. Song Jiner was startled and stood up to shout.
Hearing the commotion, Song Ji ran out of the kitchen and was shocked to see Tai Jun carrying Zhou Ze over his shoulder, starting to dissuade him.
"Sisters, don't worry, I'm just inviting my brother to my house as a guest. By the way, he won't be back tonight, I will definitely bring him back intact tomorrow."
Song Jiner was anxious. Her gaze turned to Tai Yulan, who had just arrived.
Tai Yulan was at a loss, scolding this idiot. "It's fine, you all carry on, I'll handle this." Zhou Ze had no chance to turn over in Tai Jun's grip.
No matter how he struggled, it had no effect. In comparison, it was like an adult versus a 2 or 3-year-old child, a world of difference. A wave of helplessness washed over Zhou Ze, leaving him with no options.
"Brother, stop struggling, it's useless. After tonight you'll be my brother-in-law and from now on we'll be family. At that time, no matter how you want to hit me, I won't fight back." With a bang, Tai Jun tossed Zhou Ze into the room, closed the door and stood guard at the entrance waiting for his sister to return. Zhou Ze, who didn't understand at first, finally realized the danger when his whole body felt hot.
The wine he had just consumed had been drugged by Tai Jun. This fool, when did he learn to use such methods?
How much did he put in? "I won't die, will I?" Zhou Ze panicked.
At the same time, he heard voices coming from the courtyard, including the sound of Tai Jun getting hit.
"Sister, stop hitting me, I'm just following your instructions.
By the way, I drugged him, he must be feeling terrible right now. Sister, as long as you go and you want me to take the initiative, you can both get it done."
Drugged? Tai Yulan's face changed dramatically and she kicked Tai Jun. "Who told you to do that? Quickly open the door."
"Sister, even if I open the door, it won't help.
The medicine was given by old Lu and is meant for cattle only, you can save him now."
Inside the room, Zhou Ze was about to explode with anger upon hearing this conversation.
Was this guy really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Tai Yulan outside was equally terrified.
Without caring about anything else, she kicked the door of her own house. But when the door opened, both siblings were stunned.
The room was empty. "Where is everyone?" Tai Yulan looked at the empty room and shouted at Tai Jun, "I clearly locked them inside just now." Tai Jun scratched his head, looking utterly confused.
The room had windows, but how did they escape without breaking them?
Could it be that Zhou Ze is some kind of immortal?
"Sister, you've been following me the whole time, I really left him locked up,"
Tai Jun explained again.
It seemed he was genuinely frightened. Tai Yulan pointed at Tai Jun and ultimately suppressed her urge to scold him, calming her emotions instead. Then she said, "Stop wasting time, let's go find him.
If we can't locate him today, don't call me your sister."
With that, she dashed out the door.
In the space, Zhou Ze immersed himself in the pool.
A silver needle occasionally appeared in his hand as he pierced it into his own body. As sweat poured out, he maintained a sliver of clarity in his consciousness.
Remarkably, he could hear everything happening outside in this space.
This was something he had discovered by chance. Initially, when he first obtained this space, it did not have such a function. It was likely a reward from an upgrade.
With this function, things became much more convenient.
Although he couldn't see, he could judge the situation outside purely by sound.
The entire detoxification process lasted nearly half an hour.
By the time he emerged from the space, the Tai siblings had long since vanished. Instead, he ran into Song Jiner, who was anxiously searching for him.
Upon spotting Zhou Ze, she jogged over and directly leaped into his embrace. "Husband, where have you been? We've been searching for so long, we thought you..."
Zhou Ze reached out, wrapped his arm around her and softly asked, "Where did that Tai Jun go?"
"Everyone in the village is looking for you, what on earth happened?"
Song Jiner's voice was filled with tension, knowing only that Tai Jun had carried her husband away.
Then the Tai siblings began frantically searching for his whereabouts. Those unaware would think they were performing a comedic duet. What else could it be?
"That fool Tai Jun, because I didn't marry his sister, is trying to lock me up. He wants Yulan to get me into a situation where we're forced to marry."
Ah. Song Jiner gaped, staring blankly at her husband.
She thought she must have misheard. Was there really such an absurd situation?
"How did you escape just now?" She scrutinized him with curiosity.
Given her husband's lecherous nature, such a situation should have been difficult to escape. But now it seemed to differ from her expectations. "Let's not discuss how I escaped for now, we should head home first."
"I still haven't fully detoxified." "What poison?" Song Jiner grew anxious again. "Did he poison you?"
"That fool put medication for cattle into the wine I drank. Isn't he afraid I might explode?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and Zhou Ze picked up Song Jiner. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and headed in the direction of his home. This scene was clearly witnessed by the villagers passing by.
"Tai Jun, are you still searching for the big landlord?"
That fellow has taken his wife home to enjoy themselves.
Just now he ran away like the wind. If you return now you might still catch a good show. Taijun finally breathed a sigh of relief after receiving this news.
He immediately found his sister and dragged her away. Sister, the medicine is taking effect. The Zhou Ze fellow took his wife home to detoxify. If we hurry over now we might catch a free meal.
Smack. Tai Yulan slapped Taijun on the head. Taijun, I'm only tolerating you because you're my brother.
If you keep this up don't blame me for using the family rules.
Upon hearing the family rules, Taijun shrank his neck in fear. Sister, I'm also doing this for your own good. If you really cared for me you wouldn't be thinking about these crooked ways.
It's better to raise cattle and sheep at home than anything else.
But, you said you wanted to drug him. When did I say that? That day when I locked you both in the room.
Tai Yulan massaged her temples, feeling utterly helpless against this brother. After standing in place for a long time she finally said, to be honest, I am already his person. Your efforts are in vain and only serve to annoy me, you know.
Sister, when did this happen?
Hearing this, Taijun's temper flared, immediately his eyes widening as he asked, did he force you?
I'm going to find him right now.
Having such a brother made Tai Yulan feel like crying. She even suspected that her mother hit her head while pregnant with him. Otherwise how could he have turned out this way?
Taijun, I'm begging you, please don't meddle in my affairs, just stay home and raise cattle.
Help out with some hard labor in the village, it's better than anything else. With that, Tai Yulan headed towards her home. Upon hearing that Zhou Ze was fine she finally felt relieved. The earlier anger was purely due to her foolish brother. She felt a sense of disappointment.
Zhou Ze carried Song Jiner home indeed because there was still some residual poison.
His medical skills were high but the dosage that Taijun used was too large, so having some residual poison was quite normal.
However, this caused Song Jiner to suffer.
Lying in Zhou Ze's arms she said with a strange expression, why didn't you seize such a great opportunity, husband?
What opportunity? Zhou Ze pretended not to know. Taijun has created an opportunity for you could have taken the chance and pushed the responsibility away. Isn't that a tremendous opportunity?
Zhou Ze replied irritably, it's not about opportunity. If I liked someone I would pursue them myself. I wouldn't take advantage of someone else's misfortune, that's not what a gentleman does.
So you do like Yolan then?
I'm not a eunuch, there's no need to hide such matters. However, a gentleman knows what to pursue and what to avoid.
I am already quite satisfied to be with both of you. Song Jiner giggled, saying, Jiner knows what kind of person you are, husband.
But sometimes we need to look at issues from a perspective of benefits. If you married Yolan it would only bring benefits to our Taoyuan village. No, it should now be called Taoyuan town.
For our Taoyuan town it would only bring good, not bad. Why? Zhou Ze chuckled, turning to gaze at the beauty in his arms. Because the two siblings are exceptionally skilled, the entire town's martial force consists of their old subordinates. With them in place your status in the town would be unshakable.
Zhou Ze stared at Song Jiner, remaining silent for a long time. In his eyes Song Jiner was someone who was docile and lacked opinions. Even if he hit or scolded her she would not utter a single word of complaint. However, today hearing her speak like this in bed made Zhou Ze see her in a new light. Indeed, a woman who has read books is different from one who is illiterate. Taijun seemed to have transformed into a different person. Starting from the next day this fellow no longer caused any trouble. Accompanied by Xiaobai he began to help Song Ji with her cattle and tended to the pigs and sheep. Seeing his honest demeanor Zhou Ze couldn't help but laugh. This guy wasn't actually malicious, he was just simple-minded, wanting to help his sister.
Taijun, are you busy?
Looking at him carrying a decorative axe on his shoulder idly guarding the livestock, Zhou Ze couldn't help but call out to him.
Brother. Taijun spotted Zhou Ze and felt a bit embarrassed.
Normally he would have rushed over. But today he merely responded and fell silent again.
What's wrong, did your sister scold you?
Zhou Ze approached him and sat down beside him. It was clearly the older brother comforting his younger brother. However, the height difference between the two gave off a vibe of a child meeting an adult. No way, she wouldn't scold me, Taijun insisted stubbornly.
If that's the case, then why are you angry?
Zhou Ze stood up, brushed the dust off his pants and said, leave this to Xiaobai, let's head to the distillery.
Brother, you're not mad at me. Taijun remained seated, still not moving. Why would I be mad at you?
I knocked you out and even drugged you. In my eyes you're just a child who hasn't grown up. Everyone makes mistakes, I can't just condemn you for it, can I? Upon hearing this, Taijun stood up abruptly and said, then what are we going to do at the distillery now? Zhou Ze had already started heading towards the distillery. He turned to Taijun and said, we're going to check on the brewing process. Once this batch of liquor is finished it will be shipped out of Longxi.
Then, what am I supposed to do? Taijun, though simple-minded, was self-aware.
He knew his limitations. Aside from physical labor he had no skills to speak of.
I'll take you to learn the experience. Taijun clenched his fist, his eyes turning red. Brother, after all I've done to you, you're still so good to me. Alright, enough with the sentimentality, are you coming or not? Yes, I'll go right now, he said, picking up his decorative axe and following Zhou Ze.
Xiaobai seemed to understand its task, not following them but instead helping to herd the cattle and sheep. In its unique way it guided all the livestock to the pen. The opening of the distillery caught Wen Liang's attention. As usual, he came here to learn about planting. Ever since he started learning here, he went home daily with some seeds. In just 10 to 15 days the entire Qingyang County had undergone tremendous changes.
Although Taoyuan town was an exception, the living standards of the people here had already surpassed all of Longxi.
In fact, they were living even better than the people outside Longxi.
However, other towns in Qingyang County were still in dire straits.
Nevertheless, the issue of food scarcity had been resolved. Moreover, in order to save the people who were sent here, Zhu Qian specifically purchased a large amount of grain from Zhou Ze. Although it was termed as a purchase, it was essentially on credit. As of now, Zhou Ze had not seen a single cent from them. Outside the distillery, when Liang caught a whiff of the fragrant liquor and found himself unable to move.
Old song, when did the distillery open?
Xuanhuan, with a gourd hanging from his waist, had just emerged from the distillery.
He could now be considered a master craftsman in this establishment.
He held the technical know-how in his hands. So now when he walked around the village, he carried himself with pride.
Hearing Wen Liang's inquiry, he laughed heartily and said, "It just opened in the past few days. You're not using grain to brew, are you?"
Wen Liang gulped, unsure of the current grain reserves in Taoyuan town. However, it was evident that there was a surplus to feed so many people. If they were indeed using grain to brew liquor, he would have to report it to the authorities.
Such practices would be considered extravagant and could potentially be banned. Song Huayan shook his head and said, "You're overthinking it, we don't have enough grain to brew liquor."
The liquor was all low-cost liquor that Xiaohu and the others had purchased from outside. We merely improved it here and prepared it for resale.
Is that really possible? Wen Liang frowned skeptical.
Song Huayan shrugged and said, "Initially I doubted the feasibility of this method too. However, after these past 2 days of improvements, it has been proven that our vision was too narrow."
Is the effect that good? Wen Liang's eyes lit up. Not just good, it's absolutely amazing.
As he spoke, Song Huayan took the gourd from his waist and tossed it to Wen Liang, saying, "Try it first before you judge." This was specifically a wine vessel he sought after starting to learn the distillation technique. It was meant for holding liquor, simply to taste it and check if it met the standards. Wen Liang caught the wine vessel and took a small sip. Just that one sip changed his expression dramatically.
"This liquor is strong, right?" Song Huayan said with a hint of pride. "Low-cost liquor requires several dough to produce a dough of peach blossom brew.
In other words, the essence of those several dough is all in this one jar.
If it weren't strong, that would be strange."
Wen Liang took another sip and grinned, saying, "Old Song, what's the price of this liquor?"
Song Huayan answered without hesitation, 10 taels per dough. So expensive. You tell me, is it worth it?
It's definitely worth it. I've had the fortune to taste liquor at 10 taels per dough, and it's not as good as this one.
At this point, Wen Liang's eyes sparkled as he stared at the wine vessel in his hand, unwilling to let go.
Song Huayan, knowing what he meant, quickly snatched it from him and said, "Don't worry, my Ise isn't stingy. I'll give you a jar when you head home today."
Are you serious? I Old Song never lie. Wen Liang laughed heartily. Just then Zhou Ze arrived with Taijun heading toward them.
From a distance he waved at Wen Liang.
"Master Wen, it's been a couple of days since we last met. You've gotten a lot darker."
Wen Liang waved his hand, looking helpless as he said, "Spending all day in the fields, it's a miracle if I don't get dark."
"You on the other hand seem to have gotten stronger than before."
Zhou Ze grinned, flexing his arm to show off his muscles.
"I've been practicing martial arts recently." "Really? I didn't see that coming, Zhou Laodi. You're quite well-rounded." Zhou Ze laughed heartily. No, I'm just playing around, practicing for fun." Taijun, hearing this, nodded and said, "He's just playing. When it comes to fighting, he has no strength." "And who might this be?"
Wen Liang had already noticed Taijun. With his height, it was hard not to pay attention. In fact, Zhou Ze had brought Taijun over to introduce him to Wen Liang.
Hearing the question, Zhou Ze chuckled and said, "Taijun, my little nephew, his mind isn't quite right." This introduction made Song Huayan furrow his brow.
Taijun immediately rebutted, "Brother, you haven't even married my sister yet."
This response made Wen Liang burst into laughter.
At this point, Zhou Ze had received the information he wanted. The siege of the Taijian sect by Longxi had come to a complete end. As for those who had escaped, the court didn't pay them any mind. At this point, Zhou Ze had received the information he wanted. The siege of the Taijian sect by Longxi had come to a complete end. As for those who had escaped, the court didn't pay them any mind.
Qingyang County Office. In Xu Qian's still unrefurbished study.
The voice had already reached Zhu Qian's ears before Wen Liang arrived.
"My lord, good stuff. This time's goods are sure to please you. Hearing Wen Liang's cheerful voice, Zhu Qian set down the book in his hands. He looked up towards the outside. He saw Wen Liang coming into his study cheerfully holding a jug of wine. Without waiting for Zhu Qian's invitation, he had already seated himself unceremoniously. He placed the jug of wine on the table and said, "This is your favorite wine." Zhu Qian clearly did not expect that the other party would bring back a jug of wine. Holding it in his hand, he looked at the words Peach Blossom Brew written on it and instinctively understood what was going on. Don't tell me this Peach Blossom Brew was brewed in Taoyuan Town. My lord has a good eye, this wine indeed comes from Taoyuan Town. Freshly brewed. Yes, just made. Zhu Qian frowned, saying, "It seems that Zhou Ze really has plenty of grain." My lord is mistaken. Wen Liang quickly explained, "This Peach Blossom Brew can't be said to be brewed but rather improved from the cheap wine that costs 100 yuan per do." Improved. Zhu Qian became even more suspicious about the quality of this wine. The 100 yuan per do wine he was drinking now was precisely this kind of wine, wasn't it? My lord, please don't underestimate this improved wine. Wait until you taste it before judging. Saying this, he picked up a bowl and poured a little for Zhu Qian. Looking at the wine that barely covered the bottom of the bowl, Zhu Qian couldn't help but curl his lips, saying, "Look at how stingy you are." Wen Liang quickly explained, "My lord, please don't blame me if you drink too much. I worry you won't be able to work today." Nonsense, I usually have no problem drinking 3 bowls. My lord's usual 3 bowls can't compare to this little half bowl. Is it really that extraordinary? While saying this, he had already lifted the wine, pouring it into his mouth. With just one sip, his expression was even more intense than when Wen Liang first tasted it. Seeing that Wen Liang wanted to pour him more, he quickly stopped him. "Don't drink anymore, it's a bit wasteful for us to drink it all. This jug of wine is for me. I will take it to the county and exchange it for greater benefits." After saying this, he attempted to snatch the jug of wine from Wen Liang's hands. However, Wen Liang was holding on tightly and would not let go. "My lord, if you want to give a gift, you can just ask Zhou Ze for it. This jug was hard to get and I haven't even had a drink yet." Zhu Qian snorted lightly and said, "When sure you think of the bigger picture." After saying this, he pulled hard. The jug of wine fell into his hands just like that. Looking at his empty hands, Wen Liang's face turned green with anger. He regretted coming to show off. 3 large carts of wine looked like a lot, but within a few days they had all been converted into Peach Blossom Brew. After distillation, let alone 3 carts, there was not even 1 cart left. Looking at the half cart of Peach Blossom Brew, old Lu couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, this loss is a bit too much." Zhou Ze said with a wry smile, "This is already quite profitable. If the yield were higher, why would we even need to farm?" This statement drew laughter from everyone. "By the way, Xiaohu, how did the fabric collection go in the village?" "Brother, it's all collected this time. We paid in advance." Zhou Ze patted him on the shoulder and said, "Then let's load all these items onto the carts. This time let's add 2 more horse carts." "Brother, didn't we say this time there would be fewer medicinal materials?" Zheng Xiaohu remembered clearly. Last time there were several sacks of medicinal materials when they shipped out. But this time there was barely even half a sack loaded. Zhou Ze laughed and said, "There's no choice, we also need to keep some for ourselves. Don't forget, I'm also a doctor." The merchant caravan set off again. This time the team went from 8 members to 12. Still led by Lu Happing, but this time they were much more professional. Due to the short time, the leather goods were much fewer than last time. Most of the carts were loaded with vegetables. Without this wine, even if it were 5 carts of goods, it would be impossible to earn as much as last time. However, if Peach Blossom Brew could really sell for 10 taels per do, this time's income would be much greater than last time. Watching the merchant caravan leave, Zhou Ze's focus instantly shifted to his own space. The current space hadn't expanded, it was still those 2 floating islands. However, on the second one, the floating island where medicinal materials were planted was now covered in herbs. From his current god's eye view, the ground was covered with medicinal materials. The medicinal materials here were different from those grown outside. As long as they were not harvested, they could grow indefinitely. Moreover, as the years go by, the efficacy of these medicinal materials will become increasingly exaggerated. Such good medicinal materials, of course, he wanted to keep for future needs. As for the medicinal materials sold, they were all those grown outside. But he was completely unaware that the medicinal materials he had taken out last time had already attracted others' attention. Now Qian Yukai had money and was eagerly awaiting the arrival of their merchant caravan. In Kuiping County, in Qian Yukai's general store, 2 yamen officers armed with knives blocked Qian Yukai at the counter. Qian Yukai showed a bitter face and pleaded, "Sir, those medicinal materials are not something you can just want. We bought them at a high price. If you don't believe me, you can inquire freely." They went to several shops at the time. "I know these medicinal materials are very important to the county magistrate, but we also have to be reasonable, right? If I still had them here, even if I didn't charge you, I would still send them to you." One of the yamen officers had an arrogant demeanor. The steel knife at his waist was already half drawn. The threat was palpable.
Having gone to so many places, why did you sell them to you?
Do you not know them?
Xuanhuan immediately said, my lord, we really know each other, these people are from Longxi. Criminals assigned to Longxi. The Yamen officer's face lit up, thinking he had grasped something important. Xuanhuan quickly said, no, they seem to be survivors from Longxi after the disaster. By the way, they have a good relationship with the county magistrate of Longxi. After Xuanhuan said this, the Yamen officer's expression changed.
How do you know?
My lord may not know, but Longxi borders our Quiping County. The people over there can't get out at all. Yet these people not only managed to come out but also stayed here for 3 days.
Moreover, the leader, whose surname is Lu, used to be a Jiren, speaking so arrogantly. How could he dare to do so without background? The two Yamen officers exchanged glances, seemingly unwilling. But they still retreated. As they left, they did not forget to say to Xuanhuan, next time they come you must report to the county office.
Xuanhuan panicked and quickly said, sir, we agreed that next time I would go to Longxi, not that they would come out.
What?
The two Yamen officers were clearly taken aback, not expecting Xuanhuan to respond this way. Xuanhuan chuckled and said, my lord should know it's quite difficult for them to come out, so. The two did not say anything more and turned to leave. As soon as they left, Xuanhuan spat on the ground by the door.
Has spit. What nonsense. Longxi County, Lonquan Town. A vital passage to Xuqing County.
Although it borders Xuqing County, the people here are in dire straits. Not only are they starving, but they also live in rags. Xuanhuan has stationed people here for a full 3 days. Only upon seeing a merchant convoy approaching from afar did they hurry to the front.
Stop, halt. The merchant convoy from Taoyuan Town is making its second trip out of Longxi. Compared to the first time, the whole process has been much smoother. They encountered no robbery incidents along the way.
This is not only because they are operating under the official banner, but also because a place like Longxi is simply too poor.
Who would the bandits rob?
They were just about to cross Longxi and reach the territory of Xuqing County when a figure blocked the merchant convoy's path.
In an instant, Lu Si and the others drew their blades to protect the merchant convoy. Stop.
Lu Heping hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Carefully scrutinizing the person blocking the road, he asked, are you the little servant from Xuanhuan's shop?
The newcomer looked very young, about 18 or 19. Upon hearing Lu Heping's inquiry, he quickly replied, my uncle sent me. He told me to guard you here. What's going on?
It's the county magistrate of Xuqing County who has taken an interest in the medicinal materials you delivered last time.
That's a good thing. Why are you stopping us? Because they don't want to pay.
Hearing this, Lu Heping immediately burst into laughter. He turned to look at the several carts behind him and said, ah, see Xiao, who turned back.
Zhang Xiaohu was instantly dumbfounded and somewhat unwillingly said, where can we go back to? Longquan County. But there are no businesses in Longquan County.
There are. Who says there aren't? After Lu Heping finished speaking, he shifted his gaze back to the young servant who had brought the news. He said to him, thank you, young brother, for informing us.
Please go back and tell Boss Qian. Currently we can't obtain a pass and can't leave Longxi.
If we want the business to continue, we need him to come to Longquan County.
The servant nodded repeatedly, saying, rest assured, I will definitely convey the message.
Thus the original trip to Xuqing County was temporarily changed.
Ji Hang is the magistrate of Longquan County. He was demoted here a long time ago and is one of the few officials who did not flee after the disaster in Longxi. Moreover, since this place is near Xuqing County, the disaster is not as severe as in other counties.
Hence their lives are relatively easier. Even so, they still live frugally.
Longquan County, which is usually not very lively, surprisingly received a merchant convoy today.
They brought a full 5 carts of goods. When Ji Hang received the news, he grabbed his steel knife and was about to rush out.
However, he was stopped by his nephew Ji Liangxian. Uncle, we are county magistrates, not bandits. Don't just listen to rumors.
Ji Hang is a military general, and because of his straightforward character he offended the powerful and was framed by petty people, which led to his demotion here. Having a military general serve as a county magistrate is unusual. If not for the few wise advisors around him, he would have charged out of Longquan County long ago.
What bandit? It's hard to come by a merchant convoy, shouldn't we treat them well?
Ji Liangxian slapped his forehead and said, who goes directly with a knife to welcome guests? With a flick, the steel knife was tossed aside and Ji Hang chuckled, saying, you have a point.
Do tell, what should we do now? Don't panic.
According to our scouts, this merchant convoy is from Taoyuan Town.
Taoyuan Town.
Ji Hang paused slightly and asked, which county?
Longxi. Nonsense, where is there a Taoyuan Town in Longxi? I don't know of it. Qingyang County, Taoyuan Town.
That hypocritical villain Zhu Qian's territory.
That's right, it's that Qingyang County. Hearing this, Ji Hang finally calmed down. He sat back at the table and began to ponder.
Wait a minute, from what I understand, Longxi is suffering from a drought and the most severe area is Qingyang.
Moreover, the Tai Jianmen originated in Xingyang County. The last encirclement nearly wiped out the entire Xingyang County. How could they have a merchant convoy?
It must be said that although Ji Hong is a rough man, he is quite clear about the overall situation in Longxi. Ji Liangshuan, hands behind his back, said cheerfully, "Uncle may not know, but this merchant convoy has already made a trip out of Longxi. They stayed in Xucheng County for 3 days and only returned after selling their goods."
Do you mean they obtained a pass? Exactly, they should be Zhu Qian's people. Then we should definitely make contact with them. Ji Hang said, ready to get up again. However, he was stopped once more by Ji Liangxian.
"Uncle, before we go we should find out why they returned so promptly."
What do you mean?
According to their schedule this time their target should still be Xucheng County.
Yet they returned unexpectedly and are stationed here. This is abnormal.
Ji Hong watched his nephew speculating, feeling frustrated in his heart. Irritably he said, "If you want to know the reason, why not just ask?" With that he shouldered his big knife and ran out. Ji Liangxian shouted a few words behind him but could not stop him. Left with no choice, he could only follow in his footsteps and chase after him.
Although Longquan County is somewhat better than Xingyang County, it still lacks an inn.
However, there are no shortages of places to stay.
Finding a dilapidated temple would suffice for a couple of nights.
Lu Heping kept the convoy guarded in the long-abandoned temple. The place was filled with cobwebs and even the rats were not afraid of humans. They scurried about. These people have all endured hardships. Such a scene means nothing to them.
After a casual cleanup, they divided the tasks.
Some guarded the carts while others were responsible for cooking. In just half an hour the aroma of rice porridge wafted through the temple. Ji Hong, holding his knife, had just arrived at the temple door when he caught a whiff of the delicious smell and instinctively swallowed hard. He suddenly realized that he hadn't eaten yet.
He ran here on an empty stomach, stretching his neck to take a look into the temple.
Seeing several people still hugging wine jars and drinking, he could no longer hold back and rushed in. "Who goes there?" Before he could even speak he was already surrounded. "Hey, is this how you treat guests?" Ji Hong showed no signs of fear, brandishing his knife at those surrounding him. The commotion drew the attention of Lu Heping and the others.
They all ran over. Lu Si even grabbed his steel knife ready to strike. Lu Heping tried to stop him but failed.
And just like that the two sides clashed. More than 10 people surrounded Ji Hong, yet they could not subdue him. His terrifying combat power reminded them of the Iron Army in the village. Perhaps not as good as the Iron Army, but this level of fighting power is truly terrifying.
"Stop!"
At that moment a light shout echoed from outside the temple. "Gentlemen, this is our county magistrate, please show him mercy."
County magistrate?
Which county's magistrate behaves like a bandit so utterly unreliable?
"Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Longquan County Magistrate Ji Hang.
We came today because we heard you were passing through this area and we specifically came to welcome you."
Lu Si glanced at Lu Heping.
Lu Heping smiled awkwardly and said, "Your way of welcoming us is indeed quite unique." Of course, he only said it subtly. What puzzled him even more wasn't this. He couldn't understand why such a merchant convoy would have a county magistrate come to greet them.
"You all are from Taoyuan town, right?"
Ji Liangxian pulled Ji Hong aside and said to Lu Heping, "We are both from Longxi, you should be familiar with our situation here.
It's not easy to have a merchant convoy appear, so naturally we take it seriously."
Lu Heping temporarily believed the words of the two men.
The martial prowess of this county magistrate was too strong. If this continues, they might not actually gain any advantage. Since it's a misunderstanding, please don't take it to heart, county magistrate.
We've already prepared food and drinks inside if you don't mind. Before finishing his words, Ji Hong had already shouldered his sword and headed into the temple.
He kept shouting, "Not angry, we are not angry at all."
I already caught a whiff of the wine aroma along with a faint scent of peach blossoms. This wine must be exquisite. Saying this, he unceremoniously poured himself a bowl. His casual demeanor made Lu Si quite displeased.
This is a county magistrate. He looks just like a bandit. Good wine.
At that moment Ji Hong suddenly exclaimed, "This wine is more fragrant and potent than the wine bestowed by the emperor back in the day."
Bestowed by the emperor?
Lu Heping's heart trembled slightly upon hearing this. Ji Liangxian beside him shook his head repeatedly, quietly reminding, "Uncle, watch your image."
"What image?" Ji Hong snorted lightly and said, "This is Longquan County, my territory.
What is there to care about?"
But
Ji Liangxian wanted to explain further but was interrupted by Lu Heping.
"The county magistrate is truly genuine, we should be glad," Ji Hong said to Ji Liangshuan Si.
The guests are not bothered. Ji Liangxian had no choice but to sit aside and began to inquire from Lu Heping. As for Ji Hong, he had no expectations of the other party at all.
"What do we call you, boss?" Ji Liangxian asked. Lu Heping. "You should be heading to Xucheng County, why have you returned midway?"
Seeing that the other party was well aware of their movements, Lu Heping had no intention of hiding. He directly stated, our people received news that the magistrate of Xucheng County intends to lay hands on our goods. You know, in Longxi, even with the protection of the governor, once we leave Longxi we have to heat others' faces.
Laying hands on your goods.
Before Ji Liangxian could say anything, Ji Heng slammed the ground and said, just based on that, Pan Shifeng. Rest assured, as long as you are in Longquan County, not to mention Pan Shifeng, even if their governor came, I would still deal with it personally.
Lu Heping quickly cupped his hands and thanked Ji Heng. Instead, Ji Liangxian was not too concerned about these goods.
He was more focused on their source. After 3 rounds of drinks apart from Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Heping, everyone else had also drunk a few more cups.
Ji Liangxian even changed how he addressed Lu Heping.
Old Lu, if I remember correctly, your Qingyang County suffered the most severe disaster, right? Why do you still have goods to transport to other places?
And these wines, how did you brew them? Each question was what Ji Liangxian wanted to know.
On the side, Ji Heng, who should have inquired about these matters, was already feeling dizzy. He was on the verge of falling asleep.
Lu Heping did not conceal anything, as such matters could be easily investigated by the other party.
Thus he explained, our Taoyuan town was not affected by the disaster.
Moreover, we are backed by Tiandang Mountain, which has many things that are not available outside.
For example, these cultivable vegetables and the herbs picked from the mountains.
Oh. Ji Liangxian instantly perked up.
When he wanted to signal his uncle, he found that the latter had already fallen asleep. Even if he had a good alcohol tolerance, he could not withstand the potency of this wine. Ji Liangxian had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and seek advice from Lu Heping. Lu Heping seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled, saying, we are both from Longxi. If Master Ji wants to understand our situation, you may visit Taoyuan town to investigate further.
Moreover, the current Master One from Qingyang County frequently visits our Taoyuan town to learn about planting and breeding knowledge.
Is this true? Ji Liangxian's heart leaped with joy and he quickly asked.
If you don't believe it, you can send someone to inquire and you will know. This meal effectively established a connection with Longquan County. Moreover, this county magistrate is quite an interesting person.
Until he sent the uncle and nephew away, the smile on Lu Heping's face had not faded.
Xiaohu, you stay here. Ride back on horseback and tell the owner about today's events.
Zhang Xiaohu was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, why is that?
This is our opportunity.
Lu Heping thought for a moment and quickly said, wait here, let me write a letter. By the time Zhou Ze received the letter, it was already the next day. Riding alone, even if Zhang Ziya's horsemanship was not top-notch, the speed was not something a merchant convoy could compare to.
Moreover, on this journey Zhang Xiaohu would make some stops. Looking at the contents of the letter, Zhou Ze asked Zhang Xiaohu, are you sure the person you encountered is the magistrate of Longquan County? We are not sure either, but since he is posing as the county magistrate on Longquan County's territory, he must have some intentions towards us, right? Moreover, this county magistrate is quite powerful.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Ze held the letter and walked out of the yard. Then he shouted towards the next door, Yulan, come here for a moment. Just calling for Tai Yolan, but both siblings came directly. As soon as they arrived, Tai Jun excitedly said, brother, is there good food?
Zhou Ze glanced at him without responding, but instead asked Tai Yolan, Yulan, have you ever heard of a person named Ji Heng? Ji Heng.
Tai Yulan frowned and said, the magistrate of Longquan County.
So you know him?
Of course I know, I've even crossed paths with him. What do you think of this guy's character?
Him.
Tai Yulan thought for a moment and said, he is quite a figure, as he offended someone and was demoted to Longquan County. By the way, he is not very clever, but he is very responsible. However, he has 2 formidable individuals by his side.
Who?
One is his nephew Ji Liangxuan and the other is his sister-in-law Duanilan.
Sister-in-law. Zhou Ze never expected there would be a woman involved.
Indeed, this woman lost her husband early and has been taking care of her dim-witted brother-in-law and her son Ji Liangxian. Therefore she is the one in charge of the household. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Ze suddenly stood up and said, Yulan, I need to go to Longquan County.
Tai Yulan was startled and said, why not let Tai Jun come along?
Zhou Ze shook his head, I only need to go with Xiaohu. After I leave, Xiaobai will stay. You all must guard this place and ensure nothing happens here. Zhang Xiaohu had just returned and was heading to Longquan County with Zhou Ze. It was only at this moment that he discovered Zhou Ze could not ride a horse.
This truly delighted him. Brother, you actually can't ride a horse.
Although his riding skills were not very proficient and he had only started learning after entering business. But he finally found a skill that surpassed Zhou Ze's.
Throughout the journey he was overjoyed. Unfortunately, this amusement did not last long. Zhou Ze seemed to have unlocked some kind of skill.
From initially falling off the horse to galloping freely, he needed only a few hours.
By the time they approached Longquan County, Zhou Ze could even perform difficult maneuvers on horseback. It wasn't that Zhou Ze couldn't ride, rather the original owner had forgotten this skill during his memory loss.
Through several hours of training he merely regained that feeling.
This point indicated that the original owner's identity was not simple.
Being literate and capable of riding a horse, how could he be an ordinary person?
The city gate was dilapidated and the city walls were riddled with holes. This was Zhou Ze's first time traveling such a distance since his arrival.
There was also the city of Longxi County in between. Looking at the city walls before him, Zhou Ze pulled the reins and paused briefly. It wasn't until he finished observing that Zhang Xiuhu caught up.
Brother, you're too abnormal. You really couldn't ride a horse before.
Zhou Ze turned around looking at his dusty face and smiled, saying, maybe I could.
Maybe.
Zhang Xiuhu did not contest that word but instead said this place is a bit better than Xingyang County, but it's still full of refugees.
By the way, I heard that anyone with a bit of money can get a better arrangement here. Because this is the closest to Taihe County.
Listening to Zhang Ziyahe's explanation, Zhou Ze did not say much but dismounted and slowly walked toward the city. Since they were dressed decently. As soon as they entered the city they were targeted by several beggars.
They followed them asking for food.
Zhou Ze had seen this situation many times and had no intention of paying them any mind. Doing good is fine, but it shouldn't be given so directly.
If you give today, what about tomorrow? It doesn't solve the fundamental problem. When Zhou Ze arrived at the dilapidated temple, a considerable crowd had already gathered.
There were even several officers present.
Although both sides were cordial, there was always an unsettling feeling.
Before they even arrived, they were already stopped by the officers. Zhang Xiuhu led the horse forward and quickly approached the officers blocking their way, saying, "Gentlemen, we are old acquaintances of your county magistrate. My name is Zhang Xiuhu, please pass the word."
Zhang Xiuhu, you are from Taoyuan town.
One of the officers sized him up and his attitude was relatively decent. It was clear that they had received news in advance.
Zhang Xiuhu quickly replied, "That's right, we are from Taoyuan town and this is our employer." The officer glanced at Zhou Ze and said, "I will take you inside. The place is currently filled with people from Xuqing County. They want to forcefully seize things, but we are not afraid of them."
Zhou Ze smiled, leading the horse and following behind the officer. Inside the dilapidated temple, tensions were high and there were clear disputes. Just as they approached before the officer could speak, Zhou Ze had already stepped forward.
"Oh, what's going on here?
How did a business deal turn into a robbery?"
Zhou Ze's voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of many.
Lucy, who had been somewhat nervous, looked pleased and hurried forward, calling out, "Brother, you also came."
Lu Heping cheerfully joined in introducing Zhou Ze. "Employer, this is the magistrate of Lonquan County, Master Ji Hang." Zhou Ze cupped his hands, neither overly humble nor arrogant, saying, "Zhou Ze from Taoyuan Town, greetings, Master Ji."
Master Ji Hang's gaze had been fixed on Zhou Ze as if he had seen something extraordinary. It was not until Zhou Ze cupped his hands and his nephew Ji Liangxian tugged at his sleeve that he came back to his senses. He nodded in response. However, the normally unruly and rude Master Ji surprisingly found himself unable to articulate his thoughts today.
This left Ji Liangxian quite puzzled, not knowing what was happening.
Lu Heping continued with the introductions. "Employer, this is the magistrate of Xuqing County, Master Pan Chifeng, who has come today to discuss business with us."
"Discuss business?"
Zhou Ze turned back and glanced at Qian Yukai beside Master Pan, smiling as he said, "We are all small businesses, what is there to discuss?"
"Did you not neglect Master Pan?"
Qian Yukai kept his head down as if the events happening around him had nothing to do with him. Lu Heping quickly shook his head, saying, "Not at all, we just started discussing, the price has not been settled yet."
Zhou Ze nodded and gestured for everyone to sit down and discuss.
Where to sit?
This is a dilapidated temple with no benches, so they naturally sat on the ground.
Zhou Ze was completely unafraid of anyone present and smiled, saying, "As the vanguard of the business convoy in Longxi Taoyuan Town adheres to the policy set forth by the county magistrate.
We mobilize all the townsfolk to enter Tiandang Mountain to gather medicinal herbs."
As he spoke, he poured himself a bowl of wine and continued, "You two have certainly heard of the dangers of Tiandang Mountain. Every time we enter the mountain, out of 10 herb gatherers at least half are forever lost in the depths. Therefore we cannot sell our medicinal herbs at market prices." When he finished speaking, Lu Heping instinctively turned his head to look at him. Zhou Ze raised the bowl to his lips, took a sip and spoke passionately, saying, "Because we use the money from selling medicinal herbs to take care of their wives and children. Last time in Xuqing County there was a boss Qian who offered a price that was somewhat low, but we could accept it.
If it goes any lower, then we can't negotiate anymore."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Heping waved his sleeve and wiped his eye corner, saying, "What the employer said is correct, all our goods are earned with the lives of the townspeople."
The two of them sang in harmony. Not to mention outsiders, even Zhang Xiuhu and Lu Si almost took it seriously.
On the contrary, Master Pan Chifeng clenched his fists and said, "Taihe County urgently needs a large quantity of medicinal herbs. All counties are collecting herbs in bulk now. No matter how you obtain these herbs, you must sell them to us." Zhou Ze turned to Master Pan and said, "Selling to you is naturally fine, but it must be a hand-to-hand transaction.
As long as the money is in place, not only these herbs but even if you want more we will do our utmost to gather them for you. The price cannot be too high and you can't pay the money now, we can first write an IOU. Master Pan was quite thick-skinned. If he weren't a county magistrate, Zhou Ze would have slapped him directly. Master Pan, that is a bit excessive. The lives of the people in Taiha County matter but the lives of the people in Longxi do not. If you negotiate like this then we won't be able to talk business today. Zhou Ze, do you want to go against the government? Master Pan, you are being too harsh. There is no law in the Great Zhou that allows for forced purchases and sales, right? Master Pan was furious and shouted, you sinners are simply seeking death. Bang! A fist slammed into the ground. Ji Hong, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. He shouted, Pan Chifeng, you come to my Longquan County to show off your power. Do you wish to die? Don't think that just because it's you, even if your county magistrate comes, Ji Hong will not hold back. As Ji Hong stood there, the steel knife in his hand extended, causing Pan Chifeng to retreat repeatedly. Although he was merely a county magistrate, Ji Hong was no ordinary magistrate. As he had said, even if the governor of Taiha County were present he would still refuse to give face. Ji Hong, are you attempting to rebel? Rebel! Ji Hong snorted coldly, disregarding Ji Liangxuan's attempts to stop him, and kicked out, landing a blow to Pan Kaifeng's abdomen. I dare to rebel against you and your mother. Do you believe I can kill you directly and even your governor of Taiha County won't be able to do anything? I am someone who even dares to insult the crown prince. What can he do to me? Bang! Another kick was unleashed. Pan Chifeng wanted to dodge but he couldn't escape at all. Even the subordinates he brought lacked the courage to act. Pan Chifeng was filled with hidden resentment. Why did he offend anyone but choose to be enemies with this fool Ji Hong? This guy feared nothing, or else with his strength he wouldn't have been demoted to be a magistrate in Longxi. Pan Chifeng retreated repeatedly until he reached his subordinates. Only then did he say to Zhou Ze, Zhou Ze, if you sell me these medicinal herbs then it's fine, but if you refuse I will ensure you can never leave Longxi. From today onward anyone who dares to buy your goods will be considered an enemy of Xuqing County. After speaking he turned and left. Watching these people leave, Lu Heping frowned. Boss, what should we do now with these goods? Zhou Ze did not respond but turned his gaze toward Qian Yukai. Boss Qian, long time no see. Qian Yukai approached Zhou Ze with a sorrowful face. Originally thinking he could make a fortune, it seemed this plan was going to fall through. He had never imagined he would encounter such a county magistrate. I want to ask Boss Qian, why does Pan Chifeng insist on buying these medicinal herbs from me? Qian Yukai sighed and said, because a contagious disease has appeared in a small town in Suisher County. Although it is not as severe as a plague, it is extremely difficult to cure once contracted. However, many of the medicinal herbs I purchased from you last time have the effects of preventing and treating this illness. Pan Chifeng wants to take credit from the governor of Taiha without spending money, so that's how this situation arose. Hearing Qian Yukai's explanation, Zhou Ze felt no worry, instead he smiled. Ji Liangxuan, who had been standing behind Ji Hong maintaining his composure, suddenly said, so it is not Pan Chifeng who needs the medicinal herbs but rather the governor of Taiha. Qian Yukai nodded and said, that's correct, that's the reasoning. If that's the case then this matter will be much easier to handle. Ji Liangxian cupped his hands toward Zhou Ze and said, I wonder if Boss Zhou is interested in opening a shop here. Zhou Ze suddenly laughed and said, what benefits would there be if I opened a store here? Our Longquan County government is your backing, you just need to pay taxes normally. You all have shown such sincerity, if I refuse wouldn't that be too ungrateful? In that case let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation is natural but we still need your help to promote our medicinal herbs and wines. That's an easy task, leave it to us. The two were speaking in riddles, discussing matters that many did not understand. For instance, as the county magistrate Ji Hong had not understood what was happening until now. How did they bypass him to directly talk about cooperation? Did they not place him the county magistrate in their eyes? In that case we will take our leave first. Boss Zhou, feel free to select a location in our county town. No matter which place you fancy, as long as we can help we will definitely assist you in securing it. Safe travels, no need to see us off. Ji Hong was pulled away by Ji Liangxuan, still glancing at Zhou Ze as they left. He wanted to ask something but did not voice it. Just after these people left, Qian Yukai approached. Brother Zhou, are these medicinal herbs really harvested from the mountains? Zhou Ze looked at Qian Yukai with a smile. His impression of Qian Yukai was becoming increasingly favorable. Just considering this incident, had it not been for the other party there would have surely been heavy losses. Thus he did not hide anything from him and actively said, the mountains are so dangerous we certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Then what about these medicinal herbs? Qian Yukai was clearly a bit excited. They were grown by us ourselves. Hiss. Although he had already guessed it, hearing Zhou Ze's answer still made Qian Yukai gasp. He pointed at the liquor on the cart and asked again, what about this wine? Boss Qian, do you still remember the last time I asked you to purchase some liquor? Qian Yukai nodded vigorously. Zhou Ze smiled and explained that 3 carts of liquor have been transformed into half a cart of peach blossom brew now. Can it be done like this? Qian Yukai's heart raced. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Ze laughed and said, actually there are many fascinating things in Taoyuan town, it all depends on whether Boss Qian wants to come and join us for fun. I want to.
As long as brother Zhou doesn't mind, I will stick with you all. From the first time he met Zhou Ze, he felt that Zhou Ze was not an ordinary person. In that year of famine, who had the guts to hunt in Tiandang Mountain and could even hunt a tiger? Seeing Qian Yukai expressing his intentions, Zhou Ze grasped his hand tightly. Then he said, you must think carefully, it's not easy to walk out of Longxi. Do you really want to return? Qian Yukai clenched his fist, struggling internally, and said, it's fine, my criminal record has already been cleared and I can leave at any time.
What about your shop in Xuqing County?
The shop in Xuqing County can remain open and I can keep in contact with this side at any time. Zhou Ze laughed heartily and said to Lu Heping, old Lu, start a fire and cook today, we won't return until we're drunk. Just as they returned to Longquan County, government Ji Hong immediately headed toward the backyard. Ji Liangxian closely followed behind him, waiting for his uncle to ask him what was going on. However, the other party didn't ask a single question, as if there was something urgent. Along the way he muttered to himself, saying things he couldn't understand.
Could it be that I recognized the wrong person?
It must be I saw him die with my own eyes back then. How could he appear here? He only looks similar, he must not be the same person. Ji Hong was speaking as he arrived at the backyard. In the backyard, a woman was holding a bamboo slip, studying it seriously. Occasionally she would jot down notes. Just as she was focused, Ji Hong's voice interrupted her.
Sister-in-law, guess who I saw today? The woman was Ji Hong's sister-in-law, Ji Liangxuan's biological mother, Duanilan.
Hearing Ji Hong's words, she put down the bamboo slip in her hand and asked helplessly, who did you encounter?
The 6th prince.
Who?
Duanilan thought she had misheard and confirmed it again with Ji Hong.
The 6th prince who died 4 years ago.
You must have mistaken the person.
Listening to the descriptions from Ji Hong and Ji Liangxuan, Duanilan analyzed 4 years ago he was still a minor. After these years of growth, do you think you can recognize him?
Don't say you haven't seen many, even your own nephew, weren't you almost mistaken back then?
Ji Hong scratched his head and said, but he really looks a lot like him. There are plenty of people in this world who look similar.
At that time he was dead, yet many confirmed it.
Then why is he also called Zhou Ze?
Did he recognize you?
Ji Hong shook his head and replied, he seems like a completely different person, he doesn't recognize me at all. That's right, he is not the 6th prince, you have mistaken him.
Duanilan slowly got up, her voice becoming softer as she said, alright, let's forget about this matter.
Don't let your mistake bring disaster upon others.
Ji Hong left, still pondering the matter as he walked away.
Watching him leave, Ji Liangxian hurriedly stepped forward and said to Duanilan, mother, you just...
It's been so long, is there any point in dwelling on this? Duanilan sat back down. But you said... Ji Liangxian wanted to say more but was interrupted.
This is Longxi, the overall situation back then has been settled. You said that this Zhou Ze doesn't know you at all. Since that's the case, why should we stir up trouble?
Is it so hard to just live in Longxi?
Ji Liangxian looked at his mother with a complex expression and after a long time said, I'll remember and make sure to advise uncle not to act recklessly.
He is a smart person and understands what his mother means. Regardless of whether this Zhou Ze is the 6th prince from back then, they will no longer investigate.
If they were to bring up the old matters again, it would lead to a bloody storm resulting in many deaths. Rather than that, it is better to accept fate and develop well in Longxi.
The infectious disease in Taiha County's Tsuisha was becoming increasingly severe.
Initially it was only spreading in that small town, but soon everyone in Tsuisha County was coughing. Although it was not fatal, it still brought great suffering to the common people. The main issue was that the disease lasted a long time and the cost to cure it was exorbitant.
The county magistrate Zhang Yida was furious. Didn't we say we found the formula last time? Where is the formula? Where is the medicine?
His palm slammed down on the table, spilling tea everywhere.
Several subordinates stood to the side, not daring to speak.
If this matter is not handled soon and it reaches the emperor's ears, our Taiha will become like Longxi.
No one present can escape responsibility. Zhang Yid's voice boomed, echoing throughout the magistrate's office. It was only then that someone spoke the truth.
Sir, we have the formula and the herbs, but we just can't buy them at the moment.
Once this was said, Zhang Yida became even angrier, shouting, why can't you buy them?
It's not that we don't have money, but the last time the herbal merchant was driven out of Chuping County by that Pan Shifeng.
The merchant is now afraid to come to our Taiha County, so...
Chuping County Magistrate Pan Shifeng.
Yes, that's him. He tried to take advantage and forcibly snatched the herbs from the merchant, only to be intercepted by Ji Hang.
Now that herbal merchant is afraid to leave Longxi and has simply opened a shop in Longquan County.
Zhang Yida, upon hearing this, said, then let's go buy from Longquan County.
The Lonquan County Magistrate knows our situation and is deliberately making things difficult for us. If we want to buy herbs there we have to pay the merchant tax.
Smash.
Zhang Yida slammed his palm on the table again, his hand turning red. If only his strength were equal to Ji Hang's, this slap would have shattered the table into pieces. Tell Pan Shifeng that I'm giving him 2 days. If he doesn't procure the medicine by then I will immediately have him removed from the magistrate position and replace him with someone capable.
Zhang Yida was genuinely angry.
If this matter escalated he would not be able to bear the consequences. Pan Shifeng truly felt helpless as he watched the infectious disease worsen, but the herbal merchants in Longxi refused to budge. After multiple visits the prices kept rising. He even set aside his pride and sought out Qianyozai, but it was of no use. This was his 3rd time coming to Lonquan County. This time he brought ample sincerity. Lord Ji, we are colleagues, can you lower the price a bit? To conduct business he had to approach the county magistrate directly. This business had essentially been ruined. Jihan lounged casually, trimming his nails with a steel knife. He didn't regard Pan Shifeng at all. Behind him Ji Liangxian fully played his role as an advisor. Lord Pan, you can directly buy the herbs from Taoyuan Trading Company. As long as you do not pressure us with your authority we will not interfere. Of course after purchasing you will need to pay the tax as per regulations. Pan Shifeng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself.
Paying taxes is fine, but isn't your tax rate a bit too high?
You don't understand, we are in Longxi where everything is sent here and it's very hard to manage.
Moreover, the court has not sent us salaries, so our county office can only be self-sufficient.
Thus the tax is a bit higher, but I'm sure the emperor won't have any objections. If you are dissatisfied feel free to report this to the emperor and see what he has to say.
Pan Shifeng clenched his fists.
The first time he came he argued about this issue.
The merchant tax should be paid by the trading company, not by the buyers.
As a result Ji Liangxian argued that since they were purchasing in bulk they must pay the tax. Consequently the negotiations ended in failure. The second time he came the prices remained the same but the tax increased.
Pan Shifeng, already irritable, once again let the deal fall through.
This was the 3rd time. Just as he was about to lose his temper again someone came running over. They leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words.
Hearing the report his expression changed drastically and he gritted his teeth, saying, Lord Ji, let's wish for a pleasant collaboration.
Pan Shifeng felt like he had bitter gourd in his mouth, unable to express his grievances. Especially when he arrived at Taoyuan Trading Company and listened to Ji Liangxian introducing other products, he was so angry he wanted to hit someone.
Unfortunately he was no match.
Lord Pan, this is Taoyuan Trading Company's Peach Blossom Brew, 10 taels of silver per dough.
Would you like to take a few jars back?
And this a complete leopard hide, guaranteed to be the same price as the market.
Want to take a couple back? Oh dear, you've definitely never tasted this chives before.
Whether stir-fried or grilled it's delicious.
Take some back with you.
Thus what was supposed to be a simple herb purchase turned into Ji Hang's coercive ordering of 2 carts of goods to take back.
Before they even left Lonquan County he was already so angry he started cursing.
10 taels per dough for wine. Even the palace wine doesn't cost that much.
Don't let me catch you with anything that can incriminate you or you'll be in for it.
While he was still cursing, Zhou Ze was overjoyed, enjoying a meal and drinks with Ji Hang in his trading company. It has been years since Ji Hang last enjoyed such delicious food. Not only was the cuisine exquisite but the wine was also exceptional. The last time at that dilapidated temple he thought he was eating quite well. Today Lu Heping personally cooked. With proper cooking utensils the dishes he prepared were even better. Listening to Ji Hang's continuous praise, Lu Heping waved his hand and said, my culinary skills are still lacking compared to the boss. Upon hearing this Ji Hang turned his attention to Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze smiled and explained, I can't cook at all, however my family has a second wife whose cooking is quite good. If Lord Ji is time you should visit Taoyuan town and I will surely treat you to fine food and wine. Ji Hang burst into laughter, saying, who would have thought, Zhou old buddy, that at such a young age you already have a second wife. Zhou Ze hurriedly waved his hand, laughing awkwardly, ready to brush off the remark. Instead Lucy suddenly spoke up, saying, what's a second wife? My brother is preparing to take a 3rd wife. This 3rd wife is quite skilled, she might even be a match for Lord Ji in martial arts. Is she really that impressive? Ji Hang was somewhat skeptical. In his view it was acceptable if a man was capable. But women. In all these years he had only encountered one who could surpass him. They chatted amiably while Ji Liangxuan, after finishing the peach blossom brew, couldn't help but address Zhou Ze. Do you know why I insisted that Pan Shifeng forcibly buy that wine today? Zhou Ze took a hearty swig of wine and smiled, saying, are you trying to help us promote the wine master Ji?
Ji Liangxian gave Zhou Ze a thumbs up.
What you said is correct, Zhou boss. Pan Shifeng is a sycophant. After he buys these wines he will surely send them to Taiha County.
The county magistrate of Taiha is someone who values face. Once this wine is released it will quickly gain fame. At that time, Joe boss, you can sell this peach blossom brew without leaving your home. Listening to Ji Liangxuan's explanation, Zhou Ze felt grateful and raised his wine cup to toast him. He then said, Master Ji, your efforts are deeply appreciated. Ji Liangxian laughed heartily, drinking all the wine in his cup, saying, we are all from Longxi, these are small matters. Zhou Ze replied, since we are all on the same side, I will reciprocate and sincerely invite Master Ji to visit my Taoyuan town. With your invitation, how could I refuse? Once I handle the matters in Longquan County, I will visit Taoyuan town as a guest. Zhou Ze raised his cup again, saying, I will await your visit in Taoyuan town, Master Ji. Just as Ji Liangxian had predicted, Pan Shifeng, pulling several carts of goods, opened a jar of peach blossom brew and began to drink even before reaching home. Initially, he only thought to drown his grievances in alcohol. However, once the wine went down his throat, his eyes instantly brightened. The convoy doesn't need to return to the county office, head straight to the magistrate's residence. As soon as he said this, the subordinates behind him immediately asked, my lord, the magistrate only requires medicinal materials, nothing else. Pan Shifeng glared at him fiercely, saying these were all purchased at a high price by this official. This wine costs 10 taels of silver per do. Is there a problem sending it to the magistrate? The officer quickly shook his head. No problem, absolutely none. If there are no issues, then why are we wasting words? We're setting out for the magistrate's residence. Saying this, he carefully sealed the jar of wine he had just opened. Such good wine, wouldn't it be a waste to drink it himself? This kind of fine product should be gifted to others, earning goodwill. Only this way can his official position be more secure. Isn't that the way of governance? Those like Ji Hong who do not understand human sentiments, no matter how capable, ultimately end up with the fate they have now. After finishing the matters at hand, Zhou Ze did not dare to linger in Longquan County. Having left home for such a long time, for the first time he was worried about the wild beasts in Tiandang Mountain becoming restless. Relying solely on a small buy, he thought that if anything happened, regret would come too late. With the involvement of Qian Youtsai, that sundry shop was directly renamed Taoyuan Commerce and fully entrusted to Qian Yukai. The trading convoy set out once more, hauling back 5 carts of wine this time. Although this transaction could not alleviate the poverty in Longquan County, it became the largest deal they had seen in years. Moreover, with the establishment of Taoyuan Commerce, they would pay taxes every year moving forward. This would also be a significant source of income for them. Thus the Ji family would certainly not betray Zhou Ze. At least they would not betray him at this time. Carrying a large amount of wine in pockets filled with the profits from this transaction, the group was all smiles. Boss, it seems we have thoroughly offended Xuqing County this time. It's not we who offended them, it was Ji Hong who offended them. Speaking of Ji Hong, this guy is quite straightforward. Who would have thought a marshal general would become the county magistrate? It seems our great Zhou is really in chaos. Mentioning this matter, Zhou Ze felt a mix of emotions. Because the current situation was when a dynasty falls from grace. Those living in this era will find it very difficult. He could even imagine what the great Zhou dynasty would look like in the near future. Internal strife and external troubles, constant wars, the common people suffering and displaced from their homes. The chaos is only temporary. Once the crown prince ascends the throne, things may improve significantly. Lu Heping, being a scholar, naturally saw further than Lu Si and others. However, Zhou Ze did not agree with his words at all. He smiled and said, if it truly unfolds as you say, we will have good days ahead. What I fear is that once chaos erupts at the border, we will be the first to suffer. Border chaos. Lu Heping's heart trembled as he looked at Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze explained, Longxi is situated at the border of Great Zhou, adjacent to Annam. There are no obstacles between the two countries. Once Great Zhou falls into turmoil, the Annam troops may use Longxi as a springboard to attack. Upon hearing this analysis, Lu Heping's face changed dramatically. Boss, according to your analysis, if such a situation truly occurs, we would. Before Lu Heping could finish, Zhou Ze spread his hands, saying, currently our greatest reliance is on the Longxi magistrate. Following that is the Tiandang Mountain behind us. If you studied the terrain here, you would find that Qingyang County is backed by Tiandang Mountain. And our Taoyuan village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, forming a kind of basin, making it hard to be discovered. Are you saying that your decision to live there was based on foresight of what might happen? At this moment, not just Lu Heping, even Lu Si and Zhang Xiuhu sensed that something was off. Because when Zhou Ze chose to settle at the foot of Tiandang Mountain, no one understood. With so many places available, why did he specifically choose that one? Now hearing him say this, they seemed to understand something. Zhou Ze shook his head and said, of course it's also possible that I am worrying unnecessarily. Perhaps war may not happen at all. Lu Heping shook his head vigorously, saying, regardless of the possibility, we must prepare for the worst. Zhou Ze glanced at him, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since Zhou Ze left, the beasts in Tiandang Mountain have not come down. Yet their roars each day leave the local people in constant fear. The 2 siblings from the Tai family, being skilled in martial arts, are naturally unafraid. However, the sisters from the Song family feel differently. Without any men around, they feel rather insecure.
As a result, the two sisters keep Xiaobai by their side every day, even sleeping together, fearing that something might happen.
Every day after training, Tai Yulan would come over to their house for a meal.
While it was said to be for food, it was actually to relieve the pressure the two girls felt.
Recently, although Tai Jun often ventured into the mountains, he no longer brought Xiaobai along.
It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that Song Jiner now forbade him from doing so.
One day the group sat under a fruit tree chatting. Suddenly someone ran over shouting at the three.
"Madam, the master has returned and is at the village entrance." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai, who had been lying down and appeared to be asleep, suddenly got up and ran out.
The three girls excitedly followed behind.
It felt as though they had been apart for a long time.
At the village entrance, Zhou Ze and his companions were surrounded.
The villagers began to inquire about the business trip. "Old Lu, if what you say is true, can we sell quite a bit of the vegetables we've grown?" "Yes, we can sell quite a lot, so before we set out in the future you all can sell to us when we collect vegetables in the village.
We are just making a small profit off the difference. Can we sell the eggs from our chickens? As long as it's something edible and useful, we can sell it." Lu Heping was explaining to these people. Being surrounded and asked questions gave him a sense of accomplishment.
Meanwhile, Lucy and the others looked down their noses at everyone. Observing the lively scene before him, Zhou Ze did not linger.
After handing his horse over to his subordinates, he headed home alone.
Just as he squeezed out of the crowd, Xiaobai pounced on him. Soon after, Song Jiner and the others came running.
"Husband."
As soon as she arrived, she had already thrown herself at Zhou Ze. At that moment, she showed no trace of modesty.
"While I was away, nothing happened, right?"
Zhou Ze reached out to ruffle Song Jiner's hair and glanced at the others behind her. Xiaobai at this moment jumped directly onto him, shaking her head as if she hadn't seen him in ages. Nothing major happened except that the beasts in the mountains have been acting a bit erratically lately.
Erratic? Zhou Ze did not understand the situation.
It wasn't until he took a few people back home that he finally grasped the meaning of her words. The roars of beasts echoed continuously in the mountains, and each time they roared, the Song sisters turned pale with fear.
Seeing this, Zhou Ze did not say much. He planned to venture into the mountains the next day. Given his current circumstances, he might not be much of a match for human experts, but dealing with these beasts would be effortless. Because within his space there were numerous beasts. As long as they spent some time within his space, these beasts would obey him completely. With time, Tiandang Mountain was nothing in his eyes.
That night, Zhou Ze held Song Jiner and after some playful antics gradually fell into a slumber.
Just as they were drifting off, a commotion from next door woke them both. Before Zhou Ze could react, Song Jiner suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot about my sister." Zhou Ze's mind was filled with a question mark.
He saw Song Jiner quickly sit up, put on her outer clothing and say to Zhou Ze, "Husband, in the past few days the roars of the beasts in the mountains have been severe.
I've been sleeping with my sister. Now that my sister is alone, she might be a bit scared." "So?" Zhou Ze's face lit up as he immediately asked Song Jiner, "So husband, could you let my sister come over too? I'm worried she won't be able to sleep at night." Zhou Ze restrained his laughter and replied, "Well, that might not be good, right?"
Upon hearing this, Song Jiner grew anxious and said, "Husband, please." Zhou Ze pinched her cheek and then shouted to the next room,
"Ge, if you're scared, come over."
Suddenly the commotion next door stopped. Shortly after, a figure pushed open the door and slipped into the bed. Originally, after separating, even if they felt a bit scared, they could still fall asleep when tired. However, after sleeping together, they were no longer afraid but found it impossible to sleep. Even if they both wanted to sleep, they couldn't stop their husband from being restless. As a result, they only managed to fall asleep after tossing and turning until midnight. Early the next morning, Zhou Ze stretched his body, feeling quite satisfied. After getting dressed, he looked at the two still lying in bed and smiled, saying, "You two rest a bit longer, I'm going to check out the mountains." Upon hearing this, the sisters were startled. "Husband, in the past couple of days the roars of beasts in the mountains have been incessant. We should be careful." Zhou Ze replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm bringing Xiaobai with me into the mountains. These beasts can't do anything to me." The sisters saw that their advice was in vain and suggested, "How about bringing Tai Jun along?" "Yes, take him along. He's been venturing into the mountains frequently and has hunted quite a lot." Zhou Ze waved his hand and left directly. Just as he left, Tai Yulan came over holding her long knife. Upon seeing the two girls emerge from the same room and while still adjusting their clothing, her eyes widened in shock. "Jiner, you too?" The sisters were caught in the act and quickly began to explain. In truth, what was there to explain? They merely walked out of one room and there was no catching in the act involved. Moreover, even if they were caught in the act, they were a married couple. What was there to be afraid of? Zhou Ze entered the mountains with Xiaobai. The roars of the beasts had become even more intense. After only walking a few hundred meters, he encountered a pack of wolves. Without a word, Zhou Ze released the beasts within his space surrounding the wolf pack. He then subdued them one by one and brought them into his space. From morning until noon he didn't even make a complete round and the roars of the beasts in the mountains had weakened considerably. At that moment on the two floating islands within his space apart from the medicinal herbs and crops all that remained were these beasts. They were packed densely as if he had stepped into a world of animals. At this rate if a war were to break out one day I wouldn't need to send a single soldier. Just using these beasts should be enough to drive the enemy away. Zhou Ze recalled the conversation he had on his way back with Lu Heping. If that's truly the case I need to gather more ferocious beasts. Thinking of this he began to explore his space. A bear as tall as a person, a fierce lion and a cheetah that moved at incredible speed. Under his control these creatures were comparable to the elite of an army. Unfortunately there were no elephants or similar animals in the mountains. If he could tame some of these large creatures they would be a powerful weapon in war. Husband the county magistrate has arrived and is at old Lu's house. Just as Zhou Ze was exploring his space Song Jinner's voice came through. He looked up at her and asked, why didn't you bring him home? Song Jinner smiled and said, because of Xiaobai were afraid of the beasts in the mountains. Zhou Ze. Zhu Qian returned to Taoyuan town, his attitude having undergone a tremendous change. He revisited the crops here and offered his condolences to the local people. The primary focus was on visiting the winery to inspect its operational model and progress. When Zhou Ze arrived at Lu Heping's home several people were already there enjoying snacks and sipping on wine. At the same time they complained, your boss is really busy. I was afraid something had happened so I hurried over only to find him running off to the mountains early in the morning. Indeed skillful artists are bold, showing no fear of the ferocious beasts in the mountains. Lu Heping laughed heartily, raising his glass to clink with Xu Qian, saying, our boss is a person of divine stature, not someone we ordinary folks can truly understand. Take Tiandang Mountain for instance. As long as he remains in this village the wild beasts in the mountains dare not make a sound. The moment he leaves chaos ensues. When Liang, who was nearby, took a sip of wine and inquired, I heard there was an incident in Chuping County this time. Good news rarely travels far but bad news spreads like wildfire. They had just returned from that area and the matter had already reached the ears of the county magistrate. It's nothing serious, just that the magistrate of Chuping County wanted to steal our herbs. Herbs? Xu Qian set down his glass and asked, is it regarding the infectious disease in Taiha County? That's right, it's highly contagious. While not fatal it is quite tormenting. Coincidentally the herbs we grow are precisely what is needed. Xu Qian's eyes lit up as he asked, what about the price? It's quite good, we transported a cart this time and sold it for several dozens of taels of silver. Such a high price. Upon hearing this both Xu Qian and Wen Liang displayed expressions of disbelief. Lu Heping laughed heartily, explaining, originally the price wasn't that high but they offended Ji Heng by trying to get a bargain. You all have met that rough fellow Ji Heng. Only Xu Qian would dare to call Ji Heng a rough fellow. Wen Liang certainly did not have the courage. Lu Heping smiled awkwardly and said, actually Lord Ji is quite decent, just a bit too bold in his demeanor. That's not bold, that's thoughtless. If it weren't for his sister-in-law strategizing for him he would have been dead many times over. The topic strayed further until Zhou Ze spoke up, bringing the conversation to a close. Xu Qian spotted Zhou Ze and felt a wave of warmth. He immediately stood up, grabbed Zhou Ze and sat down next to him. The scene was a far cry from their first meeting. Zhou, my young brother, it's truly difficult to meet you. We came here today primarily to discuss a business matter with you. Upon hearing about the business Zhou Ze became serious and said, you're joking, my lord. Just let me know what you need. Well, last time my family's steward brought back a jar of peach blossom brew from you. As it turned out the county magistrate tasted the wine and now wishes to purchase some. I wonder about the pricing. Zhou Ze immediately stood up and said, my lord, why say such things? If the county magistrate enjoys our peach blossom brew, that is our blessing. Discussing money would hurt our feelings. Once this batch is ready I will personally deliver 10 jars to the magistrate's residence. Xu Qian quickly waved his hand, saying, no, our county magistrate detests others giving gifts. Discounts are fine but direct gifts aren't allowed. Besides 10 jars is too much, the magistrate's residence doesn't have that much spare money. What he said left Zhou Ze somewhat incredulous. This was the county magistrate and even in Longxi it was unimaginable that he could be so poor he couldn't afford wine. Moreover, the magistrate isn't purchasing these wines for personal consumption. Zhou Ze was taken aback for a moment and then inquired, not for personal use. Is it to gift to someone? Not exactly a gift, but rather he intends to help you open up the market. The moment Xu Qian finished speaking the entire yard fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, waiting for his next words. The magistrate wishes to take this opportunity to introduce peach blossom brew to the dignitaries in the capital. Once the market opens up, business will flow continuously from then on. This was a huge opportunity. However, Zhou Ze's mind was still clear. Such a good thing, how could the other party possibly help without conditions? There is no free lunch in this world, they must have their own demands. Before he could ask, Zhu Qian had already revealed the reason. Our county magistrate has only one requirement: once business picks up, he hopes you can establish a winery in the county city and expand the business.
Zhou Ze looked deeply at Zhu Qian.
After a long while he suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Zhu Qian. Lord Zhu, if this promotion goes well and the wine business succeeds, I will prepare another surprise for the county magistrate.
Oh. Zhu Qian perked up instantly.
If Zhou Ze referred to it as a surprise, it surely wouldn't be trivial.
Then let's agree on this.
If this business is successful, I will not be the county magistrate. The wine from my county office will be provided free of charge.
The wine matter is easy to discuss.
Zhou Ze laughed heartily. Recently Lonquan County has seen some new faces.
These people have come from Taiha County.
Some are merchants from Taiha County while others are ordinary folk looking to make some quick money.
The purpose of coming to Lonquan County is for the peach blossom brew and the herbs unavailable elsewhere.
In the past, they would never have headed toward Longxi.
This place was viewed by outsiders as a prison for criminals.
Now, however, they have no choice but to come for money. After arriving here, everything from eating to drinking to daily needs requires money.
This has indirectly boosted Lonquan County's economy, which was also the reason Ji Liangxian proposed collaborating with Zhou Ze.
At that time he had already guessed the outcome. Looking at the unfamiliar faces in the city, Ji Liangxian's smile grew wider. Now that the matter of the Taoyuan Merchant Association has been resolved, he should fulfill his promise to Zhou Ze and head to Taoyuan town. However, before leaving he wanted to meet his mother. In the backyard of the county office, Ji Liangxian sat opposite Duanilan and said, "Mother, I will be going to Taoyuan town for at least 10 to 15 days. During this time you must keep a close eye on my uncle and ensure he doesn't act recklessly. Now that we have a turning point, as long as we keep it going things will surely improve. We cannot afford to lose this opportunity for development due to momentary rashness." Duanilan looked at her son, her smile growing broader.
"You are my child. Should I not be able to manage this small Lonquan County? Rest assured I'll take care of things here. You can go without worry." At this point Duanilan seemed to remember something and reminded, "Remember, this Zhou Ze is not the sixth prince. Regardless of whether the matter is true or not, you must keep it to yourself. However, if he is in trouble you must offer your assistance."
Ji Liangxian stood up and said, "Mother, don't worry, I know what to do." Duanilan waved her hand, lowering her head to continue reading her book. At the same time she said, "Go." Ji Liangxian rode alone, carrying only a simple load, heading straight for Taoyuan town. The distance between the two parties was not far at all. Along the way he found that very few people even knew of this place's existence.
After much effort he finally uncovered the exact location.
When he arrived at the so-called Taoyuan town, he almost thought he had come to the wrong place. The dilapidated houses, the chaotic streets, and the barely surviving refugees. The situation here was completely different from what Zhou Ze had described.
Could it be that I've come to the wrong place?
Ji Liangxian muttered to himself as he began to inquire around.
"Excuse me, is there anyone here named Zhou Ze? Oh, and also someone named Lu Heping?"
He asked one after another from one end of the street to the other, but not a single person knew. However, he was quite lucky. After staying here for just half a day he encountered a constable who had come to this area.
"Wake up, don't sleep, do you want to fill your stomach?"
These constables were shouting at the refugees scattered across the street. Although they were called refugees, they were actually criminals sent here. In the current Great Zhou, whether it was due to overpopulation or some other reason, criminals were frequently sent off to Longxi. Were they really criminals? These people before him certainly did not appear to be wicked individuals. "Everyone listen up, if you want to eat your fill, gather at the street corner now. Each person would get a share. Explain your skills and situation clearly and I will take you to enjoy a good meal in Taoyuan town."
Taoyuan town.
Upon hearing this, Ji Liangxian finally realized that he had truly come to the wrong place. He followed the crowd, leading his horse to the street corner. Without forming a queue he directly approached one of the constables. "Excuse me sir, is there a person named Zhou Ze here?"
The constable was busy taking notes.
He initially wanted to express some displeasure, but upon seeing Ji Liangxian's attire his attitude immediately changed.
"Zhou Ze." The constable pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you referring to the big landlord of Taoyuan town?" "Big landlord?" Ji Liangxian quickly nodded and said, "Yes, he is the person in charge of Taoyuan town.
He was the one who invited me to Taoyuan town." The constable was perceptive and recognized that Ji Liangxian was not ordinary. He pointed in the direction of Taoyuan town and said, "Do you see that big mountain? Follow this road straight ahead, and after you walk a certain distance you will naturally know where Taoyuan town is."
No specific location. Ji Liangxian frowned.
This kind of direction giving had caused him to take many unnecessary detours earlier.
The constable smiled and said, "Don't worry, just follow the path I pointed out. After all, we often go that way."
Ji Liangxian believed the man's words and headed towards the direction of Tiandang Mountain. At first he didn't understand the meaning behind the constable's words. It wasn't until he saw the rows of houses and the neatly planned fields that he finally understood.
This was Taoyuan town. Watching the scene before him, Ji Liangxian felt a jolt of emotion and couldn't help but quicken his pace. The population of Taoyuan town was increasing. Due to the rise in population and the success of 2 previous trade runs, many people now had some wealth. Though not much, it was starting to circulate within the town.
The earlier arrangement by Zhou Ze for the villagers to engage in trade was now bearing fruit. Where there were people, there were transactions. There were tailor shops for clothing and tea houses for resting and chatting. By the river outside the town, a group of women squatted there washing clothes.
Not far away, children were playing. The entire town was revitalized, bursting with life. At the deepest part of the town, right at the foot of Tiandang Mountain, Zhou Ze was with several key villagers husking corn.
At this time, the corn was ripe enough to be cooked. One person husked several ears and placed them in a basket. The others, having already eaten these things before, didn't need Zhou Ze to teach them. Their faces were beaming with smiles.
Let's be clear, we can't rely solely on these for food. We still need to keep some seeds. Next year we will plant them in large quantities. We can eat as much as we want. Zhou Ze's words echoed in everyone's ears. In truth, even if these people did not save some, it wouldn't matter.
His space was filled with such things. If it weren't for the fear of shocking the world, taking it all out would be enough to sustain all the current inhabitants of Taoyuan town. Of course, he also wanted to teach these people to be self-reliant. For instance, when Liang and County Magistrate Xu Qian were also part of the corn husking team at this moment. In Zhou Ze's words, they would not have any vegetables today, they would only have corn. What Ze said is correct, we still need to keep some as seeds. However, I see that the corn planted by other villagers is also growing well. It probably won't be long before it can be eaten. We don't need to be too frugal, right?
What you said, Zhu Darren, is because I want to save seeds for the entire Longxi County.
Zhou Ze's remark immediately elevated the topic several levels, leaving Zhu Qian speechless for a long time. Seeing his lord's expression, when Liang suppressed a smile and turned his head to the side.
A large pot was set up. Dozens of ears of corn were thrown into the pot.
Smelling the gradually rising fragrance, Xu Qian and Wen Liang were already drooling. Before it was even cooked, Ji Liangxian had already arrived, led by the villagers. From the moment he stepped into this place, Ji Liangxian was captivated by the environment. By the time he approached Zhou Ze's home, he still hadn't regained his senses. It was the villager who led him here who shouted to Zhou Ze, pulling him back to reality.
"Boss, someone is looking for you."
Zhou Ze was chatting with the others when he heard the shout and looked up.
"Master Ji." Without a second thought, he rushed to greet Ji Liangxian.
At this moment, Ji Liangxian let go of his sense of superiority and looked at the man before him. He opened his mouth several times but found himself at a loss for words. "This morning I was still saying that you should have arrived. You came at just the right time. Today we will taste the freshly picked corn." As he spoke, he had already pulled Ji Liangxian to the pot. Only Lu Si, Zhang Xiuhu and Lu Heping recognized him among the people present.
The rest were all waiting for Zhou Ze's introduction. "This is Ji Liangxuan, Master Ji from Longquan County."
"I believe Lord Zhu should recognize him, right?"
"Master from Longquan County." Xu Qian quickly stood up, sizing up Ji Liangxian. "You are Duan Yilan's son, Ji Hong's nephew." Only at this moment did Ji Liangxian finally react. He quickly addressed Xu Qian, saying, "Ji Liangxian greets Lord Zhu and Master One." Though the other party did not recognize him, he was already familiar with these two. "I have some acquaintances with your uncle. When you come to Qingyang County, there's no need to stand on ceremony." Xu Qian, acting as a host, invited Ji Liangxian to sit down.
At this moment, Ji Liangxian felt too shy to sit down. There were still a few people whom Zhou Ze had not introduced. The 3 women who had already stood up were each more beautiful than the last, making him hesitant to look at them. There was the voluptuous Song Jiner, the delicately beautiful and long-legged Song Ziyi. And then there was the downcast-eyed Tai Yulan.
The impact they had on him was immense.
Under the command of Zhou Ze, Song Ji cooked corn porridge. Although there were no side dishes or wine, the taste of the corn left everyone feeling full. "Ze, observing your corn harvest, if it could be widely adopted, it would be a tremendous blessing for our de Zhou." Zhu Qian's words resonated with Wen Liang.
However, Ji Liangxian held a different opinion.
When Lord Zhu speaks these words, he should first consider the situation of our de Zhou.
"What do you mean?" Xu Qian turned his head, directing his gaze towards Ji Liangxian, who was still holding the corn.
Listening to the question, Ji Liangxian smiled and said, "If petty people bring disaster to the country and treacherous ministers are in power, if these issues are not resolved, this corn can only be planted within my Longxi region. If it spreads beyond Longxi, it may become a target for others. After all, the governors and Lord Zhu should have an understanding of how they came here. Those people will not sit idly by and watch you rise." Ji Liangxian's words, though harsh, plunged Zhu Qian into deep thought. At that moment, Zhou Ze, having heard this explanation, also spoke up, "Master Ji is right. And there is an even more important point that Master Ji has not elaborated on. Ji Liangxian put down the corn and cupped his hands toward Zhou Ze, saying, I hope Brother Zhou can enlighten us. Zhou Ze smiled and said, in a nation suffering from long-term illness, if farming can be profitable, then the common people will have no land to cultivate.
Shu Qian's expression changed slightly as he instinctively clenched his fists.
We can only do as much as our abilities allow, Zhou Ze's voice continued. Take me for example, I can only manage this one Taoyuan town. I cannot concern myself with the lives and deaths of others.
Instead of taking on more responsibility, it is better to manage the current people well. Lord Zhu is the same your responsibility as Qingyang County, and it is better not to concern yourself with matters outside of Qingyang County.
Shu Qian, as the county magistrate, surprisingly cupped his hands in gratitude to the two men upon hearing their words.
Longxi has suffered from a severe drought for 3 years and has been abandoned. Now we can only seek self-help.
No one knows what will happen in the future, so rather than worrying about others, we should strengthen ourselves. Only in this way can we survive the next disaster.
If surviving is difficult, how can we talk about saving the common people?
Shu Qian stood up and again bowed to Zhou Ze, saying, what Ze said is correct. I was foolishly dreaming of reaching the sky in one step. When I return this time, I will meet with the county governor.
Shu Qian and Wen Liang then departed, taking back some seeds. Although the several towns in Qingyang County are far inferior to Taoyuan Town under Zhu Qian's management, they have already begun to show results.
If Longxi no longer faces disasters, it won't be long before they can achieve self-sufficiency. Of course, the premise is that no one interferes and the officials in Longxi must be competent. Ji Liangxian settled here, and unlike Shu Qian and Wen Liang, he was not afraid of the wild beasts in the mountains. Thus he chose to stay in the small bamboo house not far from Zhou Ze. This was deliberately crafted by Zhou Ze in his spare time to host guests. Unexpectedly, the first one to move in was actually Ji Liangxian. Sitting in the courtyard, he noticed a book and some writing materials laid out before him.
Ji Liangxian was taken aback.
He had tried to overestimate Zhou Ze and Taoyuan Town, but upon seeing these items before him, he realized he had underestimated this place.
The writing paper was many times better than the hemp paper they usually used. Moreover, when they wrote on hemp paper, they had to be extra cautious to avoid waste.
Here, however, they simply handed him a thick stack as if it were free. Additionally, the paper was soft and snow-white.
If taken out, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir.
It was even far superior to the medicinal materials from last time. Then there was the book in front of him. The book was lent to him, written in neat little characters.
It even included illustrations.
He could tell that the person who wrote this book was continuously improving and making significant progress. He also realized that it was written by a woman. This book documented the effects and planting methods of various vegetables in the village, described in great detail, and after just one glance he had already learned quite a bit. At that time he would only need to practice with the villagers.
Upon returning to Longquan County, he could teach others how to plant. This Zhou Ze really is quite thoughtful. A bold idea suddenly popped into Ji Liangxian's mind.
If this person truly is the sixth prince, and if they could assist him in achieving his goals,
what would Zhou and the world become?
This idea only flickered through his mind before he immediately dismissed it. Before leaving, his mother's words quelled this notion. Holding the book, he silently observed. It was not until he heard loud laughter and boisterous voices from outside that he became aware of his surroundings.
He put away the book and ran outside.
There he saw a 9-foot-tall man carrying a leopard covered in blood, shouting something at Zhou Ze and the others. Behind this man followed a dozen thugs. These individuals were clad in leather armor and all held weapons. Just a glance was enough for him to know that these people were skilled fighters.
Moreover, they had all undergone special training.
Although Ji Liangxian was merely a scribe, his uncle was a military general.
Growing up surrounded by such influences, he could tell at a glance.
Bro, today I didn't damage the hide much on this leopard. I should be able to sell it for a good price. The hearty voice of Tai Jun rang out. Seeing this, Zhou Ze couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
Is this what you call not damaging it much?
The leopard had axe wounds on its abdomen and over a dozen holes on its body. What should have been damaged was already ruined.
Forget it, I don't expect you to make money anyway. Haven't you eaten yet?
Let's go home, clean up, and have a meal at my place.
Everyone present will have a share today. We're having corn. As soon as Tai Jun heard about food, he immediately dropped the leopard and ran back. Ji Liangxian then approached Zhou Ze and quietly asked, Brother Zhou, that man just now? Tai Jun, Yulan's younger brother and also my future brother-in-law.
No wonder. Ji Liangxian observed Tai Yulan chatting with Song Taier not far away, his lips twitching. It made sense that the siblings had such similar physiques. Then those people. Ji Liangxian pointed towards the survivors of the Taijian sect.
Zhou Ze laughed heartily and said, they know some martial arts and are specifically organized to protect my safety. Of course, they can also maintain order in the town.
Ji Liangxian chuckled and said, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Zhou also has some martial arts skills, right? Why do you still need them to protect you?
Zhou Ze clearly paused for a moment.
Ji Liangxian quickly added, because I've learned a move or two I'm more sensitive to these things.
You also practice martial arts. Zhou Ze seemed to hear something shocking. Ji Liangxian did not catch on to Zhou Ze's excitement. I've learned some sword techniques. Zhou Ze grabbed him and headed towards an open area nearby. Come on, let's compare our skills. The most profitable businesses often tread along the edge of a cliff. The more prohibited something is, the more people are inclined to take risks. Due to Pan Kaifeng's orders, merchants were forbidden from entering Longquan County. This order sparked the scent of opportunity for many. In the past few days, numerous merchants flocked towards Longquan County.
Upon arriving in Longquan County, they headed straight for Taoyuan trading firm to purchase their medicinal materials, intending to return to Chuping to sell them at a high price. Initially, it was merely a trade of medicinal herbs.
However, the merchants discovered that Taoyuan trading firm had many exceptional goods, most of which were unavailable elsewhere.
As a result, the first batch of trailblazers emerged. Soon numerous merchants began to follow suit. Pan Shifeng initially wanted to stop this, but these individuals chose to bypass Chuping directly. They sold the purchased goods at high prices to other counties. Consequently, the population in Chuping decreased. Faced with losses, Pan Shifeng had no choice but to lift the ban and let events unfold.
No one expected that a single trading firm could revitalize an entire county.
With the influx of merchants, the business of Longquan County was indirectly stimulated. Especially the wine sold by Taoyuan trading firm, which became highly sought after. Within just a few days, all the wines were sold out.
Some people even queued up to make advance reservations.
Qian Yukai was astonished. Observing the bustling scene before him, he felt as if he were dreaming. In all his time doing business here, when had such a situation ever occurred?
Boss Qian, we've been waiting here for 2 days. When will the next batch of goods arrive? Why don't you tell us the location and we can go to your headquarters to buy?
Daily pressured by these people, Qian Yukai was at a loss for how to respond. He could only use the phrase "in a couple of days" to placate the customers.
Everyone, let's not just focus on Taohua brewing and medicinal herbs. In fact, we still have many other cost-effective items here. Take this fabric for instance. If you buy in bulk, we can lower the price for you.
And take a look at these animal hides. If transported to the county city or capital, someone is bound to want them. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Yukai began promoting the items in his store. To his surprise, some individuals chose to buy on the spot for convenience, bringing him quite a bit of income.
Longquan County faced a shortage of wines, medicinal herbs and fabrics.
The pressure from Qian Yukai made some officials in the town feel overwhelmed.
Lu Happing was running to the distillery every day, eager to find more people to brew wine.
He wished the medicinal herbs in the field would mature overnight.
Watching Lu Happing's anxious demeanor, Zhou Ze couldn't help but be amused.
That day he prepared dozens of sacks of medicinal herbs and handed them to him. Looking at the unprocessed medicinal herbs, not just Lu Happing, everyone stared at Zhou Ze in disbelief. "Boss, where did you get these herbs?" Zhou Ze grinned and replied, "I've been storing them. You don't need to worry about where they came from."
"Are these herbs enough for your needs?"
"Yes, definitely enough. With these herbs we can sustain ourselves for a while."
"In that case, let's send these herbs over first.
Also find Lord Zhu and have him help us find some long-term workers."
"Find long-term workers?" Lu Happing asked, puzzled. "Boss, what are you planning now?"
Zhou Ze sighed. "The fabric being woven by our villagers is simply not enough to meet demand. Instead of this, we might as well establish our own fabric workshop and hire long-term workers to process it every day. With our advanced machinery, the fabric we produce will certainly be cheaper than what's available outside. And for the distillery, we'll double the production."
"All right." Lu Happing liked such a decisive boss. He had ambition and did not procrastinate. Whatever was lacking would be manufactured without ever considering financial issues.
After all, in Longxi, just providing food for the long-term workers was sufficient.
Lu Happing was also a person of action.
After Zhou Ze arranged the tasks, he immediately organized a caravan to send the existing wines and medicinal herbs to Longquan County.
He then sought out Zhu Qian. When Zhu Qian heard that Zhou Ze needed long-term workers, he was overjoyed.
Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ze had once again helped him solve a significant problem.
Of course, these long-term workers couldn't just be anyone. For weavers, priority would be given to those not too old and with certain skills.
As for the distillery, there were also age restrictions, but the requirements were somewhat lower compared to the fabric workshop. Within just a day, Zhu Qian managed to find nearly 100 people.
When Zhou Ze saw these people, he was dumbfounded. Song Jiner stood next to him, taking notes at all times.
"Husband, with so many people suddenly arriving, how shall we arrange them?"
Zhou Ze felt a bit of a headache. He needed people, but not right now. At the very least, preparations had to be made first.
Zhu Qian, who clearly knew the specific situation, couldn't help but rush to send people over. This showed that he was also feeling pressured. Although Qingyang County was developing in a positive direction, it still required an adaptation process. There are no vacant houses in the village, we can't possibly arrange for them to stay outside, can we?
How about we just provide meals and let them return home at night? Song Jiner kept analyzing, trying to help Zhou Ze solve the immediate trouble. Zhou Ze nodded gently, saying currently it seems we have no other choice.
However, we can allow these individuals to work alongside the villagers in the construction. Find some open land for them to build distilleries, fabric workshops, and their own living quarters.
These buildings don't need to be too complex, simple dormitory-style buildings will suffice.
As Zhou Ze spoke, Song Jiner diligently recorded everything, completely unaware that Ji Liangxian had approached them from behind. Leaning in, he listened to their conversation. Once Zhou Ze finished his arrangements, he suddenly interjected, rubbing his hands, and said to Zhou Ze, "Brother Zhou, are you still short on people?" His sudden appearance startled Zhou Ze, who instinctively asked, "What's the matter?"
"Let's discuss something."
Ji Liangxian chuckled, but there was a hint of malice in his smile.
"If there's something to discuss, just say it. No need for this. Then I won't hold back.
Go ahead and speak, there's no need to be polite here.
Our Lonquan County also has many citizens who are struggling to make ends meet.
Just be a good person and share the resources, how about it?"
Hearing this request, Zhou Ze couldn't help but laugh.
The distance between both parties is quite far and we're not under the same county.
Wouldn't this be inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it.
I also heard that you are building living quarters here.
At worst, they can return home once or twice a month. Zhou Ze shook his head and said, "Master Ji, we already have enough manpower for the distillery and fabric workshop. If you really want to help your people find work, I have a suggestion for you.
Brother Zhou, please share. Form your own caravan to transport goods here and then take them back to conduct your own business. According to the latest news, there are a large number of merchants in Lonquan County. While their gathering may bring temporary liveliness to the county, Master Ji must find ways to retain these people."
"What do we need to retain them?"
Listening to Zhou Ze's words, Ji Liangxian began to activate his brain and contemplate. While thinking, he analyzed the reason they come to Lonquan County is for the beverages, the medicinal materials, and the vegetables.
Thus, if we want to keep them, we must ensure that these items maintain their uniqueness. In other words, what we have others cannot have. Zhou Ze snapped his fingers and smiled, saying, "Master Ji is right.
Now let me ask you, merchants come to Lonquan County to make money, how can you attract people beyond the merchants?"
This question instantly stumped Ji Liangxian. If he had a solution, he wouldn't have come here to learn planting from Zhou Ze. "I implore you to teach me."
This time the address had changed. Zhou Ze smiled and said, "Play to your strengths."
"How to play?" Ji Liangxian's attitude was sincere. Zhou Ze began another lengthy discourse. Meanwhile, Song Jiner was recording everything.
If one didn't look closely, they would never know what she was writing. Your advantage lies in being at the junction of Longxi and Taihe prefectures. For the people of Longxi to go out unless they are officials, they need a permit from the government, which is very troublesome. Now, aside from wine and cloth, what else do we have? Vegetables.
Ji Liangxian suddenly realized. Sometimes chatting with smart people is that easy.
By the time Zhou Ze reached this point, Ji Liangxian had already understood what he meant. Excitedly, he said, "What you mean is to have the people of Lonquan County come here daily to buy the village's vegetables and fruits, then sell them back in Lonquan County. This way the vegetables are fresh and the products are unique, which will naturally attract many tourists."
Zhou Ze laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up to the other party, saying, "You are not wrong, but I still have something to add." "Please continue, sir."
"Vegetables and fruits are secondary, we need to focus on gourmet food."
"Gourmet food?"
Ji Liangxian was clearly taken aback again. Zhou Ze seemed tired and directly sat on the ground in front of Lu Heping's house. Seeing him like this, Ji Liangxian sat down as well. The two of them discussed matters like villagers sitting at the door.
The only difference was that a certain Song Jiner was standing by, continuously recording everything. Let's not talk about anything else, let's take a simple example.
For instance, corn, find someone to source it here and after it's sent to Lonquan County, have someone cook it to sell. If the purchase price is 2 coins per ear of corn and we sell it for 5 coins after cooking, wouldn't that give us a profit of 3 coins? In this way, customers get to taste unique delicacies, the vendors have their own jobs, the merchant teams receive kickbacks, and the common people also earn money.
Don't you think this business would be revitalized? Ji Liangxian nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed, this is a good method."
Zhou Ze smiled and continued, "Let's take another simple example like the barbecue we love to eat.
The folks in Taoyuan town are raising these livestock.
As long as you source them to Lonquan County and sell them like you did with the corn, do you think anyone would eat? Over time, these would become the specialties of Lonquan County and we would control the source. Are you still worried about Lonquan County not thriving?" Ji Liangxian stood up and deeply bowed to Zhou Ze. "Sir, your talents are great. If this matter succeeds, you will be a benefactor to Lonquan County and to all of Longxi." As he spoke, he stood up and prepared to leave. His departure was naturally to prepare for the earlier matters. Seeing him like this, Zhou Ze also stood up and said, "We have plenty of gourmet food in Taoyuan town. But if we're talking about the essence, it's all in the mind of my family's GE. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to my house to inquire and you won't have to pay tuition." After saying this, he grabbed Song Jiner and headed in the direction of his home. At this moment, Song Jiner finally finished recording the topics discussed by the two. Ignoring the strange looks of the villagers around, she reached out and linked her arm with Zhou Ze's. "Why do you help Longquan County so much?" From actively inviting Ji Liangxian to now offering strategies. In Song Jiner's view, her husband seemed to have overly favorable feelings towards Longquan County. Zhou Ze's side, Ji Hang, is a military officer demoted to be a county magistrate in such a place as Longquan. When the natural disaster struck Longxi, all officials left, but only Ji Hang stayed with his subordinates, sharing the fortunes and misfortunes with the people of Longquan. Such people are rare nowadays. If I can help, I will. Besides, I always feel a sense of familiarity when I see Ji Hang, but I can't recall where I've seen him before. Song Jiner tightened her grip on her arm and said, "With your support, Longquan County will surely improve." The two had just returned home when Song Jiner took her self-sewn notebook and walked outside. Behind her, Xiao Bai closely followed. She was going to execute the tasks Zhou Ze had assigned, such as expanding the winery's construction, selecting the site for the cloth workshop, and arranging accommodations for the long-term workers. She would personally try to arrange everything. If she could handle it, she wouldn't let Zhou Ze interfere. This was also one of the reasons for her rapid progress. Just as she left, Tai Yulan also came out of her home. Upon seeing Song Jiner leave, she quickly asked, "Jiner, are you going out?" Jiner paused and replied, "To arrange some matters." "I'll go with you. There's no need for such trouble, it's not far and there's no danger." Though she said that, Tai Yulan still followed her. It wasn't that she didn't trust Xiao Bai's ability to protect, but she wanted to integrate into this family quickly. No matter the time, Song Jiner would always be the first to marry Zhou Ze, forever the head of this family. Building a good relationship with her would undoubtedly be beneficial. Watching the two depart, Zhou Ze smiled. He detested intrigues the most. This was also one of the reasons he secretly wished he could avoid marrying so many. For now, it seems that as long as he remained vigilant, such situations would not arise temporarily. Shaking his head, he returned to the courtyard. Just stepping into the courtyard, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Zhou Ze was overjoyed and immediately ran toward the kitchen. Before he arrived, the sound had already reached Song Ji's ears. "What dish are you cooking today? It smells so good." In the kitchen, Song Ji was stirring constantly with a spatula. Upon seeing Zhou Ze, she immediately said, "Husband, you're back." "I'm cooking the river snails I picked up from the river using the method you taught me. You must try it and see how it tastes." Stir-fried river snails. This is a good dish. The brewery added new equipment and the fabric workshop was established. The construction in Taoyuan town expanded once again, giving a sense of impending grand endeavors. Ji Liangxian galloped back, returning to Longquan County within just a few hours. The level of excitement in Longquan County exceeded his expectations. Watching the people walking down the street constantly complaining, the weight of Zhou Ze's words continued to grow. Ji Liangxian's desire began to rise, reaching its peak. Just back at the county office. "Lianchuan, why are you back at this time?" "Uncle, I don't have time to chat, I need to find my mother first." Ignoring Ji Hong directly, he headed towards the backyard of the county office. Before he even arrived, his voice reached Duan Yilan's ears. "Mother, it's a major event, one that could allow Longquan County to develop significantly." Panting heavily, Ji Liangxian patted his chest, repeatedly shouting weakly. Duan Yilan looked at her son, her brows furrowed. She understood what kind of person her son was. After years of upbringing, he had become composed in the face of events and acted with great discretion. But now, it must be something extremely shocking to make him act this way. Putting down the bamboo slip, she stood up and personally poured a glass of water for her son. "First drink some water, take your time, don't rush." Ji Liangxian gulped down the water and then said, "Mother, I need to organize a group of merchants." "What do you mean?" Duan Yilan asked slowly. Just like that, Ji Liangxian launched into a lengthy explanation recounting Zhou Ze's earlier words in his own language to his mother. Initially, Duan Yilan could maintain her composure. By the end, a look of surprise formed in her eyes. Indeed, Zhou Ze is adept at business. If what he says is true, we can fully cooperate here. In this case, the initial operations must not be haphazard. We should first find some trustworthy people to do these things, then gradually expand through referrals. Ji Liangxian nodded vigorously, saying, "I think the same as you. This first batch will be led by me to Taoyuan town. As long as I take them to trade once, they will know the way. As for learning those snacks, we can start from the simplest, it will be quick." The mother and son made their plan so thoroughly that they didn't even have time to eat a bite before Ji Liangxian hurried out to find people. This shows how seriously they took this matter. However, when he left Duan Yilan a stack of papers.
Looking at the thick stack of papers, Duan Yilan's expression turned anything but calm. She pondered, repeatedly examining it back and forth, and finally couldn't help but pick up a pen to write. Although she was a woman, the characters she wrote were particularly bold, each stroke exuding a unique charm. It seems that Zhou Ze. I should have a good interaction with him when the opportunity arises. With such talent, if supported well, perhaps it could really succeed. In the same region of Longxi, Qingyang and Longquan are merely one administrative division apart. Within just one day's time, Ji Liangxian had already brought a dozen people to Taoyuan town. Looking at the environment here, everyone was stunned, questioning whether they were still in Longxi. Otherwise, how could there be such a paradise in Longxi? Master Ji, you just returned. Why are you here again? Upon entering Taoyuan town, the sounds of the blacksmith's hammering reached their ears. The blacksmith Zhang Fugui was bare-chested and greeted Ji Liangxian with a raised head. In this Taoyuan town there were two blacksmiths. One was Zhang Fugui and the other was Li Qingxuan across the street. Compared to Zhang Fugui's enthusiasm, Li Qingxuan was relatively indifferent. Every day he merely hammered away, crafting items that seemed practically useless. However, Zhou Ze preferred to visit Li Qingxuan's place rather than Zhang Fugui's. Hearing Zhang Fugui greet him, Ji Liangxian smiled. This time I came back mainly to invite some people to buy the vegetables and fruits from your lands. Zhang Fugui waved his hand and replied, then your calculations are probably off. The vegetables and fruits here will be collected by the owner. What if this is indeed the owner's intention? Ji Liangxian wasn't in a hurry and began chatting with Zhang Fugui. Is it really the owner's intention? Zhang Fugui set down the hammer and asked Ji Liangxian, could you really deceive me? How could I possibly deceive you? Then how does your purchasing price compare to the owner's? The same price, I assure you. You won't suffer any losses. That's great, I'll help you promote it later. Thank you very much. You're too polite. Just make sure Master Ji visits our small shop more often. Just like that, before Ji Liangxian even arrived at Zhou Ze's house, the news of purchasing vegetables and fruits had already spread throughout the town. Now Taoyuan town has expanded to over 2,000 people. With so many people gathered together, there were still many things they could do. Ji Liangxian introduced those he brought to the townspeople one by one. This would allow them to become familiar faces. This way it would be easier for them to navigate next time. By the time he brought people to Zhou Ze's house, they were already quite acquainted. At Zhou Ze's house, delicious food was being prepared. Even before they arrived, the aroma wafted through the air. Mr. Zhou, are there more good things again? Rubbing his hands together, Ji Liangxian stepped into the yard like a thief. Those accompanying him did not dare to enter the yard, merely standing at the entrance waiting quietly. Zhou Ze turned around, looking towards the entrance, and immediately smiled. Your speed is quite impressive. No, since everyone is here, come in and sit down while I stand outside. Ji Liangxian quickly waved his hand, saying there are too many people, it might get chaotic, let them stay outside. Zhou Ze, however, didn't mind at all, saying, what if there are many people? It's not mealtime, we're just here to taste something new. In any case, you all need to learn this dish, it will surely exceed your expectations. If sold on the street, the business will surely be booming. Ji Liangxian could hardly argue with Zhou Ze and immediately let everyone into the yard. As they arrived, Song Jiner and Tai Yulan discreetly stood up and headed towards the kitchen. With guests at home, they still wouldn't eat at the same table. Zhou Ze's repeated persuasion had no effect, and in the end he could only give up. Sir, can this be eaten? Ji Liangxian looked at the large plate of river snails. Although fragrant, he didn't know how to eat them. Zhou Ze looked slightly proud, saying not only can it be eaten, but it's also delicious, it just has a unique way of eating. After saying that, he began to demonstrate. He placed it in his mouth and gave a gentle suck. The expression of enjoyment on his face made Ji Liangxian swallow hard. He mimicked Zhou Ze's actions, attempting to suck one. After eating, his face was filled with surprise. Seeing this, Zhou Ze laughed heartily, saying this has an excellent flavor, it's perfect for pairing with drinks. However, to make it taste good, the ingredients are of utmost importance. Later, if anyone wants to learn, let Ji tell you the recipe. These things are abundant in the river during this season. Song Zi had cooked a whole pot of snails. In just a short while, the pot was nearly empty. Watching the dwindling snails, Zhou Ze could no longer hold back and directly picked up the basin. He addressed everyone, saying, just eat enough for now, if you want more we can make it again later. Save some for my wife. Although he wasn't completely satisfied, Ji Liangxian had to restrain himself. At the same time, he regarded Zhou Ze with newfound respect. He had encountered many people, but few were as considerate of their spouses as Zhou Ze. To eat something while disregarding one's own pride, ensuring that there was some left for family, Ji Liangxian secretly gave him a thumbs up. Alright, once you finish eating, I won't keep you any longer. You can go to the town and learn skills from the locals. First master what they know before coming to learn from my family. Zhou Ze began to usher the guests out. Holding the basin, he made his way to the kitchen. As soon as Ji Liangxian and the others left, he hugged the basin and handed the remaining snails to Song Jiner. There aren't many left, you all eat first. If they run out later I can catch some more from the river. There were plenty in the river, but compared to those in his space they fell short. As long as he wanted to eat he could catch a lot at any time. Not to mention the snails, there were even more delicious things available. However, he needed the right timing to bring them out. He himself didn't know how to cook, so it was better to describe the flavors and outline the basic methods for Song Ze to explore. Currently Song Ze seemed to have unlocked her culinary talent to its fullest. Coupled with Zhou Ze providing her with various ingredients and seasonings, the dishes she produced sometimes left even Zhou Ze in awe. Husband, with just this little bit you should entertain the guests. After all, he is still the scribe of Lonquan County. Song Jiner felt a bit moved looking at the remaining snails, yet her words were insincere. Don't mention the scribe, even if the county magistrate Ji Hong from Lonquan came I would do the same. Zhou Ze pulled Song Jiner and pushed Song Ze to the table. He said, they seek me out, not the other way around. At this point he seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards Tai Yulan. Ever since he expressed his feelings to Tai Yulan last time, she had spent at least half of her time at his home every day. Although she had not married Zhou Ze, in the hearts of the people of Taoyuan town she was considered Zhou Ze's third wife. Zhou Ze then asked, by the way Yolan, how many of the old members from the Iron Sword sect have returned? Without hesitation Tai Yulan replied, so far 102 people have come to find us. As for the others, either they are in grave danger or have simply dropped out. Hearing this number, Zhou Ze was taken aback. During training he hadn't seen many people. He hadn't expected that so many had come without his knowledge. Find the blacksmith in the town, Li Qingxuan. Zhou Ze instructed. What do we need him for? Tai Yulan was a bit confused. Zhou Ze explained, I ordered dozens of knives from him. When you go you can ask him to forge some more to ensure everyone has one. If you need money just ask Jiner for it. He continued, and also I asked the carpenter Wang Mozi to make dozens of bows and crossbows for me. He added, likewise everyone will need one and we must ensure that the arrows are adequately supplied. Tai Yulan's heart stirred upon hearing this. If it was just knives it wouldn't be much. But Zhou Ze was equipping everyone with bows. While she didn't understand why the word crossbow was added, she knew that ordinary people could not possess such things. If the authorities discovered this and he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, the outcome would be no different from that of the Iron Sword sect. Brother Zhou, are these things really? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Ze understood the implication in her words and said, you can rest assured about this, since I dare to do it I have confidence. We are not fighting alone now. Tai Yulan didn't fully grasp it. However, she nodded and said, alright, I'll go check it out later. This matter needs to be handled quickly because bows and these new weapons require a period of adjustment. Even during training a certain amount of adaptation time is necessary. Tai Yulan kept this in mind. She planned to finish the snails before going out to scout the situation. Zhou Ze's voice continued, at that time I will provide each person with a horse. Horses. Tai Yulan's expression finally changed. Brother Zhou, it's one thing to have knives and bows, privately raising horses is absolutely prohibited in the Dezhou. If we have fewer that's fine, but over 100 horses. As Tai Yulan spoke, Song Jiner and Song Ze both looked at Zhou Ze with worried expressions. Zhou Ze was well aware that privately raising horses was illegal. But he had no other choice. Without horses they would struggle to advance. If one day the Annam army truly attacked, would he really use those wild beasts to defend against them? You can rest easy about this as well. Zhou Ze instructed, today as long as you don't speak of what I said there won't be any issues. Before raising horses I will choose a location that no one knows about. Where? Tai Yulan instinctively asked. In this vast world, unless one fled Dezhou, how could they escape the other's jurisdiction? Zhou Ze took a deep breath and said, Tiandang Mountain. In the mountains. Tai Yulan's heart trembled a bit, feeling somewhat worried. Zhou Ze nodded and then asked, by the way, where is Tai Jun now? It seems he has gone into the mountains. He often takes Xiao Bai with him lately. They couldn't mention this matter. As soon as it was brought up, Song Ze felt a headache coming on. She said to Zhou Ze, Xiao Bai has been spoiled by him. He won't eat raw meat anymore now, he only eats cooked food and it has to be heavily seasoned. Zhou Ze. Tai Yulan also chimed in, he often comes back very late lately. He said there are many fewer beasts in the mountains. I don't know if it's because he often hunts, but it's been hard to find any. Zhou Ze suppressed his laughter. This had nothing to do with Tai Jun. The reason the nearby beasts had decreased was that Zhou Ze had collected them all into his space. In the space there were 2 floating islands. The first one was manageable, fearing for the crops he hadn't dared to release too many. The second one had nearly turned into a world of animals. If released it would undoubtedly be a terrifying number. It was precisely because many beasts in Tiandang Mountain had recently been collected by him. With Xiao Bai's presence it would be miraculous for Tai Jun to hunt anything good. Of course the horse racing site he mentioned would be much safer. When he comes back let him settle in tomorrow, we'll go into the mountains to raise horses. Tai Yulan was slightly taken aback and asked, really in the mountains? Only in the mountains can we raise more war horses without being detected. It is also the only place where you can train troops without restrictions. Tai Yulan sensed something unusual. She felt that Zhou Ze's preparedness might be a bit excessive. In Li Qingchuan's shop there are many strange and unusual items. He is different from Zhang Fugui. Zhang Fugui hammers and clangs outside every day, allowing people to witness the entire process of his blacksmithing. Li Qingchuan on the other hand remains indoors, forbidding anyone from approaching. He is shrouded in mystery, which makes him quite unpopular. Because of this many customers flock to Zhang Fugui's store, often forming a line. In contrast, there is nearly no business at Li Qingchuan's doorstep. However, Zhang Fugui never argues with him and maintains a very good relationship. From time to time he enters Li Qingchuan's home to help. Today, seizing the opportunity with nothing to do, Zhang Fugui, bare-chested, once again came to Li Qingchuan's house. Knock, knock, knock. He reached out and knocked on Li Qingchuan's door. After just 2 knocks he immediately shouted, "Oldly, it's me." It didn't take long for the door to open. Li Qingchuan's slender figure appeared before Zhang Fugui. Alongside him was the blacksmith's furnace and various tools from within the house. There wasn't a single finished blade in sight. So is the boss here yet? As soon as he entered, Zhang Fugui asked Li Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan shook his head and said no, but he should come to pick up the goods within these few days. Let's go take a look then. Saying this, he had already pulled Li Qingchuan towards the interior. He pushed against the wall and a hidden door was opened. In a small room, blades were piled up everywhere. Zhang Fugui casually picked one up and the expression on his face was remarkable. Qingchuan, I also tried the method the boss mentioned. The results for farming tools were good but not cost-effective. However, your knife is exceptional. Li Qingchuan also drew a blade, slowly extending it and examining it closely. Not only is it sharp, but it's also suitable for chopping, surpassing the horizontal blade by several levels. If this kind of knife were to be taken out, it would surely be eagerly imitated. What would they use to imitate it? Zhang Fugui scoffed softly. They can only mimic the shape, ultimately losing the advantages of this knife. While the two were discussing, there was another knock at the door. After exchanging glances, they quickly exited the room and closed the hidden door. Once the hidden door was closed, it would be nearly impossible to detect anything wrong without careful inspection. Besides, who would specifically check a blacksmith's shop? Especially with the intense heat here. Who is it? Zhang Fugui called out loudly. It's me, Tai Yulan. Immediately the door opened. Tai Yulan looked at the two, one bare-chested and the other drenched in sweat, and burst into laughter. You two, why are you closing the door on such a hot day? Miss Tai, what brings you here? Zhang Fugui asked with a chuckle. I'm here to pick up the knives. Tai Yulan was forthright. Kitchen knives. Zhang Fugui turned to Li Qingchuan and asked, is there really someone coming to have kitchen knives made here? Tai Yulan waved her hand dismissively and said, stop pretending. It's my brother Zhou who said to custom order a batch of knives and I'm here to pick them up. Li Qingchuan's heart stirred. The boss sent you to pick them up. What, haven't they been finished yet? Tai Yulan surveyed the room. She did not see what she had expected. Miss Tai, please wait in the backyard. I'll get the knives for you right away. Make sure to use a discreet cart for transport otherwise. Tai Yulan did not think too much and said, just arrange it yourself. I'll take them away once they're ready and won't linger. With that, Tai Yulan went to the backyard. Li Qingchuan and Zhang Fugui began to get busy loading all the dozens of knives onto the cart and covering them with plenty of straw. When Tai Yulan saw how cautious they were, she couldn't help but laugh. No need to be so nervous. With you two in this position, unless necessary, no one pays attention. Moreover, regarding your knives. She finished speaking and casually drew one. Her words came to a halt. The blade was straight and the back was thick, somewhat resembling a saber but not entirely the same. The blade bore the engraving of the characters Qingchuan. These characters were not requested by Zhou Ze but represented Li Qingchuan's aspirations as a craftsman. He had discussed with Zhou Ze about engraving characters on the blades to let the world remember him, leaving a good name in history. In Li Qingchuan's courtyard there was a designated area for testing blades. Tai Yulan swung down with the blade and her eyes lit up. What a good knife! She praised and pushed the cart away, seemingly in a hurry. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Zhang Fugui turned back and asked Li Qingchuan, what do you think the boss wants to do? No matter what it is, we must support him unconditionally. If it weren't for the boss, we would have lost our lives long ago. I know that. Zhang Fugui rolled his eyes at him. Li Qingchuan patted him on the shoulder and said, we are in Longxi, a place abandoned by the court. We have a good relationship with the county magistrate, so there will definitely be no problems. Let's hope so. Zhang Fugui took a deep breath and turned to walk back to his blacksmith shop. Tai Yolan pushing the cart made her way home. Just as she had said, no one paid attention to her along the way. Because she usually gives off a difficult-to-approach vibe. Moreover, she is killed before naturally exuding a sense of killing intent that ordinary people don't dare to get close to. Not just her. The people from the Iron Sword sect all carry the weight of lives taken. Although they usually safeguard the town's safety, the townsfolk have some fear of them. If there is an exception, it would be Tai Jun. He is the one who has killed the most, yet he has the least killing intent. Not only the adults but even the children love to play with him. Whenever he strolls around the town, the kids tease him and even share their treats with him. Tai Jun with a child's heart lifts these kids onto his shoulders. Sometimes he even tosses them up and catches them. Brother Zhou, the knives have arrived. As soon as he returned home, he immediately called out to Zhou Ze. At the same time, he said the sharpness of the knives exceeded my expectations. There were no other residents within a few hundred meters of where they lived. Even if she shouted loudly, there was no fear. Hearing her shout, Zhou Ze clapped his hands and got up to welcome her outside. The Song sisters exchanged smiles and followed him out. Zhou Ze took the knife handed to him by Tai Yolan, played with it in his hand and said, it's a bit different from what I imagined. But it's still quite good, it should withstand the cuts of the layered wave blade technique. Saying this, he held the knife and swung it in the air. One strike after another, he made 4 consecutive cuts, each one more powerful than the last. Tai Yolan's eyes brightened. Brother Zhou's swordsmanship has improved again. Zhou Ze laughed heartily. I've just been practicing more diligently. That has nothing to do with diligence. I can only manage to make 5 cuts now. When I learned the 4th cut, it took me a whole 3 years. Moreover, moving forward I would be unable to progress any further, so I had to shift to practicing other sword techniques. 3 years. Zhou Ze was evidently taken aback. How long had it been for himself? Besides, Tai Yulan was already a genius in this regard. Then wouldn't he be a genius among geniuses? Zhou Ze casually formed a flourish with his knife and sheathed it. Without hesitation he declared, you know what? I truly am a genius. I can strike 4 times in succession and still have energy left. Tai Yulan also noticed this. After Zhou Ze finished his strikes, he was still able to chat and laugh with her, indicating that he had the opportunity to make a 5th strike. As for whether he could actually pull it off, that remained uncertain. At that moment, Song Jiner, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Husband, the knife has been forged. What about the crossbow? Before Tai Yulan could respond, intending to mention that she would go find the carpenter later, Wang Matzi had already rushed over pushing a cart. Even before he arrived, his excited voice had already been heard. Boss, the crossbow you wanted has been delivered. Just as he mentioned the crossbow, it had already arrived. Looking at the items loaded on the cart, Zhou Ze hurriedly stepped forward and picked one up, holding it in his hands. Compared to the knife forged by Li Qingxuan, the crossbow made by Wang Matzi was more in line with his requirements. There was no helping it, the craftsmanship of the knife wasn't something that could be mastered in a short time. The carpenter was different. With the blueprints he could easily create it with his skills. Brother Zhou, is this the crossbow you mentioned? Tai Yulan looked at the item before her and felt it seemed a bit unreliable. With all its embellishments, could it compare to a bow and arrow? Are you thinking it looks a bit complicated? Not as good as a bow. Although Tai Yulan didn't elaborate, her expression already gave her away. Seeing this, Zhou Ze smiled and said, we shouldn't judge by appearances whether it works or not, we can only find out by trying it out. As he spoke, he took out several specially made arrows and loaded them all at once. Then he aimed at a tree over 100 meters away. Whoosh! 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 He shot 3 arrows in quick succession, 2 of which hit the target and embedded deeply into the trunk. Everyone except for Wang Matzi was left dumbfounded. Brother Zhou, this crossbow. It can shoot continuously. Zhou Ze said with a smile. That's why this is also called a repeating crossbow. A repeating crossbow can shoot continuously, has a long range and shoots in a straight line, which is incomparable to an ordinary bow. Although it can't be compared to those immensely powerful sharpshooters, this thing can still be enhanced. Tai Yulan gasped. She could already imagine a crossbow several times larger than the one in front of her suddenly appearing on the battlefield. 1 arrow shoots out, wouldn't it pierce right through someone? For now, let's equip a few dozen of these and we can discuss making more later. You first distribute these to them and you'll head into the mountains to look for Iron Army. Now. Into the mountains. The 3 women all looked at Zhou Ze with some concern. However, Zhou Ze smiled and said, don't worry, the current Tiandang mountain poses no danger to me. As he spoke, he was already walking into the mountains. Iron Army had been feeling a bit troubled today. He had been searching in the mountains with Xiao Bai for quite some time and hadn't caught a single prey. It wasn't just because there were few prey, Xiao Bai was also a factor. Today when Xiao Bai came out, he hadn't gotten to eat what he wanted and was sulking. No matter how Iron Army coaxed, it was of no use.
Slowly walking through the mountains, it was bad enough that he was moving slowly. Sometimes Xiaobai would just lie down somewhere to cool off, refusing to move with him. This was exactly why he had been lingering in the mountains for too long.
Xiaobai, I beg you, let's not hunt today, let's go back. Can't we just go back? Looking at Xiaobai lying there not moving an inch, Iron Army was getting anxious.
He squatted down in front of it and shook it gently. Xiaobai slowly opened its eyes, glanced at him, and then closed them again.
Hey, I was just joking with you today, that was my mistake, but now I want to make it up to you. You have to give me a chance, right? Get up first, and when we get back I'll roast you a leg of lamb, how about that?
As soon as he said this, Xiaobai almost stood up.
However, after moving a bit it lay back down again, becoming even more lethargic. 2 legs, I'll give you 2 legs.
Whoosh.
Xiaobai stood up.
It didn't feel sore in the waist or pain in the legs, and its speed was much faster than before. Seeing it like this, Iron Army was furious. But there was nothing he could do. When he was with Xiaobai, Xiaobai was the master.
He could only act like a servant.
Carrying his axe, he followed behind Xiaobai on the way back.
Iron Army muttered, "It'll make you burst."
Having been out hunting for such a long time, he had been played by Xiaobai more than once. But this time it made him the angriest. If only he could win against Xiaobai, he would have taught it a lesson long ago. It wasn't that Xiaobai was strong, but rather that its reflexes were too quick. Even if he was as strong as an ox, he couldn't catch a glimpse of its shadow, leaving him with no way to deal with it. As they crossed a mountain peak, just as they were about to exit, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Before Iron Army could react, Xiaobai had already dashed towards that figure. It was incredibly fast, even a cheetah could hardly compare. As soon as it got close, it pounced forward, knocking the person down to the ground. Then it began to tear at the person's clothing.
However, Xiaobai was able to control its strength and wouldn't hurt anyone. It didn't even rip the clothes. "Brother-in-law, why are you here?"
When Iron Army arrived and saw Xiaobai being so clingy, he felt a bit uneasy. He had spent a long time with Xiaobai, yet this fellow still wouldn't warm up to him. He had to constantly tempt it with roasted meat. As a result, the current Iron Army had no cooking skills but was exceptional at roasting meat.
Although he couldn't compare to Zhou Ze's cooking, it was enough to attract Xiaobai.
Zhou Ze rolled over and reached out to rub Xiaobai's head. Looking at the satisfied expression on its face, Zhou Ze then said to Iron Army, "Let's go to a place."
"What place?"
Iron Army was a bit excited. He couldn't catch any prey himself, but following Zhou Ze he surely could. After all, his future brother-in-law never returned empty-handed from the mountains.
"A place where you will train and live in the future."
As he spoke, he took the lead and headed into the mountains. They had been prepared to go home, but now they were returning, and Iron Army showed no signs of anger. Xiaobai also shed its earlier laziness and ran joyfully. Moreover, Zhou Ze would occasionally toss a piece of fruit or a fish for Xiaobai to eat. As long as it was food from Zhou Ze, even if it was raw, Xiaobai would devour it with relish. The more this happened, the angrier Iron Army became. But he had no way to deal with it. Zhou Ze was very familiar with the path. After merely walking for half a stick of incense, they had crossed over a mountain peak and arrived in a valley. Looking at the scene in the valley, Iron Army was stunned. Brother, how could there be such a wonderful place here? Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the valley had flowing rivers and various unknown plants. If only there were no people, otherwise this place would definitely be a paradise.
Zhou Ze chuckled and said, "What do you think about raising horses and training soldiers here?"
"That sounds great." Iron Army was a bit excited as he said, "I don't know about training soldiers, but raising horses is absolutely feasible." There was grass everywhere and the terrain of the valley was not complicated. "Then let's clear this place and make a path back."
Opening a path.
The Iron Army had no idea what that meant. However, when he saw Zhou Ze wielding a strikingly handsome knife beginning to chop down trees and clear away weeds, he suddenly understood.
"Brother-in-law, is this how you open a path?" "What else would it be?"
"Then I'm familiar with this, I'll take care of it." As he spoke, he swung the axe down and with just a few strikes a tree fell to the ground.
Watching Iron Army's rough chopping method, Zhou Ze was momentarily stunned.
"You kid, do you have such great strength?"
"Brother-in-law, don't underestimate me. Do you believe I can pull this tree up?" Zhou Ze cast him a glance, not even bothering to entertain his thoughts.
If it were a sapling the thickness of an arm, it was indeed possible for this guy to uproot it. But what about the trees around here?
Which of them isn't a large tree?
It's hard to even hug one, let alone pull it out. Yet while he was still doubting, Iron Army had already dropped the axe and was hugging a tree tightly. Then he exerted all his strength at once.
Zhou Ze, standing beside the tree, could even feel the ground tremble.
"Hey, you kid."
Before Zhou Ze could finish his sentence, that large tree was uprooted by the other party.
However, this method of uprooting still required some consideration from Iron Army.
Zhou Ze could clearly see that this guy's veins were bulging and he was panting heavily. Gulp. "You kid, you're even tougher than Lu Zhishan." "Brother-in-law, who is Lu Zhishan? Is he very powerful?" Zhou Ze didn't answer but said to Iron Army, alright, just toss this tree aside for now. We're just opening a path that doesn't need to be that complicated. Then what you did just now?
What I did was just to demonstrate for you. Once all the people from Iron Sword Sect arrive here, we can turn path clearing into a training activity. As he spoke, he began to survey the area.
At the foot of Tiandang Mountain, an area of several hundred meters was under strict surveillance.
More than a dozen disciples of Iron Sword Sect were stationed there.
Not to mention outsiders, even Zhang Xiuhu and the others could not step in.
Iron Yulan looked at the 100-member team in front of her, her expression somewhat complex. Once upon a time, the Iron Sword Sect had an army of tens of thousands, having once stood against the imperial court.
Now only these people remained.
Though the glory was long gone, they were living better than before. Though few in number, each one was filled with hope for the future. Iron Yulan's gaze swept over these people as she began her speech, which lasted nearly half an hour. I know you all feel confused and uncertain. No matter what we encounter in the future, you all choose to follow me, Iron Yulan.
I cannot guarantee that you will live in luxury, but I can promise to fill your stomachs.
As Iron Yulan explained, she walked among these people. Although she was a woman, her aura overshadowed everyone.
I have a batch of knives and crossbows.
While I can't give one to each of you, half can take knives and half can take crossbows.
Once you have them, I will teach you how to use them. Starting today, I want each of you to learn the wave-cutting sword technique.
Learning the wave-cutting sword technique was Zhou Ze's idea.
Iron Yulan didn't understand why he would do this. Because this technique becomes increasingly difficult to practice as one progresses, though domineering it lacks flexibility. Practicing it alone is fine, but it's not suitable for everyone. However, Zhou Ze always has his reasons for what he does. Though she didn't understand, she followed his instructions. Remember, in the future, try not to show our weapons to others. If discovered, we will all say the same thing. There are many wild beasts in the mountains, and the knives and crossbows are for hunting.
After distributing the knives and crossbows, Iron Yulan explained some precautions to these people.
Once everything was finished, Zhou Ze and Iron Army had not yet returned. She couldn't help but feel worried.
Several times she thought about greeting the Song sisters and then going into the mountains to search. However, thinking of Zhou Ze's arrangements before leaving, she ultimately gave up. She rarely experienced the feeling of waiting for someone.
This time Iron Yulan felt it. Standing at the entrance to the mountains, she waited until evening.
Song Jiner, seeing her worried expression, walked up behind her and patted her on the shoulder.
Are you worried about your brother or my husband? Though there was a joking tone upon hearing this, Iron Yulan's face flushed and she quickly replied, I'm worried about Iron Army.
With his silly appearance, what if he encounters trouble after such a long time? Song Jiner covered her mouth and chuckled. Ever since you came to our village, you've changed from how you used to be. The old you dared to love and hate, saying whatever you thought without trying to hide yourself.
Now you can't even speak the truth.
Iron Yulan turned to look at Song Jiner, her face growing even redder. The two stood together with a significant height difference.
However, Song Jiner didn't fall short compared to Iron Yulan.
Especially with her stunning figure. Ever since she had enough to eat and drink along with Zhou Ze's nourishing, this woman was simply becoming extraordinary. Looking down to avoid seeing her own toes is exactly her current situation. Every time she was with her sister Song Ze would tease her about this. Standing with other women, the pressure from others was just too overwhelming. Iron Yulan had just been staring at her for a moment before she quickly averted her gaze. Because she felt a sense of pressure.
Confidence is built on a solid foundation of strength.
Iron Yulan continued staring in the direction of the mountains, saying, in the past my father was the leader of Iron Sword Sect, so I had confidence.
Now I have nothing and naturally I lack confidence. Song Jiner stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Iron Yulan's and said, you're thinking too much.
You're beautiful and skilled in martial arts, these are your sources of confidence. In fact, it's us who can't hold our heads up in front of you. What good is being skilled in martial arts?
Iron Yulan sighed softly, isn't it still useless in helping?
Haven't you noticed that your husband places great importance on martial power?
Why do you say that? He develops the village, makes lots of money, and then what does he do with that money? Once Song Jiner said this, Iron Yulan instantly understood. Song Jiner continued, he uses it to forge weapons and make bows and crossbows. Even today's trip into the mountains is to find a place for you to train and raise horses.
So in his heart, martial power is the most important. Everything he does is to enhance the combat effectiveness of Taoyuan town. Thus you have enough confidence. Your confidence comes not from others but from yourself. When Iron Yulan turned her head to look at Song Jiner again, her face showed a grateful expression. Then she reached out and embraced Song Jiner, pulling her into her arms.
No wonder Brother Zhou likes you so much. Now I find myself liking you a bit too. Upon hearing this, Song Jiner burst into laughter.
When Zhou Ze and Tai Jun returned, the sky had already darkened. A smile appeared on Zhou Ze's face as he looked at the two figures standing at the entrance of the forest. He said to Tai Jun with a proud expression, do you see?
This is the significance of having family. No matter the time, there will always be someone concerned for your safety.
As he spoke, he hurried over and embraced Song Jiner in his arms.
Song Jiner said, "Husband, I'm not the only one waiting for you. You can't just favor one, can you?"
Zhou Ze felt a bit awkward. He released Song Jiner and turned to look at Tai Yulan. He initially thought Tai Yulan would feel embarrassed, but to his surprise she proactively opened her arms.
Before Zhou Ze could react, she pulled him into her embrace. This scene delighted Tai Jun immensely. Song Ze was not present as she was at home cooking.
Before the group even reached home, the aroma of the dishes was already wafting through the air.
"If I'm not back in the future, you don't have to wait for me. You can feel free to busy yourselves with other matters.
With Tai Jun and Xiao Bai with me, what could possibly harm me in the mountains?" Zhou Ze sat down at the table, and only after he started using his chopsticks did the others begin to eat.
Zhou Ze had already become accustomed to this.
He knew that saying such things was futile, so he chose to ignore them.
"That may be the case, but if you don't return, how can we justify eating first?"
Song Ze proactively served Zhou Ze rice and asked, "By the way, husband, how was the haul from today's trip into the mountains?" Zhou Ze took the rice and replied with a smile, "The location has already been determined.
We will begin entering the mountains tomorrow to set up a temporary residence."
"Is it dangerous?" Tai Yulan quickly asked. The Tiandang mountain always gave people a sense of insecurity. If something went wrong, she wouldn't know how to explain it to the brothers.
"You can ask Tai Jun about that." Tai Jun grinned and said, "It's definitely safe. We stayed there until dark and didn't see a single beast." Mentioning beasts reminded Tai Jun of Xiao Bai. He still owed her 2 legs of lamb.
The peach blossom wine was on fire.
It wasn't burning in Longxi nor in Taiha County. Instead, it was ablaze in the capital city.
Chu Zhangxian, the governor of Longxi County, took the opportunity to bring these wines into the city and distribute them everywhere. In just a few days, the peach blossom wine had become the talk of the officials' households. The potency of the wine, along with its rich fragrance, instantly opened up this circle among the capital's elites. Everyone was inquiring about where these wines came from. It was at this time that someone spread the word that this wine was brewed in Longxi County.
This news piqued the interest of many.
Originally priced at 10 taels per dough, the peach blossom wine had multiplied several times over.
Moreover, it was a case of high demand but low supply.
Some merchants smelling opportunities specifically went to Longxi to buy the wine and then resell it to the capital's elites.
You see, the money from the capital's elite is the easiest to earn.
If luck is on one side, not only can they build connections, but one trip can earn enough wealth for several years.
Peach blossom wine. Isn't that a product of Longquan County?
It's been quite popular in Longxi recently. Only the Taoyuan Trading Company sells it for 10 taels a dough.
Common folks can't afford it. If you want to buy it, just go there. Not only is the wine good, but the food will also make your mouth water.
In a short time, the source of the peach blossom wine became clearer.
Everyone knew that to taste the peach blossom wine, one had to go to Longxi.
Thus Chuping County became popular. However, Chuping was merely a transit station. The ultimate goal of these people was to cross Chuping and head to Longquan. Watching the continuous flow of people, Pan Shifeng felt as if his heart was being cut. Such a scene should have belonged to Chuping County. Yet due to his momentary greed, he had handed it over to Ji Hung.
Now Longquan County was bustling with people. If it were just the wine, it wouldn't have set Longquan County ablaze like this.
The main factor was the food here. Ever since Ji Liangxian brought people to Taoyuan town to learn, a tremendous change had taken place.
Every day different snacks appeared on the streets.
From a distance one could smell the aroma of roasted meat, see the tender and smooth cold noodles, and even the stinky tofu that smelled foul yet tasted delicious.
It can be said that anyone who tasted these snacks on the street didn't want to leave.
Although the prices were a bit high, these merchants could still afford it.
Longquan County was exactly as Zhou Ze and Ji Liangxian had described.
It supported the merchants and boosted Longquan County's economy, providing a means for the local people to sustain themselves. Just how much time had passed since the beginning?
In Taoyuan town there were still many snacks they had not yet learned to make. For instance, Zhou Ze's second wife's fried snails they had yet to learn. It wasn't too difficult, rather they just hadn't sought out Song Ze to learn.
After all, there were so many good things in Taoyuan town that they hadn't learned. In the Longquan County office, Ji Hung held a bowl of cold noodles as he entered the backyard. Even before he arrived, his excited voice had already reached the backyard. Sister-in-law quickly tried today's newly learned delicacy, cold noodles. Originally focused on copying from her books, Duanilan instinctively put down her pen and looked up at Ji Hung.
Just launched today.
During this time she had enjoyed many good things.
Those peculiar snacks had completely captivated her.
This was also the reason why Ji Hung had stopped by.
Sister-in-law, this is truly delicious. Can you believe it was made from flour? Washed flour. Upon hearing this, Duanilan was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly couldn't resist, took the cold noodles and began to taste. After just a single bite, she found it impossible to stop. She wasn't foolish, she knew the cold noodles weren't the main highlight. The real reason it tasted so good was the seasoning. Perhaps many could imitate the method of making cold noodles, but they could never replicate the authentic taste. Because these seasonings couldn't be bought outside. While eating, Duanilan didn't forget to ask Ji Hong how many people have flooded into Longquan County today. I haven't counted specifically, but all the taverns here are fully booked and these people are just waiting for the peach blossom wine. That Qian Yukai was truly resourceful, coming up with a method of hunger marketing. It was because of this that Longquan had consistently maintained such a large flow of people. Duanilan originally ate elegantly, but upon tasting these delicacies her bowl emptied in no time. Hearing Ji Hong's analysis, she laughed and said, "You're mistaken, this wasn't something Qian Yukai could think of. If it's not Qian Yotsai, then who could it be?" Ji Hong snorted lightly. Could it be Xianer? In his view, few could come up with such an idea in Longquan County. His nephew Ji Liangshuan was one of them. Duanilan smiled and said, "Naturally it's not Xianer but Zhou Ze from Taoyuan Town." Chu Zhongxian did not expect that his promotion would not bring Qingyang County into the spotlight but instead make Longquan County popular. However, upon considering Longquan County's geographical location, he found it quite reasonable. The location of Longxi is capable of revitalizing Longquan County, which is no small feat. If this continues, as long as Longquan County maintains its booming status, the county town isn't too far away and it will eventually be affected. By that time Longxi would have hope. It was precisely because of this surge in popularity that Zhu Qian became a great benefactor of Longxi and received praise from Chu Zhongxian. However, Zhu Qian did not feel happy. When he returned to Taoyuan Town, seeing that nearly all the passers-by were from Longquan County, he felt a profound sense of frustration. When Liang, following closely beside him, naturally noticed his inner dissatisfaction and cautiously accompanied him. "My lord, this situation was actually inevitable." Zhu Qian remained silent. When Liang continued, "Initially we aimed to break out of Longxi, but we were blocked by Chu Ping County. Since we cannot go out, we should make the best of it and invite people in. Now that Longquan County has become popular, it shouldn't affect the business of Taoyuan Town, right?" Zhu Qian glanced back at Wen Liang and said, "That may be true, but watching them prosper while we are still slowly developing makes me uncomfortable." Seeing Zhu Qian's expression, Wen Liang couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Don't forget that Zhou Ze still owes us a favor." "What favor?" Zhu Qian asked, puzzled. "Did my lord forget that we asked the county magistrate to help promote the peach blossom brew? He agreed to it." Zhu Qian slapped his palm, suddenly realizing, and said, "That's right, Zhou Ze is quite talented. One good idea from him could make Longquan County thrive. Can the favor he owes us help put Xingyang County on the map as well?" Wen Liang nodded vigorously and said, "Exactly, let's go find him now." While talking, the two had already arrived at the town. Looking at the expanding territory and the bustling scene, Zhu Qian felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He had exhausted all his efforts to develop Xingyang County, but while he had just begun to see some progress, the prosperity of Taoyuan Town was already beyond their reach. The outskirts of Taoyuan Town were lively, but the deeper one went, the quieter it became. Especially where Zhou Ze lived, there were hardly any common folks in sight. Before he even arrived, he saw Zhou Ze practicing diligently with his knife. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "With such great skills, already he's still working so hard. Such a person would be hard to fail." As he spoke, he hurried forward and shouted, "Brother Zhou, impressive skills." Zhou Ze, who was originally practicing his knife techniques, paused his movements upon hearing the commotion. He sheathed the xuanhuan knife and walked over to greet Zhu Qian. "Lord Zhu, long time no see." "Indeed, it has been several days." Zhu Qian laughed heartily and said, "I came today mainly to discuss a promised exchange with you, Brother Zhou." "Exchange?" Zhou Ze was momentarily taken aback. "Did Brother Zhou forget that we asked the county magistrate to help promote the peach blossom brew?" Zhu Qian's reminder made Zhou Ze instantly understand. He immediately pulled on Zhu Qian's sleeve and led him toward his home. "Lord Zhu, you jest, how could I forget something so important? It's just that if I take this out, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it safe, Lord Zhu." "If I can't keep it safe, how could the county magistrate manage it?" "That's hard to say, let's first take a look. After all, you have seen such things before." "I've seen them." "Yes, not only you, even Master Wen has seen them." Zhu Qian and Wen Liang's curiosity was piqued. The two followed Zhou Ze directly to his home. Upon arriving home, Song Ziyi served snacks while Song Jiner poured tea for the guests. This scene made Zhu Qian and Wen Liang extremely envious. Zhou Ze's two young wives were far superior to their own family members. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also sensible. Looking at their own family, it was simply not worth mentioning. "Jiner, help me get a stack of paper from the room." "Paper." The two exchanged glances and immediately understood. They had noticed this before in Taoyuan Town, having seen it several times. The paper used by Song Jiner for writing was not only thin but also pristine. They had seen the same thing with Lu Heping. They had inquired about it back then, but Lu Heping had been evasive and did not speak. Now was he finally ready to reveal the truth to them. Soon Song Jiner returned with a thick stack of paper which had at least 100 sheets. What do scholars love the most? When the two saw the Taoyuan paper before them, their eyes lit up. Is this what you meant, brother? Zhou Ze nodded lightly, pulling out a sheet and saying, just this one. If it's for you, how much do you think it could sell for? 1 sheet. Xu Qian examined it closely, becoming increasingly astonished, and finally said it should sell for the same price as silk, right? Zhou Ze chuckled and said, if it were me, I would only sell this sheet for 5 won. What? Xu Qian suddenly stood up. 5 won. Zhou Ze repeated. Is the production cost this low? I won't promise you anything, but I can only tell you that this is the most common type of paper we have here. We also have specialty paper for calligraphy and painting which can sell for 15 won a sheet. In the future there will be even better quality and the prices will naturally increase. How much it would increase was no longer a concern for these two. When Zhou Ze quoted the price, they already understood what he was worried about. As for drinks, there would still be competition. But who was this paper aimed at? It was for the royal family, prestigious families, and talented scholars. Why is the literacy rate in the Great Zhou so low? It's because the cost of learning is so high that the poor cannot afford to go to school. Now that Zhou Ze has introduced this paper, it will disrupt many people's interests. Of course, the profits involved will also attract many people's attention. If one has no ability, how can they protect these assets? Xu Qian took the paper, took a deep breath, and said, how much can you provide daily? Zhou Ze suddenly laughed and said, if I can protect it, I can ensure that the people of Qingyang County will not worry about food and drink. What do you mean? Xu Qian put down the paper, his heart racing uncontrollably. The beating picked up several times. It's simple, I will set up a paper mill and have the people of Qingyang County work here. Relying solely on the paper produced in Qingyang County, it may not be enough to supply all of Great Zhou's needs. However, it can alleviate the paper shortage in Great Zhou. Xu Qian placed the paper on the table and said, Zhou Ze, can I take this paper with me? Feel free, my lord. Give me 3 days and I'll provide you with a specific answer. Xu Qian said excitedly, if the county magistrate can't protect it, I will take all of it back, ensuring it will not circulate outside. Saying this, he had already taken the stack of paper and was walking outside. Watching the two leave, Zhou Ze leaned back against the chair and said to Song Jiner beside him, Jiner, do you think the prefect can handle this matter? Isn't it just about producing Taoyuan paper? Why is my husband so worried? Song Jiner couldn't understand, even though she didn't grasp the discussion between her husband and Xu Qian earlier. Logically speaking, such matters should benefit the entire Great Zhou and everyone should support it. Why? Zhou Ze reached out and took hold of Song Jiner's hand. Gently pulling her into his embrace, he explained, if it were a time of peace, there would be no major concerns with our actions. But now the court is in chaos, with a tyrant in power and civil and military officials not united. Everyone is thinking of their own interests. If we suddenly introduce something that can change the situation, how do you think they will react? But Taohua wine. The Taohua wine has the prefect backing it, it's just a beverage. Those people wouldn't need to offend Chu Zhongxian over this. However, our Taoyuan paper is different, it can change the foundation of the nation. Song Jiner wrapped her arms around Zhou Ze's neck, leaning against him. She said softly, then why does my husband want to bring this out? We could just keep it hidden and use it ourselves. Zhou Ze held Song Jiner, but his mind was occupied with other thoughts. He said, I used to think that way too, but as more and more people gather here, I don't want our created Taoyuan sacred land to be destroyed by others. We have our relatives here and our friends. The Iron Sword sect incident has shown us that without the ability to protect ourselves, we could be wiped out at any moment. So the reason my husband is training soldiers and horses in the mountains is... Shoo. Zhou Ze pressed his hand against Song Jiner's red lips. He explained, it's for self-preservation, just for that. I have a feeling that Great Zhou is about to fall into chaos and Anan will move against Great Zhou. If that happens, if we don't have the ability to protect ourselves, we could be caught between both sides in Longxi. That would be a certain death. Song Jiner murmured, I was just telling Yulan earlier. I told her she was the most important, but she didn't believe me. If she heard this, she'd probably be overjoyed. Zhou Ze. He had no idea what the woman in his arms was talking about. On the other side, Zhu Qian, having obtained the Taoyuan paper, hurried directly to the county city without stopping for a proper rest. By the time he arrived at the county city, it was already noon. Seeing Zhu Qian's anxious demeanor, when Liang reminded him, my lord, before meeting the city lord, think carefully about what you will say. I am well aware of that. Chu Zhongxian had been demoted from the position of Minister of Personnel. He was disgraced for his frank advice to the current emperor, offending not only the powerful but also the monarch. A person with such a character would not just protect Taoyuan paper. If he could, he might even publicly announce this technology. So if things go poorly, this monumental good fortune could turn into a disaster.
Standing in front of the prefect's mansion, Zhu Qian thought of many excuses and finally gathered the courage to send in a messenger. When the two met, Zhu Zhengxian the prefect was engrossed in reading an official document, so focused that he didn't notice when Zhu Qian stood in front of him. It wasn't until a servant reminded him that he reacted, quickly inviting the two to sit down and talk. He was very familiar with Zhu Qian, but he had seldom seen Wen Liang. Thus he opened the conversation with questions about Wen Liang. I heard that Master Wen has been studying in Taoyuan town recently.
How's it going? Wen Liang, upon hearing his name mentioned, quickly rose and cupped his hands in response.
I haven't learned much of real skill, but I have learned quite a bit about how to be a person. Upon hearing this, not just Zhu Zhengxian but even Zhu Qian was taken aback, turning to look at Wen Liang with confusion in their eyes.
They didn't understand why Wen Liang would say such a thing.
Oh. Zhu Zhengxian lifted the tea that a servant had brought and asked, what kind of principles are those? For example, the people are precious, the state is secondary, and the ruler is the lightest.
Wen Liang finished the statement, slightly raising his eyelids to glance at Zhu Zhengxian.
This saying had come up during his chat with Zhou Ze, and now he used it to probe Zhu Zhengxian's attitude. Zhu Zhengxian wasn't foolish. After listening carefully, he pondered for a moment before looking at Wen Liang and saying, Master, when you speak with hidden meaning. I merely expressed what I have learned. Wen Liang hurriedly stood and cupped his hand, saying, I also learned another saying, that the world does not belong to one person but to all people. With a loud clap, Zhu Zhengxian slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Wen Liang. Zhu Qian was startled, constantly signaling Wen Liang with his eyes.
However, Wen Liang showed no reaction.
After a long while, Zhu Zhengxian merely looked at Wen Liang and returned to his seat without saying a word. Wen Liang obviously breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to Zhu Qian, who immediately shifted the topic, saying to Zhu Zhengxian, My lord, I have come today to bring you some treasures. Treasures? What good things could you possibly have in this remote Longxi area? Before he could finish his sentence, upon seeing what Zhu Qian was holding, his eyes lit up and he took it into his hands. This is called Taoyuan paper, and it costs 5 yuan per sheet.
Wen Liang was taken aback and instinctively looked at Zhu Qian.
He clearly remembered that the paper wasn't priced at 5 yuan but sold for that. From his knowledge of Zhou Ze, the cost of producing one sheet of paper wouldn't exceed 2 yuan. But his lord.
Are you sure it's only 5 yuan?
Zhu Zhengxian examined the paper repeatedly, nearly ready to write on it. Zhu Qian did not repeat his response but said, We can now produce this item, but we dare not bring it out.
Why not? Zhu Zhengxian's voice rose a bit.
Because of the state of the nation. Zhu Qian quickly stood and cupped his hands, explaining sincerely. Zhu Zhengxian opened his mouth but soon lost his temper.
Zhu Qian continued, We cannot protect it.
If it falls into the hands of those powerful and influential, not only will the inventor of Taoyuan paper die, but anyone who knows how to make it will also die. If they master the method of paper making, they will profit immensely and make Taoyuan paper something that no one can afford. Zhu Zhengxian threw the paper on the table. His gaze shifted back and forth between the two. These two seemed to be playing a game, first discussing lofty principles and then throwing out the concept of Taoyuan paper.
What are they trying to do?
There are only 3 of us here, let's speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, I hope my lord can use your connections in the court to provide us with protection. When this paper is released, my Qingyang will use the strength of the county to produce paper that everyone can afford. And the people of Qingyang County will also resolve their basic needs. As Zhu Qian stepped out of the governor's office, his legs felt weak. With Wen Liang's support, he embarked on the journey anew. This time they were not in a hurry.
Zhu Qian turned to Wen Liang and said, You are quite bold, saying whatever comes to mind.
Wen Liang chuckled and replied, With the presence of the Lord, I am naturally not afraid. Besides, the governor is a man of integrity, how could he possibly offend me?
That may be so, but how many dare to take that gamble?
Zhu Qian sighed. In any case, this matter seems secure. As long as the governor intercedes and persuades that official in the court, no one would dare to obstruct us openly.
However, we are not afraid of underhanded tactics either.
So how will you speak with Zhou Ze now? We will tell him the truth. After all, we still rely on him to support the people of Qingyang County. Wen Liang forced a smile, lowering his voice. Aren't you worried?
Worried about what?
Worried that Zhou Ze has ulterior motives. Zhu Qian suddenly laughed and said, Just as you said, as long as he works for the people, as long as he can uplift Longxi, what harm is there if he has ulterior motives?
Wen Liang laughed heartily and said, I chose to follow you precisely because of this. Not for anyone else but for the people of the world.
In Taoyuan town at Zhou Ze's home, Tai Yulan had just rushed out from the mountains exhausted. When she found Zhou Ze, the sweat on her forehead had yet to dry. Brother Zhou, our people have been arranged. Zhou Ze, hearing this, stood up and said, Then let's start setting up the camp.
The method of construction is similar to the houses here.
Our goal is to encircle the entire valley. Tai Yulan still felt some concern and asked, Is this really okay? Zhou Ze patted her shoulder and said, As long as we don't leave the mountain, no one will care what happens in Tiandang Mountain. His gesture made Tai Yulan's face flush again. She was a girl, and although she had expressed her feelings to Zhou Ze, he had also mentioned wanting to marry her. The reason why the Iron Sword sect was wiped out was not that the court suddenly intervened here, but rather because you all took the initiative. Zhou Ze seemed oblivious and continued, therefore what we are concerned about now is not the training of horses in the mountains, but whether our business can expand.
What? Does Brother Zhou lack confidence in Zhu Qian?
It's not that I lack confidence in him, but I do not believe that Governor Chu Zhongxian has such great abilities. Then why do you still? I have no choice for now. He is the most formidable person I can enlist. If he fails, we can only continue to endure.
Is there really no other way out?
There is. Zhou Ze began to walk towards the house with Tai Yulan closely following him. At this moment the figures of Song Jiner and Song Ziyi were nowhere to be seen. Zhou Ze slowly spoke, continuing, if Chu Zhongxian cannot help us this time, we will have to start stirring the fire.
What do you mean by stirring the fire?
Zhou Ze had already entered the house. From his room he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Tai Yulan.
Tai Yulan looked at the drawing on the paper, her eyes widening in surprise. This is the map of our great Zhou. Zhou Ze smiled and said, it's just a rough sketch.
I pieced it together and redrew it. It may not be entirely accurate. As he spoke, Zhou Ze pointed at the map and analyzed. We are located in Longxi with Taiha and Huayan counties in front of us and Annan behind us.
We need not mention Annan, they will eventually attack, so we must prepare in advance.
As for Taiha and Huayan, once they are in chaos, the court will have no time to manage us and will be unable to do so. Tai Yulan looked at the two places Zhou Ze pointed to and asked, what if they turn around and attack us? Zhou Ze raised a finger, shook his head and said, unless they are foolish they will not seek trouble with us.
Why?
Because they are weak and cannot afford to have enemies on both fronts.
Tai Yulan looked at Zhou Ze in astonishment, unsure of what to say. Zhou Ze's explanation continued.
What we need is time, a stable time for development. This period does not need to be long, just 3 to 5 years.
Of course, this is our worst case scenario. Perhaps the governor has a way out.
When Zhu Qian arrived at Taoyuan town again, Tai Yulan had already set up the camp in the mountains with over 100 brothers. With the advantageous terrain and the supplies provided by Zhou Ze, the Tai siblings only needed to focus on training. Xu Qian and Wen Liang had put in great effort for this matter. After a day of back and forth, when they arrived at Taoyuan town again, night had fallen.
Brother Zhou, good news.
Even before they arrived, the horses were already handed over to the underlings. The voice had already reached the courtyard. Zhou Ze, who was sketching, heard the sound and immediately stood up to welcome them.
Is it settled? Xu Qian laughed heartily and said the governor has already agreed. In a few days he will be summoned to the capital.
At that time, as long as he persuades that official in the capital, you can safely proceed with papermaking. Zhou Ze was curious and asked who was the official that Lord Zhu mentioned. Zhu Qian chuckled and clasped his hands, saying the emperor's teacher and also the teacher of the current crown prince.
The grand tutor Wen Mingyuan Lord 1.
Zhou Ze had no idea who this person was.
However, since he was a grand tutor, he must be extraordinary.
Such people usually have students all over the world. As long as he speaks in support, this matter will be secure.
How confident are you? Zhou Ze asked again.
This time it was Wen Liang who answered, not Zhu Qian. Wen Liang smiled and said, Grand Tutor Wen truly cares for the country and the people, and his knowledge is profound. He considers the welfare of students across the land. If he learns of this matter, there will be basically no suspense. If that's the case, why seek the governor? Without seeking the governor, who could enter the capital?
Who could meet Grand Tutor 1?
Zhou Ze was instantly rendered speechless. Seeing him like this, Xu Qian laughed heartily and said, now can you relax your mind? Zhou Ze clasped his hands and bowed to Zhu Qian, saying, thank you very much for this matter, Lord Zhu. Rest assured, starting tomorrow you can send people over. Our Taoyuan paper workshop will expand indefinitely, producing in large quantities. At that time we will need some materials for papermaking, and we will also need the Lord to find people to cooperate. Zhu Qian smiled and said, you need not worry, I will arrange this as well.
This is also a way for us in Qingyang County to earn a living. We cannot provide materials for free, can we?
Lord Zhu is joking. It won't be long before not only Qingyang County but all of Longxi will have an abundance of food and drink.
Longxi, if managed properly, is indeed a suitable place for survival. Taoyuan town once again extended towards Qingyang County.
This time it conveniently covered the former Sanqiu town. However, the common folk still gathered on the side by the mountains, while the outskirts were occupied by various workshops.
There were workshops for weaving, brewing, and papermaking.
Nevertheless, these workshops did not grasp the core elements. The true core technology remained deep within the town. After returning, Zhu Qian continuously sent people over. They provided food and drink with very little pay.
Even so, the entire populace of Qingyang County was eager to rush in.
Some individuals even deceived the authorities, misrepresenting their circumstances just to come here for work.
In this regard, Zhou Ze did not bother to investigate.
What he wanted was manpower. In this world, labor was always the scarcest resource.
Those refugees rejected by the great Zhou became treasures in Zhou Ze's eyes.
He possessed ample technology and grain. As long as there were enough people, this place would develop at an astonishing speed.
Moreover, at regular intervals Tai Yulan would come to select individuals, choosing some loyal and reliable people to venture into the mountains.
In just a month, several camphouses had been constructed in the mountains with the number of people exceeding 200. Nearly 100 fine horses galloped through the valley every day. Armed with xuanhuan blades and crossbows, they maneuvered through the valley. No one inquired about the origins of these horses,
for they underwent endless training every day.
With this new type of military training, not only they but even Tai Yulan took a long time to adapt.
Zhu Zhongxian finally arrived in the capital, stepping into the place where he once served as an official.
The bustling streets were filled with richly dressed citizens.
In every alley and street, shops lined up while the voices of vendors echoed endlessly.
The prosperity of this place was evident everywhere.
However, Zhu Zhongxian had few friends here but countless enemies.
From the moment he entered the imperial city, he was already under the scrutiny of countless eyes. The type of carriage he rode, the clothes he wore, and even the age of the guards beside him were all clear to others.
Because of this, Zhu Zhongxian was unafraid of these people.
The reason they kept their guard up around him was that they feared his resurgence. For once he rose again, it would mean misfortune for them.
Upon entering the capital, the first stop was to visit his former teacher Wen Mingyuan. This was something everyone had anticipated.
Given Zhu Zongxian's character, it was normal for him to visit Wen Mingyuan first before reporting to the palace.
However, no one knew that he had come with a mission.
In the Taisher mansion, Wen Mingyuan, who had already entered his 60s, personally welcomed Zhu Zhongxian with a cane in hand. It was not because Zhu Zhongxian held a high official position, but rather because he was deeply favored by Wen Mingyuan. The normally stoic Wen Mingyuan had a continuous smile upon seeing Zhu Zhongxian. Zhu Zhongxian brought only 2 gifts this time. One was the finest peach blossom wine and the other was a stack of paper.
When he presented these gifts, Wen Mingyuan's mouth was agape. The last time you brought wine, I haven't finished it yet, and now you bring more. If it were anyone else, I would have kicked them out immediately. However, since it's you, Zhu Zhongxian, I must accept it.
With that, he waved his hand for the attendants to carry the wine into the cellar. Instead, he focused on the stack of paper, scrutinizing it closely. After a long time, he suddenly stood up excitedly, asking, "Is this paper?"
Teacher indeed has a good eye. When I first saw it, I thought it was some kind of cloth.
This item must be quite valuable. How could someone as stingy as you bear to gift it to me? Zhu Zhongxian laughed heartily, saying, "Teacher, you jest. This item is not particularly precious."
Oh.
Wen Mingyuan stroked his graying beard and inquired, "What do you mean?" Thus Zhu Zhongxian explained the cost and usability of Taoyuan paper in detail. Wen Mingyuan listened with great delight. From beginning to end, his face was flushed, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. But as he listened, he began to detect something amiss.
Zhu Zongxian's gift was not merely about the wine.
He was seeking his assistance. However, after experiencing the benefits of the paper coupled with what Zhu Zhongxian had said, he was determined to help. Moreover, he promised that as long as he was alive, no one would dare to covet this Taoyuan paper. Just this promise alone made Zhu Zhongxian feel a sense of relief. He immediately bowed deeply, his eyes red with emotion. Seeing him like this, Wen Mingyuan stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder.
"All right, the reason you have been summoned is that someone cannot stand the fact that you brewed good wine and wants to covet it.
But it's not a big deal, just perform normally when you get to the court. There will be someone to speak on your behalf." Zhu Zhongxian nodded gently and thanked Wen Mingyuan once more. "I can't protect you for many more years while I can still speak. Do what you need to do. In Langshi, while it may be a bit poor, there are still many who have been exiled there. If there's an opportunity, gathering some of them can provide warmth." Zhu Zhongxian clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "I will remember your words."
"Go now, His Majesty is waiting to see you.
Although he can't do anything to you, you will certainly face some scolding and may even have to bleed a little."
Zhu Zhongxian exited.
While promoting Taoyuan Town's peach blossom wine, he had already anticipated this day. Yet he still chose to proceed. It was precisely because he knew what the outcome would be and understood that these people could not take him down for now.
The same went for presenting the Taoyuan paper.
In this court, who does not have a backing? In the imperial palace within the Grand Hall, Zhu Zhongxian stood at the center while civil and military officials launched a verbal assault against him. "Your Majesty, the governor of Langshi, Zhu Zhongxian, during his tenure failed to deliver taxes on time, crying every day about not having enough to eat, and we're demanding food from the court. Yet he uses grain from Langshi to brew wine while the common folk indulge in lavish feasts daily. This Zhu Zhongxian is guilty of deceiving his sovereign and deserves to be punished. Your Majesty, from what I know, there is an outbreak in Taiha County and medicinal materials are in short supply. Yet Langshi hoards a large amount of medicinal materials, profiting from the national calamity. I believe this Zhu Zhongxian is unworthy of his position."
"Your Majesty, Zhu Zhengxian listened silently. Even without raising his head, he recognized everyone who accused him in the Grand Hall. However, these people were merely trying to annoy him. For everyone knew that these accusations could not bring him down. Sure enough, after all the accusations, the person seated at the head of the Grand Hall finally spoke up. Zhu Zhengxian, what do you have to say? Zhu Zhengxian lowered his head and replied, I have nothing to say. So you admit guilt? After speaking, the emperor coughed heavily several times. Since the start of the court session, he had already coughed no less than 10 times. Zhu Zhengxian suddenly stood up, raising his voice slightly, saying, after 3 years of drought followed by floods, the common folk of Longxi are nearly extinct. They have never received a single grain of food from the court. With the emperor's decree that criminals are not to leave Longxi and the threat from the Anan kingdom looming, your majesty, if anyone in this grand hall believes they have the ability, they may go to Longxi. In an instant, the court fell silent. Taoyuan town. In Zhou Ze's home, Lu Heping was holding a ledger, looking troubled as he gazed at Zhou Ze. Boss, our cloth prices are a bit low. A large number of fabric merchants are taking goods from us and selling them at high prices. For the past few days, our cloth has been unable to keep up with the selling speed. Moreover, our peach blossom wine is now being purchased not only from Taiha County but also from Huayan County. They buy from us and then desperately raise the price of the peach blossom wine to earn a significant profit. Zhou Ze remained silent and calmly poured tea for Lu Heping. And our medicinal herbs, these people. Lu Heping reported the situation outside to Zhou Ze. He wanted to convey to Zhou Ze that their production capacity was unable to keep up with current sales. He hoped Zhou Ze would come up with a solution and also give advice on how to rectify this chaos. Finally, Zhou Ze spoke up. Old Lu, why should we worry about these matters? Lu Heping was slightly taken aback and said, shouldn't we be concerned about our affairs? What affairs do we have? Zhou Ze replied with a smile, we just need to sell our goods and ensure our people have food and drink. Tell me, are we not selling our goods? Lu Heping was left speechless. Of course they were selling. Not only were they selling, but their products were also very popular. Let me ask you again, are there any hungry people among the common folk here? Lu Heping was at a loss for words. How could the people of Taoyuan town be starving? They were frantically snatching up what they had planted. When they had time, women could go to the fabric shop and men could go to the winery. If they wanted a change of environment, the paper mill was also short on workers, allowing them to earn some extra money at any time. This was still for those without skills. If they had skills or wits, they could even do small business in town, making money even faster. In such an environment, how could they possibly go hungry? Since we have already achieved our goals, why worry about what others are doing? Zhou Ze said this as if he had a clear understanding. However, Lu Heping felt that something was not quite right. Because in his impression, his boss was not the type of person with such a demeanor. Old Lu, in the future, find more talented people in the village. Our goal is to continuously earn money and make the most profit possible. Moreover, while making money, we should try not to interfere with the interests of those outside Longxi County. After all, money is endless and we currently do not have the capital to compete with others. Hedon. Lu Heping nodded vigorously. Actually, you can learn from Qian Yukai, he is quite remarkable. Qian Yukai. Lu Heping was clearly puzzled, not understanding what he was supposed to learn from Qian Yukai. Old Qian is someone who seizes opportunities to earn money and strives to rise higher. But his greatest strength is that he does not make enemies with anyone. Among the many people I know, he is the only one who can survive in the cracks, and he is the only one who has walked out of Longxi openly and prosperously. Lu Heping suddenly smiled wryly. This was the survival rule for a small person. Qian Yukai had self-awareness, understood his strengths and weaknesses, and could fully utilize those strengths and weaknesses. Survival in the cracks. The survival rules for small people. Lu Heping seemed to understand something, suddenly raising his head and staring intently at Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze raised his cup and took a small sip. He said, who told us to be weak? We can't afford to offend this person or that one. Since we can't afford to offend anyone, let them fight among themselves, we just need to survive. By the time they realize it, we will have already become a behemoth. Got it, boss, I will arrange it and continue to increase manpower. As long as they have money and want to buy, we will provide for them. Lu Heping left, showing an excited expression on his face. Just as he left, Song Jiner walked over. She would not sit beside Zhou Ze while he was discussing matters. However, Zhou Ze would not deliberately avoid her, so they would still discuss after the meeting. As soon as she approached, she immediately asked, does my husband mean? Zhou Ze took her hand and let her sit beside him. He said, store up grain, build high walls, and wait to claim the throne. Song Jiner was no longer the naive country girl who knew nothing. Now every day she copied books based on Zhou Ze's dictation and then went on to compile them. Their bookshelf was already filled with many new books. Therefore she understood a lot. If my husband wants to do it, Jiner will definitely support you. Saying this, she leaned into his embrace. At this moment Zhou Ze came over with some snacks. Seeing Lu Heping leave, she asked in confusion, why did he leave? I just finished making these snacks.
As she spoke, she placed the snacks on the table. Looking at the various shapes of the snacks, Zhou Ze couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to be able to sculpt shapes now.
Zhou Ze giggled and said, Yulan said to present them in beautiful shapes. The taste remains unchanged, but it feels happy to eat. Hearing this theory, Zhou Ze laughed heartily.
Before his smile could fade, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart, released Song Jiner and lunged at Zhou Ze.
Be careful. Before Zhou Ze could react, Zhou Ze executed a knife hand that froze the surrounding space.
An arrow was cleaved in half by his strike. Not only was Zhou Ze startled, but Zhou Ze himself was also taken aback, as he had not expected his instinctive strike to be so powerful. When Zhou Ze saw the arrow lying on the ground, the worry in his heart finally eased.
Because that arrow had no tip. Moreover, the head was wrapped in thick cloth.
Clearly the opponent did not intend to harm Zhou Ze but was merely testing his reaction ability.
Who? Zhou Ze released Zhou Ze and began to look around.
So far he had not even seen the shadow of the enemy.
Husband, what is going on? Song Jiner also realized that something was off.
She picked up the arrow and caught up with Zhou Ze, her face filled with confusion.
Clap. 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 Applause rang out.
Then two figures emerged from the shadows.
Zhou Ze recognized both of them. One was the scribe from Lonquan County, Ji Liangxian. As for the other,
a middle-aged man with a round face, big ears, and a scruffy beard. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell he was not an easy person to deal with. The one clapping was indeed him. He had met Zhou Ze before and even shared drinks together.
He was Ji Liangxuan's uncle Ji Hang. It has been a while since we last met.
Your skills have improved again with your martial arts talent. You might as well learn some hard skills from me. I tell you, hard skills are great. Don't say you now have 2 wives.
Even if you had 2 more wives, you could still manage.
Zhou Ze did not smile as he looked at the arrow lying on the ground. Although he knew it was wrapped in cloth, aiming the arrow at Zhou Ze was a sign of disrespect towards him.
Lord Jis' sudden arrival, should I thank you for showing mercy? Ji Liangxian noticed something off in Zhou Ze's expression. He quickly stepped forward to play the peacemaker. Sir, my uncle is just like that. He didn't mean any harm. Let this matter go this time. If anyone shoots at me again, whether intentionally or not, you will not be welcome here next time.
Ji Hong reached out and touched his uncle lightly.
However, Ji Hong's face was grim.
He was also a person who cared about his reputation, merely testing the other party's strength.
Was it necessary to escalate things to this level?
If it weren't for his sister-in-law asking him to probe the other party's true strength, he wouldn't have been so bored. Seeing him silent, Ji Liangxian kicked his calf lightly. Then he leaned closer to his ear and quietly reminded him, Uncle, don't forget our purpose this time. My mother has warned you. The mere mention of Duan Ilan caused Ji Hong to instantly transform. The anger on his face vanished without a trace.
Meanwhile, Zhou Ze stepped forward to Zhou Ze and shook her head. The implication was clear: the other party was just making a joke.
She did not want her own matters to ruin Zhou Ze's grand plans.
Zhou Ze took a deep breath and approached the table, taking a seat first.
Seeing this, Ji Hong also felt relieved. He stepped forward and said proactively, I am a rough man, sometimes my actions may not be pleasing. This time I admit my mistake. Zhou Ze was at a loss for words regarding this attitude of admitting fault. Nevertheless, he still said, speak, what brings you here this time? Just as Ji Hong was about to speak, Ji Liangxian kicked him again. Then he turned his gaze towards the Song sisters.
Seeing this, the Song sisters took the initiative to find an excuse to leave.
As soon as they returned to their room, Ji Hong immediately voiced his thoughts.
It's simple, our Lonquan County wants to develop steadily under your leadership. Zhou Ze frowned immediately. Any normal person would not say such things.
It was only then that Ji Liangxian finally spoke up to defuse the situation.
We understand your concerns, but Lonquan County is different from other places.
We haven't taken a single grain from the court for many years.
We have managed to survive until now entirely on our own.
Zhou Ze did not express an opinion, for their words were becoming increasingly absurd.
How could one plot so openly?
After much deliberation during this period, my uncle and I have discussed that as long as you agree, we will always follow you, and from now on our lives belong to you.
Zhou Ze was taken aback, deliberately lowering his voice as he said, do you know what you are saying right now?
Ji Liangxian nodded vigorously and said, rebellion. Since we dare to speak of it, we dare to acknowledge it.
Zhou Ze felt a chill run down his back. What was going on with these two?
Actually, we can't consider this rebellion, it's merely a power struggle.
What do you mean?
Zhou Ze's heart stirred and the words slipped out. You need not pretend with us. After my investigation, I can now be certain that you are undertaking a significant task. If you still conceal your identity from us at this point, that would be hard to justify.
Me? Conceal my identity? Zhou Ze felt increasingly confused. Isn't that so? Ji Liangxian chuckled and said, you are Zhou Ze, the current 6th prince who is also named Zhou Ze. What? Zhou Ze stood up abruptly exclaiming, it's just a coincidence of name. Besides, I don't even know who the 6th prince is.
If it were merely a coincidence that would be one thing, but what if there's more to it?
You two look exactly alike. Zhou Ze stared at them, his face filled with fear. You haven't really forgotten, have you? Ji Liangxian tentatively asked. Forgotten what?
Since Zhou Ze crossed into this world, the original owner had already died. Thus all the memories he possessed were those of the other party after their memory loss. The events before the memory loss he could never recall in this lifetime.
Even if I am that 6th prince, I have nothing now. Why would you choose to support me?
Ji Liangxian clenched his fist and moved a little closer, saying, because your recent actions have supported our Lonquan County and saved all of Longxi.
Because you care for the people and do not look down on those from Longxi. More importantly, you have persuaded the current Grand Tutor to protect you.
I persuaded the Grand Tutor.
Zhou Ze instantly understood.
It wasn't him who persuaded the Grand Tutor but the county magistrate Chu Zhongxian who had done so.
However, he had not received any news about this.
Calculating the time Chu Zhongxian had not yet returned to Longxi, yet these two had already received the news.
Such an intelligence network, impressive.
Hearing this, Zhou Ze began to understand. He even started to believe that he was indeed the so-called 6th prince. But why would a prince of a nation lose his memory? And why would he appear in a place like Longxi? A series of questions floated in his mind, remaining unanswered. I no longer remember the past, so whatever you say I cannot help.
As for helping you, you should be looking for the county magistrate, not me.
Ji Liangxian quickly shook his head and said, Your Highness, regardless of whether you remember the past, you are the 6th prince, and that is an undeniable fact. If you do not fight for it now, and if the Crown Prince learns you are still alive.
Am I an enemy of the Crown Prince?
Not only an enemy, you were exiled to Longxi and there have been assassins sent after you.
Whose handiwork are those?
Everyone thought you died on the way to Longxi, yet it turns out
you are still alive.
Zhou Ze understood in the struggle for power in the Great Zhou he was a failure. The Crown Prince had won, so he should have died. It was just that for some unknown reason he had survived and ended up in Longxi losing his memory.
Zhou Ze. He lost his memory, yet why did he still know his name was Zhou Ze?
Why did the village chief of Xuanhuan village know he was called Zhou Ze? Was it not because of the clothes he wore which had his name embroidered on the collar? That tattered piece of clothing was still stored in his space. Before losing his memory he had kept everything he owned. He was afraid that one day if he remembered something he wouldn't find evidence. Now the evidence had arrived. Thinking of this, he quickly returned to the room.
When he came out again, he was holding a piece of clothing.
The clothes were personal items, although tattered, one could still feel their former extraordinary quality. This was also another reason why Zhang Shaoxian could persuade xuanhuan to marry his daughter to him.
The moment the clothes were taken out, Ji Hong knelt down without hesitation. He paid great respects to Zhou Ze.
Ji Hong pays his respects to your highness.
Ji Hong had previously doubted Zhou Ze's identity, but the moment Zhou Ze presented that piece of clothing he was convinced.
He knelt on the ground, unable to rise, leaving Zhou Ze a bit flustered.
Lord Ji, could you please stand up and speak? Zhou Ze stepped forward and helped him up.
At the same time he said, even if I am His Highness the 6th Prince with my current abilities, I cannot lead you all to counterattack, can I?
Ji Hong shook his head in silence.
Ji Liangxian cupped his hands and said, Your Highness is mistaken. What we value is your character, not your strength. You care deeply for the common people, and if you achieve great things in the future, that will be your destiny.
Moreover, you are a prince, and that is rightful.
Zhou Ze had not anticipated that after planning for so long the heavens had granted him the identity of a prince.
Just as Ji Liangxian mentioned, this identity could legitimize his position. However, there were also drawbacks.
He had been out so few times that many people had not seen him.
For example, that Chu Zhongxian.
If he were to meet him, the other party would surely recognize him at first glance. After all, those in high positions in the capital must know him. No matter how much he changed, it wouldn't matter. Because he still used the name Zhou Ze.
Currently, how many soldiers do you have in Lonquan County?
We. Ji Hong seemed somewhat displeased and angrily said, According to the laws of the Great Zhou, a county's military force can have at most 100 men.
However, we are too poor, so to cut expenses we currently only have 50 men. Including the officials, there are only about 60. Hearing this, Zhou Ze couldn't help but laugh.
With only this few people, they actually came to seek him for a rebellion. What were those two thinking? Seemingly sensing Zhou Ze's thoughts, Ji Liangxian hurriedly said, Your Highness, you are a prince. Once your identity is revealed, you can raise troops. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, a prince can have 300 personal soldiers, but there is no limit for retainers.
If you wish, you could raise 4,000 or 5,000 death warriors. Zhou Ze directly waved his hand, stopping him from continuing. Enough, let's not discuss that for now. My identity cannot be exposed yet. Why not? Ji Mingxian was somewhat confused.
According to what you said, someone had wanted me dead back then and now everyone believes I am dead. Isn't that a good thing?
If I were to suddenly reappear high profile now, do you think those people would let me go?
But if you don't reappear, how will you cultivate your own power?
Zhou Ze looked at the two of them. After a long while he finally said, if you truly want to succeed, listen to me. Your Highness, please speak. Ji Liangxian was overjoyed.
From now on, just act as if nothing has happened.
Starting today, stockpile resources in grain.
But Ji Liangxian wanted to say something, but Zhou Ze directly interrupted him.
Listen to me, what we need to do now is wait.
Wait for what?
Wait for the Annam dynasty to attack the Great Zhou. Will Annam attack? They will definitely attack, it's just not the right time yet.
Ji Liangxian looked deeply at Zhou Ze, remaining silent for a long time. Zhou Ze continued, you can organize your own merchant group, one that can respond at any moment and take up arms.
This merchant group will head to the various counties of Longxi. Ji Liangxian's eyes lit up.
However, he suddenly frowned and asked, organizing a merchant group requires food and drink.
I will provide.
Ji Liangxian was exactly waiting for this statement. He was worried about not being able to connect with Zhou Ze. With Zhou Ze's assurance, they were now completely tied together. The reason they undertook this journey to Taoyuan town was primarily due to the excessive noise they had been making.
Longquan County had suddenly become a major trading hub.
They had accomplished what they had been unable to for many years. Now with the assistance of Wen Taifu, Duanilan made this decision.
So should we return now?
Ji Liangxian glanced toward the kitchen and swallowed.
Zhou Ze, seeing this, immediately laughed and said, since we are here, let's have a meal before we leave. Also, from now on there will be no more His Highness the Prince here, I am just Zhou Ze, Boss Zhou.
Ji Liangxian rubbed his hands and chuckled, saying, then I shall still address you as sir. Sir, do you have any fried field snails today?
Zhou Ze waved his hand and said, no fried field snails today, there are new dishes available.
After Ji's uncle and nephew left, Zhou Ze had some concerns. He found an excuse and stepped into the space to check on his recent gains. The sudden addition of the identity of a prince clarified his plans. Previously he had some hesitations, but now he understood that the arrow was on the string and had to be released. If he did not take the initiative, others would put a knife to his neck in the future. This was the nature of royal conflict. The main issue was that he had lost all memories of the time he considered himself a prince.
Without that memory, he needed to act.
How could someone who had never been a prince act like one? Looking at the vast farmland, Zhou Ze casually extended his hand and a bird landed in his palm.
His space had a special attribute.
Any animal that entered this space would obey him as if bound by some contract under his control. It was precisely because of this control that he thought of bringing all the animals from the mountains into the second floating island. This would not only solve the crisis of Tiandang Mountain but also provide him with a means of self-preservation.
If animals could be so, then what about people?
This question was not something he had not thought about, but he had never tested it. Because once tested, that person would know his secret. Either it would go as he thought and he would succeed in controlling them, or he would face death. Previously he had thought he could develop slowly. Until the moment Ji's uncle and nephew arrived, he realized this plan had to be expedited. But who should he choose as the first test subject?
The Song sisters. Zhou Ze quickly dismissed this terrifying thought.
The human heart is the most unpredictable. He did not want to waste such an opportunity on his own people. If it failed, how could he choose then?
No, someone has entered my space before. Zhou Ze recalled something. When he saved the Tai siblings, he took advantage of their unconsciousness to bring them into the space. After waking up, the two showed no abnormalities. Later, Tai Jun even knocked himself out and even drugged him.
From this point it could be concluded that his earlier thoughts were incorrect. With this thought, Zhou Ze slapped his own head and smiled wryly, saying, what was I thinking? If it could really work like that, wouldn't he be invincible in this world? Just when he found himself laughing and crying at his childish thoughts, his head felt as if it had exploded. A surge of information suddenly drilled into his mind.
What's happening? Is the space about to upgrade again?
Zhou Ze's heart leaped with joy as he sank his spirit into the space. The last upgrade he had anticipated, this time it came too suddenly, didn't it? It turned out that Zhou Ze was overthinking.
The newly promoted space was not so easy to advance again.
The bad news was that the space did not level up. The good news was that a stream of information had appeared in his mind. This information precisely resolved the doubts that lingered in his heart regarding the last two siblings from the Tai family who entered his space without being controlled by him. This was mainly because the two were in a state of unconsciousness at the time. The rules within the space only had control over living beings, and the two being unconscious automatically evaded his space rules.
Upon understanding these matters, Zhou Ze's mood instantly improved.
The information in his mind was essentially telling him that his space indeed possessed the ability to control humans.
As long as a conscious person stepped inside, they would never go against his will. Could it be that his plan to gather people could now be realized? Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back and shouted toward Song Jiner, who was busy recording the accounts. Jiner, stop what you're doing, I want to take you to a place. Song Jiner put away her brush and stood up to come over to him, asking, where are we going? Zhou Ze took her hand and said, close your eyes first, don't resist. Song Jiner had a naturally submissive personality and never contradicted Zhou Ze's words. Even if it was wrong, she would still follow his instructions. Thus, as soon as Zhou Ze finished speaking, she immediately closed her eyes. Zhou Ze held her hand and they vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already in the middle of a vast rice field. The endless rice fields were incredibly pleasing to the eye. Open your eyes and see where this is. With Zhou Ze's voice, Song Jiner slowly opened her eyes. In fact, when she first stepped into this place, she had already sensed something unusual. The scent in the air had changed. The fragrance of rice wafted towards her. How could she not notice? Husband, where is this? Am I not dreaming? She was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe everything around her. Just a moment ago she was in her own yard. With a blink of her eyes she found herself in a strange place. How could she not be curious about such a magical experience? This is another world, a world without disputes where you can do whatever you want. Zhou Ze did not state it outright but instead asked, what do you feel now? I feel great. Song Jiner spread her arms as if wanting to embrace the world. Don't you feel anything unusual? Zhou Ze furrowed his brows and asked, what kind of feeling are you talking about? What do you feel about me right now? Song Jiner looked at Zhou Ze. Before he could react, she directly leaped into his arms, saying, of course it's a feeling of excitement. After saying this, she leaned in to kiss him passionately. After a deep kiss filled with love, Zhou Ze instantly lost his temper. Song Jiner's attachment to him had exceeded everything. Therefore she could not experience such constraints. Unless in specific circumstances, it was unlikely she would know the exact situation. Test failed. However, at this moment he was even more doting toward Song Jiner. A feeling of excitement. Zhou Ze chuckled, saying, this is my world, here you can have whatever you want. Song Jiner's eyes lit up as she started looking around, then asked, really? Of course it's real. Zhou Ze chuckled. He casually reached out and a fruit appeared in the palm of his hand. Song Jiner's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly said, husband, I want to eat some stir-fried river snails, do we have any? Zhou Ze was stunned for a moment, then replied, that requires going outside to eat, we don't have that here. Then, I want to have a baby. Zhou Ze. What was this woman thinking? That can't just appear out of nowhere. If you want a child, we need to put in some effort. Saying this, he picked her up and with a flash they appeared on a large and soft bed. When they came out of the space, Song Jiner's legs felt weak. This couldn't be blamed on her. Zhou Ze was like a god in that space. The duration was not something she could control. Moreover, whatever abilities she wanted could be at her whim. Just as they came out, they ran into Song Ji, who had just walked out of the kitchen. Wearing an apron with her hair casually draped over her shoulders, sweat glistened on her forehead. In this state, Song Ji was quite alluring to men. Upon seeing her sister being supported by Zhou Ze, she couldn't help but chuckle. Has Jiner been punished by her husband again? Song Jiner felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head and murmuring, don't mention me, sister, you'll be the same sooner or later. Song Ji laughed heartily and joked, and not as greedy as you will pull you along with me. Song Jiner. Seeing the two sisters joking at the stone table, Zhou Ze simply walked aside and continued to study his sword techniques. At this moment everyone seemed anxious, but he was not in a hurry. Only Taoyuan town continued to live a carefree life every day. Brother, we are going to the county town today, do you have anything for us to bring back? Just as he was seriously studying his sword techniques, Lucis' voice rang out from outside the courtyard. He entered the courtyard and still remembered to greet the Song sisters. Who are you with? Zhou Ze looked up at him. I'm with Xuanhuan old Lu. As he spoke, he was already in front of him. His tone carried a hint of excitement. Recently we have been short on materials for papermaking, so we plan to go over and discuss some business. Coincidentally, I ran into Uncle Song, who also wanted to come along, so he asked me to check if there was anything that needed to be purchased. This was a trip to the county town, a place they had never been to. I don't have anything to buy, but you must be careful when you get there. Lucy waved his hand and said, don't worry about that, everyone in Longxi knows about our Taoyuan town. Everyone knows that we have connections with the county governor's office, so they won't make trouble for us. Zhou Ze still felt a bit worried. After all, this was Longxi. Although many were wrongfully accused, there were still some vicious criminals. These people did not care who you were, they were only focused on themselves. Once something happens, it would be too late for regrets. For safety's sake, it's best to bring more people along. Lucy chuckled and said, got it, well, be careful. I'm with Xiao Hu just to protect old Lu. Don't underestimate the two of us. We've been training with the team recently and our strength has improved.
Take Xiaohu for instance, he can handle 2 opponents now without any problems.
Hearing Lu Si's boasting, Zhou Ze suddenly laughed. He asked Lu Si, what about you?
Me. Lu Si said proudly, I can take on 2 Xiaohus now.
Zhou Ze gave him a thumbs up. At the same time he was pondering how to gather some people.
In the morning Zhu Zhengxian returned to Longxi County and by noon arrived at Qingyang County. His sudden assault caught Zhu Qian off guard. Upon receiving the news he hurried to the city gate to greet him. Looking at the simple mode of travel, Zhu Qian felt a sense of melancholy. A single carriage, a driver and 2 guards.
The county magistrate's journey was indeed quite humble for Zhu Zhengxian.
Before he could dismount from the carriage, Zhu Qian and Wen Liang approached him.
My lord, why didn't you give us advance notice?
Zhu Zhengxian did not get out of the carriage. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the 2, stop with the formalities.
Prepare yourselves and accompany me to Taoyuan town. Now. Zhu Qian and Wen Liang exchanged glances, clearly surprised. Even if there was an urgent matter, surely they couldn't skip entering the city altogether. What? Do you have any questions?
Zhu Zhengxian smiled as he examined Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian quickly shook his head and said, no problem, please go ahead and rest in the city while we prepare. Alright, there's no need to go through so much trouble.
Just travel light. You go prepare now and I will wait here.
This trip will probably require us to stay there for a few days.
Zhu Qian, feeling helpless, could only go with Wen Liang to prepare. It was just a trip to Taoyuan town, a route they were already very familiar with. However, it was the first time for the county magistrate.
Therefore they discreetly found someone to go ahead and make a greeting at the town. They were afraid that if the town was too chaotic it would affect the mood of the county magistrate. However, he did not expect that when the news reached Zhou Ze's ears, Zhou Ze chose to evade it directly.
Taoyuan town, Zhou Ze's home.
As soon as Lu Hong delivered the news, Zhou Ze immediately calculated all possible outcomes.
The county magistrate Zhu Zhengxian must have seen him before.
Even if several years had passed coupled with his name, it was still possible to associate him with the 6th prince.
Therefore he could not meet this person. At least not now. Ah Hung, you just need to remember one thing, you did not see me.
What? Lu Hong was momentarily confused, not understanding what Zhou Ze was plotting. Zhou Ze also called for Song Jiner and Song Ze. He instructed, starting today I will be going away for a while, for a short period of several days or a long one of half a month.
Just remember this, my name is Zhou Ze, a native of this place.
My parents died early and I grew up eating the food of the village.
The others were not foolish.
When they heard Zhou Ze say this, they already sensed that something was off. Song Jiner asked worriedly, husband, has something happened? Zhou Ze shook his head and said, there's no need to worry too much, it's nothing serious, just a matter of dealing with the county magistrate. I cannot meet him right now, so I need to fabricate a lie.
Song Jiner looked at Zhou Ze with a changed expression. What kind of identity would prevent him from meeting the county magistrate?
However, there was no time for her to ponder this.
Zhou Ze seemed a bit anxious.
Also, for the next few days Yulan and Taijun cannot come down from the mountains. I will leave Xiaobai at home, so you must not go into the forest.
Because during the time I am away there will be many wild beasts in the mountains.
The 3 nodded in unison. Zhou Ze immediately wrote a letter and handed it to Song Jiner, asking her to deliver it to Tai Yulan later. In that valley there was currently a large stockpile of food.
With just over 200 people it was not a problem to survive for a month or 2. Husband, how will we find you? Song Ziyi asked with some concern.
Zhou Ze reassured her, just rest assured I am only going out for a few days and will return myself in a few days. By the way, during this time you must listen to Jiner and Uncle Xiaoqian for all matters in the town. Also for our winery and paper mill, if I am not mistaken this time Zhu Zhengxian mainly came to see our paper mill.
Remember the core technology, don't let them learn it.
I want to hide for a while longer, at least we need to make enough money first.
Song Jiner nodded vigorously and said, husband, don't worry, I understand these matters.
If Zhu Zhengxian is anxious, he will definitely urge us to put our paper into the market. Just remember, putting it into the market is fine, but do not release too much at once.
It should be gradually expanded, prioritizing Longquan County and then the county town. Song Jiner took note of everything.
In fact, Zhou Ze regularly instructed her on these issues.
The remaining matters were all arranged by Song Jiner and Lu Heping.
Now he was merely making arrangements for the overall situation in advance and then giving himself a break.
Zhou Ze left. He rode his horse without alarming anyone.
And after Lu Han came out of Zhou Ze's house, he directly reported the specific situation to those in charge.
As for the excuse, Zhou Ze went out to find better crops to benefit the people of Taoyuan town. Upon hearing this, no one doubted it.
Because this was Zhou Ze's character. Even when he was in the town, because his home was several hundred meters away from the town. There were crops in between and others rarely saw him.
When he did go out, it was always with a purpose. He would soon return to his residence. As for the townspeople going to his house, don't underestimate the distance of a few hundred meters. They feared being attacked by wild beasts and losing their lives. Zhou Ze's family could live there because of Xiao Bai's presence. Without Xiao Bai, would they dare to live there? The townsfolk believed that unless one possessed skills like Tai's siblings, they would truly not dare to act recklessly. From Zhou Ze's departure to Chu Zongxian's arrival, only about half an hour had passed. Before even entering Taoyuan town, Chu Zongxian had already witnessed the prowess of this town. Just by glancing from a distance, he was filled with curiosity about this place. He had been anxious at noon, but upon arriving here he felt no urgency. Moreover, as he approached the fields, he was astonished by the sight before him. Zhu Qian, is this the new way of farming? Xu Qian also got off the carriage and followed behind Chu Zongxian, saying, Zhou Ze is quite talented. He has thought of many ways to increase food production. Zhou Ze. Chu Zongxian chuckled and said, do you know that this name is a taboo in the capital? Xu Qian forced a smile and replied, I know, but this Zhou Ze is a native of Longxi. He has lived here for generations and has proof of residence. I know that well. Chu Zongxian said while surveying the surroundings, if it weren't for that I would have come here much earlier. Then is your visit this time for? For Taoyuan paper, Chu Zongxian explained. The Grand Tutor has already said that it must be put into the market as soon as possible while he can still speak. Xu Qian did not respond further but accompanied Chu Zongxian along with Wen Liang as they stepped into the town. Chu Zongxian had seen many things, but witnessing the scene before him still made him praise repeatedly. Just as they reached the center of the town by the riverside, a piece of news made him furrow his brow. Because Zhou Ze had gone far away. The scene in the small town opened Chu Zongxian's eyes wide. He even began to doubt his own abilities. Why, after spending such a long time in Longxi County, had he not achieved anything significant? Yet this native of Longxi named Zhou Ze had created such a paradise. Commoner Song Jiner, greetings to the county magistrate. It was Song Jiner who came to greet him. Without Zhou Ze by her side, she seemed to have transformed. Her entire demeanor changed. Standing there, even Chu Zongxian couldn't help but take a few more glances. Are you Zhou Ze's first wife? Chu Zongxian carefully scrutinized her several times before finally asking what was on his mind. According to the information he had received, Zhou Ze was a native. And this Song Jiner was as well, with records to verify. But in a place like Longxi, how could a woman be cultivated to have such poise? This was abnormal. Your Excellency, my husband has 2 wives. Although Jiner is the first wife, she is a biological sister to the second wife, so. Chu Zongxian nodded lightly and asked again, now that Zhou Ze is not here, is the entire Peach Blossom town under your responsibility? Song Jiner softly replied, indeed it is. I heard there is also a scholar named Lu Heping here. Where is he? Your Excellency, recently the paper mill has been short on materials, so he went out to negotiate business with a few people. So there aren't many talents around here, huh? Chu Zongxian frowned. In the whole Peach Blossom town, important figures had all left and it was difficult to find someone in charge. Song Jiner seemed to have prepared her explanation in advance. While leading the group towards her home, she explained, initially we were just a village, so we had enough manpower. But recently the county sent many people and these individuals cannot be utilized until they have proven themselves. Chu Zongxian nodded, saying, exactly, if anyone could be used you wouldn't have developed so quickly. As they spoke, Chu Zongxian suddenly stopped. The houses from Zhang Xiaoqian and Song Huayan's homes abruptly came to a halt. Ahead were only the tall crops and a small 2-story building. Why did the house stop here? This time without Song Jiner needing to explain, the nearby Zhu Qian had already clarified. Your Excellency may not know, but this is Tiandang Mountain. Although it is in the safest place, it is only relatively so. After all, there are wild beasts everywhere. If attacked by a wild beast, one could be severely injured if not killed. In that case, what about that small building? This is where Zhou Ze resides. He chose to build his home here to prevent the mountain's wild beasts from harming the crops. If Zhou Ze heard this explanation, he would probably feel utterly embarrassed. He had no such intentions at that time. He simply found it convenient to live there. Was he not afraid? Not to mention he has a very fierce tiger by his side and he is skilled at hunting tigers. The dangers in the mountains are really nothing to him. Listening to their conversation, Song Jiner silently chuckled to herself. At this moment she suddenly said, my husband is a local, often roaming the mountains and forests. Therefore Tiandang Mountain is like his backyard. Chu Zongxian's desire to meet Zhou Ze grew even stronger. Passing through the farmland, a new scene unfolded. Rows of fruit trees looked incredibly conspicuous. Each appeared to have been planted here for over a decade, clearly not just recently planted. If one did not investigate closely, they would never suspect anything. Song Ze had already prepared the meals. The large tiger was lying at the gate, blowing bubbles through its nostrils. When it saw the group, it merely raised its eyelids slightly, not taking them seriously at all.
On the other hand, Chu Zhongxian stood at the door hesitant to approach for a long time. Rest assured, Your Excellency, Xiao Bai was raised by us since childhood and is quite intelligent. As long as it is not provoked, it will not attack without reason.
With Song Jiner's explanation, Wan Lian also took a few symbolic steps toward Xiao Bai.
Chu Zhongxian finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed the group into the courtyard. Just as he stepped into the yard, a series of beast roars came from the nearby mountains. In this situation, not only Chu Zhongxian but even the Song sisters frowned. After all this roaring sound from the beasts had disappeared for a long time, why had it suddenly reappeared? A few small dishes along with peach blossom wine. This meal did not seem very sumptuous, yet it was the best meal Chu Zhongxian had ever had.
While eating, Zhu Qian suddenly asked, Your Excellency, are you planning to stay overnight in the town tonight? If not.
Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Zhongxian had already spoken up.
Going to the town is out of the question, it is not safe here. Zhu Qian suppressed his laughter, nodding repeatedly and saying, Then I will arrange it right away. The scenery is good and the food is also delightful. However, Chu Zhongxian's mood was somewhat poor. Coming here and not meeting any important figures was indeed disappointing. Nevertheless, he still said, Miss Jiner, may I visit your paper mill tomorrow? After thinking it over, he decided to directly change his address. There was no helping it, although Song Jiner was dressed like a woman, she appeared far too young. In his eyes, she was just a little girl who had just grown up. No matter how quickly she developed, it was still the same. Only Song Ze beside her seemed a bit more mature, but not by much. For this form of address, Song Jiner did not mind at all. She replied, Your Excellency, rest assured, I will personally accompany you to observe our paper-making process tomorrow.
Chu Zhongxian hurriedly waved his hand, saying, No need to go through such trouble, just find someone to guide me.
I just want to have a look around. If possible, I would like to transfer some people over.
Upon hearing this, Song Jiner smiled and said, Transferring people is possible as long as they have good character. We welcome more hands here.
Currently what we lack most is manpower.
Hearing this, Chu Zhongxian put down his chopsticks and sighed. The entire Dezhou is short on people. Otherwise the court would not be encouraging marriage and childbirth in various ways.
Unfortunately, without money, having more children only becomes a burden. Song Jiner fell silent.
After marrying Zhou Ze for so long, she still had not become pregnant. She began to doubt whether it was due to being too poor, which had harmed her body. Not only her but even her sister Song Ze was in the same situation. Even Zhang Zaya, his wife, was the same. Meanwhile, several others in the town were already pregnant. Every time she came here to find her husband for a prescription, she was filled with envy. They were still thinking about how to increase the population and how to develop the town.
At this moment, Zhou Ze had already left Xingyang County and was heading towards Yunzhong County. His true destination was Nanlin County, which bordered Annan. Nanjing County borders Annan.
Apart from some dense forests, there are no barriers. There is even an official road directly connecting the two nations. Only by coming here can one truly understand what Longxi is like. The situation in Xingyang County back then was far better than what it is here. Zhou Ze rode his horse, having traveled only a few dozen kilometers, yet encountered dozens of skeletons along the way. The scenery was desolate. Even when he reached the city of Nanjing, it was filled with a sense of lifelessness devoid of any vitality. As soon as he appeared on the main street of Nanjing County, the townsfolk immediately fled in panic as if they had seen something terrifying.
Zhou Ze initially planned to find a place to stay.
However, seeing the current situation, he had no choice but to give up. Fortunately, he had his space, allowing him to rest at any time. Otherwise, he would have to endure some hardships. The barbarians are coming, mother, the barbarians are coming again. A child's cry came from a dilapidated house nearby. Then the door shut tightly, seemingly trying to hide from something.
Barbarians. Zhou Ze could easily guess that the so-called barbarians were the Anan army.
The characteristic of these people is to burn, kill, and plunder. After robbing, they immediately flee, never staying in one place. They have no concept of occupying territory, which is why the Anan army is also referred to as barbarian bandits. Zhou Ze had been waiting for these Anan troops. They came to raid once every year. He glanced at the dilapidated house but did not linger. His appearance was too different from that of the Anan army. The only reason he was mistaken for them was that he was riding a horse. As for the county officials in this county, like in the past Xingyang County, they had long since fled this place. Among the 7 counties of Longxi, there were only 3 or 4 that truly had county magistrates and officials.
Perfect, I'll take this opportunity to make contact with the Anan army. Zhou Ze smirked and galloped away from the place.
My space lacks people, and I was worried about not being able to find experimental subjects. I hope these people can fill the void in my space. Anan is vast and chaotic.
Passing through the dense forest, open grasslands stretched everywhere.
These people primarily engaged in herding, changing locations each year. Thus they were skilled in horseback archery, which would become troublesome if they clashed with the Great Zhou. Zhou Ze rode his horse across the open land where he saw no households for a long distance.
Occasionally he would encounter groups of Anin soldiers. At first Zhou Ze was reluctant to take action against these people. Until he saw 5 Anin soldiers on horseback dragging 2 young men, his eyes turned red. Drawing out his xuanhuan blade, he galloped forward in pursuit of the 5. The 5 reacted quickly. Upon hearing the noise, they immediately swung their blades to cut the ropes binding the captives and drew their bows to shoot at Zhou Ze. In the past, Zhou Ze would have been cautious. But now, with all his abilities unleashed, he could easily dodge the incoming arrows with his exceptional reflexes. With a slash, he struck one enemy squarely in the abdomen. In mere moments of struggle, that enemy fell off his horse lifeless. Next, he stepped on the horse's back and leaped up, following with a second strike. The layered wave blade technique was designed such that each strike was stronger than the last. The first strike had already claimed a life, and the power of the second was even greater. In an instant, 2 out of the 5 had lost their lives. The remaining 3 changed their expressions and immediately attempted to flee. How could Zhou Ze give them the chance? With his steel blade swinging, he didn't care whether it would hit or not as he produced a crossbow in his hand and aimed at the other 2. The entire battle was swift and decisive. Compared to his usual sparring with the Tai siblings, these people were vastly inferior in strength. It was only at this moment that Zhou Ze realized he had reached the ranks of a master. It wasn't that he was particularly talented, but rather that the enhancements from his space had elevated all aspects of him. Whether in speed or reaction time, he was far beyond what these people could compare to. Having killed 5, he didn't even blink. This wasn't his first time taking a life, but it was the first time he felt such ease in doing so. The last time he saved the Tai siblings, he had killed many yet felt heavy-hearted. Looking at the 2 youths he had saved, he rushed forward. Brothers, wake up. Their clothes were tattered beyond recognition from being dragged for so long. Bloodied and beyond help. Even if Zhou Ze possessed miraculous medical skills, there was nothing he could do. Watching as the other's bloodied hand reached out feebly before breathing its last, Zhou Ze stood up and left. He casually collected the equipment from the 5 Anin soldiers and their warhorses. Once again, he set out on his journey. Originally, he planned to imprison these people in his space for experimentation. In the heat of the moment, he had completely forgotten. However, this battle had thoroughly opened up his path of personal conquest. For several days, whenever he saw small groups of Anin soldiers, he would charge straight in. Capture if possible, if not kill them directly, and seize their equipment. After several battles, he had gathered 12 Anin soldiers in his space. When these people first entered his space, they were in a state of confusion. Upon seeing Zhou Ze, they initially intended to resist, but suddenly experienced excruciating headaches rolling on the ground. Their souls felt as if they had been invaded, leaving them with a desire to die. Gradually, they began to understand. This was the power of a contract. Only by submitting could they survive. Otherwise, they would die in this agony, unable to even reveal their secrets. Feeling the binding power, Zhou Ze grew increasingly exhilarated. The plan to gather people is feasible. With these dozen captured Anin soldiers, he began to set his sights on larger groups. Those groups of 10 or more became his primary targets. With this approach, he could capture several individuals in a single battle. When the number of people in his space rose to over 50, the snowball effect began. Small troop formations had no ability to escape before him. Only those cavalry units of over 50 could put up a fight. However, utilizing the flexibility of his space, his combat power was invincible against equal numbers. Previously, he had thought about waiting for the Anin army to attack Longxi so that he could rise with the tide. But now he suddenly realized that the situation might not be as he had imagined. Possessing such terrifying abilities, if he were to develop unrestrictedly, could he single-handedly wipe out a nation? My goodness. Zhou Ze forcefully shook off those unrealistic fantasies from his mind. Calculating the time, Chu Zhongxian should be leaving soon. After all, he was the governor of Longxi, occupied with a large volume of official business. How could he stay long in Taoyuan town? I'll do a couple more large raids and then head home. After making his decision, Zhou Ze began to delve deeper into Anin. He planned to take out the 2 recently discovered small camps. Taking advantage of the night and his unique abilities, he might be able to achieve this feat unnoticed. By then his space could have at least 200 to 300 people. Chu Zhongxian still could not hold back. After residing in Taoyuan town for a while, he was overwhelmed with matters from the county city. He had no choice but to stop waiting and prepare to leave. During these days, he had gained insight into the development model of Taoyuan town. Of course, he also learned a great deal of knowledge from it. At the very least, he understood one thing: as long as the production model of Taoyuan town existed, it could help Longxi escape its predicament. Longquan County was a typical example. The second beneficiary was the current county city, followed by Shangshui County. As for the few near Anin, he had no time to manage them for the moment. At the only official road in Taoyuan town, accompanied by Song Jiner and others, Chu Zhongxian bid farewell to everyone. During this time, I thanked Miss Jiner for the introduction and also Miss Shi Yi for the hospitality. The only regret is that I couldn't meet Brother Zhou. However, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Song Jiner stood in front, her hands crossed, embodying the essence of a leader. Your Excellency, you are our parental official, you can come here anytime. The doors of Taoyuan town will always be open for you. Parental official. Zhu Zhongxian laughed self-deprecatingly. I am not fulfilling my duties as a parental official at all. Beside him, Zhu Qian also lowered his head. Compared to his own jurisdiction and contrasting it with Taoyuan town, the two were simply not on the same level. It turned out that they were even worse than the Longquan county managed by Ji Hang. The other party was a military general who seized an opportunity and quickly ensured that the entire county city was fed. Self-organized merchant groups and an increasingly growing number of traders. As for the farmland, they also farmed but were very eager to contract everything out. If it weren't for the distance from Taoyuan town and the lack of population, they might have already sold it to Zhou Ze. Relying on the border between the two counties, they fully utilized this advantage. However, Shangshui County and Huaxian, which also intersected with the outside world, did not seize this opportunity. Miss Jiner, when Brother Zhou returns, please convey a message for me. As long as Master Taifu is still around, he can ensure his safety. During this time, he can freely produce and make a fortune. If something really happens, Chu Zhongxian will be the first to stand up and stand on the same front as him. Upon hearing this, Song Jiner quickly bowed. Although this was just a promise, it was truly important for Taoyuan town. Not just Taoyuan paper, everything here is the same. Feel free to do so without any psychological burden. After saying this, he cupped his hands and took his leave. Watching the backs of these people leave, Lu Heping, who had just returned, couldn't help but say the county magistrate is a good county magistrate, just born in the wrong era. Song Jiner turned her head to look at him and then said, as long as there is ability, no matter which era, one can shine and heat up. My husband has said that when heaven is about to assign great responsibilities to a person, it must first temper their mind and harden their bones. Lu Heping's heart trembled as he stared at Song Jiner, unable to speak for a long time. He had never learned such things as a scholar, yet Song Jiner could recite them effortlessly. By the way, old Lu, how are our papers selling now? Currently in Longquan County, they are nearly being snatched up crazily. Nevertheless, we have also appropriately distributed them to Shangshui County and the county city. As you said, the county city is larger and can accommodate more people. Our focus will gradually shift toward the county city. Song Jiner nodded gently and said, continue to increase manpower and also plant a flag at the highest point of our town. A flag? Lu Heping was somewhat confused. Song Jiner suddenly smiled and explained, to tell your master that the county magistrate has left. At that moment, Lu Heping finally understood. It turned out that the master had left during this time to avoid the county magistrate. Why? After playing for more than half a month, Zhou Ze returned from Anan territory. He bypassed Nanjing County and headed straight for Taoyuan town. When he saw the flag of Taoyuan town, a smile appeared on his face. Finally gone. If he had stayed here for long, I really wouldn't know how to deal with him. Zhou Ze's lips curled up as he rode home. Although only half a month had passed, he missed home dearly, especially his two wives at home. Currently there were over 300 Anan soldiers in his space. Utilizing these 300 men, his understanding of space became even clearer. As the master of the space, he could change the rules within it. The control over humans was also divided into several levels. For instance, the more than 300 Anan soldiers were directly transformed into death warriors. They were a group that only knew how to follow orders, ignoring their own deaths. Once an order was given, even if the path ahead was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, they would charge forward one after another. If this continued, he could control a million-strong army by himself without any problems. Moreover, he could select some capable individuals as generals and grant them authority. This new way of playing was akin to a cheat code in a game, making one addicted. He had already begun to look forward to the next upgrade of the space. Would there be a third floating island after the next upgrade? If it appeared, what kind of surprise would this floating island bring him? And under what circumstances would he trigger a space upgrade? The master has returned. Where have you been these days? Why are you covered in so much blood? Yesterday the mistress was still talking about you. Upon arriving at Taoyuan town, the townspeople had already greeted him. Looking at these familiar faces, he recalled the life of those in Nanjing County. The stark contrast made Zhou Ze feel quite uncomfortable. If he did not prepare in advance, sooner or later this place would also become like this. He led his horse, greeting people along the way, and quickly headed home. Soon the news of the master's return spread throughout Taoyuan town. In Zhou Ze's yard, Song Jiner was focused on writing something while Song Ji sat beside her, drawing on the ground with a stick. She had also been learning to read recently. Unfortunately, she did not possess her sister's photographic memory. Learning was somewhat challenging. So far she had only learned the names of the family. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. Then she suddenly stood up, dropped the stick in her hand, and rushed towards Zhou Ze. Husband.
The call of husband contained too much affection. Song Jiner also put down her pen and rushed towards Zhou Ze.
With one on the left and one on the right, beautiful women fell into his embrace.
At that moment Zhou Ze felt that his life was worth it.
All the discomforts he encountered in Anan territory vanished.
By the way, husband, the county magistrate asked me to tell you something before he left.
Jiner had just started speaking when Zhou Ze directly interrupted her. Let's set aside the trivial matters for now. My husband just returned today, we should do something important. What important matter? Song Jiner had yet to react.
However, at this moment her body was already lifted by Zhou Ze and he carried her towards the room.
Song Ji followed behind, laughing non-stop.
The Tai siblings have returned from the mountains.
The first thing they did upon returning was to rush toward Zhou Ze's home. Brother-in-law, have you missed me?
Tai Jun, that big fellow, had to bend down to pass through the courtyard gate. As soon as he reached Zhou Ze, he immediately lifted him up and threw him over his shoulder. With Zhou Ze's formidable strength, a person capable of causing chaos for the Yan'an army had no power to resist in his hands.
Put me down or I will get angry. Zhou Ze kept patting at him.
Tai Jun stubbornly refused to let go, still grinning foolishly.
Brother-in-law, I've been cooped up in the mountains for so long. Can we not go back there?
Zhou Ze was at a loss and could only cast a pleading look at Tai Yulan. With a smile on her face, Tai Yulan persuaded Tai Jun until he finally released Zhou Ze.
She added, don't forget we are criminals. Being able to move around here is already a blessing. What else do you want to do? Tai Jun expressed his dissatisfaction.
He sat down at the table and picked up a bowl to drink. The bowl looked quite large, but in his hands it was like a child's toy. With one sip the bowl was emptied.
Zhou Ze watched Tai Jun's appearance, feeling a bit uncomfortable.
For instance, Tai Yulan had greatly suffered during their time in the mountains. Her skin had deteriorated considerably. If this continues, the girl would soon become an old woman.
Don't worry, it won't be long before you can roam freely again.
Zhou Ze's words made Tai Yulan's heart skip a beat and she asked, are you planning to take action, brother Zhou? Now there were only a little over 200 of them, far less than 1/10 of the original Taijian sect. How could they possibly initiate a rebellion?
Zhou Ze shook his head and said, of course not. What we need now is an opportunity. Just wait a little longer, I estimate it won't take much time.
As soon as he finished speaking, a fast horse raced in from a distance.
Everyone on the road in Taoyuan town quickly moved to the side.
It was only during the construction back then that the road was deliberately widened. Otherwise, how could he gallop like this? Even before reaching Zhou Ze's home, it was as if a report from 800 miles away had arrived, calling out loudly toward Zhou Ze's house.
Sir, news from the capital, the emperor has passed away.
The crown prince ascends the throne, granting amnesty to the world. Originally lying there, Xiaobai suddenly stood up and walked outside. Ji Langxuan, who had already reached the front door, pulled the reins to a halt. The sound of the horse's neighs echoed around them. Sir, the crown prince ascends the throne, granting amnesty to the world. Zhou Ze had already risen to greet him as soon as he heard the first sentence. He was still quite surprised.
After all, the current emperor wasn't old enough to die of natural causes yet. Could it be due to indulgence that took a toll on his health, or? Let's go inside and discuss this further.
Zhou Ze grabbed Ji Liangxian and headed toward the courtyard.
Tai Yulan took the reins and tied the horse to a nearby tree. Song Ze hurriedly went inside to prepare tea.
As soon as Ji Liangxian arrived at the table, he gulped down a mouthful of water and excitedly said, I have good news and bad news for you, sir.
Less chit-chat, just get to the point. Zhou Ze interrupted Ji Liangxian directly.
Ji Liangxian burst into laughter. There was no helping it, this matter might be bad news for others. However, for the people of Longxi it was undoubtedly great news. I already mentioned the good news: the new emperor has ascended, granting amnesty to the world.
As for the bad news, the scope of the amnesty excludes Longxi.
Indeed, it was roughly what Zhou Ze had guessed.
Amnesty comes in many forms.
Those with lighter sentences like them who had been exiled to the frontier would at most see a reduction in their sentences. Leaving would still be quite difficult. However, behind this matter it could be considered good news.
Zhou Ze looked at the Tai siblings and said, perhaps you can come out now.
Tai Yulan nodded lightly, a hint of joy appearing on her face.
Ji Liangxuan, somewhat confused, asked, what do you mean, sir?
They are. Zhou Ze did not hide it and said, the remnants of the Taijian sect.
Hearing this, Ji Liangxian suddenly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the two. After a long moment he suddenly said, I knew it.
You two seem so familiar.
You must be the woman who fought against my uncle and defeated him. Tai Yulan smiled at Ji Liangxian and said, who else but me could spar with General Ji?
Ji Liangxian stared at her for a long time before saying, my uncle has always remembered this, it has almost become his heartache.
If he knew you were here he would definitely want to challenge you again.
Whether or not to challenge, Tai Yulan did not care. What she cared about now was whether she could truly bask in the sunlight. Previously, when Ji Hong arrived, she deliberately avoided him. Later when the county governor came here, the siblings even hid deep in the mountains. Although there were many people accompanying them in the mountains, it still felt quite unpleasant.
Sir, I have come with some words from my mother.
Ji Liangxian did not engage Tai Yulan much further.
He redirected the topic back to the main issue. You go first. Zhou Ze appeared calm.
Since returning from Annan, he had felt an unprecedented strength within him. With his ability to gather people, he was practically invincible in this chaotic world. As long as he was given time, using his snowballing method, raising an army of 1,000,000 would be no trouble. If he really managed to gather 1,000,000, was there anywhere he couldn't conquer?
Even the throne, he could contend for it.
My mother said with the crown prince ascending the throne, the world will be in chaos for quite some time.
This is our best opportunity for development.
If you publicly reveal your identity and rise with the tide, many people will surely come to support you.
As soon as Ji Liangxuan's words fell, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhou Ze. Husband, what identity do you? Song Jiner directly asked.
Ji Liangxian was momentarily startled, suddenly realizing he had misspoken.
Zhou Ze shook his head and said, there's nothing special about my identity, I am simply the sixth prince of the current emperor. Of course, this identity might not even be recognized by others.
So don't take it too seriously.
Sixth prince. Tai Yulan was fine, but the Song sisters were left dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. So does that mean I am a princess? Song Jiner suddenly stepped forward and began to size Zhou Ze up and down.
Zhou Ze reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, don't think too much, we are just common folk. At this point he turned his gaze back to Ji Liangxian and said, it's best to avoid revealing identities too early.
What you need to do now is to be on guard for yourselves.
Once the crown prince ascends the throne, many who had previously sided with the wrong faction may act recklessly. It would not be surprising if they targeted Longxi to increase their own strength. Ji Liangxuan's heart trembled and he immediately nodded, saying, I understand. In the wake of the Great Zhou's upheaval, they initially did not sense anything unusual in Longxi. It was not until some merchants arrived and shared their accounts that the people of Taoyuan town felt something was amiss. In the small town, a merchant convoy of 10 was seated in a tea house discussing their recent encounters.
These damned fellows are getting more and more arrogant.
If it weren't for our county magistrate taking action, who knows how much we would have lost to them this time. I have a feeling that those people from Taiha County are doing it on purpose, just looking for trouble with us.
Who can argue with that? They never robbed us before, so why now? Why choose this moment? What else could it be? They think the new emperor is too busy to pay attention to them. Do you think it's possible they're planning a rebellion?
Shoo. We can't speak of such things lightly, be careful of ears in the walls.
Conversations like this happened every day.
Each time it reached Zhou Ze's ears, he wore a frown. If it were just Taiha County it would be one thing, but Huayan County was the same. For this reason Zhu Qian made a special trip to remind them to detour to the county town when heading to Shangshui County. He wanted to send some soldiers to protect the merchant convoy. This alone showed how chaotic the Great Zhou had become.
Disorder at the border indicated an unstable court. An unstable court meant the crown prince could not command respect. Jiner, go to the town and fetch Wang Matzi.
Also swing by Li Qingxuan's place and have him start forging more Qingxuan blades and arrows from today onward.
If we don't have enough hands, we can find more blacksmiths from the town. Song Jiner was not one to dawdle.
Upon hearing this, she already guessed that something significant was about to happen.
Not long after she left, carpenter Wang Matzi came running.
He seemed to have hurried and was already sweating.
As soon as he arrived, he immediately bowed to Zhou Ze.
Boss, you called for me.
What is it?
Zhou Ze sat at the table with more than 10 blueprints laid out in front of him. The blueprints depicted various mechanisms with neat lines. One would not understand what was drawn unless they were well versed in this field. Seeing Wang Matzi's arrival, Zhou Ze waved him over and said, don't be polite, sit down and take a look at this.
He handed the blueprints to Wang Matzi. After just a glance, Wang Matzi confirmed, boss, this is an enlarged version of a repeating crossbow with some improvements. Zhou Ze nodded, gently explaining this weapon requires several people to operate. It may look like a war chariot, but it's designed for mobility. It can hold a large number of arrows below and people can stand on the chariot. It can fire 10 arrows at once with tremendous force, even the strongest shield cannot withstand such impact. Thus I shall call it the strong crossbow. Zhou Ze's explanation made Wang Matzi's expression shift rapidly. Boss, are we going to mass-produce these weapons? Zhou Ze nodded gently, saying, from today onward you are to scour the town for carpenters. Even those with a bit of woodworking knowledge can be recruited. I'll provide the funds. If you need help finding people, I'll assist. Whatever their capabilities, we need to produce a large quantity quickly. I am in dire need. Wang Matzi was no fool. Such things could already be considered weapons of war. Once created, they could be moved swiftly by war horses. Infantry would lead the way while the strong crossbow followed behind. Once set up, if there's enough quantity, no army could withstand a volley of arrows. Not even the charge of cavalry could be stopped. Boss, what are we doing making these weapons at such a critical moment? Don't worry, I will do my utmost for this task. And I won't let the technology of these weapons leak out. Zhou Ze looked at Wang Matzi and explained, remember, if you have any doubts, don't try to figure it out alone. Come to me directly, it can save you a lot of time. Wang Matzi nodded vigorously and left with the blueprints. Just as he left, Tai Yulan came running. She was well aware of Zhou Ze's arrangements. She sat down in front of Zhou Ze and asked, Brother Zhou, are you preparing to fight back? Zhou Ze shook his head, replying, not to fight but for self-preservation. What do you mean? The great Zhou is descending into chaos. No matter how capable the new emperor is, the Anan army will take the opportunity to loot. With Yunzhong County alone, we cannot hold them off. Tai Yulan's heart skipped a beat at this, but she said, isn't there still Nanlin County? Nanlin County is as good as non-existent, it has long been completely looted. Have you been there? I spent over half a month there last time. But with our mere 200 people, how can we contend with the Anan cavalry? Zhou Ze suddenly laughed and said, don't worry, there are definitely more people than just us. Moreover, we are not without support, we still have the county lord. Besides, Yunzhong County is decent enough, at least it has walls to defend it, making it not so easy to breach. With that said, he suddenly stood up and said, send someone to keep an eye on the situation in Yunzhong County at all times. If there is any news, have them report back immediately. Tai Yulan nodded vigorously, saying, I will arrange this right away. Zhou Ze, seeing her eagerness, could not help but remind her, don't let Tai Jun know he's a warmonger, and if he finds out, you won't be able to control him. It was unclear whether Tai Yulan heard him. She had already headed into the mountains. At this moment, Song Jiner had returned from Li Qingxuan's. Zhou Ze saw her return and continued with his plans. Jiner, I need to go out again. But after I leave, you must guard the home well and send people to keep watch around. If there is any movement, go to Yunzhong County to find me. Yunzhong County. Song Jiner was momentarily confused. Zhou Ze smiled and said, it's the same method as the last time you notified me. As long as our people carry the county lord's token and find the person in charge of Yunzhong County, we can hang our banner at the highest point. Husband, are you going to deal with the Anan army? Zhou Ze reached out and patted her head, saying, don't worry, you know my capabilities, no one can do anything to me. But I am worried about home. With Xiaobai here, no one can harm you. Also, when Yulan returns, if she asks about my whereabouts, you can tell her, but don't let her come after me. Song Jiner nodded gently, saying, I understand, husband, I'll notify my sister. You don't need to tell Ji, if she knows, she'll just worry. With her personality. Song Jiner then said, before you leave, let's serve husband a little longer. Husband, you might be gone for 10 days or half a month. By then. Her words trailed off, but Zhou Ze already knew what she meant. For a moment he was at a loss for words. Zhou Ze hadn't even reached Nanlin County. He felt the pressure brought by the Annam troops directly in Yunzhong County. He intended to leave the city but was stopped by the guards at the city gate. Brother, are you looking for death? Nanlin County has already been captured by the Annam troops. What do you want to do going out now? Zhou Ze was clearly still in shock. He asked the guard. Nanlin County was captured. It was captured yesterday. We are preparing to seal the city gates now. Hurry back. The pace was a bit fast enough for Zhou Ze to feel it was somewhat reasonable. There were no guards in Nanlin County and the civilians living there had lost their souls. How could they stand against the Annam cavalry? That wasn't called a capture. It was a clear path with no one to obstruct. Gentlemen, my relatives are still outside the city. I need to go fetch them. How far is it? The guard asked him impatiently. Without thinking, Zhou Ze replied, it's just in the village outside the city. I will be back soon. The guard did not think much of it and impatiently said, go there and come back quickly. If you die outside, no one will collect your body. Zhou Ze hastily agreed and ran out. As he ran out, the two guards were still murmuring. It was easy to know they were definitely talking bad about Zhou Ze. He ran all the way until he could no longer see the city gate of Yunzhong County. He found an open area and released 50 soldiers from his space. He then issued orders for them to form groups of 5 and act as scouts to investigate the movements of the Annam troops. No matter the situation, they must gather here after an hour. After completing these tasks, Zhou Ze began to rest in place. He also took out a map and began examining the terrain. He wrote and sketched, contemplating strategies. Could one person withstand the entire Annam army? Zhou Ze wasn't sure if he could do it, but he could give it a try. In his view, these enemies across from him could all become his capable subordinates in the future. How could he easily give up? If possible, he didn't even want to fight. If he could capture them alive, he would do his best to do so. The Annam army was not as united as imagined. They often fought individually, sometimes even resembling a scattered sandpile. They worshipped personal heroism. If a fierce general arose in their clan, they could easily rally subordinates and form an army even without being too clever. It was precisely because of this that there was no compliance among the various camps. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of bandits in vests. Zhou Ze had already discovered this when he single-handedly infiltrated Annam last time. The wars in this world were still in an era of exchanging blows. There was no talk of cunning or various schemes, they hadn't developed to that stage yet. What they focused on was sheer numbers, who had more troops and who was stronger. Otherwise he wouldn't have easily taken down 2 small camps of the Annam army. He thought it would take an hour, but in less than half an hour soldiers were already returning. One by one they began to report what they had observed. Zhou Ze brought all the returning soldiers into his space, ensuring they were well fed and prepared for the upcoming battle. After an hour, Zhou Ze had a complete grasp of the situation from all directions. The nearest camp is about 5 kilometers away with over 300 people. If we launch a strong attack now, the camp to the left will immediately discover us. So we must wait for the right opportunity, we cannot alarm the snake in the grass. Zhou Ze began to draw diagrams, carefully calculating. His goal was simple: strike with certainty and then control all the enemy personnel. At that moment he could blend in among the enemy troops. Appearing boldly among the enemy would make his actions much easier. No one would suspect that a moment ago he was an ally, and the next moment he would stab them in the back. If possible, he could even poison their food. Speaking of poison, Zhou Ze had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. The medicinal herbs in his space were abundant. Crafting powders to incapacitate people was incredibly simple. Having realized everything, Zhou Ze began to wait patiently for nightfall. When night arrived, a bonfire lit up not far away. He could hear the shouts of the Annam troops from a distance, accompanied by the sounds of women's screams and the occasional bloodied, disheveled women being dragged out of tents. Zhou Ze watched from afar, his heart like still water. Until the screams ceased and the soldiers began to doze off, he activated the summoning mode. 100-man team armed with small repeating crossbows and carrying xuanhuan knives swiftly headed towards the tents under Zhou Ze's command. Although their equipment was different, they all wore the same uniforms. Disguised as patrolling soldiers, it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe. In just a short while, the front team was responsible for knocking out the enemies while Zhou Ze collected the bodies from behind. Leaving no traces, dozens of captives had already been secured in his space. The next day before dawn, the entire camp had become Zhou Ze's people, including the leader of this camp. Sitting in the tent, he looked at the several small leaders kneeling before him, respectfully, feeling no waves in his heart. Perhaps just yesterday these people were all enemies of the great Zhou. But now anyone who could normally appear before him was submissive with no ulterior motives. Because anyone with ulterior motives could not withstand the soul's torment and had perished. How many troops does the Annam army have in total? How many factions are there, and what is your objective this time? Zhou Ze sat firmly in the central military tent and began throwing out questions. The small leaders kneeling below started to report one by one. Master, this time Annam has dispatched 5 tribes totaling 130,000 troops. Their main objective is to assist Great Zhou in capturing Longxi, Taiha, and Huaiyang counties. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ze immediately frowned and asked, assist Great Zhou? Clarify that. We are not quite sure, only that there are significant internal conflicts within Great Zhou. They promised us benefits to attack these 3 counties so that the Great Zhou Emperor would have no time to spare. As for who the other party is, our rank is too low to contact. We only know it is a big figure in Great Zhou. Zhou Ze tapped his fingers on the table, beginning to calculate in his mind. He didn't need to know who it was right now, as long as he could stabilize the situation on this side. The other party would naturally reveal their flaws. 5 tribes, 130,000 troops. What a huge endeavor. He had anticipated unrest during the prince's succession but did not expect it to be so significant. Prepare everyone, tonight we will attack the neighboring camp. Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass. Everything must be done with caution and only kill if absolutely necessary. The subordinates obeyed. The small leaders all stood up, saluted, and then left the tent. For a moment the entire tent felt empty. Zhou Ze sat in the tent, beginning to ponder. Letting him, a person with a modern soul and a super golden finger, blend into this war. It was completely unchallenging. It was simply a massacre. Yunzhong County with doors closed and windows barred. Some townsfolk have already begun preparations for relocation. Although they cannot leave Longxi, they can escape from Yunzhong County. Let alone these ordinary folk, even the county magistrate Rong Jiang has packed his belongings and prepared a carriage. One cannot blame him, at least he knows to inform the people to leave. Defend. With just a few hundred men, how could they possibly block the advance of the opposing forces' 100,000 troops? Little did they know Nanjing County couldn't hold out for even a day. So where are the Annan troops now? Rong Jiang asked his attendant while sorting through his belongings. No movement yet. No movement. Rong Jiang thought he must have misheard. They had already been within 10 miles of Yunzhong County a day ago. A whole day has passed and still no sign of activity. Do they really think war is child's play, something that can be delayed at will? One must understand that every day of delay incurs a terrifying cost. We don't know what happened. Could there be some internal conflict among them?
Rong Jiang shook his head vigorously as he listened to his subordinate's report.
Impossible, this is war, not a game.
With that he waved his hand and said send scouts to investigate further and arrange for the townsfolk to evacuate as best as possible. If the army makes a move regardless of whether the people have evacuated completely, we must leave.
Understood, my lord.
Watching his subordinates leave, Rong Jiang's brow remained furrowed as he paced back and forth in the county office pondering countermeasures. It makes no sense. How could they suddenly halt their advance?
He chose to abandon the city as there was no other option.
Aside from the county seat, which could hold out for a while, no other county in Longxi had the capacity to resist. Since the incident with the Iron Sword sect, the Great Zhou has not stationed troops here.
Moreover, given Longxi's geographical position, the court might abandon it altogether and not send reinforcements.
With the crown prince just ascending the throne and his own family not yet stabilized, how could they pay attention to such a barren land? As for the plea for help, it had been sent to the county seat 2 days ago. As of now, there had been no news from the county seat. Not only had no one been sent here, but not a single letter had arrived. Who else could he rely on? From here to the county seat a fast horse ride takes no more than an hour or two. The lack of response indicates that Chu Zhongxian never intended to send troops.
Moreover, what troops does he have to send? Rong Jiang muttered to himself, anxiously awaiting reports from his subordinates.
At that moment, another officer rushed in to report. My lord, the Anan army has split into 2 factions. One has breached Nanjing and is currently stationed 10 miles away from us.
The other unit has already taken Pinggan County and now they are attacking Huaxian. Given their speed, Huaxian is likely already fallen. Hearing this, Rong Jiang furrowed his brow. Something's not right. 2 armies attacking simultaneously is clearly aimed at the county seat.
Why has the army attacking us come to a stop?
Could it be that they are experiencing internal strife?
The situation had exceeded his understanding, leaving him puzzled about the Anan army's thoughts. However, he still needed to wait. He had yet to grasp the intentions of the Anan army. As he watched the sky gradually darken, he let out a heavy sigh. Today, they must get through safely.
Rong Jiang was restless, unable to sleep, spending the entire night thinking about this war. It wasn't until early the next morning that he heard commotion outside.
He nearly sprang up and rushed outside.
What happened?
Has the Anan army attacked?
No. Not at all.
An officer hurriedly rushed in, nearly colliding with Rong Jiang. My lord, the Anan army attacking us has clashed with the one assaulting Huaxian.
What?
Rong Jiang was dizzy, unsure of what had happened. In just a day, the situation had changed so drastically that he couldn't comprehend it. According to our scouts' reports, Huaxian was not breached yesterday. They had planned a strong assault today. Unexpectedly, they were kicked in the rear and now both sides have engaged in battle. Rong Jiang clenched his fists, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. As the magistrate of Yunzhong County, he did not wish for the city he governed to be besieged. Even if it were a place abandoned, that wouldn't do. Now the enemy had not attacked but had instead fallen into chaos.
Keep observing, report immediately if there are any developments. Thus Rong Jiang remained in Yunzhong County for another day. By the end of that day, there were hardly any people left in the entire county. Most had retreated towards the county seat. Aside from those who couldn't evacuate, the only ones remaining were the soldiers and officers. We cannot sit idly by with the county magistrate neglecting us. We must seek an escape ourselves. If this crisis is resolved, we will head to Taoyuan town and seek refuge with Zhou Ze. After all we've been abandoned, our lives will be as they will be. This place has a good reputation, and worst case I'll resign and follow him to live a simple life. Rong Jiang muttered to himself, even beginning to consider how to contact Zhou Ze. What Yunzhong County magistrate? He was done with it. Zhou Ze, unaware of Rong Jiang's situation, didn't even know who Rong Jiang was. At that moment he was commanding an unprecedented battle.
After 2 consecutive days he had captured several camps. At that moment the number of people under his command had grown to over 1,000. Although he still couldn't compare to the Anan army, his forces were steadily increasing.
Moreover, he didn't engage in face-to-face combat.
While the Anan army was attacking Yunzhong County, he had his men launch surprise attacks from behind. With one wave of attacks, the enemy's rear was set ablaze, forcing them to turn around and deal with him. In such circumstances he gathered everyone into his space and found a place to hide, rendering them powerless against him.
You strike at me and I disrupt, you pursue me and I flee.
When truly cornered, he directly dove into his space. When they tried to split their forces to control him, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by enemies.
Killing and arson, inciting internal strife. After one battle, the Anan army was left with no mood to fight. By the next day, even before reinforcements arrived, they had inexplicably lost hundreds, even close to 1,000 men.
When these men reappeared, they were all traitors.
How could that be? They couldn't even capture Huaxian and had to retreat.
They had to be cautious while retreating as their numbers continued to dwindle.
To this day no one had found the reason.
It was as if they were under some sort of spell.
Investigate, find out for me.
If the reason cannot be found, then there's no need to fight this war.
In the Yan'an army camp, the leader Yan Liang was furious.
In this military camp several people had already been executed, yet the specific reason remained elusive. At this moment, while cursing his subordinate generals, he also overturned the table in front of him.
Just then someone rushed into the tent in a hurry. "General, the supplies.
Our supplies have vanished into thin air."
Furious Yan Liang upon hearing this news felt dizzy.
After standing in place for a long time, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, drawing the steel knife of the person beside him and slashing at the messenger. With one strike the messenger was instantly killed. In battle it is crucial that the troops remain unmoved while the supplies advance first. Yet now, without even seeing the enemy's shadow, the supplies have vanished.
Did they simply disappear into thin air?
How could so much food possibly vanish without a trace? After killing his enemies, Yan Liang sat down heavily on a chair, staring blankly outside the camp. "General, we can't contact the leader of the right wing."
"General, our tent is on fire." "General." Yan Liang was already losing his mind.
Bad news kept pouring in, yet they didn't even know who the enemy was or what they looked like. That aside, the key issue was that if this continued, they would be left with no men at all.
Bang!
A figure crashed into the tent. Yan Liang drew his steel knife again and roared, "What is it now?" This time no one answered him. Before him stood a young man dressed in coarse clothing holding a broadsword, followed by several soldiers.
Upon entering the tent, he began to smile cheerfully at Yan Liang, making him feel uneasy. "Come. Come here."
Yan Liang shouted towards the outside. In response, apart from the cold laughter of several people across from him, there was no other sound.
Zhou Ze looked at Yan Liang with a grin.
Sitting down on the chair before him, he said, "No need to shout now. Apart from this tent, everyone else has become mine." Yan Liang slowly raised his steel knife, pointing it directly at Zhou Ze.
"Who are you and how did you break through my layers of defenses to attack here?" His gaze became resolute, as if he was completely unafraid of Zhou Ze.
Zhou Ze gradually retreated, saying, "I'll give you a chance. If you defeat me, I can spare your life." Yan Liang laughed heartily. "If I defeat you, you will be nothing but a corpse." As they spoke, the two had already stepped outside the tent. At this point, it could be seen that outside the tent the number of soldiers had not decreased. However, the soldiers before them had already been replaced.
Currently, Zhou Ze commanded nearly 10,000 troops.
In just a few days, they had developed into such a terrifying scale. "If you defeat me, I won't turn into a corpse. Rather, you should be the one worried about yourself."
He then raised his xuanhuan knife, pointing it at Yan Liang, and said, "Make your move."
In this situation, surrounded by enemies, how could Yan Liang possibly hold back? Gripping his knife with both hands, he struck directly at Zhou Ze.
Just by the momentum, Zhou Ze's eyes gleamed with intensity.
This person was formidable. He was someone worth considering elevating as a servant.
Zhou Ze refused to back down, gripping his knife with both hands positioned in front of him, attempting to block Yan Liang's attack.
The blades clashed and Zhou Ze retreated a few steps, his hands numbed. "What a strong force," he said, stepping forward again.
This time transitioning from defense to offense, the rolling wave knife surged forward towards Yan Liang with an unstoppable momentum. One strike failed and the second followed closely.
The third, fourth.
Each strike was more ferocious than the last.
Just when Yan Liang thought he could not withstand it any longer and expected Zhou Ze to unleash a fifth strike, it stopped. Zhou Ze was out of breath, just a bit short. However, at this moment he still had strength left. He began again with the first strike, but this time his technique differed from the previous rolling wave knife. As the knife came down, the air seemed to ignite in flames warping around it. Previously capable of blocking 4 strikes, Yan Liang now found himself unable to withstand even one. The steel knife in his hand could not bear the weight and snapped in two. Luckily he dodged quickly, otherwise that last strike would have surely claimed his life.
"You." Zhou Ze grinned, "You have lost."
Thud. Yan Liang collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Zhou Ze slowly approached him, grasping his collar and pulling him into the space.
Yan Liang was bewildered.
Looking at the sudden change in scenery, he instinctively thought he was hallucinating.
Did I die? Yan Liang stood still, scanning his surroundings.
There were people everywhere, many of whom were his own soldiers.
Where is this? How did you all end up here? Some soldiers noticed Yan Liang's presence and immediately approached to bow before him.
"General, this is the Master's world. If you wish to survive, you must obey the Master's commands."
"Master?" Confusion filled Yan Liang's eyes as he asked, "Who is it?" His confusion could only be answered by his past actions. Zhou Ze at this time had no time to address these matters.
A large amount of supplies, an army of thousands. The small commanders under him numbered nearly 10. If added to Yan Liang, the great general, this army could defend Longxi for a considerable time.
They only needed to hold out for a while and the enemy's plot would not succeed. First we need to take Pingdong County and pacify the Annam army that occupies it. Zhou Ze thought to himself as he gathered all the soldiers into the space. He set off alone towards Pingdong County. Yunzhong County. County office. Rongjiang had been waiting in the county town for 3 days. Not only had he not seen the enemy but he had also seen them disappear. Messages kept coming in and he was starting to feel insecure. The Annam army had clearly already breached 2 county towns. And now with 100,000 troops mobilized, how had it turned into this? Report, my lord. Huaxian has held out. What? Rongjiang thought he had misheard. Huaxian's situation wasn't much better than theirs. With so few soldiers, how could they defend? He also received news that the one leading the attack on Huaxian was a general named Yan Liang. This person was extraordinarily powerful and incredibly brave. The cavalry under him was even more formidable. How could someone like that? How did they hold out? Rongjiang inquired of his subordinate. I don't know either. I only know that the first wave of their army's attack had just begun before they retreated. After retreating, their supplies vanished. Then the army seemed to disappear entirely, not a single one left. Did they really disappear or did they retreat? They must have retreated. Must have. Rongjiang was furious, scolding, I sent you to investigate and you come back with must have as an answer. The officer knelt on one knee saying, my lord, we have no way to approach, we are too weak to dare to get close. Rongjiang understood this situation. He was angry earlier because he had let his temper cloud his judgment over the past 2 days. All right, get up. I have other matters to attend to. The officer quickly got up and looked at Rongjiang. He still had some respect for this county magistrate. At least when trouble arose he didn't flee first. My lord, please give your orders. Rongjiang took a deep breath and said to him, I need to send a letter to you immediately. You must go to Taoyuan town in Xingyang County. Deliver this letter to someone named Zhou Ze. My lord, we have no choice but to seek help. Rongjiang revealed a bitter smile, saying, the mobilization of the Annam army indicates that the Great Zhou is about to descend into chaos. The court will not care for our lives, we can only save ourselves. This is what they call huddling together for warmth. The Great Zhou is in chaos. Disturbances are happening everywhere. Even in a remote place like Taoyuan town this unrest is palpable. Recently the number of merchants coming and going has decreased. Even those who come here are in a hurry. Due to this situation, the townsfolk have also begun to feel anxious. They can distinctly sense that the situation is somewhat urgent. The Tai siblings patrol the town daily with their followers. These individuals are armed and clad in armor. In times past, such a situation would have prompted an immediate investigation from the county. But this time nothing has happened. Xuanhuan has been out of contact for a long time. Ever since the county magistrate left here, there has been no further communication with Taoyuan town. Every day people inquire about the situation outside. To quell their doubts, Zhang Xiaoqian and Xuanhuan came to the residence of Zhou Ze. Jiner, what is the situation now? Has a battle broken out outside? Currently all matters in the town are managed by Song Jiner. To understand the situation they can only turn to Song Jiner. She is also anxious. Her husband has been away for many days and news of war outside has been incessant. According to people from Yunzhong County, Nanyin and Pingdong counties have already been breached. They are currently attacking Yunzhong and Huaxian. Given this, even knowing her husband's strength, she cannot help but worry. However, she cannot show it. She must stabilize the situation in Taoyuan town. Father, rest assured, our location is at the edge of Tiandang Mountain. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with Qingan County guarding the front. As long as something happens in Qingan County, we will receive news immediately. Hearing Song Jiner's words, the 2 men's worries did not dissipate, rather they intensified. Even if we receive news, what can we do? Song Huayan sighed, we cannot escape. Even if we cannot escape, we can retreat into the mountains, Song Jiner said with a smile. Don't forget, we have a base in the mountains. A base in the mountains. The 2 widened their eyes. Song Jiner explained, haven't you noticed that Yulan and Taijun frequently go into the mountains? All the soldiers in our town bear familiar faces. Upon hearing this, the 2 perked up. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Where did those soldiers get their armor and war horses? Do you not know that doing so is considered treason and warrants the extermination of 9 clans? Song Jiner set down her book and straightened her posture. She spoke to the 2 father uncle Xiaoqian, have you considered that our lives are at stake? Why worry about the laws of the Great Zhou? This is a foolish stance. As she spoke, she stood up and moved behind them, crouching down to stroke the soft fur of Xiaobai. During the 3-year drought in Longxi, some people preferred to starve rather than come here because they feared the beasts. The truth is, those who dared to come here found the only path to survival.
The current situation is the same. The court cares not for our lives. When the Annam army arrives, we will either become others' playthings or perish. In this situation, taking up arms to fight back is our last opportunity. The two men understood this principle as well. However, the mere thought of common folk like them confronting the Imperial army sent chills down their spines. Wasn't the Iron Sword sect stronger than them? What was the ultimate consequence? Father Uncle Xiaoqian, we must stabilize the people's hearts and not let everyone live in fear every day. You two still hold great respect here and should take the lead. At that moment, Zhou Ze entered with 2 plates of side dishes. She placed them on the table and concurred. Jiner is right. With her husband absent, we must take the lead. The two exchanged glances revealing bittersweet smiles. They had thought coming here would mean a better life. Little did they know that just as the good days began, war would break out again. Is there any place left to go in this world? Just then a warhorse galloped over. Xiaobai, who had been lying down, jumped to his feet. The sound of the horse's neighing echoed. Everyone looked outside the courtyard. They saw a constable suddenly leap off the horse. News from Longquan County. Taiha County is under attack. The county magistrate is gathering soldiers to defend the city. Currently, a large number of citizens from Taiha County are fleeing the war and pouring into our Longquan County. The county magistrate Ji Hong sent me to inquire how we should respond. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqian and xuanhuan were left dumbfounded. The Longquan County magistrate has come here seeking help from Taoyuan Town. It should be noted that Longquan and Taoyuan Town are separated by a county. In such circumstances, shouldn't they be rushing to the county seat for help? Song Jiner took a deep breath and asked the constable, "What is the situation at the county seat right now?" The constable replied, "On my way here I noticed the county was recruiting soldiers and fully mobilizing to defend the county." Song Jiner shook her head and said, "Tell Zhuo Qian to organize the militia and be vigilant. Every citizen coming from Taiha County must be thoroughly investigated. Only after confirming their safety can we allow them to enter the city." The constable arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Watching him leave, Song Jiner sighed, saying, "Chu Zhengxian may be a good official, but he lacks skill in warfare. At this time he should be focusing on the safety of the surrounding cities rather than just holding the county seat. It won't be long before this county is left a solitary fortress." Song Huayan looked at his little daughter astonished. If she didn't look just like him, he would almost suspect she wasn't his daughter. "Jiner, what is the situation?" Zhang Xiaoqian asked. Song Jiner explained, "Those who follow the Tao receive support, those who lose the Tao receive little help. What her husband has done has earned the trust of the Ji family, thus they follow his arrangements." Zhang Xiaoqian frowned at this explanation, saying, "But we can't help them, can we? At least we have a few hundred soldiers and our weapons are advanced." Song Jiner elaborated. Just as her words fell, another person rushed in. This time it was their own Zheng Xiaohu. Upon arriving, he gasped for breath, saying, "Sister-in-law, someone from Yunzhong County wants to see my brother." Yunzhong County. A hint of confusion appeared in Song Jiner's eyes. In her memory, her husband had no ties to Yunzhong County. If so, why would someone from there come here? Unable to fathom it but not daring to delay, she told Zhang Xiaohu, "Go find Yulan and have her meet me at the town entrance. I will go and meet this person first." With that, she stepped out, followed closely by Xiaobai, who now feared nothing. At the entrance of Lu Heping's home in Taoyuan Town, a middle-aged constable sat by the bridge sipping water and occasionally glancing down the main road. Lu Heping stood beside him, engaging in conversation. "Esteemed official, isn't it true that Yunzhong County has nothing to do with us? Why have you come here to handle the case?" The constable gulped down a mouthful of water, panting as he replied, "Our superior can no longer endure." "What do you mean?" Lu Heping was momentarily puzzled by these words. "Currently, Nanjing and Pinggan counties have both fallen and the Annan army is already at our gates. The court is indifferent to our fate and the capital remains inactive. We can only seek help from all directions and band together for warmth." Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Heping furrowed his brow, saying, "Isn't Yunzhong County also unbroken?" "True, but what difference does it make if we are not broken? The common folk are fleeing and the city is out of food. If this continues, even if we are not broken, our doom is inevitable." Lu Heping said nothing further. He was acutely aware of the brutality of war. However, he had no authority here. He still asked, "By the way, how many people are still in your city?" "At least there are several hundred people left, but most are soldiers defending the city and constables." "Defending the city? Soldiers?" Lu Heping chuckled. Such soldiers could hardly be called soldiers. To put it bluntly, these individuals were even less formidable than the militia they had hastily assembled. At least their weapons were superior to those of the enemy. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Heping quickly stood up and shot a glance at the other man. "This is our matriarch, she is in charge here. If you have any requests, please be courteous." The constable was taken aback. Song Jiner couldn't instill fear in him, but the large tiger following behind her made his legs weak. Are you the constable from Yunzhong County? As soon as Song Jiner arrived, she immediately started questioning the middle-aged man, not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. What is the situation of the war in Yunzhong County? Have you noticed anything unusual over there? By the way, what is the purpose of your visit here? The constable did not know which question to answer first. He could only say Yunzhong County has not fallen yet, we are here to seek cooperation. Cooperation. Song Jiner frowned and asked again, have you encountered any strange people or events during this war? After 2 consecutive questions, even Lu Heping frowned. He felt that this matter was somewhat complicated. Otherwise, why would this matriarch keep inquiring? While there are no strange people, there have been many unusual occurrences. What unusual occurrences? Quickly tell me. Song Jiner was somewhat anxious, even forgetting her hospitality. It was Lu Heping who asked his wife to bring out 2 chairs from the house. The constable was here to seek help, so he naturally dared not act arrogantly and responded to whatever was said. He first took out the letter he had in his arms and handed it to Song Jiner. Then he said to her, the Anan army claims to have a force of 100,000 attacking us in Longxi. Even if a large part of the army has not moved, the vanguard still has 20 to 30,000 men. They took down Nanjing and Pinggan counties one after another, but when they were dealing with us in Huaxian, something went wrong. We were already prepared to retreat when unexpectedly the Anan army suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Lu Heping exclaimed, a whole army just vanished. Indeed, they vanished as if they had never existed. The constable continued, while we were waiting for news, a similar situation arose in Huaxian. Their 10,000 troops completely disappeared overnight. As he listened to this explanation, Lu Heping's expression was quite. On the contrary, Song Jiner let out a heavy sigh of relief. The only one capable of such a feat aside from her husband was beyond her imagination. This meant that her husband not only was safe but also commanded tens of thousands of troops. Just then Tai Yulan also ran over. Upon arriving, she began to inquire. She thought there would be news about Zhou Ze, and only after hearing that the other party was here for cooperation did she show a hint of disappointment. Go back and tell your county magistrate that we are not seeking cooperation but complete obedience to orders. And inform him that the court will not protect you, we will. The constable was clearly taken aback. Even Tai Yulan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. She did not understand what scheme Song Jiner was plotting. But at this moment she would not undermine the other party's authority. Additionally, I can reveal a piece of information to you. You can remain safe in Yunzhong and Huaxian because of my husband's intervention. Whether you choose to believe it or not is irrelevant, the choice is yours. After speaking, she waved her hand, signaling Lu Heping to see the guest off. Watching the constable leave, Tai Yulan's eyes widened as if she was seeing Song Jiner for the first time. Jiner, what you just said, is it true? Song Jiner shook her head. I don't know if it's true, but at this moment we need their full support, not a so-called cooperation that would allow them to come and take our food. Tai Yulan nodded, saying, indeed, we are not running a charitable establishment here. Song Jiner turned her gaze to Tai Yulan, expressing concern as she said, what worries me now is not the Yan'an army but our county town. What do you mean? Tai Yulan frowned, asking. The county town has not sent troops to protect the surrounding counties, they only have people withdrawing into the city. Over time, with no food in the city, what will happen to these common people? Tai Yulan's expression changed as she asked, are you worried that they will come to us for help? If it's just asking for help, that's one thing, but I'm afraid they might resort to looting. That shouldn't be the case, right? Right now we cannot trust anyone, not even that Zhu Qian. Yulan, I need your men to go directly to Sanqiu town and keep an eye on the movements in Xingyang County at all times. If they attempt to loot, we will do everything we can to stop them. At this moment, Song Jiner did not appear to be a weak woman. When organizing matters, she resembled a high-ranking authority figure, clear-headed and thoroughly thoughtful. As long as something occurs, you don't need to hold them off for too long, just one day will suffice. Although our numbers are few, we can still hold off Xingyang County. If the county town comes to loot, I can't guarantee that I can hold them off for that long. Song Jiner shook her head, saying, it's fine, we can try to delay them. Do you know something? Tai Yulan looked at Song Jiner uncertainly, asking. Song Jiner replied, I have a feeling that when my husband returns from Yunzhong County we are going to confront the court. This confrontation signifies rebellion. This day is bound to come. In Yunzhong County, at the county office, Rong Jiang waited for most of the day and finally received news. He grasped the arm of a yacha and asked what was the result. Sir, they said they do not accept cooperation and demand unconditional surrender. Surrender. Rong Jiang's expression darkened. What do they want to do? Revolt. Impossible. With their current capabilities, how can they raise an army? The yacha was equally perplexed. However, he conveyed all of Song Jiner's words to Rong Jiang. As Rong Jiang listened, he felt something was amiss. So according to you, you did not see Zhou Ze and everything was relayed by his wife. It wasn't a relay.
According to Madame Zhou Ze is currently at the front. What do you mean?
She said that Yunzhong and Huasan have not fallen entirely thanks to Zhou Ze.
Just him alone.
Rong Jiang snorted lightly, clearly skeptical. However, whether he believed it or not, he had to make a decision now. Yunzhong County had very little food to begin with, and now it was nearly an empty city. If he didn't make a decision soon, only a dead end would remain.
Surrender is not impossible as long as it ensures our survival. Why not listen to them? Rong Jiang made up his mind and couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately organized the people in the city preparing to withdraw from Yunzhong County towards Taoyuan town. Nanlin County had already been occupied by the Yanam army.
In the past they only thought of burning, killing and looting. This time they not only occupied Nanlin County but also set up city defenses here. Standing outside the city, Zhou Ze furrowed his brows as he looked at the heavily fortified Nanlin County. Now the outside had become his battlefield. Yet this county city barred him from entry. He put away his warhorse and found a hiding spot to conceal himself.
He casually released Yan Liang.
At this moment Yan Liang's face was pale, drenched in sweat and covered in a sticky mess. This revealed just how much torment he had endured in the space. The more fiercely someone resisted, the more Zhou Ze liked them. It showed that such individuals had their own opinions and were powerful. Such people were suitable for commanding. Thus he held high hopes for Yan Liang. He had managed to endure for such a long time in the space. So far he showed no signs of life fading.
How does it feel? Zhou Ze looked at the exhausted Yan Liang and asked with a smile.
Yan Liang clenched his fists, knelt on one knee and said, Yan Liang pays respects to the master, may the master be blessed.
Zhou Ze burst into laughter and said, from today onward you are still the commander of the Yanam army. The soldiers under you will only be stronger than before. As he spoke he turned his gaze to the city not far away.
Pointing to the city wall he asked, can we take Nanlin County?
Yan Liang nodded vigorously and said, our actions have not yet spread and entering the city will be easy. The master can blend in with the troops and with the masters means taking this city will be effortless. Zhou Ze gave a thumbs up to Yan Liang and said, good, this is the effect I want. If I give you too many people they will become wary.
I will give you 300 men and with these 300 turn all the soldiers of Nanlin County into ours.
Understood, I will obey.
With a wave of Zhou Ze's hand a troop of 300 appeared right before them.
Zhou Ze donned the uniform of the Yanam army and closely followed Yan Liang into the city.
It was precisely because they wore these uniforms that the soldiers guarding the city did not attack them. Instead they inquired about their arrival.
Halt! Open the gate.
Yan Liang didn't waste words with these people, immediately cursing, let Chang'e come out, I want to settle accounts with him. His arrogant attitude left the guarding soldiers dumbfounded. They all stood there unsure of what to do. At this moment a general suddenly rushed over. He shouted from below the city, what are you all dawdling for?
Below the city is General Yan Liang, open the gates quickly.
Zhou Ze watched the whole thing, not the slightest bit worried about being discovered. With his current capabilities, even if discovered he could safely retreat.
At most he would only lose a few men.
Before leaving he could definitely ensure the safety of the majority. As the city gate opened the general hurriedly ran up to apologize. Yan Liang however paid no mind to this and continued to curse Chang'e for being unreasonable. They had agreed to attack together and he had even reached Huaxian, but where were Chang'e's men? Not a single one moved a finger. Did they intend to conserve their strength? Yan Liang's fiery temper made it easy for them to step into the city.
The entire Nanlin County was filled with soldiers and women.
These women were disheveled and were being escorted by soldiers.
Each one looked like soulless bodies. As soon as they entered the city, Zhou Ze greeted Yan Liang and headed in another direction.
He let Yan Liang distract the commander here while he subdued the soldiers one by one. Of course doing it one by one was too slow. If he could expedite the process he would be more amenable.
Hey brother, can I ask you something?
As soon as he finished speaking the other person had just arrived in front of him.
With a swift chop of his hand he struck down on the opponent's neck. Without a chance to react the person was directly pulled into Zhou Ze's space.
Using this simple and crude method in less than half an hour he had already brought his men to control a small area. Then he settled down in place and let his men begin to fish around. The speed gradually began to accelerate. Previously he had continuously increased the number of soldiers in his space using this method. Now he was using this method again. At the current rate in a few days Nanlin County would belong to Zhou Ze. I wonder how things are at home and if they have been affected. No matter what, after taking Nanlin County we must retreat to Yunzhong and temporarily secure Yunzhong County. Zhou Ze's thoughts were quite simple. Abandon Nanlin County and solely occupy Yunzhong. With so many soldiers at his disposal he could just throw them at Yunzhong County and wait for the Yanam army to come knocking. As long as the opponent does not uncover his scheme he could continuously absorb more troops. Until he had taken all 100,000 soldiers under his command. 100,000 soldiers.
Just thinking about it was thrilling. With these people combined with the current situation of the Great Zhou, he could finally contend for the world. With the chaos now, Zhu Zhongxian hasn't thought to send anyone to rescue the people here. It seems I overestimated this person. I hope he doesn't act impulsively and do something detrimental to himself. Otherwise, to defend the city I may have to strike at Longxi Prefecture. At this moment Zhou Ze was full of spirit, and even his words were so arrogant. Unfortunately, although his space was continuously upgrading, the third floating island had yet to appear. The first floating island was a plain with spiritual water suitable for cultivation. The second floating island was mountainous, capable of cultivating vast amounts of herbs and raising numerous wild beasts. Thus the soldiers under him could only reside on the first floating island. Sometimes he wondered what kind of surprise the third one would bring him. In Xingyang County, within the county office, Zhu Qian paced back and forth, his expression clearly anxious. "My lord, we have just received news that the Annan army has retreated from Nanlin County, and Yan Liang of the Annan army has appeared in Nanlin City." Retreated? Zhu Qian visibly sighed in relief. Ever since the turmoil in the court and the unrest in various regions, his heart had never found peace. Next, the Annan army, said to have 100,000 troops, began marching towards Longxi. Their successive capture of Nanlin and Pingan counties further unsettled him. First he went to the prefectural city to contact the prefect, but all he received was a single order. Everyone was to head to the prefectural city, which would become the last sanctuary in Longxi. Others might believe such words, but Zhu Qian did not trust them in the slightest. He could not understand why Zhu Zhongxian would act this way. As the prefect of Longxi, in the face of danger, he did not protect his own people but instead shrank back into the prefectural city. This was not normal. "My lord, although the Annan army has retreated, we still have some bad news." At this time, what else is there that cannot be said? The magistrate of Yunchong County, Rong Jiang, has taken several hundred soldiers and officials from Yunchong County and headed to Taoyuan town. Where have they gone? You heard me right, they have defected to Zhou Ze. Zhu Qian frowned and fell into deep thought. Wen Liang stood aside, watching the anxious look on Zhu Qian's face, and couldn't help but say, "My lord, in this situation Rong Jiang's actions are the most advisable." Zhu Qian turned to look at Wen Liang. Wen Liang said, "The military strength in the prefectural city cannot withstand the Annan army's assault. Once Yunchong and Huasan fall, the next to be taken will be the prefectural city." Zhu Qian chuckled, saying, "At least we can live a little longer in the prefectural city." Wen Liang shook his head. "Longxi has a total of 7 counties, and the people are now all gathering in the prefectural city. Is there enough food in the city? If the food runs out, we won't even need the Annan army to attack. The prefectural city will fall on its own." On the other hand, Taoyuan town is located at the very edge of Tiandang Mountain. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, making it easy to defend and hard to attack, with ample food to withstand for a while. Zhu Qian took a deep breath and asked, "Are you suggesting we also head to Taoyuan town to defect to Zhou Ze?" Wen Liang spread his hands and said, "Either we flee Longxi or we retreat to Taoyuan town to join forces with the troops from Yunchong County to fend off the enemy." "Why do you trust Zhou Ze so much?" Zhu Qian suddenly asked. Wen Liang smiled bitterly. "It's not that I trust him, but Rong Jiang trusts him, Ji Heng trusts him, even the cunning Duanilan has chosen to trust him." Ji Heng. "My lord might not know, but Longquan County has long since defected to Zhou Ze, we just didn't know it." Seeing that Zhu Qian still hesitated, Wen Liang reminded, "My lord, make a decision soon. The situation in the prefectural city is unclear and we can only save ourselves." After a long time, Zhu Qian clenched his fists and suddenly said, "Take the people and head to Taoyuan town." The once deserted small town of Sanqiu became lively in the past few days. Tai Yulan led a team of over 200 people stationed at this position. Everyday food was delivered here, ensuring they lacked nothing. Although there were no towering city walls like in the county city, this location was a must-pass point to enter Taoyuan town. Originally, Song Jiner had asked them to guard this place together. However, with Zhou Ze absent, she worried about the safety of Song Jiner and the others, so she left Tai Jun at Taoyuan town. "Chief, a group of people has appeared 2 kilometers away. They are here." Tai Yulan's heart trembled, quickly asking, "How many people? From which direction?" "They are coming from the direction of Qingyang County, mostly ordinary citizens." Qingyang County. Ordinary citizens. Tai Yulan frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. She instructed, "Take 2 people over to communicate with them and probe their background and intentions." "Chief, if they are like Yunchong County and come to seek refuge with us, should we take them in or not?" Tai Yulan shook her head and replied impatiently, "Don't overthink it. We are just a small place, they wouldn't come to a place like ours on their way to the prefectural city." Though she said this, Tai Yulan didn't genuinely believe it. She wanted to have more people on her side. Given the current situation, they had enough food. What they lacked was combat power. To put it bluntly, they had no one. Even if everyone in Taoyuan town picked up weapons, there would only be a few thousand at most. That was simply incomparable to the Annan army. The people under her command rode war horses and their speed was still quite fast.
When they reached the official road 2 kilometers away, they happened to meet the newcomers.
This is the station of our Taoyuan town, stop there.
The originally advancing team suddenly halted.
These people were bringing their families.
Some pushed carts and carried children. They were being led by soldiers and officials from Xinjiang County. The children cried and wailed, creating a lively scene. As the team stopped, reports began to circulate within it. Soon Wen Liang, riding a horse, arrived at the front of the team. He frowned upon seeing several soldiers before him.
Nevertheless, he addressed these people. You are from Taoyuan town, Zhou Ze's people. I am Wen Liang, the assistant in Xinjiang County.
We have come to seek refuge amidst the turmoil in Longxi.
Seeking refuge.
Given the current situation, it was clearly an appeal for protection. Please wait here while I report back. Listening to these words and looking at the people before him, Wen Liang's eyes shone brightly. Having known Zhou Ze for so long, he seemed to have underestimated Taoyuan town and Zhou Ze. These people before him, whether in the weapons they carried or the war horses they rode, were very organized. They were even more disciplined than those he had seen in the capital. Moreover, these individuals exuded a murderous aura, each appearing formidable.
Soon Zhu Qian also arrived on horseback.
He approached Wen Liang and asked, "What is the situation?" "The guards of Taoyuan town do not understand whether we are friend or foe, so they have gone back to consult."
"How could the guards of Taoyuan town be stationed here?"
"They should be using Sanqiu town as a springboard to temporarily hold this place, giving them a chance to react." Zhu Qian turned to look at the team behind him, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. To be in a position like his as an official was truly unprecedented. His own people could not be fed, and now he had to lead everyone to escape.
This was a far cry from his initial thoughts, plunging him into deep self-doubt. Rest in place and await orders. Left with no choice, Zhu Qian had to issue such an order. Fortunately, Tai Yulan did not make them wait too long. When Tai Yulan appeared before them with a team of 100 people, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Yolan, we..." Before he could finish speaking, Tai Yulan interrupted. "It's not impossible to defect to us. Hand over the soldiers under your command to me for management. I will send someone to take you to Taoyuan town. Miss Yolan, we only have these few hundred people, they shouldn't be of much use, right?" Zhu Qian hesitated. Tai Yulan did not respond, just stared at them. Zhu Qian, gentle and kind, arrived with thousands seeking refuge. These were all the people of Xinjiang County. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the residents of Taoyuan town accounted for 50% of the entire Xinjiang County. Looking at the multitude of commoners before her, Song Jiner began to feel a headache. Although she had learned some things from Zhou Ze, she had never encountered such a scene. "Where is brother Zhou Ze?" Zhu Qian looked at several heads of the town standing at the entrance but could not find Zhou Ze. "My husband has gone to Yunzong County. I am temporarily responsible for this place." Song Jiner took a deep breath and continued, "As you can see, people from Yunzong County are also here. The houses here need to be built by ourselves. You two have management experience. How about leading these people to build as they progress towards Sanqiu town?" Zhu Qian frowned again. They had come in a hurry and had not considered such issues. Now they lacked even a place to stay. Song Jiner seemed to have noticed their difficulties and said, "You can build the houses, I will take care of the safety and food supply." Zhu Qian turned back and glanced at the commoners, saying, "We have thousands of people here, can you really provide food and drink for everyone?" Song Jiner nodded and replied, "As long as they strictly adhere to the rules of Taoyuan town and exchange labor for provisions, it will be enough for them to eat and stay warm." That was exactly what Zhu Qian wanted to hear. However, he still asked with concern, "What about our defense? Is it all right?" Song Jiner lightly nodded and said, "Currently we are not worried about the Yan'an army, we are only concerned about the forces from the county city and beyond Longxi. Thus with Yunzong County and Xinjiang County combined along with our own troops, we can manage for a while." Not worried about the Yan'an army. Not only Zhu Qian and Wen Liang, but anyone would find such words unusual. "The Yan'an army has my husband to fend them off. All we need to do now is to develop steadily and secure Sanqiu town. In fact, the best defensive city is Xinjiang County. However, due to insufficient troops, they could only settle for second best and guard Sanqiu town." Zhu Qian, although unsure where Song Jiner derived her confidence, stated, "As long as the Yan'an army does not come, the county city is unlikely to attack us. I trust the character of the county magistrate, he would not do." Before he could finish, a fast horse came rushing in, abruptly interrupting Zhu Qian's words. "Madam, Sanqiu town is under attack. The eldest has instructed you to prepare as soon as possible." "Sanqiu town is under attack." Zhu Qian's expression changed and he muttered, "Did the county city fall?" "It's impossible, there was no war when we left, how could it fall so quickly?" Hearing Zhu Qian's words, the soldier shot him a fierce glare and said, "The ones attacking us are from the county city." Saying this, he rode back. In an instant, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. The people from the county city attacking Sanqiu town, what was happening? Even now Zhu Qian could hardly accept it. He admired Chu Zhengxian greatly and could not believe he would do such a thing. When Liang looked at Zhu Qian and whispered, now is not the time to ponder these matters, we should quickly come up with a strategy. Zhu Qian snorted lightly, how can there be unbroken eggs beneath a collapsed nest? What we need to do now is to organize the commoners for joint defense. Saying this, he turned his gaze towards Song Jiner. Miss Jiner, I know this may not be appropriate. However, given the urgent situation, we must respond. With at least several thousand of us gathered here, as long as we are organized, we can still hold out for a while. Song Jiner shook her head and turned to Zhang Xiuhu, saying, Xiuhu, take a few people to Yunzhong County and hang up a flag. Inform your brother about what is happening here. Zhang Xiuhu did not ask for the reason and immediately went to prepare. Just as Song Jiner was about to arrange something else, Tai Jun suddenly ran over. He was pushing a machine that looked quite large yet not overly complicated. Sister-in-law Wang Matzi has crafted the heavy crossbow. Its power is tremendous. Tai Jun was very excited. He had tested the giant crossbow as soon as it was finished. It could shoot 10 arrows in rapid succession, resembling long spear-like bolts. With a range of several hundred meters, it could even shatter stones. The power it possessed, if aimed at enemies, could certainly be deadly. What heavy crossbow? Zhu Qian quickly approached to take a look. However, Tai Jun's eyes widened. Don't touch it, this thing is very dangerous. Be careful or it might shoot right through you. Song Jiner knew about this device but was unaware of its specific power. Thus she frowned and asked, will this help in defending the city? Tai Jun laughed heartily, patting his chest, and said, with this power it will definitely help. Sister-in-law, I'm going to push it to Sancho Town to assist my sister. Just this one, how much of a difference can it make? Song Jiner shook her head but replied, sending it over is fine, every day we can hold out is a blessing. At that moment she suddenly thought of something and turned to Zhu Qian, saying, by the way, Lord Zhu, do you have any carpenters or blacksmiths here? With a team of thousands it should be possible to find these craftsmen. Although many had been selected, there were still some left. We do have, but right now. Zhu Qian hadn't finished speaking when Song Jiner interjected, we urgently need such talents. If there are any, please hand them over to me, we will offer higher wages. What could Zhu Qian say? He could only look for talents among the commoners while arranging their accommodations. Meanwhile, Tai Jun, accompanied by a few people, pushed the heavy crossbow along with 2 carts of specially made arrows towards Sancho Town. He was still unaware that a war was unfolding there. When he arrived, he was astonished by the scene before him. An enemy force nearly twice their size was attacking Sancho Town. The combined strength of Yunzhong County and Xinjiang County had all gathered here. Otherwise they truly might not withstand it. Not to mention a day, even an hour would be challenging. Just as he charged in, he saw his sister. With a loud shout he rushed forward. Sister, I'm here to help you. Tai Yulan was already anxious and had prepared for a desperate fight. Upon hearing Tai Jun's voice she frowned. What are you doing here? Tai Jun, however, was full of excitement, pointing at the heavy crossbow in front of him. I came to bring you something good. What is this? It's a heavy crossbow. My brother-in-law had Wang Matzi make it and its power is enormous. No matter how powerful it is, with just this one, what use is it? You'll know when you try it. As he spoke, he took the initiative to load all 10 spear-like arrows onto the crossbow. He turned to Tai Yulan and said, sister, tell me who to shoot and we will bring down whoever you point out. As 10 arrows were launched, Tai Yulan was still somewhat skeptical. Nevertheless, she pointed to the center of the enemy ranks. Do you see that flag? Shoot down their commander. Alright, just watch me. Tai Jun laughed heartily, his eyes filled with pride. Chaos engulfed the world and the local generals declared independence, unwilling to deplete their forces to march to the capital in defense of the throne. Zhang He was no exception. He was the deputy general in charge of the defense of Longxi County, directly controlling the city under his superior's command. He continuously gathered manpower and resources from the surrounding counties, preparing to establish himself as king. In this chaotic era, holding military power and having provisions meant being the greatest victor. Now, with Chu Zhongxian and others imprisoned in the dungeon, he led his army into battle, preparing to head to Taoyuan Town to seize all the grain there. In their view, currently 30% of the food supply in all of Longxi County was concentrated in Taoyuan Town. As long as they captured Taoyuan Town, coupled with the terrain there, enjoying a life of comfort would be effortless. If luck favored them, they might even contend for the entire world. Even if the chances were slim, it was still an opportunity, right? He never expected that the Taoyuan Town, which he thought least of, would actually have its own garrison. They were directly obstructed at Sancho Town. Charge! They only have a few hundred men, they can't withstand our assault at all. We don't have much time. Break through Sancho Town and seize the grain. With Zhang He's command, multiple spear-like arrows flew towards them. Instinctively he raised his spear to block. However, just as he swung the spear, a tremendous force struck him. Before he could react, the spear pierced through his chest. Such immense power! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from his horse. General! Someone noticed the situation was amiss and rushed forward to check. But they found that their general had already lost his breath. The general is dead. Retreat. They were merely a ragtag band, and with their general dead in front of them, who would dare to act recklessly? Their best plan was to withdraw to the county city and let their commander decide. Yay! It worked! The Iron Army waved their fists as if they had accomplished something extraordinary, boasting to their sister. When those 10 arrows were fired, Tai Yulan was dumbfounded. She never expected these things would possess such power. With 10 arrows they took down 2 horses, 3 soldiers and 1 garrison commander. The accuracy and power would be hard for anyone to believe. Tai Jun, how many of these do we have left? Tai Yulan took a deep breath and began to examine them closely. It looked somewhat complicated. Trying to replicate it seemed far from simple. Tai Jun grinned and said, "Sister, I heard from Wang Matzi that they now have the technology, and making more will be quite simple from here on out. As long as we have enough manpower, we can produce one in 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Tai Yulan looked up at the dark mass of enemy forces. She had no idea what would happen next. According to her agreement with Song Jiner, they only had 1 day left. Holding Sancho town for a day, what would happen the next day was still an unknown. At that moment someone suddenly shouted, "Boss, the enemy is retreating." Tai Yulan looked into the distance. She saw the dark mass of soldiers beginning to withdraw. In just a brief moment all of them had fled without a trace. Seeing this, she suddenly felt that holding Sancho town seemed feasible. Because the opponent was also a coward. With just 1 general dead, they had already scattered and fled. If she had fought more fiercely, would they have surrendered outright? Tai Jun, leave the equipment and go back. Tai Jun was not yet done with the fight. How could he return directly? Therefore, as soon as Tai Yulan said this, he immediately countered. "Sister, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why should I go back?" Tai Yulan snorted lightly and said, "I had you stay at home to protect Jiner and Ji's safety. With Brother Zhou gone, our people are all stationed here. If anything happens to them, how will I explain this to Brother Zhou?" No matter how much Tai Jun was unwilling, he could not find a reason to counter her. Standing in place for a long time, he finally said, "All right, I'll go back. Sister, next time there's a fight you must take me along." After saying that, he turned and left. This time he rode alone towards Taoyuan town. Watching Tai Jun leave, Tai Yulan squeezed out a faint smile. The main reason she had her brother return was not solely for the safety of the Song sisters. It was to preserve the bloodline of the Tai family. Because she was uncertain how this war would unfold. Over 10,000 troops from Nanlin County under Zhou Ze's continuous maneuvering had completely changed the core team. Unknowingly, he had taken over everything. Until now, the defending General Chang Yi had not noticed anything unusual. He was still arguing with Yan Liang at the county office. For half a day Yan Liang had been pestering him, unable to do anything. "Yan Liang, I admit I can't defeat you. But don't forget, this is Nanlin County, my territory." Chang Yi's voice echoed in the county office. Everyone around dared not speak, only Yan Liang sat down in the dilapidated master's chair looking disdainful. "You still have the nerve to say this is your territory? If you have the ability, take me down now. Do you think I dare?" Chang Yi slammed his palm on the table. The two were arguing so fiercely they nearly drew their weapons. "I don't know if you dare, but I only know that Nanlin County will change hands today." As soon as he finished speaking, the cup in his hand crashed to the ground, the crisp sound ringing in the office. Then a group of people rushed in. The leader among them was Zhou Ze. Zhou Ze's gaze scanned the room and finally landed on Chang Yi. Then he said to Yan Liang, "Outside, everyone has been replaced by our people. I'll capture this man and appoint him as your deputy general. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Yan Liang instantly perked up. He quickly stood up and said to Zhou Ze, "I leave it to the master to decide." "Master?" Chang Yi was instantly dumbfounded. "Yan Liang, what the hell are you doing?" Yan Liang completely ignored his words and said to Zhou Ze, "Master, what shall we do next?" Zhou Ze took a deep breath and said, "Give up Nanlin County and follow me to Qingyang County." "To Qingyang County?" Yan Liang thought for just a moment and quickly said, "I will follow the master's arrangements." Zhou Ze didn't waste words and directly drew the knife from his waist. Before Chang Yi could react, he had already raised the knife and slashed towards his forehead. This action was seamless, showing no intention of discussing further. Chang Yi barely managed to grab a long spear in haste, trying to block Zhou Ze. However, Yan Liang's strength far exceeded his and he was no match for Zhou Ze. How could he withstand it? After just 2 strikes he was already struggling, his face changing color. Having just subdued Zhou Ze of Nanlin County, he swiftly gathered everyone into his space. Unbeknownst to him, he returned to Yuncheng County alone and on horseback. Before reaching Yuncheng, he had already spotted the familiar banner atop the city tower. In an instant, anxiety gripped his heart and he quickened his pace once more. He had tried his best to accelerate, yet he found himself a bit late. "I hope nothing major has happened." Zhou Ze's expression was far from pleasant. Currently his space already housed an army of over 20,000. With the beasts in his space combined with the difficult terrain to defend and a continuous supply of provisions, holding on to Qingyang County would be effortless. Moreover, during the defense of the city he could utilize this strategy to continue amassing troops. As long as there was enough time and manpower, the lost counties could eventually be reclaimed. However, he was still unaware of the current situation in Qingyang County. As Zhou Ze circled around Qingyang County and prepared to return from Sanqiu Town, he was forced to stop upon seeing the state of the town. Boss, the owner has returned. Even before he arrived, someone recognized Zhou Ze and reported to Tai Yulan. Standing atop the dilapidated earthen city tower, Tai Yulan could no longer contain herself and suddenly rushed down. She then threw herself at Zhou Ze. Holding the horse just as Zhou Ze was about to inquire about what had happened here, a figure lunged at him and enveloped him in her embrace, tightly holding on, refusing to let go. Even though Tai Yulan was clad in armor and reeked of blood, Zhou Ze still felt the deep affection emanating from her. What has happened here? After a long while, Zhou Ze finally spoke, breaking the tender moment. There was no avoiding it. The smell of blood on her made him realize that something was amiss. These people should have been guarding Taoyuan town. Why were they here? Moreover, there were clearly quite a few soldiers from Sanqiu town. Hearing Zhou Ze's question, Tai Yulan reluctantly released him. She explained Jiner was worried that someone might attack Taoyuan town, so she sent us to guard this place. If enemies appear, we would have some buffer time. Zhou Ze was momentarily taken aback before responding. I didn't expect Jiner to have such strong war awareness. Just yesterday, over 2,000 troops from the county city suddenly launched an attack on us. It was only when the Iron Army utilized their crossbows to slay one of their generals that they retreated. County city. Zhou Ze squinted his eyes, sensing something was off. Naturally, Tai Yulan understood his thoughts and sighed. We also don't know the situation in the county city right now. But yesterday's battle was indeed instigated by them. Zhou Ze continued asking, has anything happened at home? Yunchong County's Rongjiang has allied with us, sending over 200 soldiers. Also, Zhuqian has transported a large number of civilians along with the scant 200 soldiers to our side. Currently, while I have a considerable number of people under me, it still isn't enough to contend with the county city. Upon hearing that there was nothing wrong at home, Zhou Ze let out a deep sigh of relief. At the same time, he understood the situation. That banner was a signal that the county city had suddenly launched an attack, which was why Song Jiner had ordered it to be hoisted. So you mean to say that the current Qingyang County city is an empty city? Tai Yulan shook her head and replied, I can't say for sure. Our people dare not approach that area. Zhou Ze nodded lightly, saying, you should take your people back, leave this place to me. Tai Yulan was momentarily stunned and said, Big brother Zhou, are you going alone? Zhou Ze grinned, patting her shoulder, and said, don't worry, the soldiers under me are more than enough to conquer the entire Longxi. You all go back first, I will gather our troops and then take Qingyang County. Tai Yulan's heart stirred. Though these words were somewhat reassuring, she was not entirely convinced. Conquer the entire Longxi. That would require hundreds of thousands of troops. If Zhou Ze truly had such capability, how could she not know? Then big brother Zhou, be careful. Though Tai Yulan was tall, she was very receptive to advice. Zhou Ze told her to return, and without a second thought she led all the soldiers back. Zhou Ze stated that his soldiers were capable of conquering the entirety of Longxi. Although she had not seen it, she chose to believe him. Watching her leave, Zhou Ze couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. What virtue or capability did he possess that the women he encountered after traveling through time were so understanding? First there was Song Jiner, then there was Song Ze. Now another Tai Yulan had arrived. Rest assured, in this chaotic world I am favored by the heavens. I will ensure your safety for a lifetime. After saying this, he set out alone toward Qingyang County. Along the way he released all 20,000 soldiers from his space, led by Yen Liang as the commander and Chang Yi as the deputy, marching straight toward Qingyang County. Taoyuan Town. In the middle of the river, right in front of Lu Heping's house. Perhaps this river has divided the earlier groups of villagers who moved in. Thus it became a place where they frequently gathered. A few people sat around a table beginning to discuss strategies. Since a large number of civilians had moved from Qingyang County and Yunchong County, this place had become busy. A substantial amount of food was being transported outside to provide for these people's daily meals. In return, these individuals had to labor in the fields every day and use their spare time to build their own houses. When Zhou Ze was present, he had planned all the houses. Now that Zhou Ze was gone, this task fell to Song Jiner. Every day was filled with busy work. After 3 consecutive days, these people had finally gotten into a routine. However, the supplies were dwindling day by day. If this continued, they would soon be unable to support these people. Mistress, we just received news that nearly 10,000 Annam troops have settled in Yunchong County. This is bad. Huaxian has fallen and 10,000 Annam troops have stormed into the city, starting a massacre. Mistress Miss Yulan has returned with several hundred of her subordinates and is heading our way. News came pouring in like bamboo shoots after a rain. With each piece of news received, Song Jiner's expression grew darker.
At this moment, sitting opposite her were not only Lu Heping but also Zhu Qian and Ronjiang.
Song Jiner's face was grim and the expressions of the others were hardly better. It seems even Yulan cannot hold out. Let's escape. At worst we can retreat into the mountains where there is still a chance for survival. If they break in, we will be the next Huasyan.
Clenching her fist, Song Jiner turned to Zhang Xiuhu, who was standing behind her, and asked, has the banner been raised?
It was raised long ago. Have you heard from your brother?
Zhang Xiuhu shook his head, worry evident in his heart. Song Jiner slowly stood up and said to the others, let's go meet Yulan and ask about the situation on the front lines before we make a decision. She felt a pang of reluctance. How could she give up on the home they had worked so hard to build? A troop of several hundred is rushing towards the small town. In reality, there are only a little over 100 riding horses. When Tai Yulan returned here and saw Song Jiner and the others coming to greet her, she let out a deep sigh of relief.
Yulan, what is this all about? Song Jiner looked at the large number of people, feeling somewhat puzzled. Tai Yulan leaped